Jiang Cheng listened to Zhu Ying's words and flicked on Zhu Ying's head angrily. I said that you are a girl who is thinking about writing something in your head all day long, Jiang Cheng said. This is Zhang Mengmeng, and I am the well-deserved one who I said is the #1 guest. Jiang Cheng is not an exaggeration. In fact, to say that Zhang Mengmeng is a guest is humble, because Zhang Mengmeng's ability is not only in the aspect of the internet, but Zhang Mengmeng can dabble in almost all high-tech fields. Mengmeng, this is Zhu Ying from Yanbang, the leader of the Red Guest Alliance. Cha is her. Jiang Cheng introduced to Zhang Mengmeng. Ah, Sister Zhu Ying, you are the tea of the famous Momo. I didn't expect that the frightening tea on the internet is such a beautiful big beauty. Zhang Mengmeng said from the bottom of her heart, Bai Jing's personality has always been like this easygoing. Beautiful women like to hear others praise themselves for being beautiful, and Zhu Ying is no exception. When she hears Zhang Mengmeng such a cute, little lowly praise her for her beauty, Zhu Ying is almost exasperated. This is when Xiaobai from the Tang clan, who is Mengmeng, will also be your bodyguard in the future. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said, Xiaobai, you have to take care of Miss Zhu's personal safety in the future. She is the granddaughter of Zhu Lao, Jiang Cheng solemnly confessed. Zhu Lao when Xiaobai has met him, and his identity is when Xiaobai it couldn't be more clear. I was a little surprised when I heard that the beautiful and disgusting woman in front of me was actually old Zhu's granddaughter. I will take care of Miss Zhu's safety. When Xiaobai nodded and said, Don't call Miss Zhu is really ugly. Just call me Xiaoying. We will live together in the future. Everyone will be good sisters. Zhu Ying said with a smile. I have to say that this Zhu Ying is really self-conscious. Coming to be familiar with each other, Japanese letter soon became acquainted with the two girls. Jiang Cheng has already taken offense to women's fast and inexplicable friendship. Xiaobai, you just find a room for Zhu Ying to live in and then take it away. I'll do something tomorrow and you can choose between you and Mengmeng. Jiang Cheng said, tomorrow he's going to get the company's affairs done well, so that he can be his teacher with peace of mind. Well, I see. When Xiaobai said Zhu, no words for night. The next day, when the three of Zhu Ying Mengmeng got up, Jiang Cheng's breakfast, steamed buns and fried dough soy milk were all bought on the table, but the three women were already satisfied. Zhu Ying thought in her heart, I didn't expect this kid to take care of people. As for Jiang Cheng, after getting up early in the morning and buying early stirrups for the three women, he went straight to the engineering team. He has already contacted Zhang Jin, and the company registration procedures have basically been completed, as long as he signs a few more words. When Jiang Cheng drove his Camry to the office, it was already 10 in the morning. Zhang Jin was already waiting at the door. The guard at the door was very surprised to see his boss standing at the door in such a hot weather with the big sun just waiting for the shameless young man driving the Camry, and he couldn't help being curious about the young man's identity. Mr. Jiang, you are here, come with me. The last few procedures require you to do it. There is no way this can be done. Zhang Jin said with a hint of apology. Haha, what the boss said, I am already very grateful to Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang has already got the door and I am very busy. Jiang Cheng said very sincerely. Haha, what the boss said, I'm already very grateful to Boss Zhang. Boss Zhang has already closed, I am very busy. Jiang Cheng said very sincerely. Haha, Mr. Jiang joked, it is my honor to be able to reach you. Zhang Jin said. Jiang Cheng patted Zhang Jin on the shoulder. Let's let go of the old chapter. I'll take note of this, love, and if there is anything I need to be busy in the future, just call me. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Zhang Jin's face almost smiled into a chrysanthemum. What is he busying about Jiang Cheng's affairs these days? Isn't it just Jiang Cheng's promise? Could he be unhappy with Jiang Cheng's words? It was almost 10 o'clock when Jiang Cheng came out of the engineering team, and he really saw the ability of the Hua family mansion. It took so long even for the boss, Zhang Jin, to complete the procedures personally. How troublesome it would be if people who have nothing to do want to become a company. The main reason for this is that Jiang Cheng has also thought about it. The main reason is that the division is not clear enough, but this is not a problem that Jiang Cheng needs to worry about. The thing he needs to solve now is the problem of the company. Now that the company has been set up, I need to talk to Ma Tian. Jiang Cheng called Ma Tian. Ma Tian is also very anxious these days. He went home from Fujisun's company that day. Later, I was waiting for Jiang Cheng's news, but after waiting for several days, there was no news from the left and right, and he almost doubted whether Jiang Cheng wanted his own. Today, as usual, he took the cell phone and sat on the sofa at home. Although the TV was turned on, it was obvious that his mind had always been on the cell phone. He always took a look at Jiang Cheng's news, for fear of accidentally leaking it. Up. Ma Tian's wife was also very worried when she saw Ma Tian look like this. When she asked Ma Tian only said that she was waiting for a call from an important person, and she didn't want to say more about the specific situation. Ma Tian was also afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, so Ma Tian didn't want his wife to hold too much hope before things became a set team. Just when Ma Tian was uneasy, the phone finally rang. Ma Tianyi looked at the phone display and stood up all of a sudden. "Hey, Mr. Jiang." Half an hour later, the exhibition hotel. Highest standard box of the exhibition hotel is usually reserved for the powerful people in the Q house and is not open to the outside world. And now in this box, there are 3 people sitting: Jiang Cheng, Ma Tian, and Huang Boss. Before, Jiang Cheng promised Boss Huang to take him to do business with him. No, just call Shang Ma Tian and Boss Huang to get to know them, and the future cooperation will be discussed by the 2 of them. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to take care of the company's affairs so soon. Congratulations. As Boss Huang said, he offered a drink to Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Cheng also had a drink. Haha, thanks to everyone's busy schedule, no, I called Ma Tian today to make you 2 familiar with each other, and I will be the one who will work together in the future. Jiang Cheng said. Boss Huang and Ma Tian looked at each other and nodded to each other. Boss, this company has been established, so what shall we do next? Ma Tian asked. I will leave the rest of the matter to you. I won't care about it. You can put 100 million yuan in the bank. Use it as you like. I only look at the results. I believe you won't let me down. Jiang Cheng said. He is not prepared to intervene too much in this company because Ma Tian's ability is beyond doubt. I have asked Lao Zhang to contact you for the office area. You can contact him later. You only need to remember the general direction I said. As for the house exhibition, it is completely up to you. If you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, you will come to find me, do you understand? Jiang Cheng said to Ma Tian. Ma Tian nodded. He knew that this was Jiang Cheng's trust in him. Although he didn't know why Jiang Cheng trusted him so much, Ma Tian believed in his heart that he would never fail Jiang Cheng's trust in him. Mr. Jiang, what about my hotel? Boss Huang said. Haha, rest assured, I believe Ma Tian will have a perfect plan. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Okay, I'm full, you 2 will continue to eat. I have things to leave first. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he left first, leaving the 2 to have a long talk about the future development of the company. It is now the next year, and Jiang Cheng received a call from the boss of the education team yesterday, saying that he could go to school with Zhu Ying to report today. Zhu Ying's matter was directly ordered by Mr. Zhu, and the efficiency naturally didn't need to be said much, so I could report on the same day as Jiang Cheng. Back home, Jiang Cheng took a small nap, and when it was almost time for school, he pulled up Zhu Ying, drove his Camry, thinking about driving to the house. Now is the time to go to school, and all the people at the school gate are students who go to school. Jiang Cheng parked his car on the side of the road. Looking at these energetic students, he couldn't help but miss his lush years. The year in a hurry was the most beautiful. Waiting for the students to have almost entered, Jiang Cheng and Zhu Ying got out of the car and walked straight into the school. Hey, what are you 2 doing? What are you doing? The old doorman was unhappy when he saw that the man and the woman were just ignoring him, and he wanted to walk in like this. Although the woman looks pretty good, it's not that you ignore her. Uncle's reason, I think back then, I was also a grass of the school. Uncle thought in his heart. When Jiang Cheng heard the uncle stop themselves, they realized that it seemed something wrong with them. So he stopped and said to the uncle, Sorry, uncle, we are the new report teacher, and your principal made an appointment. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the guardian uncle twitched his eyes. You are waiting here, I'll confirm it. After speaking, he turned and went into the guard room and called. Not long after, the uncle walked out again. This time his attitude became very kind. The person who came to report said early, Go in, the principal is waiting for you. The uncle said with a smile and just sentenced the 2. When Jiang Cheng and Zhu Ying saw the students coming and going, they couldn't help but remember that year, but they only smiled. Two people picked around on the campus. At a glance, there was only a 3-story teaching building, and the others didn't know what it was. I only saw students in these buildings. There are many students who get together upstairs, both male and female, standing in the hallway, chatting in melancholy like the end of the world. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Zhu Ying, guess how tall are the students who got together in the first building?" Random hands were placed on Zhu Ying's shoulders. Like an old friend for a long time, the whole action is not embarrassing at all. How can you tell them this way? They are not engraved on their foreheads, if you say so. You can see them slightly. Zhu Ying answered with confusion, frowning and looking at her shoulders, just not knowing why is there some joy. Jiang Cheng triumphed. "Of course, I am so good. You can't tell if you look at it like this, but you still have to be a teacher. You look at their so melancholy faces, their eyes are blank, and you know they are a third-year dog." Then he put down his hand on Zhu Ying's shoulder. A little embarrassed smile. Zhu Ying looked at Jiang Cheng's hand and said lonely, "Ghost remembers, I was in the 3rd year of high school. I spent the 3rd year at home, and those things in school are not interesting. Don't talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and find the principal's office. Otherwise I'll be late. I don't want to leave a bad impression on others the first day." Jiang Cheng looked disgusted, looked at Zhu Ying with he, turned around and left without looking back. Zhu Ying looked at Jiang Cheng strangely and trot 2 steps to follow Zhu Ying. Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhu Ying and said meaningfully, "The current impression points are all based on borrowing. As long as you are handsome, the impression points are not afraid of being unqualified, and we are not other people. We should be the principal. It is necessary to leave a good impression on us." After that, Zhu Ying asked a girl nearby casually. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Ying didn't know the location of the principal's office from the girl. After Zhu Ying and the girl said thank you, they looked towards Zhu District and wanted to find a teacher from the school to take them there. The students nowadays are busy at 3 o'clock in the dormitory dining room. The ghost knows what rayish is he principal. Jiang Cheng sneered and thought. After the two walked for 2 minutes, they saw a teacher hurriedly walking over and just hit Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng instinctively said embarrassedly and asked politely, "I didn't see it just now. I'm really embarrassed to run into you. Is this handsome gentleman the teacher here?" The teacher was obviously displeased by Jiang Cheng's ridicule and replied annoyedly, "Yes, what's wrong?" Member Jiang Cheng felt the teacher's displeasure and frowned. "Zhengqiang Q&A, hello, senior. We are the teachers who have just arrived. Can you take us to the principal's office?" The teacher looked at Jiang Cheng and threw the textbook in Jiang Cheng's arms with a look of contempt. Jiang Cheng pushed his mouth open just as he wanted to say something, and then the textbook that had just been thrown out hit him on the head. The teacher became angry on the spot. Standing up and staring at Jiang Cheng, the two of them glared at him like 2 fierce beasts. When the students saw this scene, quarrels occurred and they all avoided. Just when the two of them were about to break out and wanted to do something, a white Bentley honked the horn and drove over quickly. After the car stopped, a middle-aged man quickly got out of the car and bowed to Jiang Cheng. The teacher's face immediately became ugly, and the fine sweat on his forehead indicated that he was nervous now. Jiang Cheng waved his hand, glanced at the teacher, and then at the principal. The temperature dropped suddenly, which is self-evident. A principal who can achieve this position is also a good person, and he doesn't know how to be a high-level principal if he doesn't know a little bit of humanity. The principal said angrily to the teacher, "Do you, the director of digital derivatives, don't want to do it? You actually do this to Mr. Jiang." The teacher didn't seem to regret coming over, looked at the principal, then looked at Jiang Cheng and finally looked at his book. Like a sleepwalker, the principal looked at the teacher coldly, his palms sweating. He didn't know who was in front of him. But he only knew that the young teacher in front of him was photographed by the boss of the education team. He only knew that this character could not be offended. Ding Coco, a sweet ringing came. The principal looked through the phone, and the words of Boss Lai were beating on the phone, which surprised the principal. "Hi, Boss Lai. Hello." The impatient voice came from the other end of the phone, obviously because the time on the phone was waiting a long time. "Why answering the phone so slowly? Is that Mr. Jiang here? You have to entertain you. This is from Fuwei Clerk. You and I can't afford anything." The vicissitudes of life and hoarse voice hit the headmaster's heart word by word, and the headmaster turned to look at Jiang Cheng, who was shameless. With a chuckle in his heart, he hung up the phone with trembling fingers. The teacher looked at the headmaster's crying expression, as if awakened immediately. Turning his head to Jiang Cheng, he said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I just didn't see it clearly. I thought it was a student who skipped class. I'm really sorry." When Jiang Cheng heard this, he didn't bother to look at the teacher, but stared straight at the principal. The principal felt Jiang Cheng's gaze. Looking at Jiang Cheng, he said vaguely, "Mr. Jiang cheating. I am the one who neglected." The sweat on his face showed his panic now. Jiang Cheng said meaningfully, "Your school really has a lot of affairs, and the principal is so busy. The dean is so busy that even the teachers and students can't tell the meaning of the words. Everyone knows." The principal looked at Jiang Cheng's playful eyes, and a fear spread in his heart. Because of the person in front of him, he knew he would definitely not be able to provoke him. Unfortunately, he just provoked him. "You go now, it will not be used for school tomorrow." The principal is also a smart man, and he turned his head and transferred all the responsibilities to the dean. "This principal, I'm the director of the instructor," who looked at Jiang Cheng incoherently but didn't know what to say. Zhu Ying, who was watching the play silently, spoke at this time. She must speak surprisingly when she spoke. "Okay, let him go. From now on, I will be the new dean of this school. This has never happened." Jiang Cheng turned his head and looked at Zhu Ying blankly, with an unhappy expression on his face. "I was photographed, so why does this little nizzy say forget it?" On the first day of class, Jiang Cheng got up early in the morning. But in the first class of Jiang Cheng, there was an obese student who directly broke Jiang Cheng's face. He slept on the table all by himself and made grunts from time to time. The students around seemed to be used to it. Jiang Cheng frowned and continued to lecture with displeasure. The student seemed to be aware of Jiang Cheng's gaze and had long heard that a new teacher had come. The child directly looked up at the teacher. "Continue to lie down on the table and sleep soundly without ignoring Jiang Cheng. Anyway, he is the son of the deputy director of the education team, and even the principal of the school has to give me a 3-point face. If he has something to do with his dad, he will finish, and then continue to sleep with his head." Jiang Cheng looked at the rampant boy in front of him, frowning unhappy. "This is my first class. How can I let this kid break the discipline of this class, the kids now?" Thinking about the original intention of coming to this school, Jiang Cheng walked up to the child and knocked on the child's table. The child looked up and looked at Jiang Cheng. After all, Jiang Cheng drew his eyes back and took the textbook and went to sleep. The student on the side looked at Jiang Cheng and then at the child. Suddenly, the class was boiling. But the boiling didn't last long. Jiang Cheng glared at the child, and after the child felt his gaze, he sat up after all, looking at the new book in front of me. Jiang Cheng thought that he would not sleep again after he woke up, but after the meeting, he still saw the student sleeping at the table. Jiang Cheng felt a little uncomfortable. He woke him up again and told the student, "Your family let you go back to school to study, not let you go back to school to sleep. It is better to go home to sleep if you want to sleep. Why do you come to school if you are so comfortable at home?" After the child was awakened, seeing that he was scolded by a little teacher, he felt a little ashamed and felt that he lost face in the class. Disdainfully said, "I sleep in your ass, I sleep in my sleep, you teach your book. If you wake me up, I will be polite to you and the teacher will beat you. Do you know who I am? How dare you say me? Even the principal dare not care about me in this school. Your new teacher wants to compete with me." Jiang Cheng directly called Director Yang and briefly described the situation. Director Yang rushed to the news after hearing the news and gave the child a helpless look. Some embracing money looked at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was expressionless. He threw the sentence, "In this section, you can pick up the child first." Director Yang looked at the two people who were walking further and further and shook his head helplessly. Jiang Cheng didn't bother to talk to the children and brought them directly to the principal's office. The principal was looking at the task in the office, and they were suddenly kicked away, naturally angry. Turning his head to see that it was Jiang Cheng, he immediately stopped, pleased, and asked, "Yes, Teacher Jiang, why are you here?" Jiang Cheng went straight to the subject and said, "I heard the students say you let them sleep during class time." In a cold tone, his face was expressionless. The principal saw the student immediately stunned. There was a remorse in my heart. I should have changed the child's shift long ago, but I didn't expect to forget it. This time is good. The principal's palms were hot and wet, the smile on his face. Jiang Cheng saw the headmaster's face and said, "This is your irresponsibility, the headmaster." Just after he fell asleep, the child directly interrupted and said, "Who are you? What's wrong? What's wrong with my sleep in class? Who is my dad?" The principal seemed to find a new exit, and he pulled the child and said, "Teacher Jiang, you have seen this too. I don't care about it. His dad is pressing me. If you say nothing, I can't help it." Jiang Cheng sneered, and sure enough, he did not miss the principal. Once it comes to your own interests, anything can be sold, but this is exactly the result he wanted. Watching the principal sweat profusely, Jiang Cheng's heart wandered with pleasure. Jiang Cheng was thinking about how to get involved with Boss Lai. Unexpectedly, the principal just sent it up and said, "Teacher Jiang, this is the phone number of the boss of the education team, look." Jiang Cheng, who got the phone, answered without saying a word. The child was still domineering. The principal looked at the child with hatred of iron and steel, but the resentment in his eyes could not be stopped. It is a feeling of being blocked by others in the thorn in the eye. After the call was connected, Jiang Cheng said directly, "Hey, Boss Lai, I have a student here. He said he was a son of the deputy director of the education team, and he relied on his father, the director of the school. Running rampantly, violates school rules and disciplines. If you can spoil your child like this, I am afraid that this director is not a gentleman. I suggest you go back and investigate the director." "That's the thing, it's just my suggestion, you see for yourself, let's do it," and then hang up with nothing. Then he turned around and said to the principal that as the principal, one should not be afraid of expensive punches. Students who encounter such stubbornness should be severely punished or even expelled. The principal didn't know what Jiang Cheng meant, and it was not easy for him to climb this far. In any case, he will never give up his current position. Immediately, he even nodded and said, Okay, I know how to do it, and I also have a certain responsibility when something like this happens, and I will take a good turn of the county." After hearing this, the child fell in love for a few seconds, and then realized that something was going on. Suddenly, he violently and sincerely asked Jiang Cheng for money, begging hard. Jiang Cheng coldly glanced at the child in front of him with a bit of contempt in his heart. He left without looking back, but I was still a little bit shy in my heart, thinking that the son of a small deputy director was just like this. I can imagine what will happen to the sons of other experts. After thinking about it, I feel terrible. The competition and corruption of the Hua family has become such a point. The next day, there was already one student missing from Jiang Cheng's class. The other students seemed to have a good heart and kept silent about what happened yesterday. But it seemed that everyone knew about it. After yesterday's incident, anyone with a sense of mind knew that the classmate should be expelled from school. Soon there was news that the vice principal of the school was promoted to deputy director. Anyone who is interested knows what, seeing Jiang Cheng 1:6 is to avoid it. There are also speculations that there is just a lack of people somewhere so that the deputy principal can be selected. The principal was sitting in the office. His scarlet eyes showed his unwillingness. "Why? I have done so much, but I still just end up as a principal, and the vice principal who hasn't done anything comes on stage." Boom, I was thinking about it, but my door was kicked open again. The principal looked at the door distressedly. Sooner or later, this solid wood door was broken, but I had to flatter Jiang Cheng against his will. Jiang Cheng unabashedly cast a glance at the principal with contempt and threw a sentence that your school's atmosphere is not good, and when the school atmosphere is improved, the principal will naturally be taken seriously. Then he left without looking back. The principal looked at Jiang Cheng, who didn't look back and seemed to know something. Nodded. "Principal, I am indeed responsible for this incident. Bai Jing happened in my class. However, you also know the identity of that child, and you told me at the beginning to let me ignore him. I didn't want this child at the beginning. You had to go to our bansei. Now it is fine, I will bear it." A young man stood in front of a fat, middle-aged man and shouted angrily, "Director Yang, I can't do anything about this. I don't need to talk about the above forces. I don't want to be like this either, but I can't neglect that one." The greasy middle-aged who is called the principal, the man said irritably. "The person in front of me is really difficult, and he has been entangled in the meeting." No matter how entangled he was, it couldn't change the fact that he was expelled. He didn't know what kind of force the leader of the education team could call to ask for care. He only knew that he was going to be a good receptionist. Thinking of this, the principal was a little puzzled in his heart. Who is this person? How could he have to come here to be a teacher? The principal thought, but he just thought. He already knew what to ask and what not to ask. Are you going to withdraw the punishment or not? Old Yang asked with a flushed face. The principal looked at Director Yang's arrogant aura. An anger hit his heart. Get out. The principal roared, his neck flushed, and he took a sip. The tea breathed. Really? Now anyone dared to yell at him. Then he can't do it as the principal. Director Yang went out with an uneven face. In fact, Director Yang is young, but he has always been upright and has been given such a nickname. Dear Mr. Jiang, your salute. Director Yang looked at the letter in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Anyway, I have to give it a try. Mr. Jiang, your letter. Director Yang went to the office and put the letter in his hand on Jiang Cheng's desk. Jiang Cheng opened the letter suspiciously. Mr. Jiang, I feel that what happened that day has nothing to do with me. First of all, because the kid has a background. Secondly, I was not there at the time. Jiang Cheng looked at the letter, and a weird smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Director Yang is bold, thinking of calling the principal directly. Hey, principal, hello. Director Yang let him stay, without waiting for the principal to reply. Jiang Cheng hung up the phone. He really didn't want to grind too much with that oily principal, but the principal came here without knowing it. Hello, Mr. Jiang. You seem to be a little interested in Mr. Yang. The principal said very well. His main purpose is not to see who Jiang Cheng is friends with, but whether he provokes anyone. Think of himself. The principal couldn't help regretting the anger at Director Yang in the morning. If Jiang Cheng had friendship with Director Yang, he would naturally provoke Jiang Cheng. No, Jiang Cheng said bluntly. Listening to the principal's right-handed tone, it really made people feel very sick. But isn't that the case with the Hua family farm? You won't control Peng Yuan, you think you will be passed away. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly, but he became interested in the outspoken Director Yang. That's because of Director Zhu? The principal was relieved, at least he didn't provoke the horrible man. The principal shook his sweaty shirt, and a shabby smell floated up, making people nauseous. The principal frowned, trying to make his voice gentle. Zhu Ying, what's the matter with her? Jiang Cheng frowned, unhappy. Really can't remember the intersection between Zhu Ying and Director Yang. Although Zhu Ying is the dean of teaching, she just took office. Director Yang felt a little bit more mysterious. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but want to lift the veil and find out. Oh, it's okay. It's just that Mr. Zhu is a computer teacher, and it happens that Director Yang also knows some knowledge about computers. I just thought 2 people might talk about it. Jiang Cheng was taken aback when he heard what the principal said. What did you say? Director Yang knows computers? What does he know? The principal said dumbly as Jiang Cheng was excited. I don't know this too well. Why don't you go to Director Yang? Jiang Cheng stopped talking nonsense with the fat middle-aged uncle and hung up the phone. The principal angrily threw the phone to the ground and glanced disdainfully. Mobile phone. Just hang up your own phone once or twice. It's become a habit to hang up. The principal glanced at the phone harshly and didn't know who that person was, so arrogant. Jiang Cheng opened the door of the office. Director Yang glanced at Jiang Cheng and continued to work with his head down, as if he hadn't seen him. Director Yang, shall we come out and talk? Jiang Cheng said bluntly. Director Yang seemed a little unhappy, but he put down the pen in his hand and went out with Jiang Cheng. Thank you. Director Yang said directly as soon as he left the house. He also bowed formally. Jiang Cheng was a little sorry. I heard that you know computers. Jiang Cheng asked fanatically with attachment, way to understand the code. Director Yang dropped the 4 words and left. Looking at the back of Director Yang, Jiang Cheng became more interested in Director Yang. He was thinking about it but was hit by someone. Jiang Cheng turned his head angrily but saw Zhu Ying's angry face. It seems that people have a big opinion of you. Zhu Ying smiled and said to Jiang Cheng, think about how to have a good relationship with them. My teacher Jiang Cheng helplessly rubbed his head and turned to leave. Zhu Ying was left with a smirk on his face. It was night, the wind was light, and the clouds were light. Jiang Cheng followed it over and over. It's useful to find a relationship yourself. The other teachers live in 97 teacher dormitories. Okay for me to complete a teacher's villa. Jiang Cheng looked at the teaching building. There are stars and lights on the roof. Jiang Cheng got up and went to the top of the building. Jiang Cheng was refreshed by the wind on the roof. In a blink of an eye, I saw someone drinking on the rooftop. Jiang Cheng walked in and found that it was Director Yang. Without seeing him, Jiang Cheng took a bottle of beer and went to work with Director Yang. Director Yang looked up at Jiang Cheng and smiled mockingly. "Mr. Jiang, you don't want to enjoy it in your apartment anymore. Why are you here?" Listening to Director Yang, who was deeply ironic, Jiang Cheng became more convinced that what Zhu Ying said was correct, and Director Yang really had opinions on him. Jiang Cheng didn't mind talking about it with Director Yang. A box of wine was gone. The two of them listened to the evening breeze in the city with the warm air. Jiang Cheng suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he seemed to have such a sangma with friends. "Only after graduating from high school, I rarely get together." Thought of this. Jiang Cheng unscrupulously drank with Director Yang on the rooftop. The beer bottles are all thrown away. Yishen, Jiang Cheng, and Director Yang helped each other down the stairs. Alcohol numbs their nerves, but Jiang Cheng is still happy because Zhao Tiantai has changed something. For example, prejudice. Jiang Cheng asked the class teacher to drink. At this time, Jiang Cheng had already known that these situations would really happen, but he saw the situation now. In fact, no one in our lives knows how to deal with Jing Jing. At this time, when Jiang Cheng and the class teacher had lunch, they actually saw it clearly. In such a situation, other things would be discovered at any time. So at this time, Jiang Cheng actually should have been drinking with the class teacher, and he found out. It turns out that these things, no matter what the competition should be, considerations are very important. So no matter how we should consider such a situation, sometimes, for each of us, we simply don't know how to slowly see things like this. So when we see this situation, I can feel this kind of thing well, and I really don't know how to face it. Jiang Cheng next to him suddenly said, "Don't worry. No matter how we should be able to slowly consider such thoughts. For many people, they don't know what should happen, but this matter is something. It can slowly recognize this situation in the hearts of many people." So when seeing this situation, Jiang Cheng has already slowly realized that all the situations in life are actually very clear no matter how we should face this matter, but sometimes we can fully consider this. How should we face the idea? At this time, Jiang Cheng actually slowly realized that in our lives, we can also confess to a person's body that there is no feeling at all, so no matter what this matter should be. Face it. At this time, the head teacher is also slowly seeing clearly. How should we understand? It's been so long, in fact, every one of us can see that these things today are very clear to anyone. No matter how we should think about it, Jiang Cheng has been slow to feed. See clearly, there is nothing in each of us at all. So no matter what kind of mentality you have, you can slowly understand this matter. The knot is that for anyone, he doesn't know how to understand. But seeing the situation today, in fact, Jiang Cheng next to him, I can also tell each of us slowly that nothing will happen in our hearts. Everyone's thoughts are different. At this moment, I suddenly received. These things happened with the head teacher. In fact, many people are very clear about how we should face it no matter what, to feel this situation. Knowing that the head teacher is indifferent to fame and fortune, therefore, it is not reused in the school. In fact, Jiang Cheng knew that his head teacher was there, but he didn't know how to understand it, so he saw the situation. In fact, everyone can feel more slowly. How should we face it? So at this time, I got a very good Yu Wang. I know, my head teacher actually understands this matter, no matter how we should understand how important it is. Director Jiang Chengquan, call him Director Yang, is not the head teacher, so no matter what kind of things we should have done, we will never understand these things today. What will happen? Jiang Cheng appreciates that the character is drunk with the class teacher. The two of them returned at the time. Jiang Cheng actually knew that his class teacher did not have a lot of alcohol at all. But seeing the situation around us, we can actually find out no matter what attitude we use. It turns out that these things will really happen a little bit, other things. Faced with these situations in life, we can slowly discover the head teacher at this time from any angle. Actually, we already have our own ideas in our hearts. I see that the current head teacher actually doesn't care about Jiang Cheng. I have seen this from any angle, and it will happen sooner or later. In this exciting moment, no matter what kind of thoughts we have, we can slowly experience it. In this situation, in fact, it is very clear in the heart of any person to ask. No matter what, such an attitude can slowly learn about such things. Jiang Cheng next to him suddenly received. Perhaps sometimes we can slowly understand from any situation everywhere. How should we be able to treat such things properly? Jiang Cheng next to him, actually, I already knew in school that my head teacher was actually really good. The two make good friends. Everyone was shocked to see Jiang Cheng and Director Yang had a good relationship. In fact, Jiang Cheng knew his head teacher at the time. In fact, other things also happened in the school, but we are from any angle, after all, we are the teacher of composition, so we are really very important. Suddenly, in this particularly important situation, we can slowly learn about such things. In fact, for any person, there is no idea how to deal with it. It is at this moment of anxiety. In the hearts of each of us, we have already realized that there is no other relationship with Director Yang. By that time, Jiang Cheng had already seen this thing clearly in his heart, and at Wang Hao was actually in the hearts of each of us that we would not be happily living through such feelings as before, seeing such things. In fact, many people already knew Director Yang also had his own thoughts in his heart, and he didn't tell anyone at all. Jiang Cheng next to him has been around for a long time, and in fact, he has slowly realized that no matter what kind of mentality we have, we can understand it well. In fact, in the face of such a situation, there is no need to be slow. Slowly see this idea clearly. How should we face it? In fact, the most important thing for anything is to test the mentality of each of us. At this moment, the Jiang Cheng education machine knows about such a thing. No matter it is for everyone, we need to use our own go and experience this situation with your heart. Zhu Ying is curious. In fact, Zhu Ying at this time saw these things. No matter from any angle, they are very important. But seeing these things today, we can feel them from any angle, such a situation. At this time, Zhu Ying suddenly said, "A lot of things are actually for each of us. We don't know how to know this situation in our mobile phone. What happened to Jing Jing? Everyone's thoughts are different." At this moment, Zhu Ying knows that Jiang Cheng and Zhu Ying can slowly learn about these things today, but Zhu Ying has already known it. The phones of both myself and Jiang Cheng would definitely beg for this feeling. I have seen that these things today are in fact the life of each of us, no matter how we should test for loyalty. For many people, in fact, it can be tested more or less slowly. Today's these things are also very clear to anyone. At this moment, Zhu Ying suddenly knew that she and Director Yang did not have any conflicts at all. It was just that Dao Du didn't know what kind of things he was talking about. After this incident happened suddenly, it is very important for each of us. But no matter what angle we use, we can slowly understand it. Maybe sometimes Zhu Ying actually knew about it. It turns out that Director Yang's computer also contains a series of things, which each of us would not know at all. But in such a situation, I hope that each of us can learn more about it. What do these circumstances bring to our lives today? When thinking of these things, in fact, any person can slowly think about it. We actually don't know a lot of things. How should we face Zhu Ying at this time? Suddenly, I was shocked. For each of us, it is really important to understand these situations. After seeing this idea clearly, each of us can slowly get these things in our hearts. In fact, for anyone in our life, it is very clear when we think of these things. I don't know if I can slowly learn about these particularly important ideas today. Everyone's existence is different from everyone's opinion, so we must be able to pretend to be angry when we don't know what to do at the beginning. Anything is for these people in our lives. They are all very important. I hope we can all tell the situation slowly. Director Yang next to him, these things happened all of a sudden, but when he saw these situations in our lives, he could actually feel this kind of existence. What will Jing bring to our lives? Maybe every one of us. His thoughts and opinions really do not know what should be left for his life. At this time, Zhu Ying suddenly said, "Everyone can slowly consider such a situation for us. After all, many people should be able to understand what kind of power is needed in our hearts. But for many people, it is more or less clear. These things are very clear to any of us. Everyone's thoughts and opinions are different. At this time, I'm in tears. I know that in fact, for each of us, we don't know how we should feel. If you think about it from any angle, you already know. What is Director Yang thinking about? When we see these things in life clearly, we can slowly see this matter from any angle. In fact, for anyone, there is no such idea, so everyone's heart is very anxious. When Zhu Ying told Jiang Cheng about these things, Jiang Cheng didn't believe that Zhu Yingren knew some of the information in Director Yang's computer. In fact, each of us can think about it. What is today? What happened in such a company? So no matter what kind of thought you have, Zhu Ying actually knows that Jiang Cheng is using Director Yang's computer and something happened to other people. But no matter what mentality we have, we can slowly understand this matter. Importance for each of us is simply not sure how to understand this situation. For these people, they don't even know how to face Zhu Ying at this moment. It turns out that Director Yang has already seen it for a long time. Knowing such a situation, for each of us, we simply don't know how we should be able to understand such things. At this moment, Zhu Ying suddenly received everything. In fact, what you need most is to find out what kind of data is appearing in Director Yang's computer, so no matter how we should feel this. Many situations of this matter are also very clear. For any of us, we can learn more slowly about this situation. In fact, everyone can understand the heart of each of us. What kind of feelings will appear in the face, but for many people, it can affect the mood of each of us more or less. In this particularly important situation, Zhu Ying next to him suddenly said, "No matter what kind of things, you can see clearly." In fact, Director Yang at this time already knows how these things should be dealt with. For this feeling, but for each of us, Hushi hopes to feel this situation well. And don't make any mistakes. Ask Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng sells off. Zhu Ying entangled Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng asked Zhu Ying to invite him to dinner, and Zhu Ying agreed. Jiang Cheng said that Lao Yang's proficient code would forcefully control someone else's computer remotely, and Zhu Ying was shocked. In fact, in such a situation, Zhu Ying never believes in Director Yang. In what kind of situation will this happen? For each of us, we are not sure what other thoughts should appear. I want to drag Lao Yang to the ground. Lao Yang agreed. Jiang Cheng pretended to be angry, and Zhu Ying invited the two to dinner again. During the banquet, the phones of the three people suddenly crashed. Lao Yang remotely controls the computer of the person behind it. In fact, for Director Yang, he should know more or less about this. In such a situation, what kind of plan should we make when facing such a thing? Jiang Cheng next to him can actually know it from any angle. This cheat is actually very important, but Zhu Ying next to him actually knows that this is what happened in the West Side world. No matter what we are in the end, in fact, Director Yang at this time already knew it completely. He gave himself a report, so faced with the current situation, we still need to see exactly what we should do to see this clearly. For each of us, we can slowly learn about these things today. At this exciting moment, Jiang Cheng learned that it was some situations in the Western District, and it was not certain for us how we should face such situations. In fact, sometimes we can be able to do it from any angle. Slowly learn about these things today. Sometimes we actually thought of such a situation, we can more or less slowly feel it. These things today are actually very important to the Western District. But Jiang Cheng did not expect that since he made a deposit, made a fortune. So no matter what kind of heart we use to slowly understand this kind of thought, in fact, each of us already knows these secrets in this West Side. It is really very important for many things. But for other things, how should we slowly learn about these things today? But seeing this situation, we actually know something like this in the hearts of the people in the Western District. In fact, we are all very good, but no matter what we made wrong. But this, at that time, Jiang Cheng was angry. Zhu Ying, who was next to him, suddenly said, "This matter is very clear no matter what we continue to say. I hope that each of us can understand how we feel today. The department sees this situation. Don't need to think about it. So when something like this happened, the people in the West District have already seen it clearly. With this kind of thinking, we can slowly understand these things from any angle. For many things, nothing is white. I gave myself a report. For other people, we are not sure. How should we understand? After all, there are times when everyone's thoughts and opinions on these things in our lives are different. At this time, Jiang Cheng has already known that he can slowly think about it no matter what kind of attitude he uses. Today, these things are very clear to anyone. At this time, Jiang Cheng suddenly said, "Don't worry, no matter how we should be able to face it slowly, these things today are also very important in each of us in our lives. I hope we to be able to slowly experience these things today is very clear to many people. Maybe everyone's thoughts and opinions are not the same at this time, so we don't know what kind of plans we have made, but the situation today is really very clear. Suddenly he said, perhaps many things are actually very clear to each of us, but I saw that it was a problem with the people of the West District. When Jiang Cheng and Zhu Ying knew about this at the time, they were actually able to slowly think about how we should be able to learn about such things from this document, so no matter what, from all angles, you can slowly understand the information in this confidential file. What does it contain? At this moment of excitement, Jiang Cheng, who came to this side, suddenly said, these things today are actually not implemented. How can we slowly test our loyalty to this idea? For many people, it's very clear. It's very important that we can slowly learn such thoughts in our hearts. Jiang Cheng next to him suddenly said, every one of us in the world in the West District is very clear, but sometimes we can think about it from any angle. Only in this situation can we slowly learn about these things today. Many times each of us has different thoughts and opinions. At this moment, all things are very important to anyone in our lives, and many things are actually in each of us. What kind of views will the face produce? So no matter whether we know what happened to the people of West District, no matter what kind of views we have on anything, we can see clearly when we see these things around us. In fact, the heart of West District has been slowly, I understand that no matter what ideas we have, we can recognize them clearly. Knowing that it was the work of the people in the West District was a report to Jiangcheng Enterprise. Jiangcheng was angry and deciphered an important confidential document in the Western District. The West District was shocked and greeted Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng asked for a large sum of compensation. What happened to Jing to be able to slowly experience the lives of each of us? This kind of thing will never happen. Jiangcheng next to him suddenly said, maybe we can slowly consider from any angle. In fact, these things are very clear to many people. At this moment, many people have realized that we shouldn't deal with this situation at all. By Jing, sometimes actually Jiangcheng knows very well what happened in his life. For each of us, no matter what kind of feeling we are in, these things are still very different. It is important, so when everyone in our lives and the public see these things, they can also realize very clearly that in fact, each of us understands very well in our hearts. Cheng Da Shuang, Kinger people eat. Jiangcheng stretched out his olive branch to invite Director Yang to join his own company. At this time, Meng actually knew about it when he invited Director Yang. With these things today, no matter what, you can feel the special situation today. When Meng said these words at the time, he could actually feel it from any angle. These things today are really very important, but no matter how we should deal with such things, it is very clear to many people. So sometimes when we actually see these things clearly in this kind of life, we can face it no matter what kind of thought we are facing. These things today have made certain plans. At this moment, Meng suddenly realized that in fact, the two of them and Director Yang didn't know how to understand them. At this moment, Director Yang saw these things today. No matter what kind of mentality he could understand such thoughts in the past, there is really a very strange thing. Meng next to me suddenly said, no matter how we should be able to slowly think about this situation. For many people, they don't know how to face it. No matter how we see such thoughts, how can we understand these things today? In fact, what kind of problems have appeared in the system display? It's just that Jiangcheng didn't give a short time to tell such things. Anything for everyone in our lives, we simply don't know how we should be able to slowly feel such thoughts. In fact, for each of us, we simply don't know what the situation should be. In fact, many times in this particularly important situation, if we really understand it everywhere at the time, no matter what kind of thoughts will appear after such a thing, it is for many people. More or less, I will slowly see clearly, there is no attitude in each of us. The members of the regional security team were crushed by Jiangcheng and refused to accept it. So no matter what the situation is, Zhu Ying at this moment can feel what will happen to Meng no matter what the situation is. But our most important thing is to work these things in the system. Everyone's heart can tell us what we should have seen such a thing, but in fact, they don't know how to try to tell us each person's life. What kind of attitude is there after seeing this kind of thinking? In fact, everything is very important. We have seen this situation, we already know it at this moment. In fact, There are particularly dangerous things displayed in the system, but we have seen these situations today. I don't know how to slowly understand everyone's life, and I don't know how to deal with it. You can target Jiang Cheng's disdain, Zhu Ying's anger, and reprimand everyone. Zhu Ying at that time actually saw these thoughts now is also very important, because in this special situation, we have already seen whatever attitude we use. Clear, the current team situation can slowly affect such things for many people. Everyone repented. Everyone went out to eat and drink together. By the time they finished drinking, everyone had slowly dissipated. For many people, we can slowly feel this matter no matter what we should. In fact, for many people, they simply don't know how to do such a thing well. As soon as I arrived at the hotel, the system showed that it was dangerous. Jiang Cheng used the system to check that someone was carrying a bomb. Jiang Cheng bowed. Jiang Cheng put down his phone and was about to step out of this place of right and wrong, but he inadvertently looked out the window. The night outside the window was dim, and the sky seemed to be staring at Jiang Cheng with deep eyes, as if he was about to win something, and the man couldn't help feeling a little lost. Zhu Ying couldn't help laughing when she saw Jiang Cheng's slightly blank eyes. When did this omnipotent man still have such a cute side? She stretched out her hand and patted Jiang Cheng on the head. "Scientist Jiang, what are you in a daze?" Only then did Jiang Cheng slow down and shook his head. "Hurry up, are we all hungry? The sky is falling and we have to eat too, big brother." Zhu Ying laughed. The man was a little embarrassed when he said. He raised his eyes to look at a few people who were also smiling at him and coughed softly. "Well, I was thinking about something just now. Don't disturb me when I meditate in the future." Zhu Ying pursed her lips with an expression of disbelief, but pretended to nod her head and said, Have you heard that? Don't bother us Jiang University scientists in the future. He thinks about regional issues." Jiang Cheng simply didn't want to cover up, put his hand in his pocket and said, "I have already dealt with this matter. Let's go to see other hotels outside and have dinner first before talking." Zhu Ying had a playful heart, and she wanted to seize this difficult opportunity to make fun of Jiang Cheng, who is usually unsmiling. It seems that our great scientists are doing something important in the region. Pneumonia has been caused. Everyone behind him couldn't help laughing, and the tension of the bomb had disappeared a lot. Without waiting for Zhu Ying to finish speaking, Jiang Cheng walked out of the hotel quickly, planning to ignore their teasing. When the people behind saw the protagonist who made the joke, they didn't intend to explain, so they lost interest and followed Jiang Cheng. Everyone drove around the city for a long time. Either the food was not good, or the environment was so bad that there was no suitable restaurant to go to in the entire prefecture. Jiang Cheng asked a lot about the fact that the companions headed by Zhu Ying still plan to maintain the attitude of food is the most important thing for the people, and eating is the most important thing. Originally, Jiang Cheng planned to find out if there were any missing fish, and if he missed a restaurant that he didn't see but was delicious, but he drew opposition from a group of people. "I used to be busy all afternoon during the day, and now it's almost 9 o'clock. How long will it take to find a restaurant? Don't find the restaurant because the money is on the way." Reluctantly, Jiang Cheng had to drive back to the hotel again to see if the team members and the mansion had handled the bomb incident at the hotel just now. Everyone returned to the hotel mightily, but the speed of handling the case in this mansion was really worrying. Jiang Chengyun passed the glass revolving door in the hall and saw the scene inside. 5 team members were turned around by a gangster, and there were 2 other team members who were beaten into imitations. The man couldn't help but shook his head, his eyes twitched. Not to mention the ridiculous faces of the people in the hall, even the group of scientists who were behind them who said that everyone did not know. Everyone started to panic and kept thinking about something. Jiang Cheng said to his companions behind, "Don't panic and don't look at me." "Jiang Cheng, Lord Jiang, what trouble can I cause?" He closed his eyes lightly, looked at the illusory display screen floating in front of him, focused on the physical attack, and blinked lightly to indicate on. Afterwards, the man ran like a hawk and went to the gangster with his bare hands. Zhu Ying couldn't help being a little worried and asked, "Then, that man will have nothing to do, right?" At this time, what hero does he choose? Everyone around chose to remain silent at first. After all, this situation happened. Who can figure out what? Only one person who is familiar with Jiang Cheng said softly, Jiang Cheng is here if there is no accident, absolutely no problem. A dissatisfied person next to him couldn't help but lift the bar and said, "Oh, don't say anything big. If Jiang Cheng loses in a while, don't let us save him." The predecessor smiled disdainfully. He, you should go to the ophthalmology department. After speaking, he raised his finger to the lobby of the hotel and motioned for them to look inside. Zhu Ying looked anxiously at the lobby, her eyes widening, with a little admiration. I saw Jiang Cheng suddenly rushed in front of the gangster, and when the gangster was still in a panic, he suddenly grabbed the knife in his hand, in order to prevent the knife from reaching people and to prevent the gangster from doing anything for the so-called director. For things that weren't for the whole thing, he threw the knife aside. Immediately, he grabbed the right arm of the gangster again with his hand, suddenly lifted up, stretched his leg and kicked the gangster's left leg, and heard a click. The gangster's shoulder joint had been dislocated, and the scream of "ah," the sound resounded above the lobby. Seeing that the gangster had no power to restrain the chicken, Jiang Cheng quickly tore off a strip of cloth from his shirt and tied the gangster to Wu Huada after 3 times. Afterwards, he raised his hand to indicate to the team members who had been stunned by his own corrective hand and asked them to come and bring the criminals back to the team for investigation. The captain of the team, Jiang Cheng, walked with a little admiration and feeling in his eyes. The captain shook his hand and said, "If we didn't have your helper, then we might really have to deal with him for a long time today. Thank you very much. I also hope to ask about your surname. When the banner is ready, we will send it to the house." Jiang Cheng smiled lightly, shook his head and said, "Don't say that. Anyone who sees such a situation will come to help, and it's hard work, why bother?" The captain wanted to say something, but Jiang Cheng refused in a meaningful way. In the end, the captain was helpless and led the team back to the team. Seeing the captain leaving, Zhu Ying couldn't help asking, "Jiang Cheng, what do you think? You don't even take the pennant." Jiang Cheng chuckles, being low-key. Zhu Ying pretended to be disdainful and said, "Cut, I have to ask me to pierce you. I'm afraid that you received the pennant. Next time you encounter this situation, you will have no luck today and you will be beaten all over the floor. Fine teeth." Although the words were full of disdain, the expressions she looked at Jiang Cheng were full of admiration. I couldn't help thinking that Jiang Cheng was a hero. Suddenly, a kid wearing a high school uniform walked to Jiang Cheng and shouted, "Wow, you are the last time Uncle Superman." Jiang Cheng squatted down and said, "Don't call me Superman, brother, we are going to be low-key." The student smiled. "Oh, I know you are the low-key Superman, brother." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but shook his head and said, "Little guy, what are you looking for?" "Brother, I'm going to graduate. Can you come to my graduation ceremony?" Jiang Cheng looked at the child's sincere eyes and was not ashamed to refuse, so he nodded. The students happily ran to the parents who were standing on the other side of the lobby, and their excitement was beyond words. Looking at his lively and youthful back, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but think of himself in his previous life. "I used to be so lively, so happy, right?" Now the corners of the man's eyes are a little moist, and a touch of emotion rushes to his heart. Just after the graduation ceremony, Jiang Cheng received a call and must immediately go back to the company to deal with some things. Faced with the student's invitation to eat, Jiang Cheng had to gracefully decline and drove back to the company alone. Jiang Cheng got into the car and habitually turned on the music station, and the sound of shaking liquid suddenly resounded throughout the workshop. Many people have to consider whether they know the road in a new place, but Jiang Cheng has never worried about these problems. Who makes others have a super brain? While driving, Jiang Cheng thought of the smiling faces of the students at the graduation ceremony and couldn't help feeling better. The star-like eyes are the child's innocence. The silver bell-like laughter is the brilliant child's everything, is the breath and vitality of youth. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but remembered that he was so innocent and so energetic in the past life. Suddenly, he had been staring at the road ahead and turned his eyes, so that there would be a truck in front of him driving backwards, as if he was deliberately facing him. Afterwards, he looked suspiciously in the rearview mirror. 2 trucks followed him behind him, and the one in front was still accelerating. All the information gathered in his mind, Jiang Cheng thought and sorted his thoughts in a second of light years. Malicious murder, car accident. Jiang Cheng has no time to think about who did all this, the enemy in the Western District. Competitor. While he was helpless, he thought of the two cars chasing the previous car and getting out of the car in the previous life. At that time, the referee also applauded the wit and bravery of the car in front of him. It was actually on the terrain. Jiang Cheng immediately closed his eyes, and as expected, the most complete map of the nearby area appeared in front of him. Jiang Cheng came up with a decisive decision immediately. He must drive on a mountain road 2 kilometers away, bypass the mountain road, and then take the district road so that he can be foolproof. Jiang Cheng suddenly stepped on the gas pedal, and the car immediately accelerated, giving him the feeling of shooting a good interregional movie of Keiwu. When he was about to collide with the truck in front of him, Jiang Cheng slammed the steering wheel and leaned his body in the opposite direction to the side of the car. In an instant, the truck behind also accelerated to catch up, trying to pinch Jiang Cheng's car in the middle, so that Jiang Cheng's soul was also scattered. Jiang Cheng's sudden turning movement caused Jiang Cheng's own car to roll over suddenly. When it was about to roll over and land, he was pushed back by the rushing truck. The side area happened to pass too large between trucks. Jiang Cheng seemed to see the shadow of sparks on both sides of the car, as well as the smell of rubber from excessive rubbing. After the car passed the 2 cars, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and looked into the perspective mirror, his eyes penetrating a bit of playfulness. Because of their high mass and inertia, the 2 trucks actually stole chickens but failed to peck rice. They hit themselves and turned themselves on their backs. Both trucks collided and overturned. Jiang Cheng drove towards the road planned just now. When he was relieved, the faint pain from his wrist made him want to check his body, and his attention turned to his wrist. This saw the wrist rubbing. It's imitated, and some fragments of unknown origin are stuck in it. Jiang Cheng saw the 2 trucks behind in the rearview mirror, and they raced to keep up. In this situation, he couldn't stop to treat the wound, so he gritted his teeth and started chasing the car, the race again. Suddenly, a bang hit Jiang Cheng's ears, and the man realized that the car had a flat tire. Misfortunes never come singly. Jiang Cheng couldn't help frowning. It seemed that speed to get out of trouble was impossible to implement, and had to use another method. He remembered that there was an emergency ramp 5 meters ahead, and he immediately made a living. Jiang Cheng accelerated suddenly, and the car was slightly tilted due to a burst tire, but he couldn't manage this anymore. Seeing the truck at the back rushed over with a speeding car, Jiang Cheng hit the spot on the right and rushed into the emergency lane on one side, and the unexplained truck continued to drive in a daze. The driver really didn't know Jiang Cheng's plan. Jiang Cheng saw that the truck had traveled a long way and was no longer in sight, so he turned and returned to the ordinary road, and the car with a flat tire continued to drive back to the company. Just after parking, Jiang Cheng met his colleagues from the company. They couldn't help being shocked and immediately took care of Jiang Cheng's injury and sent him to the hospital. Jiang Cheng just came out of the emergency room and was arranged to find a place in the inpatient building to get a drip to prevent wound infection or tetanus. The left hand was infused, but Jiang Cheng's right hand was restless. Just when he put the needle, he controlled the computer. Although one-handed is a bit inconvenient, it does not affect Jiang Cheng's speed in controlling the computer. In less than 5 minutes, he inquired about the author who wanted to murder him. After Jiang Cheng understood the situation, his eyes were full of disdain. It's just the gang of gangsters he dealt with yesterday, huh? Are the gangsters now playing mahjong? What am I afraid of, Jiang Cheng? Let me kill one by one and kill the other 2. Jiang Cheng told the company's companions about the incident. Of course, Zhu Ying was also there. Obviously, she can stay in the company and continue to wait, but she doesn't know what power she has been holding her in her heart. Agitated, she had to follow to the hospital. Zhu Ying knew this was done by yesterday's gangster and couldn't help but worry and blame herself. If it weren't for having a good meal yesterday, I would have to go back to the restaurant where I knew there was a bomb incident for dinner. Seeing that the incident had not been resolved, Jiang Cheng hadn't been busy at the door. Then how could he get a needle here and almost got into a car accident and never come back again? Suddenly, the words of concern or Dao Jin couldn't be said, and Zhu Ying had to look at Jiang Cheng blankly. Jiang Cheng saw the woman's hesitant expressions and the expressive eyes, and she understood the woman's psychology very much. He joked, Oh, don't think about it so much. I'm so smart. Otherwise, I can't get out of the team. Zhu Ying pursed her lips and did not answer. Jiang Cheng raised his other hand and gently touched the woman de Wang Xiao's head and said that it was okay. Even if you don't go to eat, I know this matter will be dealt with. The history and the man-made disaster don't blame you. And I'm just here too, it's okay, good. Zhu Ying couldn't help being a little greedy in Jiang Cheng's embrace, feeling very warm, and the corners of her mouth did not consciously rise. After hearing the ward door Pada opened, Zhu Ying immediately pushed away Jiang Cheng and stood by. The assistant walked to the bed and saw a little bit saying, "Mr. Jiang, your phone." Jiang Cheng saw that Mr. Zhu's phone was answered immediately. A voice of approval came from the other end of the phone. "You kid is really amazing. If you don't die in a catastrophe, you will have a blessing." Jiang Cheng just smiled and did not answer. Mr. Zhu continued, "If you caught the gangster this time, you are considered a first-class work. The dinner must come." Jiang Cheng knew that he couldn't refuse this time, but he didn't want to waste his time and replied, "You said everything, then I will be there." "Don't worry." Mr. Zhu let Jiang Cheng rest well and hung up the phone. Zhu Ying couldn't help but realize that Jiang Cheng had agreed to his grandfather's appointment after seeing Jiang Cheng hanging up. "Having been outside for so long, I can finally go home and have a look." "No, I only invited Jiang Cheng but didn't call me. How can I do that? Can you squeeze me?" Zhu Ying said in a low voice, looking down at the fingers twisted together. A joke appeared in Jiang Cheng's heart, and he said badly, "Zhu da fei zia, what are you talking about?" Zhu Ying's heart was full of anxiety and a desire to go home, and Jing stopped competing with Jiang Cheng. Looking at Jiang Cheng expectantly with a broad face, his eyes opened wide, as if they contained the sea of stars, shimmering and wise. He whispered, "I'm homesick, can you take me back with me?" Jiang Cheng looked at Zhu Ying like this and couldn't help but rub Zhu Ying's face and didn't tease her anymore. He gently touched Zhu Ying's head and replied, "Go, why not?" Zhu Ying, who is always upright like a little princess on weekdays, saw Jiang Cheng feel awkward for a while, but for some reason she couldn't help being happy. Even the corners of her mouth could not help but raise. After recovering, Zhu Ying was taken aback for a second, but still turned her head angrily in her dress and gently pursed her pink lips. Jiang Cheng couldn't help feeling a little funny looking at Zhu Ying like this. "Then, when do we go back at 137? Zhu Ying said expectantly. Thinking of going back to see Grandpa, Zhu Ying felt happy and couldn't help getting excited. Jiang Cheng looked at the girl who was as quiet as a virgin, moving like a rabbit. No, it should be a female man. He couldn't help feeling a touch of affection that came from nowhere in his heart. Green and throbbing. "We set off in the afternoon, be good, don't be angry." Jiang Cheng couldn't help coaxing the girl. Zhu Ying suddenly took out her cell phone and said, "Then I'll book the ticket right away and I can finally go home." Slightly. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but lose consciousness as he watched Zhu Ying's vivacity, feeling that the woman's side was full of halo. At this moment, she was his angel, the light he wanted to pursue. Zhu Ying looked at Jiang Cheng's infatuation in her eyes, and she couldn't help but feel a little bit shy. With a touch of moving red on her face, like spring breeze and rain, like rainbow after rain. Jiang Cheng was the first to react, feeling very embarrassed, and had to cough lightly. Zhu Ying recovered from Jiang Cheng's cough and said wittily, I said you are not in good health. Next time you have some lozenges." Jiang Cheng inadvertently brushed his face with his hand and hurriedly said, "Go and pack your clothes and things you need to use. Otherwise, you won't have time to get on the plane in the afternoon to get these odds and ends." Zhu Ying immediately ran home to pack things. Of course, she also had to go to the patient of Men Jiangcheng to collect things. At very late evening, Zhu Ying and Jiang Cheng were already on the plane to Zhu Ying's hometown. Zhu Ying was already talking, and after falling asleep, she unconsciously leaned her head on Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Jiang Cheng looked at the girl Fen Zhuzhen's small face, and her mouth opened slightly because she was asleep. She couldn't bear to wake Zhu Ying, and she kept sitting in exactly the same posture. Even though his body was stiff and his shoulders were sore, Jiang Cheng persisted. Suddenly, the plane began to tilt left and right, and the radio began to broadcast something. "Dear passengers, due to the weather, the plane encountered a lot of air currents, which may be a little bumpy. I hope you don't panic and don't leave your seats. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhu Ying was also awakened by the sudden arrival and grasped Jiang Cheng's arm dimly. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Fool, it's okay, it's just a little bit of airflow." Zhu Ying couldn't help but wake up, too late to feel ashamed of Huo Jiang Cheng's behavior just now, but fell into the panic of the plane accident. Another mechanized voice came from the broadcast. "Dear tourists, hello. I am the captain of this flight. Due to the weather, we must make an emergency landing at the nearest airport. I hope you all understand." Before long, Jiang Cheng and Zhu Ying got off the plane with their suitcases, and the Channel terminal waited for the weather to get better before continuing their journey. "Jiang Cheng, how long will it take me to go home?" Zhu Ying was bored. Jiang Cheng smiled and said with relief, "Be good, read a book or look at your phone. You can go there when the weather is better, don't worry." Zhu Ying shook her head. "Oh, what a bad luck, my phone is almost out of power. I'd better take a rest." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but touch Zhu Ying's head and said, "Go to sleep, good." Time passed. Zhu Ying had already fallen asleep in Jiang Cheng's arms, but the row behind Jiang Cheng, however, the passengers became restless because of the long wait. Slowly, the group of people gradually turned from grumbling to yelling and finally developed into a fusion. Jiang Cheng had no thoughts at first, but later saw Zhu Ying sleeping more and more restlessly, and finally woke up the little woman. Zhu Ying muttered, "Jiang Cheng, what's wrong? Has something happened? Why is it so noisy?" Jiang Cheng touched Zhu Ying's ruddy face to soothe her and let her not panic. Afterwards, he turned around to participate in the chaos. Jiang Cheng suddenly punched the man's eye sockets. When he was suffering from a pain, one of them swept his legs and asked him to kneel and sit on the ground directly, and then restrain the man with his hands. "There are loud noises in public places and crowds are gathered to fight. Do you know you can be detained?" Jiang Cheng furiously said. The man who was beaten had to keep talking. I was wrong, sorry everyone." Jiang Cheng let him go and walked back to find Zhu Ying. Zhu Ying looked at Jiang Cheng's eyes with a little more admiration and said, "Major Scientist Jiang Cheng, I didn't expect you to be able to fight so much." Jiang Cheng was still about to answer. When he heard Zhu Ying coughing and screaming, he immediately said, "I'll buy you a glass of rock sugar Sydney water. Maybe the air conditioner is too big. You fell asleep again and caught a cold." Seeing Jiang Cheng's back and the warm eyes that looked at her just now, Zhu Ying couldn't help but feel a warm flow. Jiang Cheng was planning to pay to leave, but the staff felt that someone was following. He turned his head abruptly, and the man who had been beaten just now was stabbing his own son with a knife. Jiang Ho deflected his neck, avoided the man's sharp knife, and hit the man's hand with his uninjured wrist, knocking the knife down. Later, he punched the man's waist and abdomen again. The man couldn't stop screaming, and finally had to kneel and beg for mercy. After Jiang Cheng subdued the man, he tied the man with a rope alongside the cargo and threw it directly to the airport management office. Amidst the applause of the onlookers, calmly walked back to the terminal with a glass of rock sugar Sydney water. The afterglow of the setting sun filled the far horizon of the airport. Jiang Cheng walked to Zhu Ying's side, handed her the rock candy and Sydney syrup, and sat on the chair beside her. "Drink it quickly, it's all a bit cold, and you won't cough after drinking," Guai Jiangcheng urged Zhu Ying. Zhu Ying probably slept for too long, and after blowing on the air conditioner for a long time, the body lost too much water, and now she only feels thirsty and hungry. She took the rock candy Sydney syrup that Jiang Cheng handed over without even looking at it, and took a gulp. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Ying accidentally choked on the sugar water because he drank too quickly and coughed. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhu Ying, who was coughing and blushing, and shook his head, with an indifferent expression on his face. But the movements of his hand couldn't conceal his inner concern for Zhu Ying. His right hand couldn't help but gently covered Zhu Ying's back and slowly patted her. "Drink it slowly, and don't worry if you want to drink it, I'll buy it for you again." "Little girl, really stupid," Jiang Cheng said slowly. Zhu Ying just felt better and was able to breathe normally. She was about to solve something, but she saw water droplets dripping under the chair Jiang Cheng was sitting on. She bent down and leaned over to take a closer look. There were all scarlet drops of blood, very conspicuous. Zhu Ying couldn't help screaming, yelling, "Ah, whose blood? Jiang Cheng, are you okay?" While talking, the woman stretched her hand to Jiang Cheng's mouth, trying to check if he was imitated. Jiang Cheng retracted his left hand slightly behind his back, making a dazed expression. Do you have a conscience? Huh, Jiang Cheng asked back. Zhu Ying was confused by Jiang Cheng's sudden rhetorical question. Lu Wei asked stupidly, I just care about you. How come I have no conscience? Huh, Jiang Cheng pretended to take it for granted and replied, I treat you so well, and I serve as a pillow of human flesh and water. You have to curse me. Zhu Ying couldn't help being a little angry when she heard Jiang Cheng's explanation, and she frowned. What a stinky man who is kind to be a donkey liver and lungs. I used to be like a little princess high above, but now I am afraid of him being injured and care about him. Does he still think he is cursing him? Am I sick? I curse you. I see you. Peacock turned on the screen, humming to be affectionate. Zhu Ying retorted with her mouth open. Hearing Zhu Ying's answer, Jiang Cheng chose to ignore it and took out his mobile phone to check the flight information. Beijing. 2 hours have passed. If the plane cannot resume its flight, it may be a malicious incident. When Zhu Ying saw that she was ignored by this man gorgeously, she couldn't help but become more anxious. Am I not as important as the flight in your heart? If you don't return me, just play with your phone? Zhu Ying couldn't help standing up with anger. Jiang Cheng looked up at Zhu Ying, but did not answer, continuing to inquire. Didn't I check the flight for you? An unscrupulous little girl? You want to go home so much. If the flight does not return to normal, then you will definitely not be able to fly tonight. How can you get home earlier and see the grandpa you think about day and night? Of course, Zhu Ying didn't know Jiang Cheng's true thoughts, only when he didn't even want to say anything to himself. Suddenly, the worm came to his brain and suddenly rushed over, trying to grab the phone in Jiang Cheng's hand. Unprepared, Jiang Cheng stretched out his left hand, hiding behind him in a hurry, trying to contain Zhu Ying's hands from grabbing the phone. Zhu Ying inadvertently saw Jiang Cheng's left hand stretched out suddenly, and the faux mouth of his wrist cracked open again, bleeding out. The woman couldn't help but start to cry. She couldn't say anything and started to cry. Jiang Cheng felt a little helpless, so he had to hug Zhu Ying into his arms with his right hand and coax her straight. Okay, it's okay, just when I hit the bad guys hard. A little bit, nothing serious. Don't be afraid, be good. Jiang Cheng stroked Zhu Ying's head with his hand. Blame me, wow, sorry, wow, Zhu Ying cried and said that she blamed herself. After a while, Zhu Ying eased a little and recovered her calm. I will dress you up first. I just contacted my grandfather from the airport. Grandpa said he would send a private jet to pick us up. Zhu Ying said with her lips pressed. Jiang Cheng nodded slowly, indicating that he already knew. Zhu Ying knelt on one knee, holding the gauze he bought from a nearby drugstore, and exhaling towards Jiang Cheng's wound while wrapping Jiang Cheng with her hands. What are you blowing? Jiang Cheng couldn't help asking. Zhu Ying smiled and said, I was injured when I was young, and my mother just bandaged me. She said that blowing would not hurt. Jiang Cheng looked at the innocent Zhu Ying and couldn't help but smile with a knowing smile. Zhu Lao's plane came very quickly, and there happened to be extra routes for private use that day. Jiang Cheng and Zhu Ying finally arrived at Zhu's old mansion before dinner, and the moonlight slowly began. As soon as Zhu Ying arrived home, she rushed into the kitchen before she had a good relationship with her grandpa. Zhu Ji couldn't help but wonder, walked slowly to the kitchen and asked, Little princess, why did you get out of the room today? Don't you want grandpa? Zhu Ying smiled and turned her head, but the hands rubbing the dough did not stop, and replied, Grandpa, of course I miss you. How could I miss you? However, Jiang Cheng was imitated for me, and I want to cook it myself. He cooks a meal. Zhu Lao turned around without saying anything, but there was a look on his face that made people think about it. After all, it was getting late, and Zhu Ying's cooking skills were just like that. She only cooked 2 side dishes and a plate of dumplings, and then started the meal. Jiang Cheng, try this. I need the dumpling wrapper myself. Zhu Ying keeps cooking Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng didn't have much to say, so he had to eat all the dishes Zhu Ying had picked up. After the meal, nothing happened, but the look in Zhu Ying and Jiang Cheng's eyes made old Zhu feel a little uncomfortable, as if something was about to happen. Just after eating, Mr. Zhu invited Jiang Cheng to go to the study to play chess. Jiang Cheng was not easy to refuse, so he had to follow Mr. Jiang to the study. Zhu Lao, let me play chess, you have a rest. Jiang Cheng said respectfully. Veteran Zhu Jiang Cheng sat aside and said, Play chess, don't worry, let me ask you something. Hearing the words, Jiang Cheng immediately replied, Then I must know everything and say nothing. When Mr. Zhu saw this, he opened the door and said, What is your impression of this granddaughter? Jiang Cheng was a little confused, but also politely said, "Zhu Ying is very cute and kind, just like my sister." At this time, many members of Jiang Cheng felt Zhu Lao's heart, and they couldn't help feeling a little bit when he answered. "Hey, my granddaughter is about the same age as you, and you think she is pretty good, so why not make our relationship more prosperous and prosperous?" Zhu Lao said with his glasses. "Old Zhu, Zhu Ying and I are just brothers and sisters. It is impossible between us, but I will treat her well, don't worry." Jiang Cheng had no choice but to speak out. The atmosphere in the study gradually became tense, and old Zhu's expression became a little heavy, but Jiang Cheng slumped on the sandalwood chair in a relaxed manner, looking extraordinarily at ease. "You are considered a successful career, and many things need to be considered carefully, whether it is love or work, understand?" Zhu Lao said in a deep voice. Jiang Cheng was very calm about the expected anger of Zhu Lao without any fear. After all, both of them are foxes, and the little fox is a bit more brave and wrong-shy than the old fox. "Well, Mr. Zhu, I understand," Jiang Cheng replied. After hearing this, Zhu Lao continued, "As for the matter between you and Yinger, you should think carefully about yourself. You should have seen the girl's meaning somewhat." Jiang Cheng felt a little embarrassed at this time and slowly reached the front of Tao with his hand and lowered his head. "Okay, I will consider it." Jiang Cheng looked up and looked at old Zhu. Just as Mr. Zhu was about to say something more, he heard Jiang Cheng's voice like a twilight. "I will think carefully about this matter. It is out of respect for you and respect for Zhu Ying." Old Zhu nodded and was about to walk out of the room when he heard Jiang Cheng continue to say, "However, no one can stop me what Jiang Cheng wants to do, but no one can threaten me if I don't want to do it." Old Zhu frowned when he heard this, and his voice suddenly amplified. "Jiang Cheng, what do you mean by this?" Jiang Cheng got up slowly, put his right hand in his pocket, and replied, "It's just a literal meaning. Old Zhu is very respectful. He definitely won't do threats and subdue things, right?" Old Zhu's eyes rolled, but he smiled and said, "Of course not. However, Lao Sheng has been full of wind and waves throughout his life, and he has only summed up 4 words at this step." Jiang Cheng walked over to Mr. Zhu and asked, "Eyes, what do you say? Don't be arrogant, don't be arrogant." After the words fell, Mr. Zhu went straight out and stopped looking at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng also followed Zhu Lao out of his bedroom, and the two went to the living room together. Zhu Ying was eating the fruit that her aunt had peeled a long time ago, watching TV soap operas boredly. Seeing Grandpa and Jiang Cheng come down together, his eyes lit up and he ran over. "What are you two talking about? Don't you let me know?" Zhu Ying asked curiously. Fox lie is fox lie. How can he show all his feelings, let alone in front of someone who must hide it? Jiang Cheng and Zhu Lao were talking and laughing in front of Zhu Ying. "You little girl, why do you worry so much? However, it's a matter between men." Old Zhu said first, "Grandpa, what age is it now? Are you still patriarchal?" Zhu Ying looks angry in her dress. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Me and Mr. Zhu are just discussing tomorrow's dinner." "Yes, what are you worried about this kind of thing?" Old Zhu took the conversation. Okay, can't I ask it?" Zhu Ying smiled, staring at the stars and smiling at the peach blossom. "Hey, right, Jiang Cheng, you and Yinger are good friends, how can you? My name is Zhu Lao, this is not a student, is it? Just follow Yinger and call me Grandpa." Old Zhu looked at Jiang Cheng and said with a smile. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhu Laopi's smiling face and did not answer. Zhu Ying couldn't sit still and quickly said, "Yes, yeah, Jiang Cheng, just call Grandpa. My grandpa is fine, not fierce." Seeing such a situation, Jiang Cheng could not find a reason to shirk, so he said politely, "Okay, from now on, I will call you old man Grandpa." Zhu Lao looked at Jiang Cheng appreciatively and said, "Okay, since I'm called Grandpa, let's sleep at home today, and tomorrow's banquet will be convenient." Jiang Cheng couldn't say goodbye several times, so he had to stay with Zhu Ying in Zhu's old house, waiting for the next day. Time goes by, and it is fleeting. The old house of Zhu's house was mottled with a few more ancient rivers in the sun the next day. The banquet officially began. Because Jiang Cheng didn't like the occasion, he walked to the most remote corner. Zhu Ying had not found Jiang Cheng and was feeling puzzled, so she inadvertently saw Jiang Cheng sitting alone. "Hey, what's your situation? Why don't you go and play together? Today, I have a lot of food, as well as red wine, which are all top quality." Zhu Ying joked, "I'm not interested in those, it's too noisy. I stayed here quite well." Jiang Cheng looked at Zhu Ying and said, "Most of the delicacies are only useful for girls. let alone Jiang Cheng, who has already involved the world's delicacies in his belly. If he wants to eat, he may want to give him something. The people who come to cheat him are probably out of the sky, right? Seeing that Jiang Cheng was really not interested, Zhu Ying sat with him, and neither of them spoke. However, there are already many people who want to talk to Jiang Cheng for official business. It didn't take long before Jiang Cheng was discovered by the people who came to the banquet together. When Mr. Zhu saw this, Zhu Yinghikai was immediately before him, but Jiang Cheng did not refuse because of his reputation. Dare saw Zhu Ying and Jiang Cheng staying together just now, and now Zhu Lao is doing this again. He has some guesses in his heart. Mr. Zhu suddenly came to me. Jiang Cheng is the same. Can Zhuotian Japanese letter asked you to call him dad? Why are Zhu getting old again? Lao Dao laughed. Jiang Cheng looked at the situation in Zhu district. Naturally, it was not good to waste Zhu Lao's face, so I had no choice but to say that I was used to it. Dad, what do you want me to do? The two of them were cold, and Jiang Cheng was dragged away by the crowd and began to meet the noodles in the mall. When everyone saw the attitude of Zhu Lao and Jiang Cheng's reaction, and then thought of the centuries-old roots of the Zhu family and Jiang Cheng's young Zhicheng, they had already thought in their hearts that Jiang Cheng and Zhu Lao's granddaughter were a pair of children. Up. However, on the side of friends, a man held the double season as if trying to endure something. Seeing that Zhu Lao and Jiang Cheng had both left to respond, leaving only Zhu Ying sitting on the wooden chair and eating tea, she walked over by herself. Zhu Ying, long time no see. The man greeted Zhu Ying with a smile. Zhu Yingzhai looked at the man and took a few seconds, as if he didn't remember him. After a minute and a second, the atmosphere drifted a little awkwardly, and the man had to take the conversation himself. Did you forget me? When I was in college, I went to your class to find you. Zhu Ying seemed to remember the person and said lightly, "Ao, hello, you Yang, right?" The man smiled and nodded, his expression of joy spread across his face. Is something wrong? Zhu Ying said silently. She completely remembered who this Yu Yang was. She had chased her with a faceless face before, which made her take a long way home after school. No, it's just a long time since I've seen it, just retelling the old. Yu Yang said with a smile. The head in his sleeve was already clenched. Zhu Ying saw that Jiang Cheng seemed to have drunk over there, worried that his wound would be infected, and immediately said goodbye to Yu Yang and ran towards Jiang Cheng. Yu Yang looked at Zhu Ying running towards Jiang Cheng. His eyes became fierce. When Yu Yang watched Zhu Ying go to Jiang Cheng, his excited and worried eyes, he was not interested in meeting the big business guys. He just sat where Zhu Ying had just sat, watching Jiang Cheng Zhu Ying's direction. Looking at it, he only felt that he was burning with anger and how he looked at Jiang Cheng indifferently. A Maoru boy who can be the only granddaughter of the Zhu family, the jewel in the palm, why is there such a reason? Haji Mo wanted to eat swan meat, wishful thinking. Thinking about it, the man took the teacup Zhu Ying had just finished drinking and threw it to the ground. Fortunately, now the focus of the crowd is on Jiang Cheng and Zhu Ying, and they no longer pay attention to the situation here, and Yu Yang's angry behavior has not been discovered. Yu Yang took a deep breath, took out the phone from his pocket, and dialed the number he remembered in his heart. I checked the boy who appeared at the Zhu family banquet today with Zhu's parents, Sun Wenqi. I wanted to know the answer within half an hour, and Yu Yang put away his mobile phone, sat in a chair, and quietly waited for the person on the phone. Echo. As time passed, the speed of Private Detective 11 was also satisfying, and Jiang Cheng's personal information came in 10 minutes later. Of course, Jiang Cheng's identity is here, and anyone can find out his identity. Yu Yang quickly read Jiang Cheng's personal information, but his expression became colorful. Zhang Lian's anger from the beginning, to the disdainful face, the final silence, and finally, the look of fear on his face, all wonderful. After reading the information, Yu Yang immediately searched the crowd for where Jiang Cheng was. At this time, Jiang Cheng is talking with the county governor and some federal bosses. The content of the discussion is roughly about the future development of the first-level internet in the region. After Yu Yang saw Jiang Cheng, he immediately adjusted the tie of his suit and walked towards Jiang Cheng quickly. Jiang Cheng glanced at Yu Yang, who was walking towards him, and had foresight to say goodbye to Fu Wei clerk alone. Walking aside was like Yang's arrival. Dong Jiang, hello, this is Yu Yang. Speaking, the man bowed to Jiang Cheng and handed his business card to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng had just seen the audience before Yu Yang and Zhu Ying's movement, but he didn't like Yu Yang in his heart. Hello, I don't know you. Jiang Cheng said coldly and bluntly that it's normal for Jiang Dong not to know me, and I'm just a small person. Yu Yang said respectfully. Before Jiang Cheng could answer, Zhu Ying, who was standing by the side, couldn't stand. Yu Yang, what are you doing? Zhu Ying's face was slightly unhappy. Yu Yang didn't seem to be able to see the faces of Jiang Cheng and Zhu Ying, and then said, I am your girlfriend Zhu Ying's best friend in college, and I hope to give it to a friend with Jiang Dong. Zhu Ying frowned and said loudly, We are just classmates. Where are our best friends? This sentence was just hearing a fact, but Zhu Ying couldn't help but peek at Jiang Cheng's face, fearing that he would misunderstand what he had with Yu Yang. Jiang Cheng heard Yu Yang say that Zhu Ying was his girlfriend, but he was slightly taken aback and did not answer for a long time. Seeing this situation, Zhu Ying quietly pulled Jiang Cheng's sleeve with her hand behind her back and gave him a thought-provoking look. After Jiang Cheng saw it, his heart was clear. Zhu Ying just wanted to use herself as a shield to prevent Yu Yang from bothering her. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, Ow, are you my girlfriend's stinging friend? Zhu Ying felt a touch of coziness and sweetness when she heard Jiang Cheng's unexplained name for herself. Yu Yang said, but immediately said, Yes, that's right. I just saw you go to my girlfriend to strike up a conversation, and my girlfriend doesn't seem to even remember who you are. But do you still think you are good friends? Jiang Cheng said. Yu Yang paused and said hesitantly, there is a misunderstanding. Jiang Cheng looked down at Yu Yang and said, Ow, misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that you and my girlfriend have a conversation? Or do you say you and Zhu Ying are the same? Is a close friend misunderstanding? Yu Yang was frightened by Jiang Cheng's aggressive words, and only one sentence was just a misunderstanding. I just want to make friends with Jiang Dong, and I beg you not to remember the villain. I won't be stupid to make friends. After speaking, he took Zhu Ying away, leaving only Yu Yang alone in the same place. Puff, why do you say that Yu Yang is stupid? He is a master in university, Zhu Ying curiously asked. He also asked detectives to check me. As long as a normal person knows who I am, and Beidou can check me faster than a detective, right? Zuba, I skipped 2 levels in elementary school, 2 levels in middle school, and went directly to college when I left high school. Started Tencent in his early 20s and entered the world's top 500. Jiang Cheng was not convinced, but he seemed a little childish. Zhu Ying had to withdraw her mouth without saying anything. After all, if Yu Yang is a master of learning, then Jiang Cheng is learning God. Learning God plus local tyrants. Who can afford it? Time flies quickly. On the second day after the banquet, Jiang Cheng had to go back to the district because of something in the company. Before returning to the district, he also remembered his promise and gave Meng Meng a gift. In the early morning, inside Tencent, Jiang Cheng put the gift on Meng's desk and walked straight into the president's office. Jiang Cheng saw that it was almost noon, and the usually lively Meng Meng should have come to thank you. Why haven't you come in yet? Soaking in the mentality of caring for employees, Jiang Cheng walked to the employees' workplace. But the usually joyful and relaxing workroom is quieter today, and Meng Meng also sat down at the desk. The gift is still there. Did you read the gift? Do you like it? Jiang Cheng asked. Meng Meng said blankly, very busy, no time to read it. For the first time, Jiang Cheng is so cute and cute to eat here, and Lan can't help but feel confused. He winked and asked other employees around, but he was still silent. Jiang Cheng looked at the crowds hesitant to speak, knowing that it was impossible to ask anything here, so he slowly walked back to the president's office. Back at the office, Jiang Cheng immediately came in. Linda, what's going on? What happened to that person today? Jiang Cheng asked puzzledly. Linda looked at Jiang Cheng, took a sigh of relief, and spoke slowly. Boss, haven't you read the news headlines this time? Jiang Cheng paused and asked directly. On the plane before, let's talk. What's the content? You and Miss Zhu Ying are on the headlines, and the assistant, who seems to be very close to you, said in a nonchalant manner. She and I are good friends. It doesn't matter if we behave more intimately. But even so, why are the people outside so strange? Jiang Cheng asked. But we all thought Meng Meng and you were a pair. Both of them were computer strange, talented, and beautiful. Linda replied. Jiang Cheng is very glad that he didn't drink water. Otherwise, he would be frightened by the assistant's aggressive remarks. Jiang Cheng was slightly taken aback when he heard the assistant Lindel's words. He felt a little funny. Haha, the people in this company thought that I and Meng Meng were a couple. What a fantasy. Jiang Cheng chuckled, shook his head again, and looked down at the documents that had already been piled up like a mountain because he had been out of the area for 2 days. After all, the rumors are rumors. As long as they don't respond, it may not take long for the rumors to be self-defeating. Therefore, Jiang Cheng decided not to do anything to explain it, so as not to let the company's people seize the opportunity to mess around. Assistant Linda, seeing that Jiang Cheng hadn't responded for a long time, she couldn't help but ask and said, "Mr. Jiang, what's the matter with you?" Jiang Cheng said, slowly raising his head, "Huh, what's wrong? You didn't speak for a long time. I thought what was wrong with you." Assistant Linda explained. Jiang Cheng understood the assistant's meaning, smiled, and said, "No, I just think it's funny to hear what the company people think." Assistant Linda, hearing Jiang Cheng's answer, she couldn't help but feel confused. What does this boss want to say, and what does it mean? Does he like Meng Meng or not? Jiang Cheng saw the assistant stupefied and never answered him. He tapped the wooden table lightly and asked, "What are you still doing? Don't you want to work overtime?" Linda was a little dumbfounded. After hearing the boss gesture, she turned around slowly and walked out of the president's office dementially. Bang! With a sound, the woman slammed into the door frame of the office, and the sudden pain made Linda finally come back to her senses. LNDA felt very embarrassed, and gently supporting her bruised forehead with her right hand, she ran out of the president's office quickly. The area in front of Linda's desk was already full of people, and they wanted to ask if she had asked anything about boss gossip. Hey, Linda, did Mr. Jiang say, does he like Zhu Jiaxian Zhang or Meng Meng? Linda, is Jiang always going to get engaged? All kinds of questions came like a tide. Like Linda, she had to shook her head. She recounted her awkward experience in the president's office and signaled that she hadn't asked anything. When the colleagues saw this situation, they also knew that there was no gossip to dig in Linda, so they broke up. On the other side, Jiang Cheng received a call from a teacher at one middle school and asked him to go to a coffee shop for a small gathering. As soon as Jiang Cheng walked into the cafe, he saw Director Yang sitting in a seat by the window. "Long time no see." Jiang Cheng extended his right hand to Director Yang. Director Yang also stretched out his right hand and shook Jiang Cheng's right hand lightly. He smiled and said, "You are now the boss of Tencent, and the company is a Fortune 500 company. Of course you are busy. Unlike me, a half-idler." Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "That seems to be that our company is too idle. You will feel like an idler." Director Yang certainly heard Jiang Cheng's joking tone and teased him. "Haha, you the boss are too powerful and have done all the work that our subordinates should do." Jiang Cheng smiled and didn't say anything, just said indifferently, "We were both colleagues before. Now you and I are also working in the same company, so let's just talk about anything." Director Yang saw that Jiang Cheng was straightforward, but he let go of those flattering words. He smiled and slowly said, "You said before that you wanted to teach and educate people. Have you forgotten this original intention?" Director Yang said, while taking a pleasurable look at Jiang Cheng's reaction. Jiang Cheng didn't think much and said directly, "No, I think my heart of being a teacher has not forgotten, but the company was too busy some time ago, you know." When Director Yang heard what Jiang Cheng said, he secretly breathed a sigh of excitement and said with a hint of excitement, "Let's go back to the one middle school together. You are not that busy now. What do you think? Otherwise, I think I will really forget the happy time and feelings of being with students. The society is full of intrigues, and only in school can I feel innocent. Those who have been teachers will miss and cherish the time spent with students very much." Jiang Cheng quickly passed his recent itinerary in his mind and found that there were not all free schedules, because who made Jiang Cheng a big boss? As early as last week, he finished all the work that could be handled in advance for the next 3 months. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng glanced at Director Yang and said, "Okay, let's talk to the principal now, see if he allows us to substitute lessons." Director Yang heard Jiang Cheng's affirmative reply and said with a smile, "With you, Jiang Cheng will definitely agree to the principal, who would be willing to abandon a talent. Jiang Cheng and Director Yang both say that they have the same behavior. I arrived at the principal's office in half an hour. Jiang Cheng is no ordinary person now. When the principal heard the security say that Jiang Cheng was coming, he immediately suspended the meeting and returned to the office to wait for Jiang Cheng's arrival. As soon as Jiang Cheng arrived, he explained the reason for the reason in a straightforward manner. When the principal heard that Jiang Cheng meant to come back to the school to take over, he was surprised for an instant. The classroom is a deadly wage job, and there is no oil and water. How could it be comparable to the salary of the Tencent company managed by Cheng Jiang? Jiang Cheng guessed the principal's doubts, smiled, and said respectfully, "I didn't come back to substitute lessons for money. I just wanted to teach and bring some students." When the principal heard this, how could there be any reason to disagree? The class Jiang Cheng used to bring in the school was always the best in the school, and the students he brought out were either the top scholar in the government or the top in the county. Even Jiang Cheng himself graduated from a prestigious school and is an educator of the famous Momo. Thinking of this, the principal smiled knowingly and said, "Then you can take good, the first class. Those children are all good seedlings, so I will leave it to you." Jiang Cheng quickly rejected the principal's kindness and said, "I don't want to take you to the worst class of my grade. I like challenging things." When the principal heard what Jiang Cheng said, he was too embarrassed to say anything more and immediately approved Jiang Cheng's proposal and asked him to go to class in the afternoon. Since the principal was going to study with an examiner in a school jointly named by another county in the afternoon, he couldn't accompany Jiang Cheng, so he had to let him go to class by himself. When the bell rang for the first class in the afternoon, Jiang Cheng stood on the classroom platform on time. Jin knew that the classroom was empty and there were no students. Jiang Cheng couldn't help getting angry and immediately used the computer system to check the location of each student and then speeded past. Jiang Cheng is Jiang Cheng, and within an hour, he grabbed all the students from internet cafes, bars, and other places one by one. Standing on the podium, Jiang Cheng was so angry that the whole class skipped class collectively, and his breathing seemed very rapid. At first, the students laughed at the bottom of the room. They were very amused at Jiang Cheng being anxious. Later, I saw that Jiang Cheng hadn't spoken, and his deep complexion had faded back, but he kept talking with him. The classmates next to you chat. Seeing the students' indifferent expression, Jiang Cheng became even more angry and couldn't help but patted the desk with a bang. The glass placed on the lecture table was actually shattered. This is enough to show how powerful Jiang Cheng is to shoot the lecture table and how angry he is. Jiang Cheng adjusted his breathing and sighed deeply. Why are you angry with a group of students? Maybe they just don't understand the importance of studying hard for the future. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng's anger disappeared a bit. He rolled up his cuffs and slowly said, "Strutting class is a matter of principle. It is not only a problem of failing to attend one class or two, but also a problem of learning attitude." The students had heard too many such things, but they didn't take it seriously and asked casually, "Are you the new teacher? Let's talk. Who is the last name?" Makoto Ki Jiang raised his eyebrows and stared at the questioning student. "I am Jiang Cheng. Now I am your teacher." "Chi, why is Fang sacred?" "Jiang Cheng, I'm afraid he is just a new teacher." A student booed. Only one girl in the first row of 867 pulled the table mate next to him and asked, "Jiang Cheng, why are you so familiar?" The boy thought for a while. He wanted to tell the girl to think more, but suddenly a name crossed his mind. The boy shouted, "I'm going to." Jiang Cheng, the boss of Zun Teng Company. This shout did not make Jiang Cheng feel any strange. On the contrary, it surprised the whole class, and the class suddenly became noisy. A girl was still nervous and said, "Mr. Jiang, Austria is not right. Teacher Jiang, I was too rude just now. Can you not care about me as a kid? Don't block my QQ account." Jiang Cheng closed his eyes and instantly checked the girl's QQ number, but there were only 3 sons, and he smiled faintly. "Naturally, I don't care about children, but if you skip class in the future, I won't necessarily be so generous." Jiang Cheng said lightly, knowing that his other identity is so shocking, then he should have said who he is. However, isn't it like to prove yourself with your own strength? Jiang Cheng is a bit disgusted with his identity as the head boss of Zun Teng Company. It is really annoying. Jiang Cheng glanced at the students and asked, "Who is the monitor?" The students below have not responded for a long time. Instead, many students keep looking left and right, as if looking for something. "What's wrong?" Jiang Cheng asked suspiciously. "Teacher, the monitor of our class hasn't come back yet." A student replied with ambition. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but froze for a while, but he suddenly missed it, thinking that these students should not be able to run out of this area. So he only inquired about the whereabouts of students in this area. Unexpectedly, there are students who ran out of this area. Jiang Cheng immediately called the teacher from the next class to come and take care of a lesson, telling the students that he was looking for the monitor of their class. After speaking, Jiang Cheng quickly walked to the second floor and knocked on the door of the teaching office. After entering the door, Jiang Cheng hurriedly walked to the dean's desk and said, "I have a student who is no longer there. Now you go out with me to find a school." The dean is a person close to the retirement age, and he has been mixed up at will, waiting for a permanent and unrestrained life after retirement. Of course, Dean Bai Jing has reached the twilight age, and it is quite normal not to know Jiang Cheng. "Okay, don't make a noise. Let's not be there when you are not there," the dean may be picked up by the parents and said impatiently. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng said patiently, he didn't have any sign of asking for leave, nor did the leave slip, and the parents didn't call the teacher to inform the teacher. The dean then quit the computer. Lion Lian looked at the game interface and said which class you are in. "Teacher," Jiang Cheng replied, "Class 12. After hearing this, the dean slumped on the work chair again and said disapprovingly, "Which key class student did I think is gone? Class 12 is the worst class. It's normal for a few students to go out to play. The grades in that class are so poor. Is it strange if those students stay in school and study well?" Jiang Cheng couldn't help but an anger rushed into his heart when he heard that, and his eyes became even more disgusting when he looked at the dean. Is it that people nowadays are so irresponsible? As a teacher, you don't even care about the absence of students. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but roared. The safety of students is the responsibility of the teacher and the school, and the value of a student is not based on grades. The dean was blinded by Jiang Cheng's sudden anger. Even the indoor temperature seemed to drop several degrees, and the air pressure slowly dropped. Before he was relieved, he would not have Jiang Cheng pulled out of the school gate. "Now you and the security guard are looking for the Western District. I will go to the Eastern District, find and tell the other party." Jiang Cheng ordered it. After the instructor experienced the storm just now, naturally he didn't listen to Jiang Cheng's words and nodded repeatedly. Jiang Cheng hurriedly drove to the Eastern District, but searched for bars and internet cafes, large and small. Even at 9 o'clock, he still couldn't find the monitor. Jiang Cheng called and asked about the situation of the dean, and the answer was that the monitor was not found. Jiang Cheng had to start the computer system and use the latest satellite positioning he had just developed to find the whereabouts of the squad leader. The system showed that the monitor was in a rental house in an old alley in the Eastern District. Jiang Cheng immediately notified the dean and ran to the nearest rental house to him. The environment in the rental house was terrible. When Jiang Cheng went in, he saw a lot of white mist like smoking. Bai Wu is nothing strange. Jiang Cheng also thinks that at most students are too stressed or want to learn that people smoke. But the taste of white is very strange, completely different from the taste of smoke, as if there is a strange smell, a bit pungent. Jiang Cheng was choked and coughed softly. Jiang Cheng looked forward, and the monitor was watching something with many men and women. He fixed his eyes, and the ground was full of smoke. Seeing this situation, Jiang Cheng immediately prepared to call the team and ask them to arrest someone. But how could the group of people let Jiang Cheng report themselves to the team and immediately rushed to fight Jiang Cheng? However, who is Jiang Cheng? Just relying on the Taekwondo ink ribbon can bring all these gentlemen down. When Jiang Cheng saw the people rushing up, thinking that these were children, he acted a little lightly and only kicked them all to the ground, unable to move. Afterwards, he made a call to inform the team members of the location of the incident, the task, and all the information, and then slowly waited for the arrival of the team members. It didn't take long for the team members to hear the news and find the parties to make notes. When the clerk saw that it was the boss of Sun Teng Company, Jiang Cheng, his tone was quite respectful. "Mr. Jiang Cheng, is it convenient for you to make a transcript now? After all, in the current world, how can the average small team member provoke a big boss like Jiang Cheng? Maybe he was dismissed by Jiang Cheng's understatement if he was not careful." Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "Of course it's okay to make a transcript, but there are still students in my class, or else just do the transcript here." The captain of the group Mo team certainly agreed with Jiang Cheng's opinion. While asking the team members to measure the ink indicators of those suspected of absorbing ink, he himself gave Jiang Cheng the most transcript of that kind of pen. "Mr. Jiang Cheng, what is your relationship with these people?" the captain asked step by step. Jiang Cheng stretched out his right finger and pointed at the monitor of the class and replied, "I don't know the other people, but the fat boy is the monitor of the class I brought." Hearing Jiang Cheng's reply, the captain couldn't help but feel a little confused. Jiang Cheng is a well-known entrepreneur, and he is in charge of countless industries under his hands. It is true that he is rich and rival, but how long have you heard of him as a teacher? Jiang Cheng saw the captain's doubts and explained, "I was a teacher before, but the company's business was too busy later, so I had to quit my teacher's job and switch to running the company's business wholeheartedly." The captain said he couldn't help but then asked, "Then why do you want to go back to be a teacher now?" Recently, the Zun Teng company hasn't heard of any trouble. Jiang Cheng shouldn't be embarrassed enough to go back to school as a teacher to make money and support his family. Zun Teng company is almost on the right track, and I am also relaxed. I brought a class back to middle school. Jiang Cheng smiled lightly and slowly talked about Lu Yu, who went back to be a teacher. After the captain came back to his senses, he immediately said, "Sorry, Mr. Jiang Cheng. I couldn't hold back the gossip for a while. I'm sorry, I'm offended." Jiang Cheng felt that the captain, who was very respectful to him, was a bit cute at this moment and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm an ordinary person, and your question is not a private one. It doesn't matter, don't be nervous." While talking, the man patted the captain's shoulder to show him to relax. The captain seemed to feel the warmth and kindness of spring. Not only did he like Jiang Cheng more in his heart, but also showed respect from his heart. This has nothing to do with wealth or status. A member of his own, holding a higher salary than the teacher, but always does not want to get rich overnight, but Jiang Cheng, a real rich man, has not forgotten his original aspirations and returned to school to teach part-time. After such a comparison, I was really indistinguishable. Next, the two went through the ordinary transcript process. Not long after, Jiang Cheng returned to school. Jiang Cheng publicly told the students in class that their class leader had been arrested by the team members for sucking ink. During his lecture, the class leader should not be able to come back. The student sitting below fell into deep silence when he heard the news of the monitor's whereabouts and that he had been arrested for sucking ink. They couldn't help feeling a little melancholy and fearful. On the surface, they were silent and calm, but on the inside, they became uneasy. The classmates who used to study with their classmates and play together day and night after class are really addicts. They were not only worried about the squad leader's own future, but also felt fortunate and afraid that they were not taken with him to absorb ink. Jiang Cheng saw the strange reaction of the student Fu and said, "I didn't want to say it, but I am afraid that you are worried about the squad leader. And also want to give you a number training. The squad leader is your lesson for you. Don't hit the south wall without looking back. Otherwise, as long as something happens, the series of consequences will be unaffordable now or in the future." Before the students could reply, Jiang Cheng gave them a big surprise exam. The students thought it would be a set of papers with fill-in-the-blank questions, but they didn't expect that there was only a blank sheet of paper. When the students raised their heads one by one, Jiang Cheng's eyes were filled with suspicion. Jiang Cheng gave an explanation. "One class time, write an essay. The article revolves around my own strengths and strengths, the topic is self-designed, and the number of words is unlimited." After speaking, Jiang Chengbian went back to the office to deal with some of the affairs left by the company today. By the end of a class, Jiang Cheng came to rewind the paper on time, only to see another blank paper. The A4 paper that was sent was still blank. Jiang Cheng roughly looked through it all, but no one wrote a word. Jiang Cheng couldn't help feeling a little helpless and suddenly felt pity for these children. These children must be because of their poor grades. The teachers didn't like them before, and their parents hated them. They don't even have any confidence, and they are totally ignorant of their own strengths. Since it happened to be the lunchtime meal for the students, Jiang Cheng had to ask the students to eat and rest first and come to class on time in the afternoon. As soon as the bell rang in the first class in the afternoon, Jiang Cheng gave the students a second gift one by one and then took the second test. The students are feeling a little unhappy, so why are the exams one after another? Could it be that there are 3 fires for new teacher to take office? Jiang Cheng smiled and motioned to the students to stay calm and said, "This time it is still a composition. Write your dreams." The topic of this essay is also very simple. No matter how inferior, people will have their own dreams, so most students start to write. All of a sudden, there was only the sound of the pen tips scratching across the paper in the classroom. When the paper was finally collected, there was only one person who did not write. Jiang Cheng decided to look at the name column and found out that it was a boy named Zhu Wai. Jiang Cheng called him to the office and wanted to ask him why he didn't write. "Zhu Wai, do you have a dream?" Jiang Cheng asked. Zhu Wai paused when he heard the words, then bumped and said, I have it, I don't have it." Jiang Cheng saw Zhu Wai's hesitant expression and said patiently, "You speak, it's okay, we are just like friends." Zhu Wai felt a little more relaxed and said, "My dream is to be a racer." As Zhu Wai spoke, his eyes glowed, as if he really saw his dream come true, standing next to the car in a traffic jam. Jiang Cheng asked again, "Then why don't you write an essay? You obviously have a dream." Zhu Wai pursed his lips and replied, "But many people think that the profession of racing is unreliable, so my family, classmates, and everyone around me asked me to give up, saying that there is no future for being a racing driver." After hearing Zhu Wai's explanation, Jiang Cheng realized that the flowers of his dreams would really be blown away by others, and he couldn't help but worry about Zhu Wai. Jiang Cheng touched Zhu Wai's head and persuaded, "As long as you don't steal, there is no profession that is not serious." Zhu Wai looked at Jiang Cheng with a helpless smile and said, "Mr. Jiang, please don't comfort me. Many successful people think that the racer has no future." "Then, do you think I look like a successful person?" Jiang Cheng asked. He created Zun Teng at a young age, with no less than 1 independent research patent, and he won 5 champions. All this made Zhu Wai nod his head and replied repeatedly, "You were, but you are so successful, don't you always be a racer?" Jiang Cheng looked at Zhu Wai, who was now somewhat inferior, as if he had seen himself when he was the youngest. Wasn't I, like Zhu Wai, often shocked by others? Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but shook his head and said to Zhu Wai, "Zhu Wai, you go to a place with me, and I'll tell you a story." Zhu Wai looked at his watch, was slightly stunned, and asked, "My boss, Teacher Jiang, is it time for class? Are you sure?" "Sure." Jiang Cheng shrugged and replied, "I don't have my class in the morning. We will come back after dinner at noon. We won't accept the approval." "Teacher Jiang, this is not so good. Is it a skipping class?" Zhu Wai hesitated to say something. Jiang Cheng shook his head gently and said, "I am your head teacher now, and you have to listen to me. You haven't skipped class before. Let's go." Zhu Wai blushed when he heard Jiang Cheng's glorious history ahead of time. Jiang Cheng did not wait for Zhu Wai's reply, but pulled him out of the office and walked out of the school gate. "Ms. Jiang, where are you going to me?" Zhu Wai asked. Jiang Cheng held the steering wheel with one hand, patted Zhu Wai's shoulder with one hand, and said, "Don't worry, I won't sell you. It will be here in a while. I will surprise you." Zhu Wai became a little worried when he thought of the 2 exams that Jiang Cheng gave the whole class as gifts. This teacher won't dig pits to make himself jump again, right? It didn't take long for the 2 to reach their destination by car. Jiang Cheng asked Zhu Wai to close his eyes first and led him into an open space. Zhu Wai opened his eyes slowly, and he couldn't help being deeply moved by the surrounding environment. "Teacher Jiang, this is the racing track." Zhu Wai looked at Jiang Cheng and said excitedly. Jiang Cheng smiled at Zhu Wai and slowly said, "Yes, do you like it?" "Of course, thank you, Teacher Jiang, but how do you know here?" Zhu Wai said with a smile. Jiang Cheng stretched out his right hand and touched Zhu Wai's head and said slowly, "Tell you a story." Before Zhu Wai could reply, Jiang Cheng started talking. In the past, a boy also liked racing, but his family felt it was very dangerous. The teacher felt that racing was ignorant and hopeless. He did not give up his dream because of this, but buried this dream deeply in his heart, also insisted on this silently. Zhu Wai couldn't help asking, what happened later? Later, the boy was very successful. He found a new direction, but he also used his achievements to stick to the racing dream. Now, how do you say, well, not bad? Jiang Cheng replied, "Who is that person? Can I get to know him? Zhu Wai said curiously. Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly and said, far away in the sky, right in front of you, I am teacher Jiang in front of you. Zhu Wai was immediately stunned by Jiang Cheng's words, and his mouth opened wide without closing it. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhu Wai's dumbfounded look and couldn't help feeling amused. Why, don't you believe it? I used to play a racing car and played in the regional finals. If you don't believe it, would you like to compete with me? This is new. Isn't teacher Jiang really that amazing, is he? He also won the district first prize of the case car. Zhu Wai recovered from his thoughts, shyly fished the hair from his forehead with his hand and said, I don't dare to compete with teacher Jiang. Is there anything you dare to dare? A man, just try. Jiang Cheng disapproved. Zhu Wai withdrew his mouth and said, I dare not compete with my teacher. If you lose, you will lose face. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but hee-hee chuckled and said, we are not a teacher-student relationship after class is over. We are good friends, understand? Zhu Wai nodded lightly but did not answer. So you can rest assured to compete with me, not afraid. Jiang Cheng persuaded Zhu Wai to arrive. Zhu Wai seemed to be in trouble at this time. He kept his head down and refused to answer. Jiang Cheng asked him for a long time, and Zhu Wai also chose to keep silent. Old Jiang, no, brother, I don't have a car, and I saw many people drive by themselves. Zhu Wai finally said his difficulties at the end. Jiang Cheng squeezed Zhu Wai's face and said, look at that side. Zhu Wai looked in the direction Jiang Cheng was looking, and a row of top supercars stopped mightily. Those cars are all mine, you can pick them from the inside and drive them as you please. Jiang Cheng gestured. Zhu Wai was happy again and chose the cheapest one in it to compete with Jiang Cheng. Of course, the result of the test is obvious. Jiang Cheng has completely abused Zhu Wai, brother Jiang Cheng. You are so amazing. Zhu Wai couldn't help but praise Jiang Chengdao. Jiang Cheng smiled and replied, I have become like this, and I have relied on a lot of practice. So in the future, if I'm not here, you have to practice more. Only in this way will the driving skills improve. When Zhu Wai heard this, he was very grateful to Jiang Cheng and decided in his heart that he must study hard to repay Mr. Jiang, who is also a teacher and friend after Jiang Cheng returned to school. He also specially cultivated the students' own hobbies and supported them in pursuing their dreams. Once, Jiang Cheng even took his own regular class to practice basketball for a group of children in the class who loved to play basketball. Sometimes he went to play with them by himself. The children in the class were very grateful to Jiang Cheng and stopped skipping class. I really like this new teacher Jiang. However, on the other side, in the principal's office, Principal Look, Jiang Cheng, the new teacher who came to drive for the first time, didn't even go to class and took the students to play together. What kind of style? The dean yelled to the principal sitting in the boss chair. As early as the last squad leader incident, the dean was very upset with Jiang Cheng, feeling that he was a threat to him at 2. Today, I just caught the opportunity. How could I easily let Jiang Cheng go? Well, don't interfere with this. Each teacher's education method is different. Maybe teacher Jiang can make children's learning fun like that, the principal replied with a smile. Everyone hints that Jiang Cheng is a big man who he can't provoke. Although he doesn't know who he is, it's better not to provoke. The principal secretly typed the draft in his heart and finally decided to settle the matter. The dean of instruction patted the table angrily and said, It doesn't matter. See if the teacher will be like this in the future. What do you do as the principal? After speaking, he rushed out of the principal's office. Just as the principal had a headache about this matter, a student walked in. My dad asked me to report. The student yelled at random with a very shy tone. The principal looked at the shit-faced child and asked, Are you a transfer student? Didn't you accept transfers as of last month? The student looked calmer than the principal and said, I am not in charge of the school. How do I know how you arranged it? You give me out. The principal couldn't help reprimanding while listening to the student's picky tone. However, this student was extraordinarily unrestrained. He just left, turned around and walked outside. Just when he was about to walk out the door, he turned his head and said, You let me out, so don't blame me for not coming back. Also, my last name is Dong. After speaking, the student walked out of the principal's office without looking back. Last name Dong? I seem to have heard of this surname before. When the principal heard what the student said, he was afraid that his father, surnamed Dong, had a great background, so that he should not provoke a big man. Considering this situation, the principal couldn't help holding his forehead, so he had to dial the school's internal number again to teach the dean to the office. "Principal, what can your old man do for me?" The dean of teaching seemed a little angry because he had a disagreement with the principal just because of Jiang 11 presence. The principal had no choice but to ask patiently. "A student just said he came to report on what happened. Isn't it no longer accepting transfer students?" Hearing what the principal said, the dean began to become serious. He thought about it, slowly said, "Ao, it may be the son of the Dong family. That's right, when I just scolded him and let him go, he said that his surname was Dong. But who is his dad?" The principal quickly continued to inquire. "That's right. He is the son of Dong Jun, who invested the most among the school directors. Did you forget? The school's swimming pool and library were still donated by him." "What? The son of Dong Jun, the head of the school board?" The principal felt that he might be in serious trouble, but the dean seemed to react faster. "What? Who are you scolding? Principal, don't you tell me you scolded Dong Jun's son." The dean was stunned by what the principal had just said. The principal had to explain. "How did I know that the non-mainstream student was Dong Jun's son?" At this moment, the dean had no choice but to let the principal mobilize everyone to find Dong Jun's son. It was not easy to find Dong Ran playing Ipidmini 4 next to the playground after 2 hours. Who knows that on the other side, Dong Ran's father, Dong Jun, rushed to the school almost at the same time. Dong Jun found the principal and his son Dong Ran in the principal's office and asked sharply, "What's the matter?" Dong Ran said disapprovingly, "This old man let me go, I won't go. Do I want to stay here with a stern face? Are you saying that the principal let you go?" Dong Jun felt uneasy when he heard his son had been driven out of the principal's office. The principal said quickly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Dong. I am very sorry for this, but I didn't know that this kid was Master Ling." Seeing the principal's good attitude, Dong Jun also considered the best school in the whole government for the first high school examination, so he did not intend to pursue this matter anymore. Who knew his son Dong Ran was a little reluctant. "I'm not in class here anymore," Dong Ran shouted. Dong Jun knows his son very well and naturally knows how to uniform Dong Ran and said indifferently, "Take a good class. I will buy you the latest limited edition soccer shoes from Shangfu." Humph, Dong Ran obviously didn't want to buy it. Dong Jun paused, then said, "Plus a series of limited edition jerseys. No problem, the deal." Dong Ran was relieved when he saw that he got what he wanted. When Dong Jun saw this, he was relieved, and after letting his son Dong Ran go to class, he immediately rushed back to the company for a meeting. "Principal, which class should Dong Ran be assigned to?" the dean asked. The principal obviously didn't know where to place the noble son Dong Ran and looked helplessly at the dean. "Or put him in Jiang Cheng's class." The dean of teaching suggested, "Jiang Cheng, do you dare to mess with me? I'll throw a hot potato for you." "No, you can't arrange him anywhere in Jiang Cheng's class." The principal immediately retorted. The knock on the door sounded, interrupting the conversation between the principal and the dean. "Principal, I will accept this student." Jiang Cheng's voice sounded like Chen Zhang. As soon as Jiang Cheng passed by the principal's office, he heard the dean's proposal to the principal, and he himself wanted to challenge a different student, so he came in and recommended himself. "Okay, then Dong Ran will leave it to you. Take it back by yourself." The principal replied immediately. Jiang Cheng said so himself. The principal naturally has no reason not to agree in the first class. Something unexpected happened to the principal. "Class, stand up," Jiang Cheng said from the podium. However, everyone in the class stood up. Only Dong Ran was still sitting. Jiang Cheng couldn't help asking, "New classmates, why don't you stand up? Are you sick?" "I am not feeling well. I am not feeling well. Why do you make me stand up and bow for you? Who do you think you are?" Dong Ran said openly. Jiang Cheng didn't plan to covet anything. Dong Ran, his father's position as a manager, shouted, "I am your teacher. You should give me equal respect." "Ha ha ha, what do you deserve my respect? Salary, is it a school dog that serves students?" Dong Ran provoked. Hearing Dong Ran's insulting words, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but patted the table angrily and said, "Why, if you can't match me, please listen to me." Dong Ran said, "Where does your confidence come from saying that 887 I am not as good as you, and you may not be as good as me? Are you classmates?" The classmates in the classroom couldn't help but boil over. The students picked the teacher's drama, "Don't you want to watch?" What's more, a few students even whistled. Then use your children's force to solve the problem, and you should first or me first, Jiang Cheng said with a grin. Here, Dong Ran rushed straight to Jiang Cheng, only to be overthrown by Jiang Cheng's magnificent few minutes. Dong Ran admired Jiang Cheng from the bottom of his heart and said to him, "From today, you will be my elder brother." Jiang Cheng didn't say anything, but just touched Dong Ran's fist with his head to show that he recognized his little brother. In this way, the turmoil in the first class finally subsided. In the second class, Dong Ran clashed with the Chinese teacher again. "You have to copy the ancient poems that were written incorrectly 100 times. The Chinese teacher yelled at Dong Ran. "Why should I listen to you? I don't want to learn." Dong Ran replied. In this way, the Chinese teacher and Dong Ran actually got up in front of the whole class, not letting anyone else. Jiang Cheng heard that he had to rush back to the classroom and asked, "What's the matter?" After the Chinese teacher told him about this matter, Jiang Cheng had to call Dong Ran back to his office. "Let's talk about it. Why do you contradict the language so much?" Jiang Cheng looked at Dong Ran and asked, "Brother, I just don't like it," Dong Ran replied. After speaking, he sat down on a chair by himself and didn't care whether Jiang Cheng allowed it. There are reasons for liking or disliking. You can tell the reason why you don't like language. No matter what you say, I will not blame you. Jiang Cheng smiled and persuaded Dong Ran to arrive. Dong Ran withdrew his mouth disapprovingly, without intending to say anything. Jiang Cheng had no choice but to continue. "Is your habit of curling your lips inherited? It's so ugly." Dong Ran couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard this and said, "Where is ugliness? I dare to ask who in this world is more handsome than me." Seeing that he finally eased the awkward and slightly tense atmosphere between the two people, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but raise his mouth. "Since it's called my eldest brother, tell me what is going on," Jiang Cheng said, touching Dong Ran's head. I. Dong Ran suddenly didn't know how to speak. "It's okay, just say it. No matter what is unspeakable, big brother, listen. Be careful, your big brother will not despise you." Jiang Cheng comforted Dong Ran and said, "I'm afraid this child still has some difficulties, otherwise, how could Dong Ran suddenly become graceful?" "I actually don't like language," Dong Ran explained. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a little puzzled and asked, "Then why are you quarreling with the Chinese teacher? Her request is not too much." "Brother, it's not that I don't like language, nor do I want to deliberately quarrel with the language teacher. I just want to attract the attention of my parents," Dong Ran slowly explained. After hearing Dong Ran's explanation, Jiang Cheng frowned and asked, "What happened to your parents? Why do you want to deliberately attract their attention?" My parents divorced half a year ago." Dong Ran buried his head deeply after speaking, feeling sorrowful and imitated. When Jiang Cheng heard the words, he immediately opened the system, and he clicked and inquired all the information about Dong Ran from his birth to the present. The system shows that Dong Ran's parents have been arguing from when Dong Ran was a child to the age, and finally divorced 6 months ago. From that time on, Dong Ran played truant and turned in blank papers. Seeing Jiang Cheng hadn't spoken, Dong Ran couldn't help but worry. Doesn't the elder brother also dislike himself? So what should I do? Jiang Cheng inadvertently saw Dong Ran's cautious eyes. His heart stung, and he hugged Dong Ran. "It's okay, now there is a big brother here, be good." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but think. Dong Ran was also moved by Jiang Cheng's sudden care for him, and he started crying in Jiang Cheng's arms. "Brother, I don't want to go home anymore. I can only rely on you now, you can't leave me." Dong Ran yelled at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng's repeated refusals were to no avail. He felt very helpless, so he had to bring Dong Ran back to his home after school. Dong Ran was suddenly stunned by the previous scene, especially when he saw the top canopy bed in Jiang Cheng's bedroom. He couldn't help but exclaimed. Could it be that the big brother is still an invisible rich man? His house is too luxurious, and he knows that he is even more local than his own local tyrant Lao Ling. "Brother, the top canopy bed sells for several $1,000,000, right?" Dong Ran couldn't help asking. Jiang Cheng shrugged and said, "I don't know, I live in this house at will, and I don't care much." Hearing this, Dong Ran was directly overwhelmed by Jiang Cheng's wealth, and his gaze at Jiang Cheng changed. It is unfair that the place where others live casually is thousands of times better than their own home. After dinner, Jiang Cheng invited Dong Ran to the sofa and planned to talk with him. Dong Ran, what do you like to learn? Jiang Cheng asked casually. Music, Dong Ran said firmly. Jiang Cheng said. He straightened up immediately and asked seriously. Do you really like it? Of course. Music is the only thing that makes me feel like I won't lose. It accompanies me through the lonely time. Dong Ran said sincerely, the gentle look in his eyes, as if he really thought of sleeping alone with music late at night. Then I'll send you to learn music. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and said. Dong Ran's eyes suddenly flashed brightly, and he was pleasantly surprised to say, is it really okay? Can I really learn music? Jiang Cheng nodded and immediately called and consulted the music training college he was familiar with and asked Dong Ran to enroll the next day. On this day, Jiang Cheng had just finished class and was sitting in the office correcting students' homework when the phone rang. Hello, Teacher Jiang, my father, Dong Jun, Dong Ran. He hasn't called me or returned home for several days. Do you know his whereabouts? I said over the phone. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and finally waited for the call. He replied, I know, let's do it. It is not convenient to speak on the phone. We can't meet and talk. Please call Dong Ran's mother, thank you. Okay, let's make an appointment at the cafe in front of my school. The phone replied. After speaking, Jiang Cheng put down the phone and went to the appointment when he planned to change his clothes. The afternoon is leisurely and warm, with coffee beans fragrant in the sky. Hello, Teacher Jiang. Dong Jun stretched out his hand and shook Jiang Cheng's hand. The two of you are Dong Ran's parents. I don't think his current situation is too good. Jiang Cheng said solemnly. What? Ran's condition is not good. What happened to him? Is he sick? Dong Ran's mother suddenly said in a panic. Jiang Cheng smiled and replied, You too, don't worry, I mean the state of mind. What do you mean? Dong Ran's father asked. Jiang Cheng took a sip of freshly ground coffee and slowly said that this should be a personal issue, but because it has interfered with the growth of the child, I will just say that you two are divorced. Right? The man and woman sitting across from each other paused, then both nodded. Jiang Cheng said again, In fact, Dong Ran suddenly became like this because he thought you divorced because he didn't care about him, and he attracted your attention. When Dong Ran's parents heard Jiang Cheng's words, they couldn't help but look at each other, feeling very sorry for their children. This child became like this because we didn't think about it and didn't consider his feelings. Teacher Jiang, I know that we are a little ignorant of the child's ideas. May I ask if we can go to school to see him? Dong Jun looked at Jiang Cheng and asked. Jiang Cheng smiled and replied. He said he likes music. Just send him to the conservatory. Thank you so much, thank you. Dong Ran's mother said excitedly. Finally, the three agreed to let Dong Ran's parents go to Jiang Cheng's house to see Dong Ran tonight. In the evening, Jiang's family. Of course, we are sorry for you, so please go back with us first. We will make up for you slowly and explain to you slowly. Dong Jun persuaded Dong Ran. I accept your apology, but I don't want to go back with you. Dong Ran replied. Dong Ran's mother suddenly became anxious and asked loudly, Why? Because I am very happy to be with Teacher Jiang. Dong Ran retorted. After thinking about it, Dong Ran decided to stay with his elder brother Jiang Cheng. He finally felt the warmth of home in Jiang Cheng's house. Commit happy? Are you unhappy at home? Dong Ran's mother retorted. Dong Ran pursed her lips and shouted, Unhappy is unhappy. You white-eyed wolf. Dong Jun raised his hand to beat Dong Ran look like. Seeing Dong Jun's movements, Jiang Cheng immediately raised his hand to hold Dong Jun's hand, secretly adding gravity. Dong Jun stared at Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng was too strong, and he couldn't escape Jiang Cheng's restraint. Daddy Dong Ran, if you have something to say, the gentleman speaks but doesn't do anything. Dong Ran is still a child. Jiang Cheng stared at Dong Jun and said slowly. Don't know why, Dong Jun looked at Jiang Cheng's eyes and couldn't help feeling a bit chill on his back. Okay, today I don't think you will be beaten as a for Teacher Jiang's sake. However, you have to explain to me why you feel unhappy at home. Dong Jun had to take the opportunity to find himself a step down. Dong Ran gritted his teeth and said, I grew up, you are noisy or noisy. When I want to play with my dad, you will only give me money in addition to money or money. When I want to chat with my mother, I will only talk about which limited edition bag is released today and which aunt and wife you are going to play mahjong with. While speaking, Dong Ran couldn't help crying. What can he rely on for such a home? A home solely supported by economic material. How does this home make me happy? Huh. Dong Ran turned his head and went into the bedroom after speaking. After listening to what Dong Ran said, both Dong Jun and Dong Ran's mother bowed their heads and did not know what to say. It was Jiang Cheng who broke this awkward deadlock. He slowly said, "Don't force Dong Ran, this kid. Let him live with me first. Let's make a long decision." "Okay, thank you, Teacher Jiang, then let's say goodbye." Dong Jun stood up and said to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng waved his hand and replied, "This is nothing, but you go back and think about it. It's best to reflect on your own way of educating your children. The divorce of the two of you should also minimize the harm to your children." Dong Ran's parents nodded again and again. "Okay, we will definitely. Thank Teacher Jiang. You resisted. Goodbye." After speaking, the two left Jiang Cheng's house with a smile. Time flew quickly, and Jiang Cheng and Dong Ran began to live a life of two people's world that was plain but also warm. On this day, Jiang Cheng was approving documents in his office, and he heard the internal call from assistant Linda to him. "Boss Jiang, you let me pay attention to the racing game last time there are eyebrows." Linda's voice rang on the phone. Jiang Cheng said and immediately replied, "I will send you a document. The owner of the document is Zhu Wai. I will register him for this racing competition." After speaking, Jiang Cheng put down the documents and made a temporary intention to return to Yizhao School. "Zhu Wai, you have signed up for a racing competition in our door. You must participate on time," Jiang Cheng said while looking at Zhu Wai. Zhu Wai was a little nervous. His two little hands behind his back fought together and said, "I might not be able to do it. My racing skills are not as good as yours." Jiang Cheng smiled and touched Zhu Wai's head and comforted. "It's okay, don't worry. The car skills are also learned by training. Come on." Zhu Wai really listened to Jiang Cheng's words. From that day on, he practiced hard and went to the racing track almost every day, rain or shine. Soon the day of the game came. Jiang Cheng was afraid that Zhu Wai was too nervous, so he followed to the competition venue. "Zhu Wai, I will take you to walk around and get familiar with the terrain. It will not be easy to drive a car when you are in Bess," Jiang Cheng ordered. Zhu Wai nodded in agreement and said, "Okay, I think so too." After speaking, the two began to walk around the periphery of the racing track. Halfway through, Zhu Wai said embarrassedly, "Teacher Jiang, I'm going to the Yizhao bathroom. You go shopping first." Jiang Cheng nodded, thinking about going to see this. B-Bag sighed. First, it's better to remind Zhu Wai of the road conditions. Without knowing it, Jiang Cheng walked to the racing reserve area. He was paying too much attention, but he saw two people talking sneakily beside a red traffic jam. Jiang Cheng looked forward and took a look. "Isn't this exactly Zhu Wai's car? Hurry up and let the rear wheel half out." The man on the left whispered to the other man. Jiang Cheng frowned when he heard the words, took out the mobile phone in his bag, and pressed the record button with a ding. "Well, okay, I pierced the tire skin with a silver needle. However, as soon as the car starts, the tire will burst and slowly leak." The man on the other side replied. Jiang Cheng saw that the two masked men were about to leave, and immediately grabbed the first one and knocked the two strong men to the ground, unable to move. "Who are you? Quickly let us go," the two men shouted in unison. Jiang Cheng disdainfully frowned and said, "You have done a bad thing, and you are so arrogant. You are indeed a veteran. Ha, no matter how you sue us, no one would dare to take us anyway and not see who is behind us," a man said disdainfully. "Zio Zuo, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense." Another man interrupted immediately. "Those who talk about it often don't think too much about it, but the people who listen to it are often more sensitive and will keep any details in mind, let alone a genius like Jiang Cheng." The people behind are these two people who deliberately pierced the tires were instigated, and their masters must come from a long way. When Jiang Cheng thought of this, he couldn't help but keep an eye on him. He called his assistant Linda. He asked her to retrieve the surveillance video of the parking lot of the race-level vehicle. After speaking, I took two people to the temporary office of the organizer. "Hello. I want to report that these two people deliberately punctured the tires of the racing car, and they were unpredictable," Jiang Cheng slowly said towards the person in charge. A scene that Jiang Cheng hadn't imagined happened. After seeing the two people, the person in charge not only didn't get angry, but immediately restrained the two for questioning, but felt that it was not a big deal. "You probably read it wrong. The stadium is very well guarded. Why would you let these idlers wait in and behave? The person in charge said with tattooed eyebrows. Jiang Cheng had no choice but to continue. I have a live recording here. After speaking, Jiang Cheng took out his mobile phone, turned the volume up to the maximum, and started playing. After the person in charge heard the recording, his face only changed slightly, but he quickly recovered his calm. It's just a recording, anyone can forge it, it's nothing evidence. The person in charge said indifferently. When Jiang Cheng heard the person in charge's casual tone and disdainful expression, he couldn't help but be angry and wanted to produce more clear evidence. I don't know if surveillance video is considered evidence, Jiang Cheng said, holding back his anger. The organizer couldn't help but laughed and said, Young man, if you have the ability, go look for it. If you find it, you will be cruel. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng immediately called the assistant Linda. The surveillance video you just called is called to me. This, Boss Jiang, I don't know why. When I went to investigate, the monitor showed that it was under maintenance and the status was abnormal. I went. Jiang Cheng immediately hung up the phone. Jiang Cheng stared at the organizer fiercely and asked, What did you do? Surveillance video has always been managed by the organizer. When the game is about to happen, it must be the organizer's method to monitor problems. I said, if you have the ability, just use the evidence, otherwise don't talk about it, said the organizer disapprovingly. Jiang Cheng couldn't help it anymore, and the veins violently rushed straight up and punched the person in charge alone, knocking him to the ground. Ah, come. Security guard, someone hit someone. The person in charge screamed intermittently. Jiang Cheng didn't hurriedly sat in a chair, took out his notebook and checked the organizer's monitoring system himself. Who beat someone? Stand up. The security guard roared toward the office. The person in charge saw the security coming and a glint flashed in his eyes and shouted, it's him, get him up for me. Let me see if any of you dare to move me, your manager is your end. Jiang Cheng roared. The bodyguards were also shocked by Jiang Cheng's sudden aura, not knowing whether to step forward or back. Who did you follow? The person in charge asked Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng smiled and said, You are not qualified to know, and you do not deserve to know. The person in charge has also experienced strong winds and heavy rains, but he is not as flustered as the bodyguards. Supporting the kicked place, he tremblingly turned out the registration form and saw that Jiang Cheng was the name of Men Jiaowei. Jiang Cheng saw the person in charge's trembling motions, but he had no idea, just smiled disdainfully. Hello, it's me. You canceled Zhu Wei's qualification to participate in the Senate, the person in charge said on the phone. Jiang Cheng couldn't sit still when he heard this, and the surveillance video here was successfully deciphered by Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng also found the operation traces of others maliciously damaging the monitoring system from the operation records. Jiang Cheng didn't have time to pick up the person in charge, who deliberately made trouble. He immediately picked up the phone and made the same call. Meng, are you in the company now? Jiang Cheng asked. Suddenly received a call from the boss. Meng Ling was also a little confused and asked, It's working time, of course, I am in the office. What's wrong? Didn't you accompany the students to participate in the competition? What's the matter? You go now to find all the information Linda's wants to get to the organizer of this racing game. Jiang Cheng asked. Meng became even more confused on the other side, completely ignorant of Jiang Cheng's intentions to inquire about the organizer of the competition. She asked, What's the situation? Why do you need those materials? Don't worry about this. You will use the company's name to check the organizer of this competition. I don't have time to explain to you now. Jiang Cheng hurriedly replied. From Jiang Cheng's hurried tone, Meng Ling also heard the urgent nature of this matter and immediately set about it. Jiang Cheng walked out of the office of the person in charge of the organizer who was boring and went outside to breathe. Jiang Cheng turned over in the car for a long time, then turned to a small business card, and after a closer look, he realized that it was the contact information of the boss left when he attended the Zhu family banquet last time. Jiang Cheng dialed out according to the phone number written above. After the call was connected, he said, Hello, boss, this is Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, what is the purpose of calling here today? The boss said kindly. Jiang Cheng sighed lightly and said, I was in a racing game. I found that there was a cat in the race. Someone deliberately damaged the monitor and damaged the racing vehicle. I hope to report it to you for good results. Okay, take your time to talk about the process and all the evidence you have now," the boss said seriously. "Finally, there is a chance to be able to do business with Jiang Cheng and to be able to flatter Jiang Cheng. I am afraid that my personal road will be a lot easier. Now, I have cracked the internal monitoring system of the organizer of this racing competition and grasped the traces of their deliberate destruction of surveillance video, including the recording of their on-site damage to the racing tires," Jiang Cheng slowly explained. The boss paused and said, "We will receive your report and make a fair ruling and deal with it. What I want to tell the boss is that it is not me, Jiang Cheng, as the whistleblower, but Zun Teng Company as the whistleblower, and I hope the boss will think twice," Jiang Zai said threateningly. The boss pursed his lips and said, "I will make an announcement now to cancel this competition, and I will send someone to deal with it." Every Jiang Cheng made him panic and fear to death. "If you add the entire Zun Teng Company, I am afraid that I really can't eat it." Hearing the affirmative reply from the boss, Jiang Cheng hung up the phone and went to the RV while reviewing company documents while waiting for the outcome of the matter. Not long after, Zhu Wei came and he asked, "Teacher, why is the competition canceled? There are some problems with the authenticity of this game, so we can't compare it." Jiang Cheng replied, "Wow, Teacher Jiang is really domineering." Zhu Wei's eyes flashed with admiration, and he said, "Well, I don't even bother to participate in unfair games. I listened to Teacher Jiang about this matter. Well, this is what a gentleman looks like, really a man." Jiang Cheng appreciated. On the other hand, a pot of porridge has appeared in Dong's company, and the father of Jiang Cheng's student Dong Ran is the president of this company. However, what is surprising is that the organizer of this racing competition is the Dong Group, and the leading boss is Dong Jun. President, there was a sudden announcement in the mansion that the game must be cancelled. The assistant reported to the Dong Junhui. Dong Jun frowned and said, "How could this happen? The game is about to be held this afternoon. How can something go wrong suddenly? If the game does not go smoothly, then our company will definitely suffer a serious loss. All investors have already injected capital. If the game does not go smoothly, then not only the Dong Group will face a deadlock of refunds, but also reputation damage." All of this made Dong Jun couldn't help feeling burnt and didn't know what to do. "Go and ask who exactly reported it. Once you find it, tell me right away." Dong Jun ordered his assistant to arrive. "Report to the president. This time the reporting party has a background, and the influence is not small," the assistant replied. Dong Jun asked impatiently, "Just tell me, who is it? I don't believe that my entire Dong family group can't compare to him." The president is the boss of Zun Teng, Jiang Cheng," the assistant replied hesitantly. "You may not be comparable to this, even if 10 Dong groups are not comparable to one Jiang Cheng's Zun Teng Company." Dong Jun paused when he heard about Zun Teng Company, but Jiang Cheng? Why is he so familiar? After a while, Dong Juno realized that the teacher of his son, Dong Ran, was Jiang Cheng. Dong Jun had no time to think about anything and immediately took the key to Dong Ran's school. "You hurry up, Dad," Dong Jun said straight to the door. Seeing his father burning on fire, Dong Ran became a little worried and asked, "Dad, 7 or 7? You said slowly, don't worry." Dad's company held a competition, but there was a problem in the middle. You teacher Jiang Cheng went to report it. Dong Jun selectively told Dong Ran the truth about the beautified version. Dong Ran was taken aback, paused for a while, and asked, "Did your company do anything shameful? I know the character of teacher Jiang very well. He can't report his dad out of nothing. You white-eyed wolf, how can you doubt your father and me?" Dong Jun said angrily. Dong Ran showed his signature action again. He withdrew his mouth and said, "Ha ha, doubt is one thing, but it's another thing if you didn't do it. Are you not going to tell the truth?" I admit that Dad did something wrong, but your teacher was too eager to do it. We can discuss things if necessary." Dong Jun roared a little impatiently. "Discuss? I'm afraid your consultation is to give money, but what you didn't expect is that teacher Jiang is better than you and is not short of money." Dong Ran smiled indifferently. With a snap, Dong Jun heard Dong Ran's fresh words and slapped Dong Ran on the face without holding back. "I'm telling you, little rabbit, you are going to beg you today, or if you don't beg, you must go too." Dong Jun was completely angry and yelled at Dong Ran. Dong Ran was also stunned by this sudden slap and couldn't help it for a moment when he heard what his father Dong Jun said. "You dare to hit me? Why are you hitting me? Have you raised me with your heart, knowing that you have something to ask me now?" Before Dong Jun came back to his senses, Dong Ran rushed up and beat his own father Dong Jun on the leg with his head, and the two were beaten together. When the principal saw the fight between the two fathers and sons of the Dong family, he was embarrassed and helpless, so he immediately called Jiang Cheng and informed him of the situation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng drove back immediately. "Dong Jun, what are you doing?" Jiang Cheng is not calling Dong Jun to be Dong Ran's father because he thinks Dong Jun is not qualified to be Dong Ran's father. Seeing Jiang Cheng coming, Dong Jun immediately let go of Dong Ran, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked towards Jiang Cheng with a smile. "Mr. Jiang Cheng, I dealt with some housework and accidentally made you read a joke." "I'm sorry." Dong Jun laughed with him. The sweat from the fight with Dong Ran still hangs on his hair and face, his face squeezed together, making people feel sick. Jiang Cheng glanced at Dong Jun and said, "You have done something wrong yourself and let your son solve it. Are you a man? I think we still have room for discussion on this matter," Dong Pei said with a smile. Jiang Cheng did not speak, waiting for Dong Jun's explanation. "Look, what can the competition actually do? The organizers are not philanthropists, of course, it is profitable," Dong Jun said very seriously. Jiang Cheng suddenly felt a little speechless and said, "Then you think that the game is a tool for you to make money? Then what do you do to make those children with ideals? Throat, what do those kids have? Can they win by paying? Can they blame us if they don't have money?" Dong Jun persuaded Jiang Cheng to say. Jiang Cheng's three views were about to collapse by Dong Jun's fallacies. Is it really an era of maximizing benefits? The two of us have different perspectives, different ways, and we don't teach each other. I won't withdraw the report. Don't worry. Jiang Cheng replied. When Dong Jun heard the advice to Jiang Cheng to no avail, he immediately became angry and turned back to the company without saying a goodbye. Jiang Cheng walked to Dong Ran, whose face was all swollen, and said, "Why are you so stupid? I did something with that man for this little thing? I am. I just don't like him to be profitable. Whenever something happens, there is my son. Don't know me if you're all right." Dong Ran finally cried and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeves. Jiang Cheng used the ice bag he took out from the infirmary to gently apply Dong Ran to the door and said coldly, "From now on, no matter what happens, don't be so impulsive. Remember that you have your eldest brother in me. You are not allowed to get yourself over it's all hurt. Big brother, you will be my eldest brother in the future. Whether it's going up the knife mountain or going down the fire, I will accompany you to make a decision for the rest of my life," Dong Ran said sincerely. Jiang Cheng saw that his entire face was about to swell into a pig's head, and he felt so angry and as if, but the most was still touched. How can a child fight his biological father for himself? How can this make people not cry? The strength of Zun Teng Company is strong, and the results of the incident were released that afternoon. The organizer of the competition was changed to Zun Teng Company, and Jiang Cheng was also rich and generous and sponsored 100 million yuan. He himself was invited to be the judge of the competition because of his top racing skills and reputation. On the afternoon of the upcoming game, there were some disturbances. "If you are like that, you will get out of here. My Jiang Cheng can't tolerate sand in my eyes." Jiang Cheng became angry again. It turned out that Jiang Cheng saw a red envelope from the parents of a contestant that Ping Wai was collecting in the next room, and he seemed to have promised something. Am I just having a good relationship with the contestant's parents? I keep in touch with each other. What happened to them giving me some red envelopes? Ping Wai was irrational. Jiang Cheng felt that his three views were refreshed again. Three. So he had no choice but to release the video of bribery in public. "Don't worry, I will definitely vote for your son by then. It's not the first time that I have done this kind of thing. It's a black box operation who can't, don't worry." Ping Wai's voice flows from the video. Ping Wai's face was a little ashamed. He didn't know what to say and said, I. Jiang Cheng yelled at the time, "What am I? I have nothing to say, right? Take my things and leave now." Ping Wai has no choice. He is also an old senior in the racing industry, and his face is a little unbearable. He said to Jiang Cheng, "Just go, you don't regret it." Jiang Cheng didn't say anything, but made a phone call and called a world-class racing champion to take the place of the bribery Judge Y. The bribery Ping Y had to turn around and leave on the spot, leaving Jiang Cheng with a resentful look when he left. Jiang Cheng saw that the bribery Ping Y left and didn't say anything, but because of the sudden change of Ping Y before Bizert, Jiang Cheng had to convene all Ping Y temporarily and hold an emergency meeting. "I think you have all seen the end of Ping Y just now." Jiang Cheng glanced at the sitting examiners. The examiners looked at each other and looked at Jiang Cheng together and nodded again and again. Jiang Cheng is the chief examiner, the investor, and the boss of Zun Teng, a well-known scientist. Who would dare not give him half a thin noodle in this world? Jiang Cheng frowned and said, "If any of you didn't learn from the lessons of the previous bribery teacher and didn't hit the south wall without looking back, then please don't blame me, Jiang Cheng, for not giving you face." Jiang Cheng said after that, the door left, leaving other examiners to watch. "Jiang Cheng is really a man of good character and high moral character," said a respected old gentleman on the spot slowly. The young Pingwei withdrew his eyebrows and said in a weird tone, "Oh, this is not necessarily true, old man. Even if this Jiang Cheng has money, he can't get everyone's attention everywhere and he will show his reward. You can only say this, Jiang Cheng doesn't allow cheating in his games. Based on this, can't it justify other people's character?" The old man said questioningly. "Is this your pedantic, as the organizer? Jiang Cheng would not be willing to make a fortune from Baicheli?" "I don't think this is true," the young Pingwei continued. The old man stroked the white goatee under his chin and said in a different way, "Young man, this should be the belly of a gentleman with a villain, right? Jiang Cheng is not the kind of person you are talking about, she herself in charge of the entire Zun Teng company. Your master Zhang is Jiang Cheng, how could he be short of money? In this world, would dislike his own money, right? Money, more money is better." The young commentator laughed ironically. Before the old commentator spoke, another commentator who had not spoken for a long time said, "Do you think that Jiang Cheng was fired because the Ping Y who was called back just now received money from others and asked others to support him?" "Other people? Who is the other person, what do you say?" Younger Ping Y asked. "Is there any trickery in Jiang Cheng's words? If I find out, I must definitely ruin Jiang Cheng." The other party paused and said, "We all know that Jiang Cheng came to this muddy water just to sign up for Zhu Y." "What do you mean?" Young Pingwei said. "Jiang Cheng probably meant that Zhu Y would be the champion by himself." The other party took a sip of tea ceremony. The elderly commentator chopped off the crutches and shouted, "You are really ruined. How could this man Jiang Cheng do the things that are the default champion? I don't care if Jiang Cheng has decided on the championship, but I voted for Zhu Y to vote." The young Ping Y slowly arrived. "Regardless of whether Jiang Cheng has appointed Zhu Y as the champion. If he is, then he voted for Zhu Y, which just happened to give Jiang Cheng a favor from Gu Shui. If not, then it's no big deal." The commentators heard the young comment Y's views and decided to follow his views. "Jiang Cheng is someone he can't afford to offend, so be careful. Come out with me," he said lightly. "We have been good friends for a long time. I remind you, Jiang Cheng is not something you can afford. Let him remember you as a favor. Why should you do extra useless work to get him down? And small, be careful. Don't get the upper body on fire afterwards." The man said some rumors about Jiang Cheng he had heard in the ear of Ping Y, as well as all his true identity. "Okay, thank you, brother. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have really provoked Jiang Cheng this time." Ping Y patted his friend on the shoulder. My friend smiled and said, "Okay, you and I won't talk about these vain things. Remember, Jiang Cheng is not easy to mess with. I am going home to take the baby. Bye. Your daughter slave. Okay, goodbye. Thank you." Ping Y said goodbye to the man. Time passed quickly and Bizert arrived as scheduled. "I vote for Zhu Y. I also agree with the suggestion of the previous commentator. I think Zhu Y's turn is very beautiful, not only stable, but also fast." "Me too," Zhu Y got my vote. "It is right, his professional knowledge is also very strong." "That's right, I also like this kid Zhu Y. From his age compared with his current racing skills, he is not only very talented, but also very hardworking." What Jiang Cheng did not expect was that the judges other than him passed Zhu Y unanimously, and none of them voted for other contestants. I think Zhu Wei's driving skills are very good, but I admire the girl with a disabled left leg more. She is more powerful. Even if the driving skills are not good, I think that for her spirit, I should invest my precious for her. 1 vote, Jiang Cheng said seriously. The sitting Pingwei all looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Isn't this Jiang Cheng avoiding suspicion? He is really a character who has experienced the ups and downs of shopping malls. He is indeed an old raccoon. Seeing that the commentators were silent, Jiang Cheng announced, "Okay, then listen to the big group. This time the champion is the rookie 1 week after the YY game in the lounge. How is it? Are you happy to win the championship?" Jiang Cheng touched Zhu Wei's head. Zhu Wei smiled and said, "Of course I am happy. I won the championship with my own strength. I also found that some 943 arrogant did it. Stupid boy, practice hard. There will be countless champions waiting for you on the road of life in the future. Come on." Jiang Cheng encouraged Zhu Wei, "Teacher Jiang, then I'll go outside and take a trophy." Zhu Wei told Jiang Cheng to come. Jiang Cheng was puzzled and asked, "Don't you like this trophy? Why don't you go out with it? Why don't you like it?" However, there are many other contestants outside. They did not win the championship. I don't want to deliberately hold the trophy to go out to stimulate them. Zhu Wei smiled lightly. Jiang Chengyun looked at Zhu Wei appreciatively and said, "What a caring and kind kid. Go, I will treat you to the trophy." Half an hour later, next to the racing track. "Oops, the champion has come out. Your Master Zhang is not afraid of you being exposed to the sun." A boy who also participated in the competition mocked. Zhu Wei didn't quite understand what the boy meant and asked, "What do you mean, Lord Zhang? What is it? I don't quite understand." "Oh, don't pretend to be stupid. How disgusting." The boy smiled at Zhu Wei disdainfully. Zhu Wei became more and more confused, but still smiled and said, "You just said it. What do you mean by Master Zhang? Is it interesting that you keep asking? Your Zhang master is Jiang Cheng. You buy the championship and find the local tyrants." Zhu Wei's smile slowly condensed on his face. "Don't talk nonsense. I won the championship completely because of my own driving skills." Zhu Wei endured the great aggression in his heart and said. The boy pushed Zhu Wei and said, "Don't do these unnecessary explanations. We all know it well. You should hurry up and take care of your Master Zhang. Are you blaming me for not showing you the trophy? That's why I am angry." Zhu Wei was pushed back a few steps. Certainly, they must be blaming themselves for not showing them the trophy. Zhu Wei wondered if he was deceiving himself and comforting himself, thinking hurriedly. The boy suddenly laughed and said, "Who is curious to see your trophy? It's just bought. It's worthless. I'll get it for you now. Don't be angry." Zhu Wei immediately turned around and ran towards the lounge where Jiang Cheng said, "Zhu Wei, why did you run back?" Jiang Cheng asked. Zhu Wei pursed his lips and said, "Mr. Jiang, I can win this competition because of myself, right?" Jiang Cheng was asked by Zhu Wei's sudden question, "What do you mean by this?" "I mean, did I win the championship because you were there?" Wei asked and lowered his head. "My teacher Jiang must not be such a person, must not be and must not be." Jiang Cheng remembered that he had not voted for Zhu Wei and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. After all, he voted for a disabled girl who was not as skilled as Zhu Wei. "Of course, I am also one of the critics. Without me, can your game continue? Of course it has something to do with me. Are you stupid?" Jiang Cheng circled the topic. Sloppy? Zhu Wei only understood Jiang Cheng's first meaning, which was also the correct meaning. Jiang Cheng didn't make him a champion by default. "I'm really stupid, hee. The other contestants outside want to see my trophy. Can I show it to them?" Zhu Wei said with some fear. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but chuckles and said to Zhu Wei, "You are really stupid when you say you are stupid. Eyes, of course you are in charge of your trophy. Why do you ask me?" Zhu Wei said, immediately stamped out the trophy. "What's wrong with this child? Why is he so hurried?" Jiang Cheng felt that Zhu Wei's face had been wrong all the time, and when he carried the trophy out, he also appeared panicked and couldn't help but want to go out and explore. "Do you really have the face to show us your trophy?" The boy scolded. "I didn't mean that. I didn't show off. I didn't." Zhu Wei shook his head and explained. Seeing that Zhu Wei actually took out the trophy, the boy couldn't help being angry. "Well, don't pretend to be pitiful. We can't afford to offend you. Your Master Zhang is amazing," the boy said disdainfully. Zhu Wei pursed his lips and said, "If I came out with the trophy and showed you the wrong thing, then I said, 'Don't be angry. Friendship ranks second.' Oh, are we friends? We can't afford to be tall." Jiang Cheng, the master of your family, is amazing, in fact, but a scumbag. The boy looked up to the sky after speaking. When Zhu Wai heard the boy scold Jiang Cheng as a scum, he couldn't help but angrily said, "You are a scum, get out of here. Oops, your kid is really begging. I'm calling Zaioi, my brothers, go." The boy called the crowd standing next to him and rushed towards Zhu Wai. Several people scuffled together, and Jiang Cheng happened to find out. Jiang Cheng took out the phone and sent all the people who hit Zhu Wai to the detention center. "Why are they hitting you?" Jiang Cheng asked. Zhu Wai bowed his head and said, "They said that I was your default champion and they called you a scum. I couldn't bear it anymore and rushed up." "What? The default champion?" Jiang Cheng seemed to suddenly realize the reason why Zhu Wai was soured by other contestants. It was the black screen of the competition, the black screen. "Linda, let me call up the surveillance video of the meeting between me and the other commentators of the game the night before, and specially cut out their conversation after I left, and then send it to me immediately." Jiang Cheng called and asked assistant Linda Tao. Jiang Cheng was also not idle, took out his laptop, and inquired the private intersection records of Ping Wai in all the competitions. It is true that Zun Teng Company never raises idlers. Jiang Cheng received an email from Linda, his assistant, in 5 minutes. "HMPH, these people are really amazing. They dare to take my words as deaf ears." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but anger after watching the surveillance video. "I made Zhu Wai the champion. I dismissed Zhu Wai because others blocked me from pushing him to the championship." Looking at these nonsense, Jiang Cheng gritted his teeth and made a major decision. "Linda, make an announcement in the name of the company." Jiang Cheng once again called the assistant Lindell. There was a pause on the other end of the phone and asked, "Boss Jiang, what announcement did you say?" "All the traffic jams will be cancelled, including the results after the race. And get ready for the next buys," Jiang Cheng said calmly. Linda couldn't help being shocked over there, and she said loudly, "What, boss, you want to withdraw the buyer? Do you know how much the company will lose? I have calculated it. The maximum loss of cancelling the PSA is 200 million, and the competition to be held again is only 300 million. And there are some things I can't ignore, so what is the difference between me and those who accept foreign exchange?" Jiang Cheng explained. "Okay, boss, I'll make an announcement now." Assistant Linda replied on the phone, "Boss Jiang is really rich and powerful. He's 500 million back and forth. Throat, forget it. Who makes the boss worth more than $1 trillion? This is just a small 500 million. The announcement of Jiang Cheng's reorganization of the game has just been issued and caused a sensation in the outside world. Not only reorganized the competition, but also canceled all awards. Could it be that what went wrong with those experts? The outside world has always been so suspicious. The reputation of the expert commentators of the competition also plummeted. Because of these things, for a long time, no program group dared to invite them to participate in the judging work. The second competition will be held in the second week after the announcement. In this competition, Jiang Cheng used the audience's votes and Wai's ratings to calculate the average value, and there was no suspicion of cheating. Zhu Wai played better this time than the last time, and everyone in the circle and outside the picture appreciated him. The result, of course, is obvious. After all the audience voted and commented on Wai's scoring, the champion of this competition was Zhu Wai. Jiang Cheng announced from the podium. Zhu Wai won the championship with almost transparent competition scores. No one doubted the result this time. Participants who fought against Zhu Wai last time were also released from the detention center. Seeing Zhu Wai's wonderful game process, he felt a little guilty. "Zhu Wai, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive last time." The beater bowed to Zhu Wai and said guiltily. Zhu Wai felt a little embarrassed when he heard his talk and said, "There was a black screen in the last competition, but it was not instructed by teacher Jiang. So there is nothing wrong with you saying that. Okay, even if we don't know each other, we will be brothers and friends in the future," the boy said with a smile. Zhu Wai patted the boy on the shoulder and asked, "Are you a real brother or a fake brother? As your brother, I don't even know your name." Oh, sorry, I'm so excited. My name is Lai Mingxiao and I am glad to meet you." The man introduced himself. Zhu Wai smiled and said to Lai Mingxiao that you must know my name, but let me introduce myself again. "Hello, I am Zhu Wai and I am glad to meet you. I am 18 and very happy to meet you too. However, there is an unrelenting request. I don't know if it is inappropriate to speak. Lai Mingxiao was a little bit hesitant and stopped. Zhu Wai shrugged and said, since we are brothers, then nothing is a big deal, just say it. I am about to form a team, your driving skills are really good, can you join us? Lai Mingxiao touched the back of his head embarrassedly. Zhu Wai said, lowered his head slightly and said, I'm going to ask others about this matter. After all, I'm not an adult and I can't do it myself. Lai Mingxiao nodded, expressed his understanding and said, then go back and ask. But we really appreciate you. Everyone in the team is looking forward to your joining. Zhu Wai ran back immediately and found Jiang Cheng in the office. Teacher Jiang, I want to ask you a question. Zhu Wai took Jiang Cheng's arm. Jiang Cheng picked up the floor, avoided the ground, turned around and asked, let's talk, what's the matter? Lai Mingxiao, that's not right. It's the man who beat me last time. He invited me into their caravan. Do you want me to go? Zhu Wai's two small hands were together like a small earthworm. Jiang Cheng gently touched Zhu Wai's head and said, Jun boy, although I am your teacher, I am not the planner of your life. The road of life is yours. You have to make your own decisions, can it? Zhu Wai looked at Jiang Cheng blankly. Jiang Cheng gave Zhu Wai an encouraging look, gave him a thumbs up and said, you have to believe in yourself, you can do it and make your own decisions. Regardless of whether the result is good or bad, you just don't regret it. After hearing Jiang Cheng's encouragement, Zhu Wai ran out of the office and went to Lai Mingxiao's coffee shop after thanking Jiang Cheng. I think about it. I want to join your team. Zhu Wai looked at Lai Mingxiao seriously. Lai Mingxiao heard Zhu Wai's reply moving and confused and asked, why are you so sure this time? Because teacher Jiang said, the path of life is my own. I have to learn to make my own decisions. Of course, I am also responsible for my choices. Zhu Wai said seriously. Even his facial expressions were a little serious. Lai Mingxiao saw Zhu Wai appreciatively, stretched out his hand and shook Zhu Wai gently and said, that's good, you are welcome to join our fleet and enter this big family. This competition not only praised Zhu Wai, but also hit Xiaohui and created Mo Mu's commentary on Wai. It also once again praised Jiang Cheng, who was hot as a teacher. Zunteng's top boss Jiang Cheng is not only a top scientist, but also an unparalleled educator who has nurtured countless talents. And as the one middle school where Jiang Cheng works, is it really the county-level first high school? Reports like this spread like wildfire. Every day, they will appear on the homepage of Weibo, WeChat, Taoxiao, and other information websites. Zhangbei Jiang Cheng is on fire, but Jiangzi is older and there are more impurities. Everyone is coveting this hot piece of fat in Yizhang, and the education team also came down to check it. Principal, please come with us. The education team and some security members said to the principal of one middle school. Jiang Cheng hurried here, stopped in front of the principal, and asked, what's the matter? Why do you want to arrest people? Those people knew that Jiang Cheng's background was too big to provoke him, so they explained patiently. Someone provided video and recording materials as evidence, reported the principal's remittance, and based on the response of the deputy boss of the finance department of the education team. The school's finances are in deficit, and the accounts are not correct. Hearing this, Jiang Zai also knew that the principal's hands must be dirty. This time, it must be the principal and the school's failure. Without relatives, he had to quit the principal's office and return to his own office. In the afternoon, I received an announcement from the education team. The principal of one middle school received foreign exchange due to bank exchanges, tax evasion, and formally dismissed his position and was under investigation. At this time, the teachers in charge of various departments of Can you be a principal? That night, Jiang Cheng once again went on a hot search. However, this time it was because of Dong Ran. Wow, God is so unfair. If you give me a teacher like Jiang Cheng who is responsible and handsome, I will definitely enter Tsinghua Peking University. Many people sighed like this after seeing the hot video. Edited a lot of videos of Jiang Cheng and Dong Ran getting along, and also described Qingzhou Dong Ran has been living with his teacher. Jiang Cheng communicated with his parents carefully in order to protect Dong Ran. Dong Ran was taken out by human flesh. The videos of him and Jiang Cheng were picked up, and everything he cut was exposed to netizens at this time. A small V player with hundreds of thousands of fans repost was pushed to the forefront. He reposted the video, and 8 went to the local education team, saying if such a teacher is not the principal, who will be the principal? This is Jiang Cheng, who is both virtuous and capable, and qualified to be the principal of a high school. A week later, Jiang Cheng really received a letter from the education team inviting Jiang Cheng to be the principal of one middle school. Jiang Cheng had no choice but to make a statement on Weibo. Dear netizens, first of all, I want to thank you all for your love and appreciation. You all want to recommend me to be the principal. However, I am too busy to take care of it. The principal in the school is busy with work, so I think that the principal should be elected by a more competent person. I hope everyone will understand. Jiang Cheng's statement on Weibo really shocked everyone, and everyone felt sorry for Jiang Cheng's failure to be elected as the principal of one middle school. By Jing in their minds, Jiang Cheng is a serious and responsible teacher. If he is elected as the principal of one high school, not only will the one high school become famous for it, but his children will also receive a better education. However, due to Jiang Cheng's resolute attitude on Weibo, the parents behind the internet had no choice but to give up. Even so, everyone has long recognized Jiang Cheng as the principal of one middle school. Therefore, whenever I have the opportunity, I will express my opinions behind the re-election of the principal of one middle school. On this day, the one high school decided to hold a voting conference for one high school principals on Monday. All teachers and students of the school can participate to express their views on who is elected regarding one middle school. Through holding this event, Jiang Cheng did not express any opinions. This event is the fairest. The time is set at the time when the students first come to school on Monday, so every student can have enough time at home to consider whom to vote for. Many students are depressed at home. This vote is very important for those who want to be the principal of a high school. But for Jiang Cheng, it doesn't matter, and he doesn't want to be elected as the principal of one middle school. Voting is going on intensely, but everyone has a steelyard in their hearts. Especially after watching the videos of Jiang Cheng and Dong Ran, everyone prefers Jiang Cheng more, and everyone likes Jiang Cheng's serious and responsible professionalism. What's more, among the students in one middle school, which one is not high IQ, which one is not with lofty ambitions, everyone likes to be able to become a student and be admitted to Tsinghua University. And Jiang Cheng let the students who are studying in one middle school see hope. Let them feel that King Peking University is not a dream. Everyone gathered in the auditorium, and the expressions on everyone's faces were very excited and excited. The beautifully dressed girl asked her companions next to her, "Hey, who do you think will be elected our principal this time? Are you not looking forward to it?" The girl with an eye next to him replied indifferently, "Is it still worth expecting? It must be our teacher Jiang Cheng. His serious and responsible image has been recognized by many people. So, what can I look forward to?" The other girls nodded beside them, apparently agreeing with those eyes. Female opinion. A host was selected from within the school. His appearance was thin and tall, and his appearance was average, but his words caught everyone's attention. "Today, we are gathered here, no other purpose. That is to withdraw from the election of the new principal of one middle school. I hope that everyone can have a fair and just heart and never be able to favor any teacher. I hope everyone can remember this. We choose the principal to better serve the students of a high school and let the principal lead us to a better future. So, don't have some selfish desires." The host's nice and elegant voice came from the microphone. Seeing such a serious host, everyone also put away those silly thoughts and some unrealistic ideas and concentrated on betting on this school vote. All the classmates stepped onto the stage one after another, lined up and put their votes in the ballot box, and then returned to their positions one after another. A girl next to her asked the boy next to her, "Hey, who did you vote for?" The boy answered without hesitation, "Don't think about it. Of course I voted for teacher Jiang Cheng. So are you also teacher Jiang Cheng?" The girl arrogantly replied, "Of course, teacher Jiang Cheng is the perfect teacher and principal in my mind. Apart from him, I can't find anyone else." After about 10 minutes, the voting results seemed to have come out. "Well, students and teachers have been waiting for a long time. The result has come out, and we will announce it immediately," the host said mysteriously. The host held the note of the voting result in his hand. Then the one who got the highest number of votes in this voting result is Mr. Cheng Yijiang. Congratulations, everyone. Papa, there was enthusiastic applause on the court, as if everyone was very satisfied with the result this time. But at this time, Jiang Cheng stepped onto the podium and said to everyone, I really appreciate the trust of all the students in me, but I really don't have more time and energy to be the principal of this one middle school. Therefore, I recommend it. The vice principal came to assume the position of the principal of one middle school. I hope that everyone can understand my difficulties and actively cooperate with the vice principal's work. Thank you. After that, Jiang Cheng bent his body to all the students. Seeing that Jiang Cheng once again rejected the position of being elected as the principal of one middle school, everyone had no choice but to give up, because the vice principal was also a kind and strict manner. After the election of the principal came to an end, the school ushered in a new task. The above requires a middle school to select some outstanding students to participate in the regional competition. This competition is of great importance. The entire mansion is very important to this competition. One of the highest schools in the mansion, the boss of the mansion, is even more important. The school just announced that they are going to participate in the regional competition. Everyone is very excited. After all, this opportunity is very rare. You can show your face in the regional competition. If you miss this time, it will be difficult next time. The boss of the school requires each class teacher to personally select some students that he is satisfied with. The student's comprehensive ability, learning ability, and various physical examinations must reach the target. As a class teacher, Jiang Cheng naturally has to select some people in his class to conduct assessments and evaluations on them and go through a series of projects. Select the person who will eventually participate in the competition. Jiang Cheng was really busy because of these things. Basically, I don't want to put my feet on the floor. I go home to wash and take a bath every day, do nothing, lie down and go to sleep. At this tense and busy time, the mansion sent an invitation to Jiang Cheng and invited Jiang Cheng to participate in the science and technology show in the mansion. The people in the mansion especially hope to see Jiang Cheng show off his talents again, and the people in the mansion appreciate Jiang Cheng's abilities very much. Seeing the email from the mansion, I invited myself to participate in the technology show. Jiang Cheng was lost in thought. This is an opportunity for him. Bai Jing can make more people realize himself and his ability and accomplishments in technology. However, when he thought that the students in his school were still waiting for him, Jiang Cheng did not hesitate to send an email to reject the request from the mansion and devoted himself to sending his students to the competition. After learning that Jiang Cheng refused the invitation to participate in the science and technology show because he wanted to accompany the students to the competition, the boss of the mansion didn't say anything, but he was furious. They looked up to Jiang Cheng and thought he was a good seed, so they wanted to invite him to participate, but they didn't expect Jiang Cheng to be ignorant and refused. Forget the throat. Just forget it if you don't want to. Please ask someone else. The boss of the education team threw a word and left. A director couldn't stand it anymore. Because he knew the principal of Jiang Cheng's school, he called my principal and was very angry during the call. He denounced Jiang Cheng's actions and emphasized that Jiang Cheng must participate in this science and technology show. After hanging up the phone, the principal only felt that he was in a cold sweat, and both sides couldn't afford to offend. One was the division chief, and the other was the sincere and Jiang Cheng background who gave the position of the principal to himself. For a time, the principal was caught in a dilemma. I want to find a solution for both, but I can't figure it out. When Jiang Cheng came to the school the next day, the principal had no choice but to find Jiang Cheng. He came to the door of Jiang Cheng's office and knocked on the door. Jiang Cheng looked up and saw that the principal was standing at the door of his office, so he let the principal come in and sit down and poured a glass of water to the principal. Although the principal felt a little nervous, he still drank his mouth and said, Jiang Cheng took the students to the competition last time. What was the result? Jiang Cheng knew that the principal came to him definitely not to ask about the result of the last competition. But the principal didn't say anything else. Jiang Cheng continued with the principal's words and said, "It's not bad. I don't know the specific result." Worried. What is there to worry about? By the way, I heard that someone in the mansion invited you to participate in the science and technology show a few days ago, and you rejected it. I think you have to consider this matter carefully. Bai Jing is a rare opportunity. Ah, the principal stood up and patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder. Jiang Cheng didn't say a word, just doing what he had at hand. The principal was not surprised to see Jiang Cheng's reaction. He didn't stay in Jiang Cheng's office for too long before leaving Jiang Cheng's office. Interesting, Jiang Cheng muttered. The person who persuaded himself to participate in the science and technology show was definitely not the principal. After all, he gave him the position of principal, and he would not point fingers at himself and interfere with his actions so quickly. Not to mention own background. The principal told the director Jiang Cheng's reaction. After hearing this, the director became even more angry. He waved his hand and picked up the phone next to him and pulled out. Jiang Cheng felt very strange after receiving the call. Looking at the strange number on the phone, Jiang Cheng was stunned and picked up the call. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard an unfamiliar voice coming from the other end of the phone. "Who are you?" As soon as Jiang Cheng opened his mouth, he was scolded by the other party. "Jiang Cheng, I tell you, you don't know how to promote. The mansion invites you to participate in the science and technology show is worthy of you. Don't think you are great. Many people will participate in your place, so I advise you to figure out your identity." Jiang Cheng sneered and said, "Is that so? Who gave you the qualification to teach me?" Jiang Cheng's mouth raised a sneer, and he sneered calmly. "Well, you don't know who I am. I will tell you, I am Chief Yang. I called to inform you that you must come to the tech show." The director angrily said to Jiang Cheng on the other end of the phone, and then hang up the phone. "Okay, I know." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, regardless of the reaction of Chief Yang on the other end of the phone, he hung up. Director Yang, who was hung up, felt angry, but couldn't find anyone to vent, so he raised his hand and threw all the files on the desktop to the ground. I was a little flustered at Jiang Cheng's tone. But after thinking about it, Jiang Cheng is just a small teacher with no network resources. He must have scared himself by speaking out, so he didn't think much. As night fell, time continued to flow by, and slowly into the evening. Every time this is the busiest time of those hotels, people of all colors gather here. Old friends who haven't seen them for a long time will basically choose a hotel to spend their dinner time, and at the same time for their own thoughts. Some are to build a good relationship with colleagues, some are to build a good relationship with superiors, and some are to get together with friends. In a relatively high-end hotel, Chief Yang and a few of his friends in the mansion are also of higher standing, eating, drinking, and chatting together. After chatting, I talked about Jiang Cheng's refusal to participate in the science and technology show. Because they were all familiar friends, there was no too much concealment. They all complained about their dissatisfaction with Jiang Cheng. I got a little drunk while drinking. Chief Yang said drunkenly, "This Jiang Cheng is really ignorant. I personally called him and asked him to participate in the science and technology show. He actually hung up my phone. You say it does not make people angry." A friend of Director Yang said, "Is he a little teacher? It's so funny." Yes, yes. Several other people also agreed. When Chief Yang went to work the next morning, on the way to his office, he saw several employees discussing something, but he walked to his office without thinking. When he came to his office, Chief Yang opened a letter on his desk. It turned out that it was a dismissal letter, and Chief Yang was fired. Director Yang suddenly remembered Jiang Cheng's tone and attitude yesterday, and he knew that Jiang Cheng was doing it. He never thought that Jiang Cheng could fire himself even though he was a small teacher. Chief Yang was paralyzed in the chair, and his mind was full of Jiang Cheng's tone and scenes yesterday. The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. Looking at Jiang Cheng's hand sign in his hand, he didn't have the courage to pull it out. Although Chief Yang had determined that Jiang Cheng did it, he still did not give up. He made a call to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng had guessed that Chief Yang would call him, so he did not see that Chief Yang called. Surprised, he picked up the phone and said, "Director Yang, what's the point of calling me this morning?" Director Yang did not pay attention to Jiang Cheng's ridicule and said directly, "Did you do this when I was fired?" "That's right, it's me. Why didn't you expect it? Didn't I tell you yesterday?" Jiang Cheng did not shy away and said for sure. Director Yang heard the affirmative answer. Although he was unwilling to say anything, he hung up the phone. Jiang Cheng looked at the hung-up phone, sneered, and devoted himself to his work. Chief Yang was stunned for a moment and suddenly remembered something and said, "How come I am so stupid? Why can't I see Jiang Cheng's identity?" Since the director knew Jiang Cheng's identity, he regretted visiting him for a while. Now, he wants to find Jiang Cheng, talk about him, and make up for the mistakes he made before. "Principal Jiang, can I ask you for leave? There are some things that need to be dealt with these days. Please approve my leave slip, please." After hesitating outside the office for a long time, the director knocked on Jiang Cheng's office door. After entering, he said to Jiang Cheng, with a humble appearance, not at all the aggressive face he had before. However, after Jiang Cheng saw him, he didn't take care of him. He was busy with the things in his hands. He had already seen too much of this kind of people. Snobbers, Jiang Cheng, this is what he hates most. Kind of. In the past, I was so miserable by him, and he was scolded for nothing. Now that I know my identity, I hurried to flatter myself. This kind of person should really be treated. Therefore, Jiang Cheng today does not intend to take care of this profit-only chief. On the contrary, he still wants to let him go around. "Principal Jiang, take a look before. It's because I'm not very sensible and offends. Please bear with me. The adults don't remember the villains. Today, I'm thinking about asking for a leave for you, by the way. I'm sorry for what I used to be ignorant, and please don't care about it," he said in a conclusive manner, for fear that Jiang Cheng would be upset again. And when he entered the door, Jiang Cheng didn't take care of him. He had done this to others before, so, knowing that Jiang Cheng was probably not satisfied with him, he didn't give up and said, hoping that his tone and attitude would help Jiang Cheng not to care about himself too much. "Division Chief, didn't you see that I'm busy? If there's something, let's talk about it later. Now, I still have something to deal with. If you want to ask for leave, you can go to someone else. You don't have to be with me, you know. Now, if there's nothing wrong, let's go. I'll be out for a while. Now I need to handle the documents quietly." Jiang Cheng paused and then said to him with a face full of carelessness, "This kind of person, he wouldn't show him a good look. He is profitable, bullying others and bullying the weak. What Jiang Cheng hates most in his life is this kind of person. So, he disdains dealing with this kind of person." "Oh, okay, then I won't bother you, the principal, sorry." The director heard Jiang Cheng's impatience and perplexity towards him, so he said hurriedly, "At this time, it is best to leave here quickly, otherwise, lest he hate himself more." After that, the director left. Jiang Cheng looked at the file in his hand and smiled coldly. In this world, the real fist strength can crush people to death. Before this director, Japanese letter will not have this attitude towards himself. "Haha, I want me to forgive you. Don't think too much. I really think I don't hold grudges. Just look, this is the beginning." Jiang Cheng said and stood up. Now, he needs to send Dong Ran to the exam. Dong Ran's exam location is quite far away, so Jiang Cheng and Dong Ran discussed it and went there in advance. "Let's go, waiting for me for a long time. Someone came to me just now and some things were delayed. Let's go now." Dong Ran has been waiting outside for a long time. After seeing him, Jiang Cheng said embarrassedly. Looking at him, Dong Ran didn't say anything. This matter was originally because someone voluntarily accompanied her to the exam, so she had nothing to say. After all, Jiang Cheng has a lot to deal with now. He is busy for himself, he is used to it. How about the review, let me tell you. After a while, you should treat it as usual. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, know it. Just let it go, relax, maybe there is a good one. Achievements, know it. When he got into the car, Jiang Cheng started nagging. He was afraid that Dong Ran would put too much pressure on him, so he kept enlightening her, hoping that she would not be so nervous. "Oops, it's okay, I'm all ready. I'm sure I won't let you down. Don't worry, I'm a lot lighter than you. It's yourself, worrying about me. Don't worry, I've been prepared for so long, nothing will happen." Dong Ran said with a smile. She has been preparing for so long and will not disappoint herself in Jiang Cheng. Looking at her, Jiang Cheng smiled embarrassedly, and the two of them went to the test site. Fortunately, the traffic was unimpeded along the way. But suddenly, the car stopped. "I can't go anymore. I rely on. What is the situation? Don't drop the chain at a critical moment. This car is really not interesting enough." Suddenly, when I heard a sound, the car couldn't move. Jiang Cheng knew that this car had a flat tire. Now the car is parked halfway. What can I do? What's wrong? Has the car punctured? Dong Ran also opened his eyes when he heard the sound and then asked. She felt that something bad had happened. Now it really happened. After the inspection, it was found that the car had a puncture. Now, Jiang Cheng is particularly depressed. If he puts aside Dong Ran's exam, what can I do? Dong Ran looked at him and said nothing. This time she had a lot of problems in the exam, but she believed that 75 in the end, she would definitely get excellent results. The two people were on the road and there was no way at all. The cars went back and forth, but there was no one they knew. Principal Jiang, why are you here? Did something happen? Just when the two of them were at a loss, a voice came. Following the sound, the car also stopped next to them and the chief poked his head out of the car. I sent her to the exam, but now the car has a tire. There is no way, Jiang Cheng said angrily. The car had a tire and now he has to retreat to this director. Therefore, the mood is bad. Oops, what a coincidence. I just want to go to the exam place today. If you don't dislike it, I will send you there. Okay. Otherwise, the exam will start in a while and I won't be able to catch up. Come up, right, the director hurriedly said, seeing this situation. Jiang Cheng took a look and now there is no way, so he pulled Dong Ran into the director's car. Finally, Dong Ran caught up with the exam in time. After Jiang Dao thanked him, the director left. A few days later, the exam results came out, and Dong Ran lived up to expectations and got excellent results. Jiang Cheng was very happy. After thinking about it, he called the following and resumed his position as director. In the morning, Jiang Cheng was awakened by the crisp ringing of the original phone. Hello, which one are you looking for? Jiang Cheng's lazy voice sounded in the bedroom. The person on the other end of the phone paused and said, Hello, sorry, I interrupted you to rest. Huh, it's okay. Who are you? Jiang Cheng replied. I am Chief Yang of the last time. I would like to treat you to a meal today. For the last time you did not remember the villain, you treated me leniently. Thank you, said the person on the other end respectfully. Jiang Cheng said, raising his eyebrows, and said, but it's okay, you got my student Dong Ran from Yemen at that time, and it doesn't matter if you have done the same, it doesn't matter. After finishing speaking, Jiang Cheng didn't wait for Director Yang to answer and hung up the phone. Seeing Japanese letter at 6 o'clock in the morning, he couldn't help frowning. Do these people call no time and place anymore? Are they rushing to reincarnate so early? Jiang Cheng thought that it was still early, so he changed into a sweatshirt and planned to go to the gym on the second floor of his villa to exercise. Dong Ran's vocal training voice sounded in the gym. Jiang Cheng heard the elongated practicing voice before he walked in. Jiang Cheng gently opened the door, hiding behind Dong Ran quietly, and saw that Dong Ran was running on a treadmill while pulling his voice to practice. He smiled, increased his voice like a prank, and suddenly shouted, What are you doing, Mai? Wow, Teacher Jiang, why do you think about getting up so early today? When I came before, you were still sleeping in your bedroom. Did I disturb you? Dong Ran asked cautiously. Jiang Cheng shook his head, stepped onto another treadmill next to him, ran, and said, It was just being woken up by an inexplicable and annoying phone call. No, you are thinking that I used to get up too late. Do you think I'm lazy? Slightly, I didn't. Teacher Jiang, you use your brains so much every day, of course you have to take a good rest, right? Dong Ran stretched out his tongue playfully. Jiang Cheng touched Dong Ran's head, which was all soaked in sweat, and said without half disgust, Do you get up so early every day to practice? Well, of course. The teacher of the music school said that the most important basis for singing is breath. Running can exercise lung capacity, and practicing sound while running can increase the length and stability of breath. Dong Ran nodded nonchalantly. Jiang Cheng looked at Dong Ran appreciatively and said, Well, just keep practicing like this. From now on, you will be the musician of the future. Teacher, let's go to take a bath and change our clothes. It's getting late and we are ready to go to school. Dong Ran lowered his head shyly when he heard Jiang Cheng's exaggerated appreciation. Jiang Cheng pressed the off button of the treadmill and said, Well, go change clothes and take a shower. I will take you there today, don't worry, take your time. There was a silent voice in the school. What's wrong? Why is it so quiet today? Jiang Cheng asked the security guard. The security guard smiled honestly and replied, Teacher Jiang, today is the beginning. Did you forget? What? I was so confused that I took the exam today and I forgot about it. I've been too busy lately and I forgot to start this. Today should be the last exam, right? Jiang Cheng blamed himself. In the end, Jiang Cheng understands that the graduation ceremony will be held this afternoon and that he may never see those children again. At the graduation ceremony, it was the class led by Jiang Cheng to speak. I only heard everyone yelling in unison, "Mr. Jiang, we love you." Jiang Cheng actually felt a warm current in his heart and suddenly felt that all his efforts were not in vain. "Teacher Jiang, let's go to the movies in the afternoon. Are you going?" Jiang Cheng's class representative ran down and asked. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Of course I want to skip it. Tell the classmates, I will treat you to the movies and dinner today." The class representative ran to inform everyone in the class, only to hear an exclamation of "Ah, great." In the evening, inside the restaurant on the left bank of Paris, Jiang Cheng picked up the cup full of juice, looked at all the students in the class, and said, "Come on, the teacher toasts you, and I wish you a smooth graduation." In order to welcome the contract students, Jiang Cheng didn't order wine. Instead, like a student, he ordered his least favorite sweet juice and drank it. "Mr. Jiang, although the time you took us is not long, we really like you. If you don't have you, then skip class as we did before and don't listen to discipline. Let's not talk about our future. We don't even have an exam. We'll pass." Jiang Cheng said sincerely, one of the most expensive students in the class. Jiang Cheng took a sip of the juice gently and said, "You have brought me a lot of happiness, and I am honored to be your teacher." Dong Ran looked at the increasingly sensational scenes. In order to prevent the scene, the situation was uncontrollable, and he immediately swallowed the imitation in his heart and said, "Okay, don't say these words that make people cry. How embarrassing." Jiang Cheng suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed and said, "Okay, everyone. Hurry up and move your messenger. Now it's only 45 minutes before the beginning of the movie, but there is only one class, so hurry up. Otherwise, you will miss the movie show." At 9 o'clock in the middle of the night, just after the movie was shown, there was a sudden heavy rain outside. Jiang Cheng and the students were not aware of the thunder and lightning weather outside because they were watching movies indoors. When they walked out to see the lightning and thunder, they were a little dumbfounded. "I also said I took a taxi home. What should I do? It seems that there is not even a taxi on the road. My parents said they were going to drive me to pick me up, but I just called and asked. They were stuck in a traffic jam and stuck on the road." The students all grumbled and said, standing still and not knowing what to do, "Otherwise I will send you back." Jiang Cheng thought about it for a while. Dong Ran frowned and said, "Today you are driving a limited edition Bugatti Veyron with so few seats, you think you are driving a bus. Where's the car? Teacher Jiang, otherwise you drive one by one." Zhu Wei flashed with inspiration. Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "No, it's past 9 o'clock. You are not safe here. Let me figure out a way. Don't worry about it." After less than 2 minutes, Jiang Chengpa called the assistant Linda and said, "Now you ask the company's driver to transfer a few cars to the building where the restaurant is located on the left bank of Paris. This is from the cinema on the first floor. Export." Assistant Linda saw that it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening Beijing time and saw the sound of raining outside. She couldn't help feeling a little strange and asked, "I'm going, Mr. Jiang, what's the matter with you? What kind of fool is trapped?" "No, the students I took graduated. I took them out to eat. Then I felt bored and watched the movie again. I didn't look at the weather forecast and didn't know it would rain. Now I can't walk without a car." Jiang Cheng explained. The assistant Linda couldn't help but chuckle, hee, and jokingly said, "You are really not just a good boss in the Eastern District, but you are also a good teacher in the world. Ha 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 ha, you can eat and play and teach. Yes, you can also live right. Don't ridicule your noble boss anymore. Hurry up, send a car over. Send some low-key cars, don't be too ostentatious." Jiang Cheng teased his assistant while exhorting. Assistant Linda coughed a few times and replied, "Right away, it will be guaranteed within 3 minutes." 3 minutes later, at the entrance of the theater, a row of Rolls-Royce lined up gorgeously. "Wow, Teacher Jiang, local tyrant." Many students sighed. "Tusk, tusk, tusk, my head teacher is a king too rich. How many tens of thousands of dollars for these 313 cars? No, I have to add more." "What?" Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "Get in the car. The drivers will take you home safely and get together for a long time. If you have anything, just call the teacher." After watching a group of students go, Jiang Cheng pulled Dong Ran and Zhu Wei into his car. He planned to personally send Zhu Wai home and then take Dong Ran home. Zhu Wai, your home is here. Umbrella is next to you, slamming Mu home. Throat, no, who is the figure standing at the door? Do you know? Are you the bad guys who are plotting wrong? Jiang Cheng from the beginning suddenly, his thoughtfulness turned to faint worry in his heart. Zhu Wai looked in the direction Jiang Cheng was looking and replied, that's my mother, maybe, should. No, let me send you there. Dong Ran, you guard the car. Jiang Cheng instructed the two little guys, Dong Ran and Zhu Wai. Jiang Cheng led Zhu Wai to the house, taking advantage of the light under the street lamp, and confirmed that this person was Zhu Wai's mother. Zai Aoi, who is this? Who sent you back? Zhu Wai's mother said in surprise when she saw Jiang Cheng's luxury car. Zhu Wai pointed at Jiang Cheng and said with a smile, Mom, this is Jiang Cheng that I often mention to you, Teacher Jiang. You are Teacher Jiang so long and long. Zhu Wai's mother took out her hand and shook Jiang Cheng's hand gently. Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded and said, well, hello, Zhu Wai's mother. I am Jiang Cheng, Zhu Wai's teacher. Thank you very much, Mr. Jiang. We have been at the door of my Zhu Wai all the way. If you hadn't encouraged him to continue his dream of being a traffic jam driver, there might not be a member of the famous team in the region today. Why? Zhu Wai's mother said sincerely, looking at Jiang Cheng. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, Mother Zhu Wai, you are serious. This is all due to Zhu Wai's talent and his efforts. I just played a supporting role. You are too humble. I really represent me on behalf of Zhu Wai, and thank you on behalf of our whole family. Zhu Wai's mother said with a smile. Jiang Cheng waved to Zhu Wai, mother and son, and said, it really doesn't matter. All right, Zhu Wai, hurry up and help your mother into the house. I will also go first. The road is slippery on rainy days. Be careful. Back in the car, Dong Ran couldn't wait to chat with Jiang Cheng. The two of Bai Jing lived together for so long and became more acquainted, slowly reaching the point where they could talk about everything. You can rest for a long time after you bring our graduates this year. Zhenying screens you. Dong Ran said with his mouth open. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, what are you going to take a break? Because you have to take care of you before you have to take exams. Many of our company's affairs are in charge of assistants and deputy directors. I will go to the company tomorrow to investigate. Let's take a look at the company's current situation and deal with some important things. Why do I think I pity you so much? I feel tired. Dong Ran looked at Jiang Cheng with some distress. Jiang Cheng raised a wry smile at the corner of his mouth and replied, little devil, do you know? If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. In the morning, Jiang Cheng got up at 5:30 a.m., earlier than when he got up in the morning the previous morning. He left breakfast and a note with the instructions on the table and drove to the company alone. At 7:30, Jiang Cheng was dealing with some of the small file assistants left over from the school substitute some time ago. Linda pushed the door directly and walked in. Wow, Mr. Jiang, are you really here? I thought Chief Liang from the finance department came in yesterday to get the papers and didn't turn off the lights. Assistant Linda said with some surprise. Jiang Cheng couldn't help frowning when he heard the words and asked, did people often come in and out of my office during the time I was not in the company? Why come to my office? With so many documents and seals in the office, will it be unsafe? Fortunately, I am prepared to lock up important documents and private seals. There should be no big problem. That's not true. During this time, only Deputy Director and Director Liang of the Finance Department came in. Linda replied conscientiously. Jiang Cheng pursed his lips and was about to let the assistant go back. He inadvertently saw that the second drawer on the right opened slightly. He turned it over and found that a stack of invoices was missing. Linda, why do I feel that there are fewer invoices in my box? Jiang Cheng asked with some doubts. Linda smiled disapprovingly and said, I'm afraid you are too sensitive. How can you remember so many invoices that you reported last time? I've always been very confident about my memory. Okay, let's not talk about it. You can bring me the recent financial statements of the company and bring me the invoices with the planning instructions at the same time. Assistant Linda stepped back and prepared all the documents Jiang Cheng wanted and sent him up in 5 minutes. At first, Jiang Cheng only looked at the financial statements and felt that there was no problem at first glance, but when he looked at it carefully, he felt that the statement was a bit weird, but he couldn't tell where the problem was. Linda, hand in the deputy director, let him come to my office immediately. Jiang Cheng pressed the inside line of the company office. Deputy Dong knocked on the door and walked in and asked, "President, are you looking for me?" "Well, you come and take a look at this report. I think it's a bit strange. Let me check the attached invoice description first." Jiang Cheng looked at just now the Deputy Dong who ran up said. Jiang Cheng turned over the invoice and felt that something was getting wrong, and his brows began to tighten slowly. This invoice should have been received last time. Why are the invoice locations, times and events of the invoices handed in this time and last time the same? Jiang Cheng probably counted them and found that hundreds of them were the same, and the amount of each invoice was more than 5 or 6 figures. "Come and see this." Jiang Cheng's voice rang in the office of Zinda. At the same time, Deputy Dong's deep voice broke the silence of the office at the same time as Jiang Cheng's voice. "Look at this." Jiang Cheng raised his hand and said, "Let's talk about it first. Look, although these accounts seem to be correct on the surface, there are almost no major discrepancies, but at first glance, they are the accounts that were manipulated and collected later. Look at this, it is completely and factual. The incident does not match." Deputy Dong pointed to a certain page of the report. At the same time, Jiang Cheng turned to the invoice appendix to this page of the report that the Deputy Dong pointed out, and found that not only the cost of the account reporting event on the report did not match the reality, but also the content of the invoice was different. "Look at this. I have received these invoices once, and when I came in the morning, I found that the drawer where I put the invoices had been moved," Jiang Cheng said with a deep face. Deputy Dong patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder and said, "It looks like I will have to trouble the team members to come and visit." Jiang Cheng nodded and watched Deputy Dong call the team and the commercial investigation team to report. "Linda, bring up Director Liang from the finance department." Jiang Cheng went to the head. "I personally ordered it in the layoff office." Linda was a little dazed and asked, "Take it, shouldn't you please?" "Don't worry about this. I mean, let you bring Chief Liang from the finance department yourself," Jiang Cheng explained. Assistant Linda, seeing Jiang Cheng's serious expression, he no longer smiles hippily. He immediately went down and pleased Director Liang up. Jiang, are you looking for something to do with me?" Director Liang of the finance department said hesitantly. Jiang Cheng smiled and looked at Director Liang with a knife and said, "I'll talk to you about why you are so nervous. Ha, you are the president and you are a teenager. You are naturally different from others. You are not angry and pretentious. Of course, I am a little nervous. I hope you can be considerate and don't worry about it." "Good," Cheng flattered to Jiang Cheng sitting in the boss chair. Jiang Cheng heard the movement outside the door and said, "I am not looking for you today, but they are looking for you." Director Liang just turned his head, and he happened to see a few players standing outside the door and investigators from the commercial team. "We have received a report from your company and suspect that you are suspected of stealing and stealing. We also hope that you will follow us," the leader of a group of team members said to Director Liang. At this moment, Deputy Dong rushed in and said, "Comrades, please wait a moment. I just checked all the financial statements and found that the chief of the financial department of the company, Director Liang, had evaded taxes, and all the money that was pulled out of the company for taxation was collected." "Okay, Director Liang Long, let's go," the captain said again. However, Director Liang is not an easy person. The people who can enter the Zun Teng company under Jiang Cheng's control are just a group of people. Director Liang shook his hand and said to the team members, "Comrade team members, based on these charges you suspected of me, I can apply for bail and my lawyer will talk to you. Even if you want to detain me, you need to wait until the 24th of the incident." Hours later, although Jiang Cheng and others thought that it would be best to bring Director Liang to justice sooner, but due to the existence of the law, Jiang Cheng had nothing to do. "I had to wait until a day later." As soon as Director Liang returned home, he collected the large yellow croaker stored in the safe at home one by one and called the children, his wife, and other family members home. "Hurry up and take away all the movable assets in your family. Go to Australia immediately. Don't stay. I will find someone to meet you over there," Director Liang told his family. Director Liang's wife couldn't help but wonder and asked, "What happened? Why are you so anxious?" "Don't worry, the car is already outside. You go to the airport immediately." Director Liang pushed his wife out of the villa. On the other side, the boss just got off the plane and saw the team reported to him about Jiang Cheng's company before going through the security check. And he also happened to know Director Liang, the chief of the financial department in Jiang Cheng's company, and he had a relationship with his wife and son. Half an hour later, inside the airport, "Hey, aren't you Mrs. Liang? You are in a hurry where you are going," the boss saw Director Liang's wife Dao. Mrs. Liang panicked a little and replied, "Boss, isn't this the kid who wants to play? I will take him out of the district to Australia for vacation." "How could it be so unfortunate that I met the boss? What can I do? Hasn't this child been on vacation yet? In order to take him to play, don't you let him go to school." The boss looked at Mrs. Liang and said, "Mrs. Liang squatted, and suddenly her mind went blank like a short circuit, and there was no answer. "Okay, I know about Director Liang, so you can't leave the zone now. Come on, take Mrs. Liang and the others," the boss said to Mrs. Liang and the bodyguard. On the other side, Director Liang quickly received that his wife and children had been detained by the boss and failed to leave the district smoothly. He couldn't help but plan to do something to save himself. On this side, Mr. SH explained the situation to Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Cheng promised to invite the boss to dinner at night. Within a meal on the left bank of Paris. "Boss, thank you that I detained Director Liang's wife and children today. He is really the cunning rabbit Sanku." Jiang Cheng smiled politely. The boss smiled and said, "What can you say later? The two of us are friends now. We should lining up with each other, we should." After the meal, Jiang Cheng kept polite with the boss, fighting an ambush. On the way home, something Jiang Cheng didn't expect happened. With a gunshot, Jiang Cheng's car was shot with a bullet. Jiang Cheng couldn't help frowning. Fortunately, his car was prepared for bulletproof. Jiang Cheng immediately turned on the system and found Director Liang's figure in the distance. He was holding a gun at his windshield. Jiang Cheng immediately loaded his car with a super defense system and a 5-meter 36-degree high-definition video recording mode from the system. "Hello, comrades. Someone shot my car with a gun on the 385 District Road." Jiang Cheng hit. The team members inquired that it was Jiang Cheng's call, and the work efficiency was much faster. They arrived at the scene within half an hour and subdued Director Liang with a gun on the spot. After seeing Director Liang being stopped by the team members, Jiang Cheng slowly drove the door and got out of the car and walked slowly towards the team members. "Hello, I am Jiang Cheng." Jiang Cheng introduced himself to a large group of team members. The captain of the player happened to be the captain of the last time the bomb was dismantled. He looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "It's been a long time, Mr. Jiang. I don't know what you are going to report this time." "No, look," Jiang Cheng pointed to Chief Liang, who was pressed to the ground. Just when Jiang Cheng was about to continue speaking, Chief Liang suddenly took out the knife hidden in his shoes and stabbed him directly into the thigh of the team member who had subdued him. "Ah!" As the team members screamed and fell to the ground, Director Liang finally got rid of the restraints and started running with a gun and a knife. Upon seeing this, Jiang Cheng and the captain of the team rushed forward May 10, and just as the small team behind was about to follow up, Jiang Cheng rushed to the back and shouted, "You stay, take a photo of the scene. Evidence, dial 12 emergency number and stop the bleeding for your little comrade, by the way." Who knows that at that moment, Director Liang was so anxious that he took a gun and started beating. Crack, bang. Bullets hit one by one. Jiang Cheng and the team captain ran forward to catch him. "You don't want to be a cocoon anymore. Don't do any unnecessary and useless work." The team leader shouted at Director Liang, "I'm going." Director Liang is really jumping the wall. Jiang Cheng gave the team captain a look, pointed his finger at his car 2 meters away from the prong, and said silently, "Get on the car." The team captain understood and immediately ran to Jiang Cheng's Bugatti with Jiang Cheng. Veyron, with a bang, Director Liang shot a shot in the calf of the team captain who was opening the door and planning to get on the car, and blood spewed out suddenly. The captain quietly endured the pain and did not make a sound. Jiang Cheng got into the car 1 step ahead of the team captain and did not see the scene of the captain being injured. He still asked unreasonably, "Captain, are you okay? You haven't been hit and injured just now." "It's okay. The shots just hit the ground and didn't hit me. You didn't get hit by a bullet, right? You should be fine, right?" The team leader concealed his injury and asked Jiang Cheng instead. Jiang Cheng shook his head and replied, "Neither do I. My car is bulletproof and we are relatively safe inside." Then what are you going to do? Can't just do it. Do you want to let him go? The team captain was a little anxious when he heard that. He accidentally moved his calf and naturally pulled a little to the imitation mouth on the calf, and he suddenly squeezed. Lip. Jiang Cheng was thinking about how to catch Director Liang, but he didn't notice the reaction of the team captain at this moment. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng said, I drove to chase. In the box of your co-pilot, there is a pistol. You hold it. After a while, I will lean on the isolation belt on the right and drive Chief Liang to the left. Then, I use this pistol to hit Director Liang. The team captain pulled out an exquisite silver pistol from the box, and then Jiang Cheng said. Jiang Cheng nodded lightly and said, well, but don't hit the key position of Director Liang, you have to stay alive. Sit firmly, I drove. Well, I won't solve him with a single shot. He shot my brothers and killed him with one shot. It's too cheap for him. The team captain replied, gritted his teeth. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows lightly and started the car. In order to relieve the tension, he said, I thought you would say something. You have a rule that you can't kill the suspect with a gun. Of course not. I have never followed this law. It was because of violating these regulations that I fell from the position of the leader of the team. The captain of the team seemed to think of something, a little secretive feeling. Jiang Cheng suddenly admired the captain of the team member and said, why use your own future as a bet? Why don't you regret it? Of course not. I used to be a player just to catch the bad guys and eliminate violence. How can I forget my original intentions because of the position of the leader of the team and these trivial things? The team captain's eyes looked at Jiang Cheng with a touch of tenacity and sincerity. Some things are done by gentlemen, and some things are not done by gentlemen. If you forget your original intention, the past has become a cloud. Jiang Cheng drove very fast. As soon as the explanation by the team leader fell, Jiang Cheng and the team leader saw Director Liang, who was running less than 5 meters away. The two people did not chat with each other in a tacit understanding, and the team leader secretly loaded the pistol with a click. Jiang Cheng speeded up suddenly, saying that it was too late and it was fast. The team captain took the gun with his left hand and stretched his hand out of the car window glass. One shot hit Director Liang, but at that time, Director Liang also saw the team leader and was impatient, shot down at the team captain. Which of the bullets issued by Director Liang swept across the team leader's arm dangerously and brushed shoulders with the team leader's arm, leaving only a little red mark on the skin. Afterwards, the bullet hit Jiang Cheng's bulletproof Bugatti Veyron again. Because the car was bulletproof and green, it bounced back to the ground after a click. At this moment, Director Liang had been hit in the calf by the team leader and fell to the ground. Jiang Cheng fiercely took the team captain's hand and saw the red marks that had been scraped by the bullets. He said, fortunately, I didn't hit your arm. Are you okay? Your face, why is it so pale? The captain of the team members was already speechless because of the severe pain caused by the imitation mouth on his hands and calves, especially on the gun on the calf. Because he just stood up and shot Director Liang, the clot of blood coagulated again. Red blood. The wound was torn open. He had to shook his head and signaled that Jiang Cheng was fine. Let's go down. The ambulance has also arrived over there. Let's go and see. Jiang Cheng said to the captain. After Jiang Cheng had already got off the car and handcuffed Director Liang with a chain, Jiang Cheng found that the team leader had not gotten out of the car until now. A terrible guess appeared in Jiang Cheng's heart, prompting him to dash into the car and open the door straight. Jiang Cheng couldn't help feeling a little panicked when he saw that the car cushion on the co-pilot seat where the team captain was sitting was full of blood. He picked up the team captain and rushed to the ambulance that had just followed. Doctor, hurry up. Jiang Cheng yelled anxiously. The small team members waiting next to him saw his captain held by Jiang Cheng and the blood left by the captain running down the calf trousers. They couldn't help but worry. He asked, what's wrong? What's wrong with our captain? At this moment, Jiang Cheng couldn't take care of the subordinates of these small players. His heart was all on the team captain. At this time, the doctor had quickly checked the fake mouth of the team leader and said to Jiang Cheng, the wound on the patient's hand is nothing. The most important thing is the wound on his calf. The wound was torn twice, and he was not diagnosed and treated in time. Too much. If it is not handled well for a while, it may be what could it be? Jiang Cheng shouted angrily at the doctor. The doctor was a little scared of Jiang Cheng and said in a slightly trembling voice, "Maybe. It may cause the gun imitation right leg to be amputated." "Damn, what do your legs mean to the players? That's a life-important thing." Jiang Cheng forced himself to calm down and said to the doctor, "Now get in the ambulance and return to the hospital. I will follow the car as a family member. You immediately contact the hospital and prepare all the facilities." "Yeah, I got it," the doctor replied. As soon as Jiang Cheng got into the ambulance, he took out his cell phone and dialed the phone number of a famous surgeon in the outer area. He is the best doctor in the world who handles gunshot wounds. "Hello, Mr. Bob." Jiang Cheng said hello to the end of the phone. The other party replied with a strange accent in Chinese. "Hello, Mr. Makoto Ikai. May I have anything to do with calling me today? Someone on my side got a gunshot wound. It may be difficult to deal with. Where are you now? I can send a private jet to pick you up." Jiang Cheng is a little impatient, and his speech speed has become much faster. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words on the other side, he paused and replied, "I'm attending a meeting in the district now. You send the address of the hospital to my assistant Anna, and I will drive over right away. Thank you, come to the hospital to talk," Jiang Cheng said to the doctor. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he hung up and dialed the assistant Linda's phone, saying, "Linda, you immediately let Meng Meng and Deputy Dong go to the team to deal with the matters concerning Director Liang." "Okay, I got it." The assistant Linda also heard that Jiang Cheng's tone was very serious when she spoke, and it didn't look like the hippie smile in the ordinary day. Just when Jiang Cheng just hung up the phone with Linda, there was a lot of movement from the doctor. Because the hospital is very busy today, and Jiang Cheng and the others are in a remote place. So the doctor who was sent to follow the ambulance was an intern who had just arrived at the hospital to work. The intern immediately panicked when he saw the instrument for detecting the vital signs of the team captain began to sound diddy. What to do, what to do? The intern said in a bewilderment. Seeing the current situation, Jiang Cheng immediately ran up and shouted at the intern, "Have you never learned how to first aid in school? Why? I learned it. It seems like The intern was already in a panic. Just now, Jiang Cheng was very angry and frightened the intern even more because he was anxious. Seeing the appearance of the intern, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to slowly say, "The hand pushes 1 mg of adrenaline and 5 minutes of cardiac resuscitation compressions." The intern was initially shocked and he heard Jiang Cheng's instructions. He immediately followed suit. 10 minutes later, the vital signs of the team captain slowly returned to normal Baikwajiso. Me and the interns also recovered from the panic. "Thank you, I am embarrassed about what happened just now. If you didn't ask for your guidance, this patient might probably already. I didn't expect that you still know medicine." The intern looked at Jiang Cheng with some admiration. Jiang Cheng shrugged and said, "When I was in college, I reported that the selected subject was medicine, so I thought I was a little involved in this aspect." "Then you are great. I have seen your interview, but I'm really sorry. I don't know why I was like that when I saw the patient who was dying. It was not like a doctor should be." The intern scratched his head somewhat reproachfully. Seeing the shameful words of the intern, Jiang Cheng was too embarrassed to criticize and write anything. He had to persuade him to say, "Everyone has the first time. Don't be like this in the future. When you become a doctor, you must be prepared to do your own its best." Before Jiang Cheng finished speaking, the ambulance arrived at the hospital. The hospital knew that it was the ambulance arranged by Jiang Cheng, and even the dean specially ran down from the dean's office on the 9th floor to greet him. "Mr. Jiang, look up for a long time." The dean and Jiang Cheng said hello. Jiang Cheng didn't have any intentions to greet the dean in business, but slowly said, "This is my good friend, he is a team member. Today I was impersonated by a gun while performing the fortifications, and I also asked a doctor from outside the district to assist in the treatment. Well, I understand the situation. The doctor you hired has been arranged by me and thought the doctor was leading him to the operation preparation studio," the dean said respectfully. As Jiang Cheng walked to the operating room, he said to the dean, "Let your doctor and Dr. Bob 257 discuss with him and come up with a complete and systematic treatment plan as soon as possible." "Okay, I understand. I'll make arrangements right away," the dean nodded and said. Jiang Cheng paused and then said, "I hope that your hospital and Dr. Bob can cooperate and assist each other." The dean stretched out his hand and shook Jiang Cheng and said, "Okay, it must be." After half an hour, Jiang Cheng looked at the treatment plan given by the hospital, and there was nothing wrong with it. After seeing the sign outside the operating room, after the red light intraoperative was on, he thought that there was nothing left for him, so he went racing. I went to the office to see the progress of Director Liang. "Meng Meng, how is it?" Jiang Cheng asked while looking at Meng Meng. Meng Meng just finished signing some information given by Fang. After I stopped writing, I replied that there was no big problem. I just used the name of the company to put pressure on Fang. They said that they would give us a reply to Director Liang in the afternoon. The leader has been detained by the team. Jiang Cheng nodded. Before he could reply, the leader of the team walked out and looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "We just discussed with the court and the commercial supervisory team, because Director Liang evaded taxes and used taxes. Public money, gunshot wounds, assault, sentenced him to death, executed in a week." Jiang Cheng listened to the return from the team leader, nodded, and said, "I hope that I can sign an agreement with your team and other residence agencies on behalf of Zun Teng Company." "What agreement?" asked the team leader. Jiang Cheng took out the non-disclosure agreement prepared long ago from the car and said to the team boss, "Confidentiality agreement." "What? Why do you want to sign this?" asked the team leader with some confusion. Seeing the puzzled eyes of the team leader, Jiang Cheng explained to himself that our company is very exposed, and the media often use exaggerated methods to report many things, which also cause the public to overinterpret many things. "So, I hope we can sign a confidentiality agreement so that we can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble." "Okay, understand," said the team leader, expressing his understanding. Jiang Cheng and Meng Meng came out of the team and were sitting in the car, not knowing where to go. "Little brother Jiang Cheng, big boss Jiang," Meng Meng looked at Jiang Zai with some molestation. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" "What's the matter, Meng Meng little sister?" "Meng Meng big beautiful daughter, I'm hungry, let's go find a hotel to eat." Meng Meng stuck out her tongue playfully. Jiang Cheng smiled and looked at Meng Meng and replied, "Well, yes, you are a snack." "Haha, wow, okay, then I will use my mobile phone to search to see if there are any restaurants nearby." Meng Meng shook the phone at Jiang Cheng and said. When Jiang Cheng looked at Meng Meng looking for food with her mobile phone, those piercing eyes were filled with joy and expectation. He couldn't help pinching Meng Meng's face with his hands and said, "Are you really a silly girl?" 1,603,371,635. Why do you say that?" Meng Meng looked at her hand on the phone. Jiang Cheng replied while looking at Meng Meng, "Look at Meng Meng, I just said you are a foodie and a little glutton. Why are you not angry?" "What? Why should I be angry? Only the good-looking little gluttons are foodies and the ugly-looking gluttons are called rice buckets," Meng Meng explained with a smile. Jiang Cheng looked at Meng Meng helplessly, suddenly seemed to think of something, and said that he can't go out to eat. "I have something wrong. What's the matter? Why can't you eat out?" Meng Meng asked inexplicably. Jiang Cheng pursed his lips and said, "I promised Dong Ran yesterday. He will learn how to cook snowflake steak today. He told me to go back and eat with him today. I'm busy today, and I will be with Director Liang. There was such a fight over there, and I accidentally forgot it." "Oh wow, all right." Meng Meng was a little lost, pouting. Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly and said, "I will take you home first, or I will give you money. You can eat or bring friends. I will pay for it." "No, then I will go to your house to eat too. I also want to taste the craftsmanship of Dong Ran, a small classmate that you often talk about." Meng Meng took Jiang Cheng's hand and acted like a baby. Jiang Cheng thought for a while but agreed and said, "Well then, let's go. Tonight, Dong Ran just finished the steak. Sister Ying Meng, can you take a look?" Dong Ran went from the kitchen to the guest house, looking at Meng Meng and asked. Meng Meng heard this, but before she said anything, she was pulled into the kitchen by Dong Ran. She asked, "What's wrong? What to look at?" Dong Ran smiled and looked at Meng Meng with a weird look in his eyes and said, "You are the only young lady I have seen brought back by Jiang Cheng and teacher Jiang since I lived here until now." "Really? Am I really the first girl he brought back?" Meng asked with surprise after hearing Dong Ran's words. Dong Ran nodded and replied, "Of course, why lie to you? But then again, do you like my tall and mighty teacher, who is loved by others and blossoms in flowers? What are you talking about?" Meng Meng was a little annoyed, but her face flushed together. Seeing Meng Meng's shy response, Dong Ran naturally came to a conclusion. With a smile, he took out the steak, potato salad, vegetable salad, and fruit platter. Dong Ran, I didn't expect it to be hidden. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but admire the delicious dishes on the table. Dong Ran shrugged with a smile and said, I only learned to play when I was boring before. Eat whatever you want. After dinner, seeing that it was not too early, Jiang Cheng took the car key and said to Meng Meng, Let's go, it's too late for a while. Now, taking advantage of the brighter moonlight, I will send you back first. Well, okay. Meng Meng didn't know why she suddenly felt a sense of loss, and slowly said to Jiang Cheng. The two of them just walked out of the door of the villa and saw Director Liang's wife, Lai Huan, standing at the door holding her 2-year-old son. Jiang Cheng subconsciously grabbed Meng Meng, frowned, and walked towards Lai Huan and her daughter. Do you have anything to do here? Jiang Cheng looked at Lai Huan and asked. Lai Huan has been waiting at the door for more than 3 hours. Although his 2-year-old son is not heavy, he still has a certain weight. Moreover, Lai Huan has been holding his son. Her arms are already sore and unconsciously to send. I want to bring my son to intercede for that unsuspecting husband in my family. Please let Liangzi go, Lai Huan said while crying. Jiang Cheng snorted disdainfully and said, He made a mistake, so why should I forgive him? I know Liangzi was wrong, but he was also blinded by lard for a while, and he was too fancy about money, property, and interests. Lai Huan quickly looked at Jiang Cheng and explained. Jiang Cheng couldn't help his eyebrows and said, Then many murderers are sorrowful because of their timing. Isn't that money? Zhao, they should also be acquitted. I didn't mean that. Lai Huan said with a wild wave of hands. Jiang Cheng looked at Lai Huan's bewildered expression and wild look, and also felt a little intolerable. After all, Director Liang himself made a mistake and has nothing to do with his family and his wife, so why bother to implicate them? He thought for a while and slowly said, If you do something wrong, you have to admit it, not to mention that Chief Liang is a man, and he has to learn to be responsible for the wrong things he did. A big man should not let his woman hold a child. Come to plead, you go back no. If I don't come to intercede with you for Liangzi, his sentence of death will not change. If he is dead, there will be no chance of atonement and opposition to the county. Lai Huan became more excited as she spoke, suddenly fell to the ground and fell into a coma. The child beside him cried, Wow, what happened to your body? Seeing that Lai Huan had fainted on the ground, Xiaoling was a little panicked when she saw that Lai Huan had fainted, and she was a little flustered. She asked Jiang Cheng, what should I do? She won't really faint, right? Don't worry, none of us pushed her or bumped into her. Her fainting is most likely a pretense. She may be trying to ruin the company. A stroke. Jiang Cheng feels disdain as he speaks. His eyes are full of disgust when he sees Lai Huan. After hearing Jiang Cheng's reply, Meng Meng slowly recovered from her panic. She asked, What should we do now according to you? Report it. You go report it, and I will now call out the monitoring outside the villa as evidence that none of us have ever encountered her. Jiang Cheng exhorted Meng Meng. Meng Meng nodded, took out the phone and dialed the number and said, Hello, I reported that someone might want to pretend to faint and ruin us. We are in the villa area of Shengshihuating. I hope you can come here. As soon as Meng Meng's voice fell and just put down the phone, Jiang Cheng had already intercepted the surveillance video. Meng Meng, go and sit in the car and rest for a while. Jiang Cheng exhorted. Meng Meng was a little puzzled and asked, Why? I want to stay with you. Jiang Cheng originally wanted to make Meng Meng avoid it. 863 results she did not understand what she wanted. Jiang Cheng was about to continue to say something, but was interrupted by Meng Meng's hasty words. Brother Jiang Cheng, look, why do I think something is wrong? Meng Meng said anxiously while pointing at Lai Huan who fell on the ground. Jiang Cheng saw Lai Huan who had fallen on the ground. His lips were purple, and his face was so pale that he was not bloody. The sweat slowly spread out, and he was a little panicked. Meng Meng, you go into the house, let Dong Ran come into my study, and take the stethoscope in the drawer on the left and the things in the first aid kit. Jiang Cheng turned his head and shouted at Jiang Cheng. After Meng Meng turned and entered the villa, Jiang Cheng took out his mobile phone and called the assistant Linda and said, There may be something really wrong with me. You call downstairs in my private villa. 1,603,371,643. Boss Jiang Cheng, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with your body? Nothing serious, right? Assistant Linda asked carefully. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, I'm fine. Then why did you call an ambulance? Linda asked in a puzzled manner. Jiang Cheng was a little anxious, so he shouted to LNDA on the other end of the phone, Linda, I don't have time to talk to you so much now. After you call the car first, follow me right away. Right away. Oh my God, I'm playing qualifying. Will I be reported? Linda could only lament in her heart who let herself be such a boss. She had to quit the game and dialed the number 12. Hello, doctor. There is a patient on my side in the 5th building of Shengshihu waiting. Could you please send a car to have a look immediately? After Linda finished the emergency call, she immediately changed her clothes and rushed to Jiang Cheng's villa. Lai Huan, can you hear me? Jiang Cheng shouted at Lai Huan, who had collapsed on the ground. There was silence in response to Jiang Cheng. At this time, Meng Meng brought the first aid kit and said, Here you are, brother Jiang Cheng. I will give you what you need. Give me the receiver, Jiang Cheng shouted. Meng Meng nodded and said, Okay, I will find it for you immediately. Jiang Cheng took the receiver that Meng Meng handed him and he said, Meng Meng, take a few umbrellas to block Lai Huan's vicinity. I want to open her clothes for inspection. Girls at home, no matter how old they are and whether they have children, they must pay more attention to their own image. If I don't do this, I'm afraid that even if Lai Huan's condition improves, she wakes up to find that she was in a coma and was pulled down by the public to check her clothes. Then Lai Huan's heart disease may follow her for life. Right. After seeing Meng Meng doing it, Jiang Cheng started to do it. Fortunately, Lai Huan still has a breath. Lai Huan, you have to hold on. If you hold on, I promise you that I will talk about your husband's affairs on the internet. Have you heard? Jiang Cheng slowly said to Lai Huan. Lai Huan didn't know if he could still hear Jiang Cheng's words in a coma, or he was too obsessed with the safety of Chief Liang's husband. Jiang Cheng's hand was held by Jiang Cheng, and his fingers suddenly moved like a butterfly's wings. Jiang Cheng saw Lai Huan's reaction after hearing his words and was unaware of joy. He continued, You can't die. If you are not strong, what will the child do? He is 2 years old, how can he have no mother? Jiang Cheng kept pressing the Xing mouth for Lai Huan, doing cardiac resuscitation. He didn't stop until the beads of sweat on Jiang Cheng's head rolled to the ground. Brother Jiang Cheng, take a break. You look tired. Meng Meng persuaded her with some caution. After hearing what Meng Meng said, Jiang Cheng couldn't help being a little angry and said angrily, This is a life, how can I give up? How can I? I'm just afraid that you are too tired. I'm sorry. You know, I don't mean that disrespect for life. Meng Meng has never been yelled at by Jiang Cheng before, and she couldn't help being a little scared. I blame myself because I was too anxious. Otherwise, how could she be thundered because of Meng Meng's words of comfort? And she is also for her own good, really. Jiang Cheng saw that Meng Meng was a little stunned by the fright and couldn't help but feel a little unbearable. He reported and said, I'm sorry, Meng Meng. It's all because I was too anxious. It would happen. I didn't mean to scold you. I didn't expect you to be scared like this. I'm sorry, don't take it to heart. Well, it doesn't matter. Brother Jiang Cheng, I understand you. You are also anxious. Lai Huan's body is like this. You are very kind. Meng Meng shook her head and said softly to Jiang Cheng. Without waiting for Jiang Cheng to reply, the Dujun Duduyu report reminded me of the car and the ambulance. Mr. Jiang, did you report it? The team member asked slowly. Jiang Cheng took a big step forward and said, Yes, it's me, so can we understand the situation now? The team member asked. At this time, Jiang Cheng's assistant Linda also ran out of the taxi and was late. Before Lindai could stand up, Jiang Cheng said to the players, Comrade, I don't have time to talk to you about this now. Let's talk to my assistant, Miss Linda. I have some things that I need to go to the hospital to deal with right away. Just a small matter. The team members saw the direction Jiang Cheng pointed out that Lai Huan fell to the ground and said slowly, Okay, then we now have 2 people here with your help. Lai Linda/MS collected on-site evidence at the entrance of your villa, and then I and you personally went to the hospital to see the true physical condition of the suspect Lai Huan. Linda, come here. Jiang Cheng pulled assistant Linda aside. Linda was a little confused and asked, What's the matter? Jiang Cheng, the boss. I have called up the surveillance video of the incident before, and they are all in this U-disc. It is best not to let the team members come into the house to check, because Dong Ran should rest. I don't want to disturb him, and I don't want the privacy of my own home to be spied on. Jiang Cheng handed the blue USB flash drive in his pants pocket to Assistant Linda, told her. Linda nodded and replied, "Well, big boss, I understand this. What about the patient's family? Who called the emergency center?" The doctor who followed the car in the ambulance next to him shouted towards Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng could not say goodbye to Lindai. Hearing what the doctor said, he immediately ran to the ambulance and shouted to the doctor who followed the car. "It's me. It's the first aid of the emergency center I called. Car, well, okay. Family of the patient. Please tell me the patient's medical history and whether there is any allergies. It's best to tell us the cause of the disease again," the doctor said to Jiang Cheng. Afterwards, the doctor following the car instructed the nurses and paramedics in the ambulance. First, go and lift the patient onto the car on a stretcher. Also, immediately use the instrument to check the patient's vital signs. Jiang Cheng paused and replied, "I only know that the patient's name is Lai Huan, who has no high blood pressure or low blood sugar. I don't know the rest." "What? You don't know the first aid you reported?" The doctor with the car looked at Jiang Cheng in confusion. Jiang Cheng gently squeezed the layer and explained, "I am not the patient's family, but just a witness to the incident. I saw the patient fainted on the ground next to me. As a person, I can't just stand by. Then how do you know her blood pressure? Also, who is the patient who has been eagerly taught?" Dr. Cha asked Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng visited a group of paramedics who were carrying a stretcher, carried Lai Huan into the ambulance, and said, "I did it. I used to take medicine at Zhejiang University as an elective. Although there is no intensive training, I still have little knowledge, but a little first aid work is still possible." Blood pressure is also heard with a stethoscope. Blood sugar, I have seen Lai Huan's face and lips, and tongue color. According to the medical book I back, patient Lai Huan's blood sugar is definitely no problem. 1,603,400,476. Wow, Dr. Cha involuntarily called out. In order to teach himself to use a stethoscope to listen to blood pressure, the color of the lips, tongue, and face, and the complexion of hands and feet to check blood sugar, the teacher taught himself for no less than 2 years, and he also graduated with a doctorate of medicine. This patient family is really amazing. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "What's wrong?" The doctor following the car is not so good to let the patient's family Jiang Cheng see that he worships him, and Bai Jing himself is a well-dressed doctor who is embarrassed in front of the patient's family. That's nothing. He calmed down and said, "Ao, it's okay. I just want to tell you that everything in the car is functioning normally. I just notified the headquarters of the emergency center to get them ready to welcome the patient." "Let's set off now. I'll follow the car," Jiang Cheng asked. Before the doctor who followed the car could reply, Yin Meng held Lai Huan and Director Liang's 2-year-old son and rushed to the rescue. On the other side of the car, looking at Jiang Cheng next to her, she said, "This kid has been crying beside him for a long time. I coaxed him for a long time, but he still cries, but he doesn't want to rest for a while. Did he perceive that his mother is leaving here and go to the hospital? This may be the reaction between mother and child, that blood is thicker than water," Jiang Cheng guessed. Meng Meng looked at the little guy crying with pear blossoms and rain and couldn't help feeling a little distressed. "Then this, what should I do now? Little baby, do you feel that your mother is leaving? Don't you worry about her. Mom will be fine." Jiang Cheng took the little guy from Meng Meng's arms and coaxed patiently. However, this 2-year-old kid didn't give Jiang Cheng a thin face. In this world, it is estimated that he is the only one who dare not give Jiang Cheng face. Otherwise, try to put him beside his mother Lai Huan. Maybe he just misses his mother, proposed to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng thought that maybe it was true. The child and mother had a clear heart. Why would they want to be separated? Jiang Cheng embraced the 2-year-old child of Director Liang and Lai Huan, who was crying and crying. He turned to see the doctor who followed the car and slowly said, "Doctor, do you think you can't accommodate? This child is only 2 years old and needs mom." The little doctor who followed the car is embarrassed. Bai Jing, when did the hospital have such a rule? Is it to drive the mother to faint and be sent to emergency education? And the 2-year-old child who is waiting to be fed will accompany her mother to the hospital. Is there a precedent for taking an ambulance together? Seeing the embarrassment of the doctor who followed the car, Jiang Cheng knew that he was a little embarrassed, and a little doctor who followed the car could not make such a decision. "Hey, is it the dean?" Jiang Cheng asked the dean of the emergency center on the phone. As soon as the director heard Jiang Cheng's voice, he immediately roused himself and said, Yes, I am the director of the emergency center. I also asked Mr. Jiang Cheng called today, what's the matter? Nothing big, it's just a small situation on my side, Jiang Cheng said slowly. Hearing this, the dean thought about how he could miss such a good opportunity to curry favor with Jiang Cheng and immediately said, Mr. Jiang Cheng, if you have anything you can say, I can promise it will be done. Jiang Cheng told the dean about all the situation so far, saying, Dean, you should also know how important a mother is to a 2-year-old child. Look at my proposal to let a 2-year-old child follow. Do you think you approve the proposal of an ambulance? It's just a trivial matter. Mr. Jiang, please pass the phone to the doctor who followed the car, and I'll tell him. The dean said respectfully to Jiang Cheng, Isn't it just letting a 2-year-old child follow his mother's ambulance? Just because of this, if I don't agree, I am afraid Jiang Cheng will be offended. The patient has advanced gastric cancer. The little doctor who followed the car heard that the principal had approved this behavior, and he called himself and said it again. His eyes on Jiang Cheng changed. How is it? Now it's not an embarrassment, right? Jiang Cheng shook his phone, looking at the doctor who followed the car and asked. How dare the doctor with the car shook his head, nodded and said that it is no more embarrassing, no embarrassment. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, otherwise I will not violate the rules. It's okay, get in the car, Jiang Cheng said to the doctor who was following the car. Looking at Jiang Cheng, she didn't mean to let her follow the car, and immediately shouted, Brother Jiang Cheng, how can you not bring me? I want to follow along with you, I have to take care of the little baby. Jiang Cheng looked at the cute voice in his voice, filled with helplessness, and thought that if the child is really beside his mother and still crying, then if he gets into trouble, he is a big man. It's not easy to deal with this tricky thing. Therefore, he stretched out his hand to Meng Meng and talked about it. What did you say? Meng Meng was a little confused when she saw Jiang Cheng stretch out her slender hand to herself. When Jiang Cheng heard Meng Meng's reply like little deaf and blind, which was generally deaf and blind, he couldn't help but smiled bitterly and replied, I will let you in the car. I allow you to follow the car, did you hear me? Really? Then why are you handing me your hand? Meng Meng looked at Jiang Cheng dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Jiang Cheng would put herself in the ambulance so easily and could follow the car to the hospital. Hearing Meng Meng's words at this moment, Jiang Cheng was almost petrified. This normal computer girl, why is this IQ not offline today? Jiang Cheng didn't answer, but pulled Meng Meng onto the emergency vehicle and closed the rear door of the emergency vehicle with a beep. Jiang Cheng shouted at the driver in front, Master driver, please drive, thank you. Brother Jiang Cheng, haven't you responded to me? Why did you stretch out your hand to me? Meng Meng blinked at Jiang Cheng with big eyes. Jiang Cheng has not yet responded to Meng Meng. The little doctor who followed the car couldn't help it at first. He saw Meng Meng's cute look and Jiang Cheng's face full of ink lines and couldn't help laughing kohe sound. Little girl, are you stupid? Of course, mister. Jiang extended his hand to you in order to pull you and help you get into the ambulance. The chassis of the ambulance is a bit higher, so it is not easy to get up. After Meng Meng heard it, she slowly recovered. Some awkward and embarrassed to explain positively, she said sideways, who are you, stupid? I said you are stupid, mister. Jiang Cheng must have stretched his hand to you because he wanted to get you into the ambulance. Could it be that he stretched his hand to you and proposed to you? The little doctor in the car was a little angry just now. Like a little frog, there are some cute and humorous. No wonder people say that doctors are all science students. With this EQ with Dr. Chi, how can you find a girlfriend? Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows, thinking inwardly. Who knew that the joking words with the little doctor in the car made Meng Meng, who had liked Jiang Cheng for a long time, become a little bit shy, buried her head, and said nothing. Jiang Cheng inadvertently saw Meng Liao with his head buried, and his entire face looked like cooked red shrimp. He felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. I was most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. No one had spoken in the car for a long time. Even Director Liang and Lai Huan's 2-year-old son stopped crying. In order to alleviate the inexplicable embarrassment of the team, Jiang Cheng had to speak. "Doctor, how are you going to see Lai Huan?" 1,603,404,080. Okay. The doctor didn't know how to provoke the little girl Meng Meng. He just watched her bow her head and said nothing. It was a bit embarrassing. Jiang Cheng finally gave herself a step down and immediately went to do it. Patient Lai Huan checked his body. Before long, before half an hour arrived, the ambulance stopped in front of the hospital. Jiang Cheng followed the patient's push bed and ran to the door of the operating room first. Even the dean, who was waiting enthusiastically in the emergency education center of the hospital, ignored him and followed Lai Huan to the operating room. And because Lai Huan was about to enter the operating room, she and Director Liang's son could not go in with their mother Lai Huan. Meng Meng had to hold him and walked slowly to the door of the operating room. When Meng Meng slowly held the 2-year-old child and walked to the waiter at the door of the operating room, the red "In Operation" sign outside the operating room was already lit. "Brother Jiang Cheng, how is the situation inside now?" Meng Meng looked at Jiang Cheng and asked. Jiang Cheng got up slightly, took Director Liang and Lai Huan's children from Meng Meng's arms, and slowly sat back on the chair provided by the door of the operating room for the waiters waiting for his family, and slowly replied, "I will let the hospital." The green VIP channel was opened, and although the red light "In Operation" is lit up inside, the operation has not started yet, and it is being checked with the most advanced simulator. What to check? Didn't they see that Lai Huan had fainted? What are you doing without first aid? Meng Meng asked in a panic when Jiang Cheng raised her eyebrows and patiently explained to Meng Meng. On the way here, according to the instrument data and the doctor's inspection of the car, Lai Huan had no bleeding spots on her body and brain, so her fainting had nothing to do with bleeding. "So what? Brother Jiang Cheng, you go on." Meng Meng saw that she interrupted Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked at herself a little uncomfortably and said to Jiang Cheng a little timidly. Jiang Cheng imitated Dong Ran's signature action and said with a lip, "So, before the urgent education work, we must find the cause of Lai Huan. Otherwise, even if Hua Chuo is alive, then Hua Chuo will not know what to do." "Huh." Meng Meng nodded with a half-knowledge. Bai Jingshui has a specialization. How can she understand the theoretical knowledge of medicine when she plays computer? The sound of tick-tick-tick was uploaded from the clock, and time passed by. Finally, almost 20 minutes later, the doctor in the operating room, who was sent by the hospital to give Lai Huan a pseudo-physical examination, squeaked the door and walked out. "Doctor, what's going on inside now? How is the patient Lai Huan?" It is not convenient for Jiang Cheng to stand up holding Lai Huan's child. Meng Meng immediately ran up and asked. The doctor supported his eyes on the blue mouth and slowly said, "The patient's appearance 1.3 is not due to trauma. It should be stimulated by certain stimulation." Meng Meng heard the doctor's reply and cheered and said with joy, That's good as long as it's not a serious problem. Their child is only 2 years old and so young. The child's father is like that, immortal in prison. If mother has anything else, how can this child live?" Jiang Cheng saw that the doctor seemed to have something to say, and his brows were tight. He had a premonition that there might be something else. He gently handed the child to Meng Meng, then turned to the doctor and asked the doctor, "If the patient is simply irritated, her lips will not turn purple, and after so long and she has undergone cardiopulmonary resuscitation, she will not be awake until now. You have something to say? Why Lai Huan fell to the ground up. The patient is already in the advanced stage of gastric cancer. The treatment is of little significance, so it is best to prepare in your heart," said the doctor slowly. Hearing this news, Meng Meng's body trembled and she was instantly dull, and Jiang Cheng also stood there without responding for a while. Ling Ling turned around and said to Jiang Cheng in a trembling voice, "Mr. Jiang, what should I do? The child is still so young." Jiang Cheng shook his head. At this time, he was in a mess, and he always felt that a stone suppressed himself. At this time, Lai Huan's child seemed to have a premonition and began to cry again. The child's body was shaking violently, and the crying became stronger, as if he knew that he was about to lose his mother. Until the voice cried hoarse, the tears were like broken beads, which could not be controlled. Sweat and tears mixed together and fell down beside his face. When the doctor thought that the child's father was still living in jail and the child's mother had stomach cancer, the doctor had said that there was no hope of treatment, and she felt distressed. What a cute but poor child. What kind of sin has he suffered? To bear this age, a child should not bear it. The more Meng Meng thinks about it, the more distressed she feels. Even though she is not a mother yet, she can feel the same because she also has the glory of motherhood in her heart. After thinking about it, Meng Meng decided to take the child back to her home for now. Putting it by your side, taking care of it yourself, may feel better in your heart. In the middle of the night, it is time for children to sing, and Jiang Huan's children are no exception. The child kept crying, but didn't mean to stop. The child's cry alarmed the birds outside the window. Suddenly, the blackbird on the tree was awakened by the child, and a large area of Yan's family flew away. Also awakened were Jiang Cheng and Meng Meng. Jiang Cheng was exhausted from all the things that happened during the day. He wanted to take a good rest, but who knows that Jiang Cheng couldn't bear it anymore. He yelled at the child, "Cry and cry, cry all day, why cry?" The child was already emotionally unstable. Seeing the man in front of him yelled at him again, he cried more and more vigorously, trying to vent his dissatisfaction. When Jiang Cheng heard the child crying louder, his heart became more irritable, but there was nowhere to vent an unknown fire. Seeing this, Meng Meng immediately calmed down. "Baby, baby, let's stop crying, okay?" Jiang Cheng heard Meng Meng comforting the child, turning his head disdainfully to prove his unhappiness. "President Jiang, don't be angry. The child is not intentional, and you also know that the child does not have a sense of security from the parents." Meng Meng comforted Jiang Cheng and said. Jiang Cheng blinked, looked at Meng Meng and then at the child. "It should be, why do the children always cry and keep people from sleeping? It really annoys me." "Ha ha, children are like this. Don't you cry or make trouble when you were young? The children just miss their mothers." Meng Meng laughed. When the child saw Meng Meng smile, he laughed too. "An adult and a child with big eyes and small eyes, you smile at me, I smile at you," and finally the two laughed together. Jiang Cheng looked at the child who was smiling like an angel, but his eyes were tender. Jiang Cheng scratched his own hair, like a child who had made a mistake. He accompanied Meng Meng on the side. Gradually, the child may be tired from crying, but he recovered his calmness under the comfort of Meng Meng and soon fell into a sleep with sobbing. Jiang Cheng looked at the sleeping child, and his heart throbbed a bit, both distressed and pity. Japanese letter, what a small child. He lost his father's love and lost his mother. Since childhood, the education of parents has been lacking. How should children face the world when they grow up? Thinking about it, Jiang Cheng's eyes were a bit moist. I also feel guilty for the behavior that I just bored with the child. Moyi returned to its original tranquility, and everything that just happened was like a meteor that flicked across the dark night sky. The next day, Jiang Cheng got up early. Today is sunny, and it also indicates that something big will happen. Jiang Cheng thought about it all night last night and decided to withdraw his complaint against Director Liang. Because the child was still so young, he was about to lose his mother. He didn't want the child to lose his father. Jiang Cheng originally thought that withdrawing the complaint would be a very simple matter, so that everything is resolved. The child finds his father. At least he has some support in this world, and he will not feel guilty for the child. But who knows? The court does not withdraw the lawsuit if you want to withdraw it. If Jiang Cheng wants to withdraw his complaint against Director Liang, he also needs to submit evidence to the court. Evidence? Where's the evidence? Jiang Cheng sat on the chair and squeezed his temples with a headache. Thinking back to what the court told him, he was really dumbfounded. Waiting for nothing like this is not a solution. You have to find evidence and submit it to the court to withdraw the complaint. While Jiang Cheng ordered his subordinates to investigate the evidence, he was also investigating. The investigation first started with Director Liang's previous life, and Jiang Cheng didn't know why he started the investigation here first. But in the dark, the heavens guided him to come here, and his heart told him that he could get some clues. After searching all day, Jiang Cheng still didn't find any useful evidence. The calls from his subordinates that were constantly answered also ended in failure of Bo Wireless. Also, this search for clues is all about finding a needle in the sea, ramming like a headless fly, and I don't know where to find it. Jiang Cheng was downcast, completely devoid of the confidence and spirit of the day. Thinking of the child who cried bitterly last night, Jiang Cheng had a headache and distressed. How much he wants to give the child a support. But what should he do? What should he do? What can I do to find clues? People say that God is the most kind-hearted and he will not just sit back and watch. He must be the same as himself, not wanting to let his child lose his father, right? God, can you tell yourself, what on earth should I do and where should I search? Child. By the way, when Jiang Huan was pregnant with the child. Yes, there may be clues. Jiang Cheng immediately jumped up from the chair and visited the house where Chief Liang had lived. His neighbor next door has always lived here. Jiang Cheng asked tentatively, Auntie, hello, may I ask, do you know the Chief Liang who lived here before? The aunt with loose hair and dry skin replied, I know, I must know that man. Listen said that the defendant went to jail, but it was great. The plaintiff Jiang Cheng awkwardly touched his head and said, Yes, do you know something about his previous life? Aunt Huey seemed to have thought of something and said disgustedly, He is on 2 boats, man. When the wife was pregnant, she didn't go home in the middle of the night. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was silent, the aunt continued to say, Because I heard that I slept with other women and cheated, and now I still have contact. Tell me, who really is myself? Both of his wives are pregnant and cheating. What does it mean that there is still contact now? Is the rest of the sentiment left? Auntie babbled endlessly. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng was also taken aback. After listening to Director Liang's neighbors, Jiang Cheng also learned about Director Liang's personality and past. On the way back, Jiang Cheng's mood was very low. The evidence to withdraw the complaint was not found, but as a result, Director Liang had a lot of troubles. If God wants you to die, you must die. Director Liang? Jiang Cheng shook his head helplessly and drove to the court. Jiang Cheng withdrew the idea of canceling the appeal to Director Liang, and the court also released the verdict, and Director Liang was sentenced to death. After learning of this news, Jiang Cheng was also shocked. He did not expect the court to be so efficient. After all, good is rewarded and evil is rewarded. Seeing Jiang Cheng standing at the door blankly, Meng Meng shook Jiang Cheng and shouted, What happened to you? What happened? It's nothing, but Director Liang was executed. Jiang Cheng recovered and opened his mouth to Meng Meng. Meng Meng sighed and comforted, Brother Jiang Cheng, don't blame yourself, you have done your best. Tomorrow I will take my child to see Lai Huan and let her know about it by the way. Well, I'll go back to the house and rest first. Jiang Cheng walked to the bedroom after finishing talking. After working for so long, it is time to relax and rest. The next day there was heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. The lightning split a small tree in the yard and the flowers fell down and scattered all over the ground. Baby, do you miss Mom? Meng Meng asked the kid who was playing. The child's eyes were as clear as water, and he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, expressing his longing for his mother. Meng Mingle bloomed and said happily to the child, Then sister will take you to see Mom today. Okay. The child quickly grabbed Meng Meng's hand and nodded like a drum, very cute. Meng Meng also rubbed his hair gently. Lai Huan in the hospital was lying on the bed with needles in her hands, her face pale like a lifeless doll. Lai Huan was resting when Meng Meng and the child arrived. Hearing footsteps, he woke up. Lai Huan, take a look, who is coming to see you? Meng Yu broke the silence first. Lai Huan didn't have the strength to speak, her mouth was closed, but the shape of her mouth proved that she was calling the child. The little guy is also spiritual. He ran to his mother with his short legs, yelling, Mom, Mom, put it down. Lai Huan, in fact, when I came today, I told you something about it, Meng Meng said tentatively. Seeing that Lai Huan had a reaction, she was listening to her own words and continued to say, It is your husband's business. The court decision has come down. Director Liang was executed. Please be sorry. Lai Huan, who was lying on the hospital bed, enlarged infinitely, and her mouth had grown a lot. Her breathing became heavier than before, and gradually it was a little harder. The Meng Meng felt something was wrong with Lai Huan, and the medical staff rushed over immediately. Soon, Lai Huan was pushed into the looting room. The child and Meng Meng are waiting at the door, perhaps because they have had feelings with Menjiu over the past few days. The child is holding Meng's hand tightly for fear that she will disappear. Meng Meng also kept praying for Lai Huan in her heart, blessing her to tide over the difficulties safely and let her children have a happy childhood. 2 hours later, the doctor came out. He shook his head and said to Meng Meng, I'm sorry, we tried our best. Then he left. Ling Meng fell to the ground instantly, and her spirit became dazed. Her hands and her legs are shaking. She doesn't know what to do with the child. Seeing Ming Meng's fall, Lai Huan's child became frightened and began to cry. Perhaps crying is the best way to vent your fears. That morning, on that rainy day, Ming Meng didn't know how she took her child out of the hospital. She only knew that the life of this child would be different from that of other children. After returning home, Ming Meng discussed with Jiang Cheng how to arrange the child's affairs. I wanted to send the child to an orphanage, but Ming Meng disagreed. Ming Meng feels that the children in the orphanage are still so young. What if they are abused? They will definitely be bullied. Then she remembered the phone conversation with her aunt a few days ago. The aunt said on the phone that she had always wanted a child, but was unable to give birth. It would be better to raise the child to the aunt, which is not too bad. With the wish of my aunt for so many years, the children also have a place to go. Jiang Cheng also agreed with Ming Meng's idea and applied to the court to obtain the approval of the court and transferred the child to his aunt's house on the same day. My aunt learned about the child on the phone, but she was so happy that she prepared a table of wine and vegetables to greet her, but she was rich. When the aunt saw the child, she happily ran over to hug him, but the child refused to agree and turned and hugged Ming Meng. Meng Xiaogui smiled awkwardly and said to her aunt, "The child is still young, afraid of birth, and will be able to have love in the future." The aunt nodded, looked at the child with a motherly smile, and continued to go into the kitchen. Seeing the aunt's departure, Ming Meng introduced to the child, "My dear, your mom and dad have been away for a while now because of business. Now you live in this aunt's house, okay?" The child pouted and asked, "Sister Ying Meng, what about you?" Ming Meng touched the child and said, "Why? Sister, who is reluctant, she will often come to see you after her hair." Naragogo, the child's tears flowed in his eyes, but he didn't let the tears fall. Ming Meng was ruthless and refused to look at it, and reluctantly transferred the child to her aunt for care. During the meal, the aunt asked about this and that. Her happiness at this time was beyond words, and Ming Meng also felt happy for her. When I was enjoying the meal, my aunt saw to know how my neighbor came back from get off work, so she kindly invited him to join this banquet. Viewer Jiang Cheng looked at the weather-beaten man in front of him. There were scars on his body. It was obvious that he had been injured. Suspicion arose in Jiang Cheng's heart, and he was also very curious about this mysterious neighbor. Jiang Cheng asked, "This eldest brother, I think you are mature and stable, and you must do a big business, right?" Aunt's neighbor smiled embarrassedly and said, No, I can be considered a retired soldier at best." "This is fine, where is the big cause?" "Oh, that's the case, it's not bad to be a security guard." Jiang Cheng nodded. The aunt turned her head suddenly. As if thinking of something, she said, "Hey Jiang Cheng, I think my neighbor is also good, or you can take him to protect you." The neighbor's eldest brother raised his head to Jiang Cheng. His eyes smiled honestly. "In that case, it's better to have a try." Jiang Cheng smiled at that thick face indifferently. The expression on that simple face looked at Jiang Cheng's smile stiff. Bai Jing, a security guard, was provoked when he went for an interview. What a humiliation. The security guard stared at Jiang Cheng, gritted his teeth and said, "Then let it go." At the beginning, the two of them were very polite after a few rounds with each other, and neither touched each other's clothes. Jiang Cheng knew that if this went on, there would only be endless, and he would not be polite and start to exert his strength. Of course, the retired soldiers also followed their forces, and at first they seemed evenly matched, but after a while, Jiang Cheng could not hide his ears from the thunder and punched the retired soldiers very much. The retired soldier was punched in the face, and the retired soldier wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Jiang Cheng's tactics are quick and ruthless, making people overwhelmed. The retired soldier was stunned by the shock and took a few steps back. The retired soldier was angry and rushed to Jiang Cheng for a while. By coincidence, Jiang Cheng avoided it. With a swish, Jiang Cheng ran behind the retired soldier, hugged him, and threw him to the ground with force. All I heard was the loud noise of boom, and it was the head of the retired soldier hitting the ground. The retired soldier hugged his head and looked at Jiang Cheng with a slightly hateful look, as if saying, "I won't let you go." He stood up slowly and posed his own old-fashioned art of war. Jiang Cheng rushed up with a very fast speed, using his remaining strength to hit the retired belly fiercely with his hands. The next table was knocked down by the two. The child was crying upstairs, and the aunt looked at everything in front of her and was stunned. "Auntie, go up and coax the children," Meng Meng said on the sidelines. She didn't know why Jiang Cheng fought during this fight, but he had his reasons, so she supported it. The retired soldier seemed to understand Jiang Cheng's eyes, and his own power was really not as good as Jiang Cheng. The hero didn't suffer the immediate loss, so he had to admit defeat. Jiang Cheng retired and set up troops. The retired soldier was actually very convinced. It turns out that this kid still has two things. After the fight, the two high-five like good friends, and each other laughs from time to time. The two went to a tavern. The two looked at each other and smiled and walked into the door of the pub together, found an empty place to sit. Zio Nai serve wine, order peanuts and meat on top. The retired soldier said to Zio "Unexpectedly, you are a good kid. I really convinced you." The retired soldier said. Jiang Cheng just smiled and didn't say anything. In 5 minutes, the wine and food were served. The two picked up the jug and began to drink, and would not stop drinking until midnight. "What did you say, not to get drunk or not to return?" Zio looked at them, shook his head, and left. It wasn't until Meng Meng came to see Jiang Cheng that Jiang Cheng and the retired soldier put down their wine glasses. Meng Meng held Jiang Cheng and asked Zio to hold the retired soldier. The drunk Jiang Cheng saw that he was about to be taken away. He squatted down quickly, holding the hip flask, and refused to move. Meng Meng didn't expect Jiang Cheng to be so naughty when he was drunk. He suddenly squatted down and Meng Meng fell a big somersault. Menju patted the dust on her body and said to Jiang Cheng, "Stop making trouble and come home with me. Drink, drink, come. Brother, keep drinking." Jiang Cheng smirked at Meng Meng. Meng Meng smiled helplessly and shook her head. There was really no way to deal with him. In the end, Jiang Cheng was taken away by Meng Meng. The retired soldier did not know where he was dragged by the second. Meng Meng took Jiang Cheng into her aunt's house. Although the aunt's house is not luxurious, at least it can live in. It is not easy for Meng Meng to carry Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng is a big man anyway, and Meng Meng is just a weak woman. Meng Meng took Jiang Cheng directly upstairs. Open the door, walk in, and throw Jiang Cheng on the bed. I climbed onto the bed myself. Jiang Cheng was already drunk, so no one was found around. Meng Liao looked at Jiang Cheng's handsome face. Her muscles suffocated Meng Meng a bit. Looking at the man in front of her, Meng Meng was involuntarily addicted. Even if you give everything, it's worth it. The next day, sunlight came in from the windowsill with a hint of warmth. Jiang Cheng got up and saw that the bed was messy, and his muscles looked beautiful in the sun. It was just that his soreness made him a little uncomfortable. Jiang Cheng's brain exploded. How could this happen? What did he do last night? Suddenly remembered that he had seen Meng Meng in a daze yesterday. Many questions are answered instantly, and 80% are cute. When Jiang Cheng was traveling, Meng Meng had already entered with breakfast, and Jiang Cheng was surprised. Do not know what to say. Just like this big eye and small eye. After dozens of minutes, Meng Meng put down breakfast and said to Jiang Cheng, "Are you up?" Then the road belt asked embarrassingly, "Jiang Cheng, do you remember what happened last night?" Jiang Cheng has already been fragmented. How could he still remember? But you can see the signs of cuteness. A big thing happened last night. Jiang Cheng's mind went blank, looking at Meng Meng's blushing face, suddenly regretted. When I think of last night, my head hurts again. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and looked at the person in front of him. His blushing face was very cute, but he couldn't remember anything. So he said to Meng Meng, "Meng Meng, didn't I drink with the retired soldiers last night? I'm here to drink and drink, right?" Meng Meng nodded. "No, you guys were drinking last night. What happened after drinking? Do you remember what happened after that? Did you forget that I carried you back? I seem to have forgotten what happened after that. I'm sorry, Meng Meng, I can't remember that now. If you know, can you talk to me?" "Maybe I can think of it," Jiang Cheng said. Meng Ling looked at Jiang Cheng in front of him and let out a sigh of relief. If he found out what he was doing, he might not be able to stay by his side. Jiang Cheng never seemed to like scheming girls. But at the thought of Jiang Cheng forgetting the night with herself, Meng Meng was a little sad, but she couldn't show it. "But what can you do? Tell him the matter. Will he be responsible for himself? I should wait. Wait until the right time. At that time, even if he doesn't want to, he has to be willing," so Meng Meng said to Jiang Cheng, "It was just an accident." Let's eat first. Jiang Cheng always feels that things are not that simple. Seeing Meng Meng's eyes, it's hard to say anything. Can only bow down to eat. Introduce me, this is my boyfriend Jiang Cheng. President Jiang, what do you think? Meng Meng watched Jiang Cheng flushed and buried her head. Jiang Cheng looked at Meng Meng with a shy face, and when he thought of waking up in the morning, facing Meng Meng on the white bed frankly. Seeing the bright red of the white sheets inadvertently, Jiang Cheng felt that his soul was gone. For me, isn't Meng Meng just my sister? How can I have with her after drinking and have a relationship with her? Meng Yin saw that Jiang Cheng had not replied, but she was a little anxious, saying, President Jiang, I understand you. You don't like me, I know. Meng Meng, it's not that I don't like you, but my liking for you is just for my sister. Jiang Cheng explained at a loss, afraid that Meng Meng would be sad, but she was also afraid of her being affectionate. Meng Ling darkened her eyes when she heard the words and asked solemnly, Brother Jiang Cheng, what should we do in this situation now? Suddenly, Ding Ding Ding's phone rang and I don't know who dialed Jiang Cheng's phone. Meng Meng curiously moved to the phone for a second, and 2 types of Zhu Ying were printed on the display. Hey, Jiang Cheng. I am less than a kilometer away from you, Ziying said happily on the other end of the phone. When Jiang Cheng saw me suddenly, would he cheer like me? I want to kill him. Don't make a noise. Let me think about it. Jiang Cheng was initially upset about the cuteness. Zhu Ying called and kept talking, and Jiang Cheng shouted angrily. Zhu Ying on the other end of the phone and Meng Meng, who was next to Jiang Cheng, were a little frightened by Jiang Cheng at this time. Zhu Ying heard Jiang Cheng yelling at herself inexplicably, and she was a little angry and asked, Jiang Cheng, what are your nerves? This lady came to see you from a long distance. How about you? I just asked where you are. I asked you to go shopping. Are you sick? What do you want? What do you want? Sorry, Zhu Ying. I just encountered something and I was a little gaff. I shouldn't be angry with you, sorry. Jiang Cheng realized that he had just made a mistake, so he gave Zhu Yingdao a gentlemanly. After all, Zhu Ying is also from everyone's show. She didn't care about it with Jiang Cheng. Instead, she said in a very tolerant way, Well, it doesn't matter. What is causing you such a headache? Tonight at 6 o'clock in the evening, the Paris Left Bank restaurant is not there scattered. Well, goodbye. Jiang Cheng hung up after replying. Jiang Cheng looked back and saw Meng Meng, who was weeping slightly, and a touch of guilt filled his heart. Brother Jiang Cheng, Meng Meng was crying Chinese letter while calling Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked up at Meng Meng and asked, Meng Meng, please calm down. Tell your brother obediently, do you think it's better to be with the person you like? Or is it better to be with the person who likes yourself? I think it's good to be with the person I like. At least I will be very happy. A person's life is short, just be happy. Meng Meng thought about it and wanted to reply Jiang Chengdao. You must be responsible for the things you do. Who made yourself a jerk? You must be responsible even when you cry. Okay, then let's try. Try socializing. Jiang Cheng said hesitantly, patted Ling Ling on the shoulder. I don't know if I did it for the sake of Meng Meng or it hurt Meng Meng. Meng Ling heard Jiang Cheng's affirmative reply. She almost jumped up happily. She rushed to hug Jiang Cheng and said, Great, what should I call you from now on? My boyfriend Jiang Cheng. Hey, just call me Brother Jiang Cheng. The name is just a code name. If you are used to calling me Brother Jiang Cheng, call me Brother Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng said while holding Meng Meng in his hand. Unconsciously, there was a slight separation between them, but I still felt that it was not good for me to be so close to Meng Meng. Meng Meng couldn't help frowning when she heard Jiang Cheng's suggestion. Feng Kun gently hammered Jiang Cheng's back and said, How can this be done? Are you good for this? Jiang Cheng couldn't resist a cold sweat and explained, I am not. I just think the title is not that important. That's right. It's better to change the name. If someone knows about our relationship and listens to me calling you Brother Jiang Cheng, I guess it will be more intense than my reaction just now. Do you want others to do that? Do you miss you and me? Meng Meng hugged Jiang Chengdao again. Taking advantage of the opportunity to speak, Jiang Cheng immediately pushed Meng Meng out of his arms and pressed her shoulders and said, Okay, then you can change my name. How about Jiang, or In, husband, or Xiang Gong? Meng Meng suggested with a smile. Jiang Cheng said that he was accidentally frightened by Meng Meng's exaggerated addressing words, and he accidentally swallowed saliva into the trachea and was robbed of coughing and coughing. Seeing Jiang Cheng's coughing and choking, Meng Yin became anxious. She ran to Jiang Cheng's back and beat him on the back. He said, Don't be anxious. If you don't like these names, I can change them. Yeah. Cough, 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 it's okay. I just didn't get ready just now. I just choked accidentally. You should just call me Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was relieved a little bit. He almost suffocated after hearing Meng Meng's exaggerated addressing terms. Meng Meng pursed her mouth. Some dissatisfaction was tolerated and said, Well, let's take it slowly. Jiang Cheng, hello. I am your girlfriend one by one. Meng Meng, hello. I'm your boyfriend one by one. Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng replied hesitantly. Meng Meng was a little excited when she heard that she was sure that she was his girlfriend from Jiang Cheng, and she said, Brother Jiang Cheng, that's not right. Jiang Cheng, you are so good. By the way, you have dinner with Zhu Ying tonight. I'm on your girlfriend. Zhu Ying is her love rival now, and if there are more love rivals, something will happen. I must go out in person, hand-tier the rival of love. Well, this. Jiang Cheng hesitated. Seeing Jiang Cheng's hesitation, Meng Meng immediately replied, I'm going. Take me there, please. Jiang Cheng nodded lightly and said, Well, all right. At night, Paris left Bank Restaurant. Zhu Ying saw Meng Meng holding Jiang Cheng's hand and walking towards her together. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and asked, You too? Zhu Ying, long time no see. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Jiang Cheng. Meng Meng said to Zhu Ying with a smile. Zhu Ying suddenly became a little angry and asked, Jiang Cheng, is what she said is true? Jiang Cheng nodded, and it was not good to be confused with what happened to her last night. You are too much. After saying that, Zhu Ying ran out and took a taxi to the airport. Jiang Cheng was a little anxious and pulled Meng Meng and said, Let's go and see, otherwise something will happen to her. Although Meng Meng didn't like Zhu Ying, she couldn't say anything, so she agreed to Jiang Cheng's request, and the two hurried to the airport. Door in the airport, Zhu Ying, Jiang Cheng, and Meng Meng stood opposite each other. Jiang Cheng, you have to break up with this little girl who doesn't know the heights. Zhu Ying said to Jiang Cheng. Before Jiang Cheng could say anything, Meng Meng was anxious and said, What kind of benefits do you have to ask Jiang Cheng to do? Also, why should you let him break up with me? You two are not suitable. Ask Jiang Cheng, does he like you? Zhu Ying asked sharply. Jiang Cheng didn't want to let the two women quarrel any longer and shouted, Stop quarreling, there is no point in quarreling now. Have something to say? You are being pulled by me, Jiang Cheng. I must persuade this girl to go back and not let you ruin your happiness in the next life. Zhu Ying shouted. Meng Meng refused to give in and shouted, Why do you say that I am with Jiang Cheng is to harm him and make him not happy? Seeing the increasingly uncontrollable team situation, Jiang Cheng shouted, You quarrel, I'm leaving. After speaking, he turned and took steps. When the two women saw this, they immediately caught up with Jiang Cheng and kept comforting Jiang Cheng, letting him calm down and don't think so much. Can't you two say it well, really? Jiang Cheng said impatiently. He pouted and said, Which is my eldest sister, okay? I won't let anyone else. No, why should I let you? Did you let me? Zhu Ying couldn't help but become angry as she listened to Meng Meng's spoiled words and rushed forward and pushed Meng Meng down. Meng Meng is a computer girl. She usually relies on Jiang Cheng's presence, but no one dares to provoke her. Seeing Zhu Ying dare to push herself, she goes up and pushes Zhu Ying. Seeing that the two women were about to fight, Jiang Cheng had to go up to persuade him to fight, but he was misunderstood by two people who knew it, and rolled down the stairs in Meng Meng's, be careful. Zhu Ying and Meng Meng chased them down immediately, and saw Jiang Cheng's head covered with blood, unconscious. Hello, isn't it? I have a man here who fell into a coma and is in the North Airport. Zhu Ying was a little calmer than Meng Meng and reported to the office. At 11 o'clock at night in the hospital, the patient is okay, just a slight concussion. He will wake up in a while, it's okay. The doctor said to Meng Meng and Zhu Ying and walked out of the ward after speaking. Zhu Ying looked at Jiang Cheng before waking up and said, I'll go downstairs first. Who knows? Jiang Cheng opened his eyes as soon as Zhu Ying walked away. You finally woke up, great. My boyfriend, what should you do if something goes wrong? Meng Meng shouted in surprise. Jiang Cheng looked at Meng Meng at this time, but his eyes were very strange. He said faintly, Yang Meng, tell me the truth. How did we start? Meng Meng yesterday obviously did not expect Jiang Cheng to ask this. He kept talking. For this did you seduce me? Huh? Jiang Cheng slammed his drunken memory back because he bumped his head and asked Meng Meng. Meng Meng pursed her lips. Her tone was close to begging, although it is. It's because I like you so much. Like me, is that the reason you seduce me to bed? Jiang Cheng couldn't help being angry. Meng Meng looked at Jiang Cheng's anger and felt that she would completely lose Jiang Cheng if she didn't confess. She confessed. Jiang Cheng, I have loved you for a long time. I am willing to spend the rest of my life to give you happiness and share a home with you. I like how you look at all times, handsome, cool, and capable. I love you. You go out first, I have to think about it. Jiang Cheng faced Meng Meng's sudden confession and was somewhat at a loss, so he had to drive her out first. Meng Meng met Zhu Ying on the road, fearing that she would lose face, and asked Zhu Ying to go back to Jiang Cheng's house with herself, and Jiang Cheng packed up the clothes in the hospital. Early the next morning, Meng Meng came to the ward first with some ambition. Have you figured it out? Meng Meng is a little scared and dare not look straight at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng sighed deeply and said, no matter how it happened, but it has already happened, I should be the person in charge. Let's be together. Don't you regret it? Meng Meng asked. Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly and replied, I didn't like anyone in the first place. It would be nice to realize one of my sister's dreams, and I am responsible. After all, Jiang Cheng, do you still think of yourself as your sister? Meng Meng seems to have figured it out. Maybe Jiang Cheng doesn't like herself anymore in this life, saying, then my boyfriend, you accompany me to Tokyo, let's play. Let's give this sudden accident a box of time to buffer. And relax, let you heal your wounds. Just a week after Jiang Cheng was discharged from the hospital, he and Meng Meng arrived in Tokyo. You sit here first. I'll pick up the luggage. Jiang Cheng gently touched Meng Meng's head and exhorted. Meng Meng nodded and said, then I will be waiting for you in the first row of seats in Zone E. You can't get me out of here. Silly girl, how could I lose you? Be good, don't think so much. Jiang Cheng smiled helplessly. I don't know why, since that day when I confessed in the hospital, the child Meng Meng has become more sensitive every day, always suffering from gains and losses, and becoming more and more dependent on Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng didn't wait long for the face of the people from the East District and walked over to Meng Meng, saying that you came to Tokyo to play. It's not easy for Meng Meng to see the faces of the Eastern District in the outer area, but she is not very repulsive and said, well, yes, I came to play with my boyfriend. It's a pity, how can such a beautiful woman be famous? Or else you dumped your mail ticket, just follow me. The man said a little silly, Meng Meng said. The man in front of his plan disdainfully said, oh, you are too overwhelmed, my boyfriend is so good, I think about him when I am sick, and I want to be with you next. Joke, you girl, don't toast or eat fine wine. The man was also a little angry. Meng Meng didn't take the man's anger seriously and said, you can't even match my boyfriend's hair, it's so funny. The dignity of a man cannot be provoked, especially a girl who makes him a little interesting. 6. This overseas Chinese became so angry that he raised his hand as if he was going to be cute. Jiang Cheng happened to see the situation here and immediately ran over and threw the man's hand away. Is it okay, Meng Meng? Jiang Cheng asked Meng Meng with concern. Meng Meng was a little frightened and did not speak. Upon seeing this, Jiang Cheng raised his fist and was about to hit the overseas Chinese in the face. Meng Meng quickly recovered, took Jiang Cheng's hand and said, we are here to play, not to fight. It's in my face. Don't fight, okay? This man is bullying you. How can I just ignore it? Jiang Cheng asked. Meng Ling smiled and said, am I not okay now? Okay, I won't be okay with you. After speaking, Meng Meng pulled Jiang Cheng and prepared to turn and leave. Who knew that the overseas Chinese didn't intend to make a trivial matter, so he clenched his fist and rushed towards Jiang Cheng's back. The wind blew Jiang Cheng's hair directly, feeling a tingling scalp. Jiang Cheng thought to himself that he was also a practitioner. He thought that his hands and feet were not messy, and his head was 1 centimeter away from the tip of his nose on one side of his body. At the same time, Jiang Cheng lifted his elbow and brushed it over the man's face, and his other hand quickly rose up, supporting Jiang Cheng's elbow. The speed of the two is very fast, you come and I go, and the two are equally matched. Regardless of the difference, Jiang Cheng Japanese letter knows that it is not easy to meet a master today, and it seems that it is not that simple to shoot Jiang Cheng. Since this is the airport, a large number of tourists gathered to view the area, which caused turmoil for a while. Many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and some directly played a live video. The airport security immediately came over and took Jiang Cheng and the man away on the spot. The farce of the airport ended like this, but Jiang Cheng and Meng Yin's trip to the island area was really going to be a waste this time. Jiang Cheng was detained in a temporary detention center. Jiang Cheng gave a confession and the man also made a transcript. Both of them were locked up. Hey, can I make a call? No, people simply rejected Jiang Cheng's request, which annoyed Jiang Cheng and didn't know what to do. But Meng Yin, who was outside, knew that this incident was big or small, and he hurried to get through the relationship and rescue Jiang Cheng, fearing that the night would have many dreams. It took Meng Yin a lot of money to allow Jiang Cheng to take a look. Meng Yin saw Jiang Cheng burst into tears. It was I who hurt you, and I was the one who hurt you. Jiang Cheng wiped away Ling Yin's tears and said firmly, Don't cry, it's not to blame you, listen to me. I have important things for you to do. You spend a little more money to buy the team members who guard me. I want to use it. Make a call on my phone. Only this call can save me. Don't delay you. After listening to Jiang Cheng's instructions, Meng Yin didn't stop and hurriedly went out after saying goodbye to Jiang Cheng. She also knew the importance of Jiang Cheng's words. After Meng Yin went out, she immediately used many methods to implement the tasks Jiang Cheng gave her. It didn't take long for everything to be done. Money can make ghosts go around. This is a good sentence. It works everywhere, even in the island area. The same is an unchanging truth. Here is your cell phone. I will give you 3 minutes. Then I will come over to pick up the cell phone. Just as Jiang Cheng was walking around the house in the detention center impatiently, a piece of glass on the door of the house opened. A cell phone came in. Jiang Cheng quickly took the phone. He knew that Meng Yin had cleared up the relationship, but only 10 minutes, so he must cherish it. He prayed in his heart, hoping that the call he made could be made and someone answered. Jiang Cheng dialed the number quickly and then waited patiently. A beeping ring came from the phone, and Jiang Cheng's heart was about to reach his throat. He knew that this call was about his own life. Hello, who? Jiang Cheng finally heard the most beautiful voice on the phone. Zhu is always me, you finally answered my call. Jiang Cheng said a little excited. He felt that this was the most exciting time for him and the best time to hear Zhu Lao's voice. What's wrong? Mr. Zhu is Mr. Zhu. As soon as I heard Jiang Cheng's voice and tone, I knew that Jiang Cheng's call was extraordinary. Because this number is indistinguishable from other places, even the internet cannot be found. Only Jiang Cheng's mobile phone and this number's only dedicated line are directly connected via satellite. Mr. Zhu, I had a physical conflict with a man at the airport on the island, and I am now locked in a detention center. I need your help to get me out of the prison. Jiang Cheng didn't say much nonsense and said straightforwardly, because the time was only 3 minutes. Okay, don't worry, I'll do it now. Old Zhu hung up the phone, and just then the small glass window on the door came. Take the phone, it's time. Jiang Cheng quickly deleted the call log, and then handed out the phone, because this content cannot be seen by others. At this time, the secret of heaven is also a special line for life-saving. After calling Zhu Lao, Jiang Cheng took a reassurance, because if Zhu Lao couldn't do anything, then he would have to wait and die, so he sat on the bench and closed his eyes. And Meng Yin has found a hotel nearby since Jiang Cheng was locked up at the Yamen. He also knew Jiang Cheng's network. As long as the call was sent, he would have to wait. The efficiency of Zhu Lao's work is really good. In half a day, the Hua family mansion directly sent people to exchange bail Jiang Cheng with the island detention center. The intervention of the Hua family mansion also made the island mansion feel an inexplicable danger. He felt that Jiang Cheng was definitely not an ordinary person, so he quickly sent someone to investigate Jiang Cheng's background. The efficiency of the mansion in the island district is still not low. Soon, a report of Jiang Cheng's investigation was handed over to the desk. The elder at the time was stunned when he saw Jiang Cheng's information and quickly got through. The call to the detention center, the personnel sent by the Huagia mansion, had just rescued Jiang Cheng from the detention center. And before he left the gate, the phone on the desk of the detention center boss rang. Hello, I know. The boss put down the phone and came back to the window to see Jiang Cheng and his party walking in the compound about to go out. They picked up the intercom. The T-guard stopped them. I still have a few words to say. Okay, came the doorman in response to the order. The boss showed a treacherous smile on his face, then picked up the teacup and poured a cup of tea, took a few sips slowly, and then looked at his watch. It felt like the time was almost up. Just walked to the door. Being let out and stopped at the door, Jiang Cheng was very annoyed, and he had to anger at the guard, and one person hurriedly pulled Jiang Cheng. Don't grow branches outside the festival. At this moment, the boss walked out of the office building and walked over here with a smile, and Jiang Cheng could see from this smile that there must be something hidden behind him. Hello, mister. Jiang, you can't leave yet. There is one thing that has not been investigated. Please go back with me. While the boss said, the two subordinates had already stood behind Jiang Cheng, and the person who fought Jiang Cheng at the airport has been released and came to Hua's office and called. Hello, is there a person named Jiang Cheng locked up there? I will do him if you want the door. Hurry up and expel this person from the country. He is actually in our Hua family, and he has to act on our Hua family. It turns out that after the conflict between the man and Jiang Cheng, he was under the surveillance of the Hua family. His words and deeds are always under the control of the Hua family. He was monitored, so today he was overwhelmed by the foxtail, and he was monitored. Just when Jiang Cheng was in prison, living like years every day, with many eyes staring at him, he knew that someone specially planned to deal with him. But who is Jiang Cheng and who is afraid of? He just feels like being kept here like this is very angry. Because of Meng Meng's existence, he dare not mess around, because he is afraid that he will not be able to protect Meng Meng in time. At this moment, suddenly the door of the prison came and made a harsh noise. Everyone turned their heads to see what was going on. A long man came in. His mobile phone was carrying a roller, his pistol was in his waist, and his back was carrying a long spear. Everyone squatted down with their heads held when they watched the prison come in. This is the rule. Everyone understands. Zhang directly came to Jiang Cheng's side, and when he walked over, Jiang Cheng calculated in his heart how long it took for the prison to put down the stick, and how long it took for him to shoot, and then grab the gun, how to escape, but in the end let go. Jiang Cheng can do these things, but when it is not a last resort, Jiang Cheng is better to keep a low profile. Jiang Cheng stood up and went out. The prison put down the stick and raised the spear against Jiang Cheng's back waist. Jiang Cheng walked ahead without resisting. Exiting the prison door is an office. There are a lot of people here. They simply go through the formalities. Jiang Cheng, you can now be released from prison. I hope you will be a good person after you go out, and you will not cause trouble. Jiang Cheng didn't say a word, thinking in his heart, you, a member of the Broken Island District, can still manage me. This time the incident happened suddenly, and it was cute. I didn't happen. Do you really think that Jiang Cheng is so bullying? Jiang Cheng walked out of the prison and saw a luxury car parked at the door, with a beautiful woman standing by the side of the car, with beautiful eyes and red teeth. Isn't this Zhu Ying? Jiang Cheng greeted him. Zhu Ying also ran over and grabbed Jiang Cheng's hand, but Jiang Cheng pulled his hand away. Zhu Ying didn't care. Speaking of you're finally free, come on. Car, it is not suitable to stay here for long. Ying is a master of the Hua family mansion, and his father is a big man. With such a life background, the island area still gives face to face. Although I feel very upset, ordinary people in the island area still have to live, and the island area's economy needs development, and all of this is inseparable from a Dafachang like Hua Jiajia. So Jiang Cheng can be rescued by Zhu Ying. The car was driving fast on the highway. Jiang Cheng asked, where is this going? If I remember well, this is the way to the airport. Jiang Cheng is sure. You can remember the road so clearly when you are sitting in the car in the island area. Yes, this is the way to the airport in the island area. Zhu Ying said with a smile. Isn't it going to leave now? Is Meng Meng still in the island area? I can't throw her personally on the island area. You guys let me down quickly. I want to go back to Hua's house with Meng Meng. Jiang Cheng shouted, his voice becoming hoarse. Zhu Ying was very unhappy, but didn't get angry, but calmly said that this time things were not better than usual. Did you find out? We don't have time to pick up Meng Meng now. We must leave here when the people on the island are not feeling. For cute things, I will arrange for someone to take her back. Don't worry. In the end, Zhu Ying did not twist Jiang Cheng and arranged for someone to find Meng Meng and pick her back to Hua's house, while the car was still driving fast on the highway. Since Zhu Ying said so, Jiang Cheng knew the seriousness of the matter, so he didn't say anything, then closed his eyes and recharged. This was a habit of Jiang Cheng because he had to maintain sufficient physical strength at all times. The car stopped for a long time. Just when Jiang Cheng was about to ask what was wrong, Zhu Ying pulled Jiang Cheng and said, "Get off the car." Jiang Cheng didn't say anything. He got off the car quickly, followed Zhu Ying into another car, and then galloped on the road in the opposite direction, but the car just went to the airport. I feel that it is not safe to fly by plane because our whereabouts have been overtaken, so I changed to the waterway, and I have arranged for someone to prepare the boat. As soon as Zhu Ying got on the car, she explained to Jiang Cheng that Jiang Cheng felt that Zhu Ying was right and thoughtful about what Zhu Ying did. This is Zhu Ying's professional needs. The car quickly came to Madu. Before getting off the car, Zhu Ying and Jiang Cheng both put on windbreakers and brought mirrors. The two quickly boarded the ship. The ship left the port and sailed into the deep sea. The ship was moving fast in the vast sea. Zhu Ying arranged personnel to close the screen and also sent people to stand guard around the hull. Rising sun Jiang Cheng had just got up to wash in a hotel room when he heard a knock on the door. Jiang Cheng wondered why this Zhu Ying woman was fighting against people so early. True Jiang Cheng simply numbed his face with a towel, then opened the door, and Zhu Ying said directly, "Did you watch the news?" "What's wrong with the news?" Of course, Jiang Cheng didn't watch it. He didn't finish the washing up when he just got up, so there was no time to watch Xinjian. While Zhu Ying was talking, she came over to turn on the TV, and both sat down. The TV was showing a flight from the island area to Hua's house last night due to engine failure and crashing into the sea. All the people on the plane died. The screen shows that many search and rescue ships at sea are salvaging the remains of the aircraft. After seeing this new house, Jiang Cheng also knows what is going on. The two of them glanced at it knowingly. If they had taken a plane yesterday, they would have been in the fish today in the belly. Feed me the organizer and launch an attack on the entire island security network system. The time delay is 10 minutes. I want them to know that there is a price to do with me. Zhu Ying flushed with a handsome face and then made a phone call. 10 minutes later, the security network in the island area was a black screen, which really frightened the people, so all the radars were turned on, and the plane took off directly with helicopters, fighters, and pre-aircraft. It returned to normal in 10 minutes. It was found that some were normal, and only then changed my breath. All the flying planes landed safely at the airport. The senior staff quickly met to study the attack. When Jiang Cheng was about to go to Zhu Ying to ask about Meng Meng, Zhu Ying came in again. This time she still had a bad face. Without the success of Gang's attack, Jiang Cheng felt that bad news had happened again. Jiang Cheng is really embarrassed. "You have to calm your mind. I want to tell you an important thing to the factory. Let's talk about it. I have not experienced any big storms, and I can resist the bad news. When the people in my platoon went to find Meng Meng, they found that Meng Meng was no longer there. After investigation, they were kidnapped by the island mansion." "What? They really live? I really thought Jiang Cheng was so bullying. I must show them the color. This time I will save Meng Meng myself." It hit the wall for a while, and a pit appeared on the wall, and the concrete instantly turned into powder and slowly spilled. "Why do you have to save her?" "Jiang Cheng, I just ask you, do you really like her?" Jiang Cheng felt a little helpless now. She didn't know how to explain to Zhu Ying. She knew it was not that simple. Zhu Ying is very moved now. She doesn't know how to persuade Jiang Cheng. The only way she can think of now is to trap Jiang Cheng in the room. At this time, Zhu Ying took advantage of Jiang Cheng not paying attention and suddenly slammed Jiang Cheng against the wall. After Jiang Cheng got up, she found that the door was locked. Jiang Cheng was immediately panicked. To be honest, he has made up his mind to rescue Meng Meng. Otherwise, he would be very guilty in his heart. But I didn't expect Zhu Ying to use such an extreme method to put him in the room, which made Jiang Cheng very angry, and Zhu Ying didn't understand him at all. At this moment, Jiang Cheng wandered around the house for a long time, suddenly became angry and beat the door vigorously. Zhu Ying was standing outside the door. She wanted to see Jiang Cheng's reaction, because she was very attractive, and wanted to know if Jiang Cheng liked Meng Meng. This is about the relationship between Zhu Ying and Jiang Cheng in the future. But 513 didn't expect her reaction to be so intense, which made Zhu Ying a bit scared. Jiang Cheng not only beat the door, but also shouted while beating the door. "Zhu Ying, you let me out quickly. If Meng Meng has any shortcomings, I will definitely not spare you." To be honest, Jiang Cheng's cruel remarks really scared Zhu Ying. However, Zhu Ying still intends to hold on. She doesn't want Jiang Cheng to stay. Secondly, she also didn't want to make the relationship between Jiang Cheng and Meng Meng more intimate. But Jiang Cheng's madness really scared Zhu Ying. She could clearly hear the door shaking. At the same time, she was also very scared in her heart. She didn't know what extreme things Jiang Cheng would do if she continued to distinguish Jiang Cheng. At this moment, Jiang Cheng was still beating the door desperately, and Zhu Ying felt a little scared. She thinks that Jiang Cheng should be released. Otherwise, Meng Meng really has some shortcomings. I am afraid the relationship between her and Jiang Cheng will be more rice cake. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to be unable to restrain his great power, the door was suddenly opened at this time. Jiang Cheng felt a little strange. I don't know why Zhu Ying opened the door by herself. I'll let you go, but we want 3 chapters of the law. You must protect yourself. Otherwise, I won't let you leave here. When Jiang Cheng heard Zhu Ying's words, he felt a little moved. At the same time, he also felt that he shouldn't be so angry. Just as Jiang Cheng thought this way, suddenly there seemed to be a dart flying around him. This made Jiang Cheng startled, and the dart stuck straight into the wall. Jiang Cheng felt a bit awkward, but he found a piece of paper on the dart. Jiang Cheng believed that this was definitely not an ordinary piece of paper. It definitely had some information written on it, so he took the piece of paper off, opened it, and found that there were only a few large characters on it. See you at the dock tonight. Jiang Cheng was shocked when he saw these big characters. Zhu Ying also saw these characters, and she begged Jiang Cheng not to go. Promise me not to go, okay? This must be to die. I don't want your life to be threatened. Jiang Cheng shook his head gently. He knew Zhu Ying was worried about him, but Jiang Cheng knew very well that he had no way to abandon his cuteness. Jiang Cheng had already arrived at the dock at this time. Zhu Ying had always wanted to come with him, but Jiang Cheng felt it was too dangerous. Besides, he still needs to use the power of the system. In case Zhu Ying sees it by then, it will be bad. Jiang Cheng found that the pier was completely empty. He felt very strange, but he also felt that this was not a simple thing. There must be an ambush waiting for him. Just as Jiang Cheng was thinking about it, a gunshot suddenly heard behind him. Jiang Cheng felt a pain in his leg and then fell to the ground on one knee. At this time, Jiang Cheng felt a little dangerous. Fortunately, his leg was injured and only a piece of skin was scratched. Jiang Cheng checked his imitation and found that there was no major problem. At this time, he tore a small piece from his clothes and tied it directly to the injured place. Then Jiang Cheng heard the sound of footsteps, and he knew that it was the group of people coming here. Jiang Cheng was about to find a place to hide at this time, but he found that he was surrounded by groups. At this moment, a man in black clothes came over and shook his head slightly. Then, 2 men grabbed Jiang Cheng and wanted to lock him in the warehouse. On the way, Jiang Cheng ran away while they were unprepared. Jiang Cheng began to call the system eagerly at this time, and the system rushed over with great force. Master, what do you want? System, I now hope that you can destroy the signal of the walkie-talkie between them so that I have the opportunity to break into them and rescue Meng. Received, please wait, it is under destruction. At this time, Jiang Cheng nodded gently. As long as the communication tool between them was destroyed, the dock was so big, he would surely be able to rescue Meng Meng by himself. Just as Jiang Cheng was thinking this way, he suddenly heard that in the house on the dock, there were waves of slight calls, and it was a woman. Jiang Cheng was overjoyed. Presumably this is where Meng Meng was tied up. At this time, Jiang Cheng had no way to think about anything. He just hoped that things could be simpler, so he immediately opened the door of the warehouse and found that Meng Meng was indeed tied inside. Moreover, Meng Meng's body was so messy. Jiang Cheng felt a little distressed, and he immediately walked over, wanting to untie Meng Meng. Moreover, Jiang Cheng asked Meng Meng with concern while unbinding. Is there anything wrong with you? Is there any injury? Meng Meng is naturally very moved when she sees Jiang Cheng alone to rescue her. She saw a bruise on Jiang Cheng's body, and tears couldn't help but shed tears. But when Meng Meng heard Jiang Cheng's question, she immediately shook her head gently. I'm okay. Is there anything wrong with you? Jiang Cheng also shook his head. At this time, he had already untied Meng Meng's rope. He immediately grabbed Meng Meng and wanted to leave this place. Yin Meng walked with me. Jiang Cheng, after finishing talking, pulled the stalks and was about to rush towards the door. And suddenly, Jiang Cheng stopped when he reached the gate. Because he heard the footsteps and someone was approaching, Jiang Cheng immediately leaned against the wall and then waited patiently. He looked down at Meng, who was clinging to him tightly. Looking at the beautiful face, there was no trace of fear, and she seemed very peaceful. Perhaps it was Jiang Cheng's appearance that made Meng courageous and took a reassurance. Jiang Cheng imitated a quiet gesture to Meng, and then he slowly approached the window. At this moment, he saw 2 soldiers walking by here. 2 people are not a problem to Jiang Cheng at all, and if they want to rush out of this heavily packed area, they must have guns. Jiang Cheng looked at the faces of the 2 approaching people with deceptive smiles, and then said to Meng, "You just stay here first. I will meet the 2 special soldiers. You must be careful." Meng blinked her eyes and said sincerely. Jiang Cheng nodded and then slowly turned out from the window, rolled on the spot, hiding behind a wall. And then, at this time, Jiang Cheng had an extra head in his hand, and his head shone coldly. The 2 special forces, chatting, walking forward in a scattered way, they were very loose, but they didn't know that danger was slowly approaching them, and death was approaching them. The 2 of them just passed the corner. Jiang Cheng rushed out and jumped high. His legs directly clamped the neck of a special soldier, and when the dagger in his hand was already flying, he flew to another special soldier. The whole process was high and flowing. At the same time that the special soldier fell to the ground, he took advantage of the situation and twisted the neck of the special soldier who was riding on his neck back, and the special soldier also fell to the end. Jiang Cheng put all the guns on his door on his back, then tied all the bullet belts to himself, and then put the 2 walkie-talkies in his pocket. He knew that he had put high-strength interference here, but he couldn't rule it out. The island area countered this interference. Then he took the 2 corpses and hid them. Jiang Cheng returned to Meng. Meng was very pleased to see that Jiang Cheng had so many weapons suddenly. At this time, Jiang Cheng's cell phone vibrated. Jiang Cheng took it in his hand and took a look at the Horsehead satellite map that he sent. Jiang Cheng quickly read it again and has already pushed all the places in his mind. His ability is also developed after years of training. Then Jiang Cheng determined where he was, and then he found an exit. Then he planned out the route he was going to go out, and then he kept it in his heart, turned his head and said to Meng, "Now we can go. With this drawing, we will save a lot of time and will not get lost in this Horsehead." After speaking, Jiang Cheng pulled Meng and started to set off again. This time he let Ling Yu closely follow behind, and he took the gun and walked in front. Mayo was at his waist, and his index finger should be on the side of the dunk, always ready. Shoot and release people. 2 people, one after another, quickly interspersed in the middle of the house. These are all warehouses of different types, and the large and small warehouses are very complicated. This also helps Jiang Cheng, where there are so many special forces zones, passing silently like this. Suddenly someone shouted behind him, "Stop!" Meng was so frightened that he didn't dare to move, but Jiang Cheng lay on his side and shot a bullet with his backhand, hitting the center of his brow and shot dead. Jiang Cheng smiled on his face. "Idiot, you should shoot directly. There is still a chance to speak in front of me. Then you have only one word, death." Jiang Cheng didn't go to deal with the corpse because the gunfire spread and other people must have heard it. He didn't have time to deal with the corpse, so he hurried forward and continued running. Immediately after crossing a wall, a special soldier saw Jiang Cheng and Meng Yin. Before the gun was picked up, he was shot by Jiang Cheng again and shot in the eyebrow. The special soldier really didn't understand that Jiang Cheng, who had clearly discovered him first, was actually himself lying down. It was true that Jiang Cheng was fast, too fast. This speed did not give the special soldiers time to react. Just as the special forces reacted, the ruthless bullet had been ruthlessly shot into the body, killing him instantly. The reason why Jiang Cheng started the shot was the same, because only the first shot was killed, and there was no reaction time. Zhu Guo was in Xing's mouth or somewhere else, and he would die in a few seconds. This would prevent Jiang Cheng from moving forward unintentionally, and the more gunshots, the earlier the enemy would find his position. They didn't know that such sporadic gunshots were made by Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Cheng had a good buffer time when the signal of this meeting was disturbed. Jiang Cheng spotted a special soldier at a corner and solved it with a shot, but he suddenly felt the danger behind him, so he quickly turned around. A bunch of bullets flew out wildly, a figure in the end, and at the same time the cute one was also copied. It was imitated by a bullet. Although it is not fatal, the blood is flowing out and must be bandaged immediately. Ling Meng fainted in fright. Jiang Cheng directly put Meng Meng on his shoulders and ran forward frantically. This was a large warehouse that appeared in front of him. Jiang Cheng rushed in directly and closed the door directly. Putting down Meng Meng, the blood has already flowed to Jiang Cheng's clothes. Jiang Cheng took off his clothes, tore a long strip, and then simply treated the wound. It hurts, and Meng Meng opened his eyes. Jiang Cheng put the prepared stick made of cloth strips into Meng Meng's mouth and said, "Meng Meng, you have to hold back. I must bandage the wound, otherwise I can't go out." Meng Meng nodded firmly when facing death, and Jiang Cheng was beside him, but the painful tears still came out of her eyes. Jiang Cheng looked at Meng Meng's pain, and tears were already in his eyes, because he had told himself countless times that he would protect Meng Meng and not let Meng Meng suffer a little bit of great misery, but he actually suffered today. Gunshot wounds. This is something Jiang Cheng doesn't allow, and she doesn't forgive herself. Meng Meng watched Jiang Cheng seriously bandage herself, as gentle as a nurse. She didn't expect that a steely man in front of her would also have a tender side. Meng Meng reached out to wipe away Jiang Cheng's tears. She wanted to tell him, "Don't cry, I'm fine, as long as I'm by your side, even if I go up to the sword and down to the sea of fire." But there was a cloth circle in his mouth, so I couldn't speak out. Jiang Cheng quickly bandaged Meng Meng's wound and then said to Meng Meng, "Don't worry, I will save you, we will kill you. Yes, we are going to watch the fireworks. Spoon brother Jiang Cheng, do we really have a chance to go out? Can we really start to watch the fireworks?" Meng Meng looked at the man holding herself expectantly. The footsteps outside are getting closer. Jiang Cheng is full of sweat, clinging to the gate, and the thick iron gate can't give Jiang Cheng any sense of security. He knows that the iron gate is not worthwhile for the special forces outside. Mention. Jiang Cheng nodded without looking straight at Meng Meng and said, "Sister, you're waiting here. I'll go out and take a look." He threw a word casually, and Jiang Cheng walked straight across the door. I don't know why, Jiang Cheng would always call Meng Meng's sister subconsciously, even if the relationship between the two people is the most familiar and intimate lover. "I turned out to be just your sister in the end." Meng Meng heard Jiang Cheng's words and whispered a little lostly. Jiang Cheng only saw Meng Meng's cherry mouth move a little, but because Meng Meng's voice was too low, he did not hear clearly and asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing." Meng Meng looked at the ground without looking at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng glanced at Meng Meng and walked out without looking back. Meng Meng glanced at Jiang Cheng's back, feeling uneasy. The woman behind Jiang Cheng Wuxin looked at the iron gate in front of her. A battle. Jiang Cheng's red eyes were full of longing, the desire to fight. Jiang Cheng waved open the iron gate and closed it smoothly. The heavy iron gate lifted up a trace of dust, blocking the way of retreat and blocking the eyes of the girl inside the iron gate. To be precise, Jiang Cheng has no retreat. In any case, Meng Meng is her favorite sister. How could she worry about her life? Today's battle she must not lose. The corner of Meng Meng's mouth raised a wry smile and said, "Yes." Menjian looked at the closed door and didn't say anything. There was not only love and admiration in Jiang Cheng's eyes, but also a trace of pity. Warehouse. The outside is different from the desolation inside the warehouse, where Meng Meng is located. Jiang Cheng looked at the people wearing camouflage outside, all wearing hoods, leaving only a pair of murderous eyes outside. There is no difference between the eyes and the Hua family, and it is difficult to tell who is there. There was a sneer at the corner of Jiang Cheng's mouth, and he knew that this was the person over there without guessing. How could they not send something back if they gave such a big gift to the mansion in the island district? Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng sneered at the corner of his mouth. If you do it again, Jiang Cheng will still send back that great gift. Jiang Cheng never takes advantage of others. The opposing special forces watched Jiang Cheng and stopped involuntarily. You can say that you have a crushing advantage here, and you have a team. On the other side, Jiang Cheng was only himself. Just seeing Jiang Cheng's aura standing at the door, everyone was still involuntarily scared. Because of the aura, Jiang Cheng looked at the person in front of him, and there was no life or death in his eyes, but only the desire to fight. Sweat was on the head of the opposing Special Forces captain, and the sweat hit the ground drop by drop, highlighting the panic in his heart. Come. Jiang Cheng waved his hand at the Special Forces. It was a picky action, an action that made people feel anger, but it gave people a sense of horror when Jiang Cheng did it. Several members of the Special Forces swallowed involuntarily. The panic in my heart is self-evident. The Special Forces captain pulled the gun in his hand with fear in his eyes. The man in front of him told him that he could not provoke him. Jiang Cheng watched him pull the gun, and the corners of his mouth formed a weird curve. He flew up and brushed past the bullet. The captain looked at the man in front of him with a look of fear in his eyes. Jiang Cheng looked at the captain fixedly, and the captain took a step back involuntarily. Jiang Cheng rushed up with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. The next second the gun fell to the ground, and the captain stood aside in pain, holding his dislocated arm in his hand. The outside of the warehouse looked very fierce. Jiang Cheng's figure shuttled among dozens of Special Forces, and wherever they were fighting, Special Forces fell to the ground. Jiang Cheng clutched the wound and stared at the enemy in front of him. With the sneer still hanging from the corner of his mouth, he knew that his fake mouth was bleeding again. But even if the body is injured, he doesn't make a difference when hitting someone. However, as time passes, even if it is Superman, his energy will slowly fade away, because hundreds of elite-trained Special Forces have been fighting against Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Cheng has gradually become a little strenuous. Stand up. The upper hand from the beginning has gradually fallen. On the other side, the bodyguards who had been monitoring the outside of the warehouse watched the situation change and reported to Zhu Yinghui. Mr. Jiang Cheng has been imitated. What? He has been imitated. What is he doing now? Zhu Ying was a little anxious, just swished to stand up. The bodyguard stepped back and said, Mr. Jiang Cheng is fighting with Special Forces. Come with me. Zhu Ying gave an order and ordered the bodyguards to arrive. Zhu Ying went outside the warehouse, and when she saw Jiang Cheng just 1 or 2 meters away from her, she hurried across Jiang Cheng and said, What are you fighting after being imitation? Didn't you see the wound bleeding? I can't take care of that much now. Meng Meng is still inside, and she is also injured. I can't ignore her safety. Jiang Cheng shouted angrily. Zhu Ying heard Jiang Cheng's words of defending Meng Meng and couldn't help being a little angry and shouted, You've been so adorable all day, you're so adorable, you're endless. Is she so important? He came so far away to count him, and he only had Meng Meng in his eyes. Isn't he so worthless? To me, she is a very important person to me. Jiang Cheng shouted at Zhu Ying in a hurry. With the roar, the faux mouth seemed to crack more severely. Jiang Cheng looked at his faux mouth with a bit of anxiety in his eyes, and the pressure of the special soldiers in front of him was even more annoying. It's not the time to quarrel, it's too late. Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhu Ying and said anxiously. The bloodshot eyes made Zhu Ying jump in shock, and Zhu Ying glanced at Jiang Cheng in a daze. Zhu Ying lowered her head. The sore eye sensation made her very uncomfortable, and irritably used the gun in her hand to the person aside, looked at the ink pressure in front of her and looked at Jiang Cheng again, and couldn't help humming coldly. Speak out, said Jiang Cheng, let me save you. Now immediately break up with me and Meng Meng. Break up? What break up? Before hearing Jiang Cheng's reply, Meng Meng in the warehouse heard Zhu Ying's roar outside the warehouse. Zhu Ying, you are such a villain. Do you want to take advantage of others? But what Jiang Cheng hates most in my life is being threatened. Jiang Cheng was really annoyed when he heard Zhu Ying's help say. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he turned around and rushed into the fighting crowd, holding on to a dozen tough guys with Special Forces, and the downed Special Forces fell to the ground, and there was no room for resistance. About half an hour later, I heard Jiang Cheng's whose rage. It turned out that 2 Special Forces were standing behind Jiang Cheng just now. Jiang Cheng could only solve one by one after seeing from the corner of the eye, first by sweeping his legs and tripping the man on the left to the ground. Just as he was about to turn around to fight with the Special Front soldier on the right, the Special soldier suddenly took advantage of the situation and stabbed Jiang Cheng in the back with a sharp knife. Suddenly, blood flowed from Jiang Cheng's back, and his clothes were severely cut by the knife. He was sticking to the blood and pressed it wetly on Jiang Cheng's back. From this, it can be seen that the special forces used so much strength. This time their mission is not to stabbing Jiang Cheng, but to kill him. Come, rush up together. Zhu Ying saw that Jiang Cheng was injured, no matter what the conditions were or what was not, and if he didn't get angry, he directly let everyone rush up. Seeing that Zhu Ying had ordered the bodyguard to come up to him, Jiang Cheng slowly retreated to the door of the warehouse and wanted to go in at 11 to see how Meng Meng was. Meng Meng, how do you feel? Does the wound still bleed? Jiang Cheng bends over because he was stabbed in the back. Meng Meng also heard Jiang Cheng's roar just now, so she knew that Jiang Cheng must have been injured. Regardless of his injury, she immediately stood up, rushed up and asked, "Brother Jiang Cheng, are you okay? Where is it? I'm not good." "I'm okay, I just accidentally let those people hit it gently." "But you, why did you suddenly stand up? Be careful that the wound is cracked," Jiang Cheng said with a slight frown. Meng Meng heard Jiang Cheng say that she was okay, and she was happy from the bottom of her heart. She hugged Jiang Cheng and said, I know that my brother Jiang Cheng is the best. He will definitely not get hurt." Yan rushed up and hugged Jiang Cheng. Meng Meng's hand would naturally touch the wound on Jiang Cheng's back. Jiang Cheng couldn't help groaning because of the pain. Meng Meng was also a little dazed when she heard Jiang Cheng's forbearing voice. Later, she found that her hands were a little moist and sticky. When she put it back, she knew that it was blood. She was shocked and stunned. She shouted, Jiang Cheng, brother, is blood. What's wrong with you? What's wrong? Let me see it." "It's okay, don't worry, be good." Jiang Cheng's voice was trembling because of the severe pain in his back. Meng Meng watched Jiang Cheng's face shed cold sweat. She couldn't help but was shocked. She ran to the back and saw that Jiang Cheng's back was covered with blood. Suddenly, she almost cried and said with a crying voice, "Brother Jiang Cheng, if you have anything to do, blame me. What am I in Tokyo? Wow. What should I do? Good, cute. Sit down quickly and don't make trouble. I'll be fine in a while. Just let me sit down." Jiang Cheng tremblingly stretched out his hand and gently patted the crying Meng Meng's back. Outside the warehouse, Zhu Ying did not leave any bodyguards by her side to protect herself. She ordered all the bodyguards to participate in the fight. Because Zhu's bodyguards were never vegetarians, as time passed, the special forces fell one after another, and only a few special forces were still fighting. One of the special forces saw that Zhu Ying was not accompanied and protected and immediately thought of an idea. He ran up and strangled Zhu Ying's neck and shouted at all the bodyguards, "You are moving, believe it or not. I will kill your master immediately." Before Zhu Ying's bodyguards could react, Zhu Ying shouted at the special forces who held him hostage, "Do you know who I am? Just do it. I'm Miss Zhu, dare you. Do you want to do it? But I care if you are from the Zhu family or from the Wang family and from the Lai family. Now you are just the meat on the knife board. I am the man with the knife. As long as those people move again in one fell swoop, I dare to cut your throat with this sharp knife. If you don't believe it, do you want to give it a try?" The special soldier said to Zhu Ying and all the bodyguards. After all the bodyguards saw their own eldest lady being held hostage by special forces, they slowly recovered and put down their weapons. After all, the job I was hired by the Zhu family was to protect Zhu Ying, the eldest of the Zhu family. Now that the protected people are in the hands of the gangsters, how can I act rashly? No job is just a small matter if something really happened to Ying, Miss Zhu's family. The Zhu family got angry. She really couldn't eat herself and walked away. And Jiang Cheng inside the warehouse also noticed something wrong outside the warehouse. He was shocked to hear that something was wrong. Zhu Ying must have something wrong and immediately planned to stand up and go out. "What are you doing? President Jiang, you are still injured." Meng Meng watched Jiang Cheng's move to get up and quickly grabbed Jiang Cheng's arm. Jiang Cheng pursed her lips and said, "It's okay, I am a big man, I must go to Dun Zhu Ying, and she finally sent someone to save us. But hasn't she offered the conditions yet?" Meng Meng said with a pouting mouth. Jiang Cheng touched Meng Meng's head on 827 and calmly said, "But I did not agree to the conditions she put forward, but she still came to save me in an emergency. No matter whether she really helped me, I can't let it go. With a living person was hurt. Even if a stranger is held hostage, I can't just ignore it." Meng Ling looked at Jiang Cheng's stubborn eyes and knew that she would definitely not be able to persuade him, so she let go of him. As Jiang Cheng walked outside, he activated the system and activated a physical attack. He also took out a reconfigurable silver pistol from his backpack. Is there anything you are coming at me? Why do you involve a little girl who has nothing to do with this matter? Jiang Cheng said, looking at the gangster. The special forces saw Jiang Cheng coming out, and of course they saw the knife on his back. The blood was still lingering. They couldn't help but said disdainfully, "Your blood hasn't drained yet. You all surrender. Let us brothers go. I will let him go." Ah! Jiang Cheng's dress yelled in pain and suddenly sat on the ground. When Zhu Ying saw Jiang Cheng's pain, her pupils suddenly contracted, and she shouted, "Jiang Cheng, go, go." Just when the special forces were ready to sell themselves and laughed at the fateful Mandarin ducks, Jiang Cheng suddenly turned around, took out his pistol, and shot him with a bang. The bullet passed directly above the eyebrows of the special forces. The other special forces saw that the special forces holding Zhu Ying had been shot by Jiang Cheng. Their own party was actually gone, but they were not reconciled. They thought that instead of being arrested and tortured, they might as well fight again and perhaps find them. Opportunity to escape. A special soldier gave the brother on the side a look. The other side knew it, and he dashed and rushed directly to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng saw that he was unwilling to show weakness and went straight to a karate and knocked the person ahead of him from the air. Knowing that there is only a dead end, do you still want to die? Jiang Cheng yelled at the few surviving special forces, who knows that this roar didn't have any effect, and the last two special soldiers took sharp knives and stabbed Jiang Cheng. Upon seeing this, Jiang Cheng stood up reluctantly, swept one of his legs and tripped one of them to the ground. He immediately swiped the sharp knife in his hand and stabbed the strong man behind him. Just when the brawny man was stabbed, Jiang Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Special soldier who had just been kicked by Jiang Cheng stood up again, squeezing Jiang Cheng's neck from behind, as if he was going to die. Jiang Cheng was so restrained by this special soldier that he couldn't move his body. In desperation, he slammed his head against the head of the special soldier who was strangling his neck. When the man was in pain, Jiang Cheng stood up and punched. Between the bridge of the special soldier's nose, the special soldier fainted. However, Jiang Cheng didn't get any benefit, because the blood clots that had just been solidified on his back were torn from the fierce fighting movements just now. And he fell to the ground with a boom if he couldn't bear it. "Jiang Cheng, how are you?" Zhu Ying, who just got free, was too happy to see Jiang Cheng suddenly fall to the ground and couldn't help exclaiming. Meng Meng in the warehouse also heard Zhu Ying's shout. Knowing that Jiang Cheng must be in trouble, he ran out and shouted, "Zhu Ying, don't touch President Jiang. I'm not allowed to touch it." "Ms. Yin Meng, did you tell the importance of the matter? Didn't you see Jiang Cheng fainted on the ground? Do you want to kill him?" Zhu Ying was also anxious by Meng Meng's words. It's not because of Jiang Cheng's injury. She wants to rush to play Meng Meng. Zhu Ying did not wait for Meng Meng's reply and said to herself, "Come here, let the driver drive over and send Jiang Cheng back to Zhu's house." "Zhu Ying, do you think you can do whatever you want with the Zhu family's eldest? Why did you send Jiang Cheng to Zhu's house? What do you want to do?" Meng Yu roared a little excitedly, holding Jiang Cheng's hand tightly. Zhu Ying smiled without anger and said, "Coco, what kind of love or friendship can you talk about if a person's life is gone? You are a bit too selfish, right? But, okay, listen to you." Meng Meng heard it. The word death was completely panicked and immediately looked at Zhu Ying eagerly. Hours later, inside Zhu's house. "Miss, I have sutured Mr. Jiang Cheng's wound. There should be no major problem, and he should wake up immediately," the Zhu family's personal doctor said to Zhu Ying. Sure enough, as soon as the private doctor walked out the door, Jiang Cheng slowly opened his eyes. He saw the strange environment around him and couldn't help asking, "Where is this?" "This is my house one by one, Zhu Ying." Zhu Ying said with excitement when Jiang Cheng was awake. Jiang Cheng then realized that Zhu Ying was standing next to his bed. He naturally thought of her act of taking advantage of the fire today, and couldn't help but sit up suddenly and said, "Go out. This is my house, it's all my territory." "Jiang Cheng, I don't care how powerful you are, but you are too generous. No matter how Zhu Zhai is, I am in charge, not you." Zhu Ying has a pair of big eyes, retorted. Jiang Cheng said. He pulled out the dripping needle, walked out of the bed and said, "Okay, thank Miss Zhu for the treatment." Jiang Cheng won't bother me and go ahead." As soon as Jiang Cheng left the house, he took out the phone, dialed the number of Assistant Linda, and said, "You go and investigate me and find out who made it today." On the other hand, Mr. Zhu received a notice from the Hua family mansion before Jiang Cheng had come over, and the mansion asked him to prevent Jiang Cheng from investigating what happened during the day. Therefore, as soon as Mr. Zhu heard Jiang Cheng coming out, he hurriedly walked out of the study, stopped Jiang Cheng and said, "A lot of things, don't check it out. It's better to do more than less." "Well, thank you, Mr. Zhu, for his hospitality and treatment today. However, Jiang Cheng is a clear-cut person, and there is no room for sand in my eyes, and I can't let anything become unclear." Jiang Cheng lightly in reply. The tone was neither excited nor displeased. "Zhu Ying is so despicable today, and the people of the Zhu family are definitely not much better." After speaking, Jiang Cheng went downstairs without looking back, regardless of Mr. Zhu's face. Alas, this young man. When Mr. Zhu heard the courtesy of Jiang Cheng's words, he naturally knew that he was alienated from himself and the Zhu family, and he sighed helplessly. "Hey, President Jiang, something happened to me." Assistant Linda called to report to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng paused and asked, "What's the matter? Tell me." "When I inquired about the imitation incident today, I found that the Huagia mansion was deliberately obstructing. Do we want to face?" Linda asked vaguely. Jiang Cheng snorted coldly and replied, Jiang Cheng want to do something, no one can stop it. You boldly use my name to investigate. Let me see who else dares to stop." Indeed, on the entire earth, people who dare to provoke Jiang Cheng may not have been born yet. On the other side, Zhu Ying saw Jiang Cheng running out of the room. She immediately ran to the room where Meng Meng was sleeping, wanting to communication with her. "Meng Meng, Jiang Cheng doesn't love you." Zhu Ying asked Meng Meng lightly. Meng Meng retorted, "Do you think I believe in what you say? Ha, do you know that he was in a coma? It's my name." Although Zhu Ying's mouth is panicking, her eyes are straight and cute. Meng Meng suddenly panicked and didn't know what to say. Seeing Zhu Ying's serious expression, she believed it to be true and ran out without saying anything. As soon as Meng Meng went out, she saw Jiang Cheng and immediately became angry and shouted at Jiang Cheng, "I want to break up with you." Jiang Cheng said, raising his eyebrows, and said, "What are you talking about? Go home with me first." After speaking, he didn't say much and drove Meng Meng on his back and drove home. "What's wrong with this little girl? It's fine during the day and will break up at night." In Jiang Cheng's villa, Dong Ran was not at home because of the music competition. "Mr. Jiang, do you like me or not?" Meng Meng looked at Jiang Cheng and asked. Jiang Cheng frowned and said, "Do you like Zhu Ying? Do you like Zhu Ying?" Meng Meng said with her last hope. Jiang Cheng turned and sat on the sofa and replied, "I don't like it." Meng Meng, as if seeing hope, but also thinking of Jiang Cheng and the reason why they agreed to be with him, thinking about not doing anything, slowly taking off his coat, sitting on Jiang Cheng's lap, and wrapping his hands around Jiang Cheng. Neck. "Jiang, kiss me." Ling Ling put her face near Jiang Cheng's lips. Jiang Cheng was still stunned at first, but was suddenly shocked by Meng Meng's bold actions, stood up and scolded. "What are you doing? Meng Meng, you are too presumptuous. I will tell you now, I only treat you as a sister." After speaking, he turned around and left the villa, drove to the bar alone, thinking about drinking to relieve his troubles. Inside the bar, a lot of flowers, wine, and green. Jiang Cheng chose the quietest place to sit down and drink alone. Before I knew it, I drank a lot, and the bottles were all high-quality spirits. What a coincidence. A girl's voice sounded idle. Jiang Cheng looked up and realized that it was Zhu Ying and asked a little confused, "What do you do with the injury? You are still injured and can't drink. Go, come home with me." Zhu Ying snatched the bottle in Jiang Cheng's hand. I don't know if Jiang Cheng was drunk or really felt the concern in Zhu Ying's words. He actually got up and walked towards Zhu Ying and followed Zhu Ying in the car driving towards Zhu Ying's house. Jiang Cheng is already completely obsessed. Walking is also swaying, and he keeps saying, "Hurry up, I will drink happily." Zhu Wudi assisted Jiang Cheng, and the two walked back on the street. Jiang Cheng drank a lot of wine, so they walked very slowly. The figures of the two people were drawn very long under the green light. Suddenly, 4 big men in the shape of a thought came out from the end of the street, each holding their heads. Zhu Ying knew from a glance that this man came for Jiang Cheng, but with her, she would not let Jiang Cheng be imitated. Zhu Ying quickly found a corner, and then put Jiang Cheng against the corner. Jiang Cheng was indeed drunk, sitting on the ground, still talking nonsense there. At this time, the 4 tiger-shaped big men had rushed to the front of Zhu Ying, and Zhu Ying knew from their positions that these 4 people had received professional training, and they were able to fight and adapt. Look at the depressed and well-proportioned bodies of the 4 big men in the shape of anxieties. The corners of their faces are like knife cuts. They are all people who fight frequently to get this kind of momentum. One of the 4 sturdy men said, "You go away. We are so men who do not fight with women. We only need the man behind you to hand him over, and you can go home." Zhu Ying sneered and said, "You are so naive. Let me hand him over unless you step on my body. I advise you to go back quickly, lest you can't find anything if 497 is beaten by me." "Can't you see the crying chick? There is such a tone," said a sturdy man at this time. And another sturdy guy also interrupted. "Ha ha, leave it to me, you all back. I like such a beauties with heavy flavors, and I will take it back and enjoy it when I conquer her." This sturdy guy one's evil smile. Zhu Ying didn't say anything, but instead mobilized her body's energy to put herself in a state where she could hit a heavy blow at any time. The man with a wicked smile didn't know what to do and walked out of the 4. He came to the front of Zhu Ying and looked at Zhu Ying. His brows were clear, his teeth were white, and his lips were red. "Yeah, such a beautiful beauty. I really don't have the cruel heart to start. I'm very gentle, especially when dealing with women. I'm gentle and like water, so beauties, please agree. I don't think my fist is too heavy. The body is overwhelmed." This sturdy guy really thinks Zhu Ying is the target of his bullying. Zhu Yingren didn't hate much, so he hit his toes, rushed forward, and then rose from the ground. When he swept back, he kicked a sturdy man, coming as fast as lightning, and the sturdy man didn't realize it. Zhu Ying actually initiated the challenge first. Backed hurriedly, but still rubbing his toes against the big man's arm, there was a biting pain deep into his bones. The big man gritted his teeth, his face trembled, his eyes bursting with fierce light, and the evil smile just disappeared completely, without a trace. "Hey, Brother Long, can you do it? If you can't, let me come." A sturdy man behind shouted from behind, which made the sturdy man even more ashamed. "Bah!" The sturdy big man talked on the ground, then clenched his fists and hit Zhu Ying directly. Zhu Ying dodged directly on the side of her body. A punch, and then directly an elbow hit the big man's face mercilessly. At the moment when the big man was beaten, Zhu Ying slammed his side and punched his uppercut to the flesh. After a flurry of punches, the big man was directly knocked to the ground. This made the 3 sturdy big men behind him immediately alert. They knew the strength of Brother Long. With such strength, they were hit by Zhu Ying in an instant. It seems that this woman is indeed not that simple. They really looked away. "Let's go together and take revenge on Brother Long." 3 sturdy guys rushed up and directly attacked Zhu Ying in the middle. Zhu Ying calmed down and felt the changes of the 3 big guys. The body was constantly coming over in the middle of the wind, and it was good when he fought back. With soft hands, it's as fast as lightning when hiding. The 4 were spinning here at high speed like a whirlwind. After a while, the 3 big guys were beaten to the ground by Zhu Ying. "Get out of here. Let me see you again. I'm absolutely not welcome." The 4 big men supported each other and limped away. Zhu Ying watched the 4 leave her sight and sat directly on the ground because her arm hurts very uncomfortably. She picked up her clothes and took a look. There was a hole in her arm, Zhu Ying's ninja teeth. A piece of cloth was torn off the clothes, and then she simply bandaged her wound, and then once again helped Jiang Cheng back to the house. When Jiang Cheng was sober and found out that Zhu Ying was already lying in the ward, Jiang Cheng regretted what happened yesterday. Why did he get drunk and hurt Zhu Ying? "Are you okay? Yesterday it was all my fault," Jiang Cheng said while looking at Zhu Ying on the hospital bed. Zhu Ying smiled and said, "It's okay, but I am really not as good as you. If I have half of your skills, I won't be hurt by those little gangsters." Jiang Cheng said more and more guilt, decided to stay with Zhu Ying and take care of her other side. Meng Meng found out about Jiang Cheng and Zhu Ying and was heartbroken. "Stay in this city mansion any longer will only cause more pain to myself. It's better to leave as soon as you leave," Meng Meng said with a cry. Meng Meng left a note and went directly out of the area, Mingling left sadly. At noon, Jiang Cheng saw Zhu Ying asleep, so he returned home to see how Ling Meng was. Inside the villa, Jiang Cheng gently opened the door. "Meng Meng, I'm back," Jiang Cheng yelled into the door. What responded to him was a dead silence. "No." Jiang Cheng seemed to realize something. Jiang Cheng was about to make a call when he saw the note on the table and realized that Meng Meng was out of the area. What is this little girl thinking? Jiang Cheng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Jiang Cheng stood in front of the table holding the note, looking at the fair Malone outside the window. He saw the hurried pedestrians. Where did Meng Meng go? Jiang Cheng quickly booked a ticket on the computer, and the plane took off just an hour and a half later. Jiang Cheng quickly picked up the luggage and then ran out with the suitcase. Just downstairs, there was a taxi. Jiang Cheng jumped into the car directly. "Airport, please hurry up," Jiang Cheng shouted anxiously. 10 minutes later, inside the airport, Jiang Cheng was preparing to go through the security check. Suddenly, a ringing of his cell phone rang, ding-key-ding. Jiang Cheng took out his cell phone and took a look. It was Old Zhu. "Old Zhu, what's the matter? Yinger's wound has worsened again." Old Zhu's voice came from the phone. "Okay, mister. Zhu, you ask the doctor to watch it first, and I'll be right back." Jiang Cheng finally decided to go and see Zhu Ying first. After all, she was injured for her own sake. After Jiang Cheng hung up Zhu Lao's phone, he directly dialed the assistant Linda's phone and said, "Linda, you directly order the airport to be blocked. You must find me cute. Boss, what's the matter with you and Meng Meng? Also, I just checked Meng Meng's ticket, and it is too late to block the airport." Linda replied. Jiang Cheng paused and said, "Linda, then you can use the satellite to fix the cuteness, and you can't let it go. Send a few more bodyguards to keep her safe." "Okay," Linda replied respectfully. At this time, Jiang Cheng was already sitting in the taxi to the hospital. Although he had instructed Linda to take care of Meng Meng, he thought of himself. Meng Meng, who treats her as a sister, is dangerous, and becomes a little anxious. Holding the last glimmer of hope, he dialed Meng Meng's phone, never thinking that the phone could be connected. "Meng Meng, are you okay over there?" Jiang Cheng was obviously hoarse when he said this. He didn't know how he could be like this. He also suppressed himself through time, but he couldn't hide his worry no matter how he concealed it. "I'm fine." This is Meng Meng's reply to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng guessed right. Meng Meng was indeed crying just before Jiang Cheng called. Jiang Cheng wiped away the tears when he got on the phone. "There was a misunderstanding. You come back first." Jiang Cheng said lightly, "Let's break up." Silence, endless silence. There was no sound on both ends of the phone. Jiang Cheng put the phone to his ear, neither hung up nor spoke. After a long time, there was endless silence on both sides of the phone. In the end, Jiang Cheng broke the awkward silence and said, "Well, if you want to relax, go. I will send someone to protect you. Don't worry, as long as there is me, Jiang. Sincerely, no one will bully you in this life." Without waiting for Meng Meng to reply, Jiang Cheng said to himself, Then I will give you some money so you can eat and drink without worries. It is a breakup fee." Jiang Cheng couldn't think of what he said, and couldn't think of what he should do, so he had to say with compensation, "Okay, all right, I wish you and Zhu Ying happiness," Meng Meng said calmly, a little differently from the past. Jiang Cheng felt that letting go was also a fate, and Bai Liang himself didn't like Meng Meng as long as she was fine. In the ward, Zhu Ying's face was not as pale as Jiang Cheng had previously imagined. "How are you feeling?" "It's all my fault and hurt you," Jiang Cheng said when he came to Zhu Ying's bed. "It's much better now." In the morning, the doctor took care of it, removed the ink and bandaged the wound again. The doctor said that after 1 week of training, he can be discharged from the hospital. Zhu Ying replied with a smile, "That's good, you can heal your injury seriously. Don't move, let the imitation mouth quickly get better, and then you can be discharged from the hospital." Jiang Cheng ordered. If Jiang Cheng could always look at me so tenderly and take care of me so caringly, I would definitely feel very happy even if I lived in the hospital all my life. "Meng Meng, she's out of the district." Jiang Cheng's expression is different from Zhu Ying's excitement, and he said indifferently. Zhu Ying took Jiang Cheng's hand, placed it in her palm, and then lined up gently on it and said, "Jiang Cheng, don't be sad, don't be sad. I know that Meng Meng is very disappointed when you leave you. A lingering feast. Now that she is gone, let her go without worry." Jiang Cheng didn't speak, but just looked at Zhu Ying. He knew Zhu Ying had paid a lot for himself, so Jiang Cheng stood in front of Zhu Ying and didn't speak. At this time, Mr. Zhu happened to come in, and Jiang Cheng took the opportunity to run out of the ward and unknowingly came to the garden. This is the largest garden in the hospital and is used for walking and relaxing for the patients. Jiang Cheng saw that the garden was always inexplicably familiar, and he suddenly remembered that this was the garden he personally designed last time. At that time, he invested 50 million yuan in no return, thinking that it was for the construction of the hospital. Jiang Cheng looked at the garden. The flowers were all vying for beauty, but he felt that the colorfulness but highlights the loneliness and darkness in his heart. Meng Meng, you are my sister. I see who in this world dares to bully my Jiang Cheng sister. With me, you will be unscathed, Jiang Cheng said to himself very harshly. After a blast of power, Jiang Cheng remembered that he had promised Meng Meng to send her a sum of money. Meng Meng is alone outside the district, and what she lacks most is probably money. You must rush the money and not let her suffer a bit. Jiang Cheng got up from his chair and walked towards the bank. When he waited at the bank, Jiang Cheng realized that he did not have a cute card number. Sir, you cannot transfer money without a card number, the bank staff reminded kindly. Jiang Cheng didn't think much, took out the phone to call the department, and asked, "Hello, I am Jiang Cheng. I now want to check the card number of a female employee named Meng Meng of Zunteng Company. I want it if she sends a sum of money." As soon as the other party heard that it was Jiang Cheng, he couldn't care about whether it was in compliance or not, and quickly told Jiang Cheng of the cute card number. "You must have heard the card number just now, so transfer 500 million to this card. By the way, it requires US dollars, Jiang Cheng said to the staff lightly. After transferring the money, Jiang Cheng walked out of the bank and felt that his body was much easier. After all, Jiang Cheng felt that he had finally done something for Meng Meng, and his guilt finally had a little place to vent. Jiang Cheng was about to walk back to the hospital, but found that Zhu Ying's favorite food store happened to be on the side of the road, and he knew it was a fast food restaurant opened by Shangfu Group. "Linda, buy me the Shangxi Group," Jiang Cheng said to the assistant Linda. Linda paused and asked, "What's wrong? Shangxi Group hasn't done anything recently. Just do what I said, don't ask so much." Jiang Cheng said, "Maybe I want to do something for Meng Meng and buy her favorite food store and keep it for her, which is also a kind of compensation." Jiang Cheng walked slowly to the door of the ward, and through the glass above he saw that Mr. Zhu was still in the room and he was still chatting with Zhu Ying, so he didn't go in and waited at the door for a while. "Grandpa, Meng Meng has already left the district." This is Zhu Ying's voice. Jiang Cheng can hear clearly. "Oh, that's good, just go." Old Zhu looked at Zhu Ying and said with a drooling expression, "Dad, then you can give Meng Meng some money." Zhu Ying blinked at her grandfather. When Jiang Cheng heard it, he couldn't help wondering, why did Zhu Ying be so eager to pay Meng Meng? Could it be because she felt Meng Meng was pitiful? Numerous questions came out of Jiang Cheng's mind. Jiang Cheng waited until there was no sound in the ward before opening the door. When Mr. Zhu saw Jiang Cheng coming in, he quickly let Jiang Cheng sit down, and Jiang Cheng handed Zhu Ying the food he bought. "I bought it for you. This is your favorite to eat." Jiang Cheng simply pushed what he had in hand to Zhu Ying. Although Zhu Ying's methods were a bit bad, at least she saved herself, and the Zhu family was very kind to her own helper. Big. Zhu Ying almost jumped out of bed when she saw Jiang Cheng bought her favorite food, or Zhu Lao grabbed Zhu Ying. "You calm down, your wound hasn't completely closed yet." Zhu Ying smiled embarrassedly, smiling very brightly and tenderly. Old Zhu slowly shook the back half of the bed, letting Zhu Ying lean against the bed. "While taking care of Zhu Ying, Mr. Zhu said to Jiang Cheng, "Zhu Ying is more suitable than that little girl because of emotion and reason." Jiang Cheng looked at old Zhu's still strong back and lowered his head helplessly. Old Zhu suddenly turned his head to look at Jiang Cheng in a daze, sighed and said, "That girl is gone. Your company needs someone to transfer from the security team at any time." The meaning is obvious. Zhu Lao is determined to match Jiang Cheng and Zhu Ying even at the expense of the security team. Zhu Ying can't eat it herself, so she can only feed Zhu Ying one bite at a time. Zhu Lao feeds him seriously, but Zhu Ying doesn't take it seriously. He keeps looking at Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng does look at the flowers on the table. "Trance, I'm leaving, there are still things to deal with. Yinger will take care of you first." Old Zhu looked at Jiang Cheng and said after a while. He patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder as well, then he left without looking back. In the past few days, Zhu Ying was lying in the hospital bed every day, and Zhu Lao still had a lot of things to deal with but did not come. Jiang Cheng took care of Zhu Ying every step of the way, just always emphasizing that she was entrusted by Zhu Lao. It's just that even Mr. Zhu's Wai Chuo Jiang Cheng is also very responsible for taking care of Zhu Ying. Sometimes, she has the illusion that she and Jiang Cheng have ended up living together. This ward is their new house, full of gentle happiness. Weeks passed quickly. Zhu Ying was finally discharged from the hospital. Jiang Cheng sent Zhu Ying back home and came out. He was walking on the street and suddenly felt that someone was following him. Jiang Cheng stood strangely, but the feeling became stronger and stronger. Jiang Cheng sprinted down and made a gesture of tying his shoes, and then from the corner of the mirror, he saw several people suspiciously following behind. Jiang Cheng suddenly felt that these people must be related to the four sturdy men. Jiang Cheng thought to himself that he didn't make a move or went to find them. Instead, they came to the door by themselves. Jiang Cheng thought to himself that he must have no chance to make them regret it. Jiang Cheng looked around to see if there was no trouble here. Just in time, Jiang Cheng fulfilled them. He went a long way and then walked away. Jiang Cheng went quickly because he wanted to avenge Zhu Ying, give Zhu Ying an explanation, and make his guilt a little bit smaller and make him feel better. Jiang Cheng is really tired these days. He feels that he owes Meng Meng and is not responsible. He owes Zhu Ying and is hospitalized because of his injury. Therefore, he wants to put down all his burdens. Jiang Cheng needs a vent. In fact, the people who followed were very happy to see Jiang Cheng chose this path. They were happy, and later they would beat Jiang Cheng all over the floor to avenge their blood that night. They can't do that, girl. They can always beat this young man. Unfortunately, they didn't see the enthusiasm in Jiang Cheng's eyes and finally arrived in a vast wasteland. This is the outskirts of the city. In order to develop, the city government has already used all the land here. I bought it, but it was turned into a wasteland because the Zai Zhang hadn't arrived yet, and I had nothing to start. Jiang Cheng stopped, and the 10 people behind rushed over and surrounded Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng sneered, "I haven't asked you to settle the account, but you guys are fine and ran by yourself. You don't want to show up. We were a little bit short that day, or you would have already reported to the palace of the King of Gods." This voice belongs to Brother Long. He was mainly confused by Zhu Ying that day. He also underestimated Zhu Ying's abilities, so he was beaten and kicked by Zhu Ying. There is no face in front of everyone, so today he is full of confidence. He must find his dignity, give his own vigor, to prove that he is still the strongest. And the man in front of him is where he finds his dignity. And Jiang Cheng looked around and said, "What are you waiting for? Is that being afraid of people is not enough? Come on and get out if you are afraid. If you are not afraid, hurry up and fight with me. Today I am in a bad mood, I just then vent your anger." These few words of Jiang Cheng were all roaring, and the voice shook the mountain. The 10 sturdy men felt a little trembling when they heard the heartbreaking roar. Brother Long's sturdy man, at this moment his heart speeded up. He flew up quickly and kicked Jiang Cheng directly with a flying leg. Jiang Cheng could feel that Long brother's leg was also a little bit stronger. So, the leg wind has blown Jiang Cheng's hair up. Jiang Cheng tilted his head, and his legs rubbed the tip of Jiang Cheng's nose. At this moment, Jiang Cheng got on his hands, grabbed Brother Long's leg, and pulled directly at Brother Yi Long's leg to the one rushing from behind. The younger brother's Xing mouth, and Jiang Cheng let go in time, and a side fist struck the younger brother from the side. After Long Ji kicked the little brother away, he fell to the ground, and then a carp jumped up and fisted straight up. And Jiang Cheng has been too depressed recently, full of anger. It's venting right now. Since there is usually no place to vent, it's okay today. This uncolored person actually came to the door by himself, so he punched and kicked. Jiang Cheng directly let go of his hands and feet, and each time he exerted his greatest strength. He directly hit the opponent's body with a popping sound, which gave Jiang Cheng a kind of indescribable joy. Jiang Cheng kept jumping, waving his head again and again. Although the belt is burly, Jiang Cheng's head is not jealous. So one by one, the big guys fell down in front of Jiang Cheng. In the end, there was one person in the Federation. This person was Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng roared, "Get up and fight for me. You are not very good at fighting." "Why? Why can't you jump off anymore? Are you practicing Toad Kung Fu?" There was no response on the field because these people really couldn't move and were really scared. Jiang Cheng's voice kept on the valley reverberates. Jiang Cheng left here with an evasive body. He was going to pass this exciting news to Zhu Ying. He wanted to see Zhu Ying's excited smile. Jiang Cheng swayed to Zhu Ying's house. When he was about to knock on the door, suddenly, the system threw out an earphone. Jiang Cheng wondered why he hadn't seen the system for so long, so why he gave him an earphone today. Jiang Cheng put on the headphones. Zhu Ying threatened not to let Meng Meng come back and promised that as long as Meng Meng did not return, she would give Meng Meng a huge sum of money. Jiang Cheng clenched his fists, but he didn't expect that the people he cared for could be so evil. Meng Meng was unwilling and started making noise on the phone, and Jiang Cheng heard all this clearly. Jiang Cheng suddenly remembered the last time Zhu Ying had to pay Meng Meng in the hospital. Jiang Cheng was so angry that he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He directly opened the door and rushed in. "What did you just say?" Jiang Cheng pointed at Zhu Ying angrily. The expression in his eyes became fierce from anger, and the scarlet eyes brought anger to the extreme. Zhu Ying stared at the person in front of her blankly. She didn't expect Jiang Cheng was just outside the door, looking like a child at a loss. "Jiang Cheng, she is gone. Think about your future." Old Zhu appeared at the door of the room very untimely. Looking at Jiang Cheng, the sternness in his eyes was no doubt. Jiang Cheng looked at the ruthless look of old Zhu before him and felt a little strange. Mr. Zhu always felt kind to himself, just like his grandfather. In the last life, his grandfather looked like this, but he passed away early, and later even his face became blurred in his memory. Jiang Cheng felt a little melancholy thinking about this, and looked at Mr. Zhu in front of him. His hair was gray with anger in his eyes. The anger was also due to his granddaughter, and Jiang Cheng didn't know if he didn't think it would be so down. He didn't want to have trouble with Zhu Lao because of Zhu Lao's strength, and another very important reason was that he had regarded Zhu Lao as his family. Although he knows that Zhu Lao's status is high, in the main altar of the Hua family, oh, no, it is from all walks of life. Both have a high reputation. There is an event tomorrow, and it may take a while. You are ready to go. Zhu Lao glanced at Jiang Cheng badly, snorted, and said. Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhu Ying and said, "You have to rest first." Zhu Ying nodded blankly and lay on the bed obediently. Upon seeing this, Jiang Cheng pulled Zhu Lao outside. To put it bluntly, "Old Zhu, I have always regarded you as my family. I will definitely listen to you." When Mr. Zhu heard this, the wrinkles on his face went down in half. His complexion became normal and a little smiled. "Jiang Cheng, I also directly treat you as a family member. Although this Zhu family is useless, it still has a good foundation in this Hua family. You are not at a loss." When Jiang Cheng heard this, he gave a wry smile. Some things must be explained. Zhu even tore his face. "Old Zhu, I don't love Yinger, so I'm afraid it's bad. I treat you as family, and it has nothing to do with marrying Yinger." Jiang Cheng smiled and said. The neither humble nor arrogant tone made old Zhu involuntarily raise his head and glance at Jiang Cheng. When he saw the firmness in Jiang Cheng's eyes, he cried for a while and said, "I'm just such a granddaughter." Jiang Cheng looked at the tearful old Zhu Lao and had to talk helplessly. Feelings can only be cultivated slowly. "What event is tomorrow?" Jiang Cheng looked at the red-faced Zhu Lao and reluctantly handed over a tissue. Zhu Lao waved his hand and refused and took out a handkerchief from his clothes. He wiped it thinly on his face. Old Zhu didn't answer Jiang Cheng's words, but just said to himself, "Do you want to enter the Hua family altar?" Zhu Lao's voice was not loud, but it caused Jiang Cheng's heart a lot of waves. Jiang Cheng stared into Zhu Lao's eyes, trying to detect Zhu Lao's inner thoughts. But how could an old fox like Zhu Lao be seen by Jiang Cheng? Zhu Lao glanced at Jiang Cheng calmly and lowered his eyes. Jiang Cheng touched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Jiang Cheng nodded and walked out of the courtyard with old Zhu. "What do you need to prepare?" Jiang Cheng glanced at old Zhu and asked. Old Zhu carefully looked at Jiang Cheng, squinted and nodded and said, "Very good, you just need to change to the formal clothes tomorrow." Jiang Cheng nodded, opened the door and got out of the car. "When I went to the roadside, I thought that there seemed to be no food in my home and turned back into the Keifu mansion." Jiang Cheng looked at the vegetables with all his heart, but ignored the road. A waiter on the opposite side dangling around holding a large box of apples, his eyes still a little worried. The box blocked the girl, and Jiang Cheng didn't look at the way. The two collided like this. Apple withdrew to the ground, and the girl quickly said money. Jiang Cheng awkwardly picked up the apple for the girl, and the girl looked up and gratefully glanced at Jiang Cheng and turned away. Jiang Cheng amusedly watched the girl leave, turned around and pushed his shopping cart to pay and leave. Only 2 dim lights in the alley illuminate the road ahead. Jiang Cheng walked leisurely in the alley while twisting you, the rapid footsteps behind him getting closer. Jiang Cheng had noticed the sound of footsteps a long time ago, and he has followed him since he left the Keifu mansion until now. Jiang Cheng continued to walk as if he didn't know. Jiang Cheng doesn't know where this alley leads. Jiang Cheng only knows that this alley is very convenient for people. Jiang Cheng stopped abruptly, put the food in his hand aside, and turned around to see several young men behind him. One of the red-haired facial expressions was very arrogant, watching Jiang Cheng turn around and waved the swing stick in his hand and smiled. "You hook up my girlfriend." Jiang Cheng looked at the red-haired boy with a smile from the corner of his eyes, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. The eyes are full of disdain, just a few hairy boys, and they have walked such a long way. Regretful, Jiang Cheng still asked, "Who is your girlfriend?" As soon as he said the words, the group of people on the opposite side laughed. Jiang Cheng looked at the colorful hair in front of him, dangling his eyes and looking tired. "The girl you just ran into in the KO mansion, now you don't want to lose some money. Let's not make it difficult for my brother, this will be over." Otherwise, the red-haired boy's mouth raised a smirk and looked at the people nearby. Jiang Cheng stared at the red hair with impatient eyes, just step by step towards the red-haired boy. He stared straight at the dazzling red hair. He took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the 317 red hair. The red-haired boy was stunned at Jiang Cheng's behavior, and everyone on the side was also stunned. "You are crazy." The young man seemed to be annoyed as he woke up from a dream, and a fist flew over. Jiang Cheng turned and flashed past. He grabbed the boy's head and thought about putting it in the bucket on the side. The dazzling red hair suddenly turned into a cloud of ink. A scent of burnt protein slowly permeated the air. The boy stared at Jiang Cheng angrily, but Jiang Cheng looked at the boy indifferently. He was still muttering, "Well, it's much pleasing to the eye." The boy looked at Jiang Cheng's serious face, and his face suddenly became dark. The boy flew out but was pushed by Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng sneered at the young man and waved the young man on to pay. The boy looked at Jiang Cheng's sneer, and his eyes began to tremble. At this moment, he knew that he had provoked someone who shouldn't be offended. "Brother, I was wrong." The young man looked at him crying and begged for mercy. Jiang Cheng let go of the young boy's thin body and threw the stick in his hand back into the young man's hand. The young man smiled and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Jiang Cheng and ran away. The rest of the people saw this scene, and even the rolling shoes fled. When the young man in Jiang Cheng's hands saw this scene, sadness spread from the bottom of his eyes. Jiang Cheng looked at the young man with a sneer, turned and took the vegetables on the side to go home, leaving the young man stunned. "What kind of party is it?" Jiang Cheng got up early in the morning and got ready, and boarded the plane with Zhu Lao to reach this humble city. Jiang Cheng asked curiously when he looked at the off-road vehicle in front of him at the airport, "You will know when you go." Zhu Laichang and Jiang Cheng smiled mysteriously. He pulled Jiang Cheng and got up the off-road vehicle. Jiang Cheng looked at the scenes flying by the roadside, a little irritable. The relationship between these upper classes made him most annoying, but it was not. "Don't deal with it. Come on, let me introduce everyone. This is Jiang Cheng, my virtuous job." "Just as soon as I got off the car, mister." Zhu introduced it to a group of people. Jiang Zaya looked at the clapping crowd around in embarrassment, smiled awkwardly, dealt with it a few times, and left. "I heard that you and Zhu Ying are in a romantic relationship." As soon as he arrived in the lobby, a man walked up to Jiang Cheng and asked provocatively. Man put his hands in front of Cheng, tightly holding Jiang Cheng's face, and asked slowly. Jiang Cheng felt very strange. He didn't know who this man was, but since he asked him, he said, "What does this have to do with you?" Jiang Cheng has been embarrassed by Zhu Ying and Zhu Lao now, and he does not want to mention this matter. But I didn't expect this man to hit the muzzle. After Jiang Cheng spit out such a sentence, the man's danger suddenly turned white. However, Jiang Cheng has no intention to manage this matter at all, because he was thinking in his mind, what exactly did old Zhu mean? Now everyone seems to agree that he and Zhu Ying are in a relationship. Why do you have to announce that he and Zhu Ying are lovers? In fact, Zhu Ying is indeed a good girl, but for some reason, Jiang Cheng just doesn't feel much about her. Jiang Cheng was in a state of confusion now, and when the man asked him such questions, Jiang Cheng felt very impatient. I have nothing to do with her, so don't ask me anymore. I don't know what is the relationship between me and her. The man was very angry when he heard Jiang Cheng say this. By Jing, he liked Zhu Ying in his heart. Now that Mr. Zhu announced that the two of them were in a relationship, the man was naturally not convinced. He grabbed Jiang Cheng by the collar. Jiang Cheng felt very annoyed. He didn't know what the man wanted to do, so he pushed the man away all at once and said slowly, I really don't know, so don't ask me now. I still have very important things to do. The man felt angry when he heard Jiang Cheng's words like this and planned to give him some color. His fists were much better than theory. The man grabbed Jiang Cheng's collar again, and Jiang Cheng didn't know what the man wanted to do. Go out and talk. Jiang Cheng looked at the man in front of him with some doubts in his heart, but he still followed out. As soon as I got outside, a fist swept. The man originally wanted to punch Jiang Cheng with such a punch in the face to make him understand that some things can't be so arrogant. But what he didn't expect was that Jiang Cheng escaped the punch easily. This shocked him, but he felt that it was a coincidence that Jiang Cheng escaped the punch. After all, Jiang Cheng was not a brave and fighter. Although Jiang Cheng easily escaped the punch, he was still very angry. He didn't know why this man beat him for a long time inexplicably. Could it be because of Zhu Ying? Jiang Cheng thought of this and sighed. He didn't want to worry about too much with this man, because he was tired of dealing with Zhu Ying now. What's more, what Zhu Lao meant was almost publicly announcing that he and Zhu Ying were lovers. Jiang Cheng originally wanted to get rid of this man, but he didn't expect this man to be reluctant. Although he had been defeated by Jiang Cheng, he still grabbed his collar and didn't let go. Jiang Cheng was already a little hairy at this moment. He said coldly to the man, I don't want to care about you now, so I now give you a chance to let you go. When the man heard Jiang Cheng say this, he suddenly felt a little funny. After all, how could he be able to beat Jiang Cheng with such a thin arm and thin legs? But he didn't expect that when he shot another knight, Jiang Cheng easily avoided it. Jiang Cheng was very speechless. The man's boxing was messy, and he didn't bother to take care of it, but it happened to provoke him. Jiang Cheng suddenly grabbed the man's arm. The man felt that he didn't react, and he felt a pain in his arm. He originally wanted to resist, but he didn't expect Jiang Cheng to look so lean and lack strength, but he was so strong. But the man couldn't leave him at all. At this moment, Jiang Cheng grabbed the man's arm and turned him back. The man was thrown by Jiang Cheng and fell to the ground abruptly, shouting and cursing, but the reality is that he can't even climb. Stand up. Jiang Cheng patted his palms lightly, then wrapped his hands in front of Cheng, disdainful of the man. You are not my opponent at all, so don't ask for trouble. I just want to tell you that Zhu Ying and I have nothing to do with you anyway. When the man heard Jiang Cheng say this, he naturally didn't believe it. If he and Zhu Ying really had nothing to do with each other, why would Zhu Lao make such an announcement? So the man is even more annoyed in his heart now. He faces the next person. The bodyguard said, Why are you still stunned? Why don't you take him down for me? I think he can. When will it be enough? 4 or 5 strong men in Zhu district surrounded Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng did not panic at all. Because he knew that even if there were 20 people at the moment, the bodyguards in front of him were no different from trash. Not to mention just 4 or 5. These 4 or 5 brawny men were full of confidence and wanted to tie Jiang Cheng together. But I didn't expect that Jiang Cheng's skills were indeed very agile. Before they could see exactly how Jiang Cheng made the move, they felt a pain in their body, and 4 or 5 strong men fell down at the same time. The man who fell on the ground saw this scene and was obviously stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Cheng to be so powerful. What is this? 1. The man is incredible. He feels that Jiang Cheng's appearance doesn't match his skill at all. He doesn't even believe that a person as small as he can fall down 4 or 5 at the same time. Big man. The man was stunned, his eyes widened. King Ding looked at the scene in front of him. As if he felt that all this was an illusion, Jiang Cheng saw the 4 or 5 fallen strong men, so he slightly raised his mouth. No zhao zhao jiao. He knew that this was nothing at all. But when the man saw these 4 or 5 brawny men screaming on the ground at the same time, he knew that everything just now was not an illusion at all, but he didn't even see how Jiang Cheng's head was. At this moment, the man was a little panicked, but there was no way to realize that he had no power to defeat Jiang Chengfu in front of him. Jiang Cheng didn't care about it. He patted the dust on his clothes, walked up to the man, and squatted down. I've already said that you can't beat me, but you don't believe it. You have to let me do it yourself to understand. When the man heard you say this again, he was angry with his teeth. Originally, he wanted to make you make a fool of yourself in public, but now it is himself who makes the fool. Jiang Cheng looked at the man and amusedly stretched out his hand to pull up the man in front of him. Liu Yu. The man dropped a syllable and left with the bodyguards behind him. Jiang Cheng helplessly shook his head and smiled to keep up. Zhu Ying and Zhu Leia smiled and talked about some recent news, and the atmosphere was harmonious. But at this moment, Mr. Zhu's phone rang suddenly, Mr. Zhu stood up and said, "Excuse me, I'll answer the phone." Then he went out of the lobby directly and then turned on his phone. Old Zhu was blindfolded because the call was coming. Zhu Leiyashan tidied his clothes involuntarily and then answered the phone. "Hello, boss." The sound was like a bell with strong penetrating power. "The person you brought is very interesting. The voice on the other side is still irresistible." "What?" Old Zhu was a little surprised. The person he brought with him was Jiang Cheng. Could it be that Jiang Cheng had something to do with the boss? Suddenly thinking of this, Mr. Zhu was a little surprised that he forced Jiang Cheng to marry Yinger before. Thinking of this, Mr. Zhu thought of it. Can't help but regret secretly. I really thought Jiang Cheng was just an ordinary guy. It's okay, you can go back. When I said that, I hung up the phone, and Zhu Lao was surprised that Jiang Cheng had any secrets. Old Zhu walked into the hall again, only to see the crowd in the hall, all kinds of laughter and ridicule. Zhu Ying immediately rushed over and grabbed Zhu Lao's finger and pointed at the top big screen. The above is the whole process of Jiang Cheng and Liu Yu's fight, which is obviously monitoring. It's just that this monitor is where 397 is the boss, Mr. Zhu is a little confused. Everyone knew in their hearts that these top-level people, Liu Yu, whose face was the most important, was almost ashamed of his face. My sweetheart was robbed by someone to provoke others. If he couldn't beat others, he let his bodyguards do it. They also have some thoughts in their hearts, but these upper-class people are all human beings. One by one just smiled inwardly and then gave himself a reminder. It's just that Jiang Cheng, they are all stamped in their hearts. People who have been in the army have found that Jiang Cheng's movements are fluent and coherent like high mountains and flowing waters, like a trick contest, not fighting. But when you look at Liu Yu, everyone understands that Jiang Cheng is not fancy, but really capable, no matter it is. Both the head and the legs are of an extremely high level, and Liu Yu hit the ground directly in a few strokes. As for the bodyguards who rushed over, it was an understatement. They punched and kicked, and several bodyguards were beaten in a rush. All the soldiers were impressed by Jiang Cheng's skill. The layman sees the excitement, the insider sees the doorway. Everyone has been exposed to these things more or less. At the moment Jiang Cheng punches, everyone understands that this Jiang Cheng is a master, because the world of martial arts is only fast. Jiang Cheng punch the speed is too fast. It is almost dazzling to see. At this moment, after the video was played, Jiang Cheng walked in. Everyone immediately praised Jiang Cheng for being able to play. Jiang Cheng was a little confused, knowing that he saw the content on the big screen in front of him, and he reminded himself that everyone laughed. I laughed and left. Liu Yu looked at the back of Jiang Cheng's departure, then looked at the meaningful eyes of everyone present, and cursed Jiang Cheng inwardly. He also completely classified Jiang Cheng among the enemies. Jiang Cheng went to the rest area behind to take a bath, but suddenly the boss blocked Jiang Cheng's way halfway. Jiang Cheng was a little puzzled why he was stuck here. Neither of them spoke, but both eyes were staring at each other. In the end, the boss took Jiang Cheng straight out. Jiang Cheng was a little bit clumsy, so he asked, "Where are you pulling me? Who are you? Don't talk and just follow me." The boss, don't talk, dragged Jiang Cheng to go. Jiang Cheng looked around and put Zhu Tian's everything into his eyes. He clearly remembered wherever he encountered a bird on Yinchi Road. It was all these years of intrigue that Jiang Cheng learned, and this habit was developed spontaneously. But it is precisely this habit that allows oneself to turn from danger again and again, out of danger, and to be able to shuttle through danger again and again. This is his ability, his special feature, and even more extraordinary. Jiang Cheng didn't ask anything, didn't think about anything, just meticulously recorded everything he had passed through in his mind, and then followed the boss to move on. Just in a desolate place, the boss stopped and then stood opposite Jiang Cheng. Then the boss took a step back, keeping his eyes on Jiang Cheng for a second. Jiang Cheng saw a trace of murderous aura from the boss's eyes. Jiang Cheng felt uncomfortable all over. He knew why the boss brought him here. At this moment, the boss flew over Jiang Cheng with a side kick. Jiang Cheng was actually ready, waiting for the boss to take action. This was how he felt it from the murderous aura. Jiang Cheng clenched his fists and kept covering the boss's legs. The old thigh skills were very powerful. He didn't mean to stop at all. He kept kicking sideways, but Jiang Cheng kept backing while he kept blocking. Jiang Cheng thought I was going to see how long you could stay on the ground with one leg. It was really good. When Jiang Cheng retreated 5 meters, the boss lost his strength. Just as the boss retracted his legs, Jiang Cheng hit the ground on his toes and rushed forward directly, and then kept directly to the boss's face. While the boss retracted his legs, he also built a defense system. A fist rose from the front of the cell and directly separated Jiang Cheng's fist and leaned to the side. Jiang Cheng was pulled by the boss because of the excessive force this time. Due to inertia, the man rushed forward. Jiang Cheng quickly turned his body in the air and hugged the boss's neck with his feet. When he landed, he slammed the boss forward with his feet. The two of them reached the end at the same time and stood up almost at the same time. The boss smiled. Ah, he was right. Jiang Cheng is indeed a master. It is a kind of enjoyment to compete with such a master. The boss didn't stop. He rushed over again, fisted straight, and all the election season looked after Jiang Cheng like raindrops. Jiang Cheng is not a rookie either, flashing left and right. It should be the reason. It is time to fight back, in and out, back and forth. The two of them fought a hot week. And finally, Jiang Cheng released a carbon dimension. The boss got in. Jiang Cheng hit now, made silk. At this moment, the 5 people were fully equipped and lived in Jiang Cheng, not to mention luck. They just attacked directly. These 5 people were all courtesy generals who acted like a man. But Jiang Cheng is very much a dragon among the crowd, so how can these 5 people be a good one? The 6 were in this wilderness, and they were good at playing, with some going in and out, but they were all masters. In such a competition, they still couldn't tell the difference. The 6 queens of you were all on the ground as hard as possible, and they became a Thai boss looking at Jiang Cheng, who was lying on the side. The angular profile of the face made people feel happy. Intuition tells him that the person in front of him is a rare person. The corner of the boss's mouth evokes a mysterious color. Boy, what a boy. Do you want to join us? The boss waved Jiang Cheng's shoulder and said with a smile. Jiang Cheng glanced at the boss, his eyes narrowed. The person in front of me must be an old dough stick. This is the first impression the boss gave Jiang Cheng. It's just that Jiang Cheng naturally wouldn't say it. You guys? Jiang Cheng threw a puzzled tone. He who can pull himself out of Mr. Zhu. And the person who doesn't have any attitude in Mr. Zhu will naturally not be a small role. Jiang Cheng looked at the person in front of him, and his imposing manner made Jiang Cheng unable to look down upon him. But what is the identity of this person? Join the army. Although it is harder and tiring, the benefits will definitely not be less for you. The boss Jiang Cheng said with a mysterious smile and raised his eyebrows. Who are you? Jiang Cheng stared at the person in front of him. For a long time, Jiang Cheng slowly spit out 3 words. Boss? The boss turned his head to look at the sky and said with a moment of comfort in his heart. Jiang Cheng looked at the boss, who turned his face and felt relieved. The boss turned his head and looked at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng watched the boss. There were many small scars on his face. The medicine in his eyes was a person who had passed through life and death. Jiang Cheng suddenly remembered that the boss's left leg seemed a little inconvenient when he was fighting with the boss. If you guess right, I'm afraid I've suffered a gunshot wound before. Jiang Cheng's eyes changed when he saw the boss. He knew the nature of the banquet. I just didn't expect such a person to appear. The boss looked at Jiang Cheng twice. This kind of look was unexpected. I didn't want to attend such a gathering, but I didn't expect to encounter such a wizard. Really not join? The boss was a little bit unconscious, with a little regret in his eyes. Jiang Cheng gently dug his head, and now the company is basically stable, but he is really unintentional. Jiang Cheng looked at the sky and slowly got up from the ground. Unexplained glances at the boss, he turned and left. The party has to go back, otherwise it is always bad. Jiang Cheng walked directly through the back door and entered the rest area. Jiang Cheng watched the busy people walk into the fitting room. The waiter on the side looked at Jiang Cheng in a daze. Jiang Cheng awkwardly put on a new suit. In this short period of time, he changed 2 clothes at once, and Jiang Cheng felt helpless. I looked at the clothes I was fighting with Liu Yu just now. I can still see. Looking at my current clothes again, I can't see it at all. The professional is really different from the layman. Jiang Cheng helplessly shook his head and walked out. Without exception, I felt the gift from the many service staff outside the door. As soon as Jiang Cheng walked into the hall, he was pulled aside by the old Zhu. Old Zhu asked with a weird expression, "Are you related to the boss?" Jiang Cheng looked at Mr. Zhu's appearance and suddenly understood everything. The existence of Zhu Lao is to give to the boss after all. Sure enough, as the boss said, entering the army is a little bit tiring. But the status that came out was something no one could move. Jiang Cheng thought of this, and the corner of his mouth conjured up a helpless arc. Looking at Mr. Zhu's curious, baby-like appearance, he still bowed his head. Mr. Zhu sighed after seeing Jiang Cheng taking control of his head. Fortunately, it didn't matter. He didn't want to have anything to do with the boss, because he knows well that he can't afford to be the boss. Today, I wanted to bring Jiang Cheng to get to know people from all walks of life, and by the way, I took the opportunity to disclose the relationship between Jiang Cheng and Yinger. Who knew this happened? In fact, as long as you open the relationship. Yinger. Jiang Cheng had to stand up if not. Thinking of this, the corners of Zhu Lao's mouth curled up, as if he had already done so. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhu Lao's wretched smile, and a bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. It's just that he himself couldn't tell what was wrong. Old Zhu gave Jiang Cheng a meaningful look behind him. Jiang Cheng followed Zhu Lao's eyes and turned to look, only to see Liu Yu staring at him tightly behind him. Jiang Cheng indifferently turned his head and shrugged. He had never bothered to compete with such a person. On the contrary, Mr. Zhu in front of Jiang Cheng gave Liu Yu a sly look. "What's the matter with you and Liu Yu?" Zhu Lao stared at Liu Yu displeasedly, then turned his eyes and asked. Liu Yu glanced at it with disdain. Liu Yu shrugged and said, "Maybe because of Zhu Ying?" Old Zhu nodded clearly, but did not speak. A burst of applause erupted from the crowd, and Old Zhu turned his head. Jiang Cheng hurriedly took the opportunity to find a corner with a small number of people and drilled over, but there were still people next to him. There is also a corner with few people next to Liu Yu. What happened outside just now, although people didn't say anything, they were all human beings. They avoided Liu Yu. Standing in place, Liu Yu looked around awkwardly, then threw a bitter look at Jiang Cheng. In fact, there are many people watching beauties like Zhu Ying. It's just that not all are as brainless as Liu Yu. I'm very glad to receive the invitation of the host of the banquet to come to speak. I won't say much, everyone. Have fun. A familiar voice reached Jiang Cheng's ears, and Jiang Cheng raised his head, and it turned out that the boss was standing in the middle of the hall. The boss obviously saw Jiang Cheng's attention and raised his eyebrows in the direction where Jiang Cheng was. Jiang Cheng chuckled and lowered his eyebrows. The boss also retracted his eyes. It's just that this silent interaction has been seen by many interested people, and Jiang's identity has made people more and more curious. Naturally, Mr. Zhu is also in his eyes. The wine glass in the boss panicked. The spirits in the glass obviously couldn't attract the boss's eye. Old Zhu was standing in front of the boss like a child, helpless, with a little nervousness in his eyes. "What's wrong? What's the matter?" The boss looked at Old Zhu with interest and then drank the spirits in his hand. "Are you related to that boy Jiang Cheng?" Old Zhu looked at the boss's face expectantly, even though that face was expressionless. The boss stared at Zhu Lao for a few seconds when he heard this, and then burst into laughter, staring at Jiang Cheng, who was playing on the phone in the distance, and said, "You mean that kid?" The playfulness in the words made Old Zhu even more puzzled, and he felt a little flustered. If Jiang Cheng has something to do with this person in front of him, I am afraid that he will imitate Yinger's heart. "No," the boss said, and Mr. Zhu gave a sigh. At least Yinger still has hope. If there is something to do with the person in front of him, all his little calculations should be collected. However, you have to be optimistic about this person. He is a genius. The boss put the cup in his hand aside. Jiang Cheng smiled and turned and left, leaving old Zhu with a bewildered look. Old Zhu looked over. Jiang Cheng sat on the table, picked up the wine glass and sipped it gently, then ate the food. This dish tastes really good, and it is accompanied by fine wine. This is really fine wine and delicacy. Life is short and happy in time. Why not eat and drink smoothly? Just when Jiang Cheng was completely intoxicated by the wine and delicacies, suddenly a shadow of ink next to him blocked the light. Jiang Cheng turned his head to see that it was not someone else but Liu Yu. Liu Yu stood there straight with his wine glass. We had a bit of misunderstanding before, Jiang Cheng. I came to offer you a glass. They are all masculine husbands. They are not trivial. I also hope that your adults will not feel guilty for all the past. Jiang Cheng is still preoccupied, and if he doesn't let her go, it will be a little bit of a petty, too unsatisfactory, not to mention that Jiang Cheng did not suffer from the contradiction. It was an advantage. Jiang Cheng picked up the dispenser, filled his own glass with wine, then stood up. The two glasses slammed together. Jiang Cheng said, "Relieve the past." Then Pintu drank the glass directly. Liu Yu is also a cool person, and he drank the same thing without slugging, let alone leaving a drop of wine in the glass. Jiang Cheng, I wish you and Zhu Ying happiness and sweetness and the old together. Liu Yu sincerely wishes Jiang Cheng, and the expression in his eyes is sincere. Jiang Cheng suddenly didn't understand why Liu Yu had a 180-degree change in his next son. He guessed that maybe he wanted Liu Yu to be happy. If he can't get it, then bless him. This is the choice of most men. Unlike a woman who becomes a rival in love, whispering, cursing, crying, noisy, reluctant, and reluctant to make people feel a headache. First of all, I thank you for your blessing, but your blessing is inaccurate because Zhu Ying and I don't have a special relationship. Jiang Cheng said this calmly, feeling that Zhu Ying is really in Jiang Cheng's heart, nothing as strange as a passerby, since strangers can only say so peaceful, just like the Dead Sea. What? Liu Yu was also a little surprised, so the question mark asked louder, and everyone who did it turned their heads and looked here. It was not just Liu Yu and Zhu Ying who were surprised, because Zhu Ying was sitting next to Jiang Cheng. When she heard Liu Yu's blessing, she was as happy as she fell into honey. The whole person is a little unnatural, red, his face is a little hot, and he unnaturally draws the hair in front of his eyes behind his ears with his fingers. Then, when Jiang Cheng said that she had nothing to do with him, Zhu Ying's whole body trembled slightly, and Ying's hot red heart was pierced with a lot of holes in it by a merciless knife, and Zhu Ying's heart was instantly touched. It hurts. The person who was still in honey just now fell into the Arctic ice storehouse in an instant. It was so cold that her mind was suddenly blurred, and her heart felt sad that she was about to vomit a mouthful of blood. Zhu Ying stood up, ran out, and ran very fast. The thin figure, in Liu Yu's eyes, left a tingling bone pain. You wait for me to come back and take you. Liu Yu left this sentence to Jiang Cheng and chased it out. He was really worried about Zhu Ying's comfort. The relationship is so complicated. The person you love doesn't love you, and the person who loves you doesn't love. When Jiang Cheng said that sentence, he knew that there would be such a result and knew Zhu Ying's reaction. But he still said, because he really does not love Zhu Ying and Liu Yu are a match made in heaven and earth. So even if Zhu Ying was heartbroken, he still said this sentence because he didn't want to see that Zhu Ying wasted time on her body like this, which would be unfair to Zhu Ying because it would have no result at all. This is the person in charge of Zhu Ying. At least there is no feeling of deceiving Zhu Ying. Now many people, the red flag at home is not falling, and the colorful flags outside are half-hearted, chaos and chaos. But Jiang Cheng hates those red-hot lives. He only hopes that his love is single-minded, one spoonful of water from a lake, and loyalty. Only cuteness in his heart. Cuteness can make his heart beat faster, blood boil, worry about his stomach, and take care of everything. Jiang Cheng picked up the wine bottle and filled it up. Don't let Zhang Kong face the moon. He must be happy in life. He is in love with each other, but he doesn't know how Meng Meng is doing now. Thinking of Meng Meng, Jiang Cheng's heart hurts. It was a bitter pain, and it was an unforgettable pain. There were also many people in Jiang Cheng's life track, but none of them disoriented herself like Meng Meng. Willing to give up and follow it, the princes of the show only smiled for amusement. The tears in the corners of his eyes slowly wet his eyes, saying that the man has tears and does not flick, but they are not sad. When Zhu Ying ran out, Zhu always saw it in his eyes and was anxious, but he found that Jiang Cheng was indifferent, and he still sat there, drinking and eating. This made Mr. Zhu very angry, but Mr. Zhu didn't show off because Jiang Cheng knew the boss, and the boss had an explanation to Mr. Zhu. So Mr. Zhu didn't get angry, but the hopeful daughter is eager. The parent is not infatuated with her daughter, and she pays silently. Even the hairdresser like Zhu Lao is not listed. He is afraid that her daughter will go out like this, and it is not safe. So he stood up, took the wine glass, and came to Jiang Cheng's side. When Jiang Cheng saw Mr. Zhu coming, he stood up quickly. That's how big people are. Even if they want to do things, they can't be so obvious. They just said in secret, just like the current Mr. Zhu. His attitude towards Jiang Cheng is very atmospheric, but he didn't show a smile on his face. Jiang Cheng is here for the two of us to have a drink, and then the two glasses touched together. Both of them drank it, and then old Zhu said, Jiang Cheng, Zhu Ying, this girl, you also know your feelings for you. As an old man, I shouldn't have interfered with the love and hatred of your younger generations. But I'm worried, you should go out and have a look. It's okay, what can happen? Such a big person and I have good skills, and Liu chased out just now, I can't use it. Jiang Cheng directly rejected Zhu Lao. Like an old man, he turned around and walked away, and then he brought the guy next to him back. You go and see Zhu Yingbao went inside. You must ensure the safety of the ground. After you find it, you can move him back directly. When you come back, you will follow me tired to protect his safety. I will ask you if he has something. Mr. Zhu was very serious and attached his guarantor. Mr. Bao turned around and went out. He also knew the seriousness of the matter. Mr. Zhu sat on the table ruthlessly, and his daughter suddenly left, which disturbed Mr. Zhu's mood. At this time, the boss picking up a glass of wine, he said to Mr. Zhu, old Mr. Zhu came to us for a drink. Let the children deal with the children's affairs by themselves. You can't help me, so why are you so sad and low? It made the boss laugh. I didn't expect them to come here. Old Zhu was a little embarrassed, so he said with a smile. The two of them touched their wine glasses heavily, then drank them all, and then both sat down and started talking and eating. Everyone started to lively again. I really think that the scene just now didn't happen, but in reality, people are all selfish, and it's nothing to do. Who would remember other people's things? Here may only be Zhu Lao where he was hanging around, worrying, and the other people's things are just an episode, which has long been laughed off. Mr. Zhu looked at the door while he was eating and drinking. How he hoped that his daughter would just push the door and walk in like this. The usual little princess who rushed around and was self-willed, rushed over, harassed himself, and gave himself a trap. He was all happy, but now he is gone, and he is so busy, so uneasy. Just as Zhu Lao was waiting anxiously, suddenly a few people came in at the door, which made the originally hanging heart even higher, because only the bodyguards and Liu Yu had no daughter. Worried about what came, the bodyguard came to Zhu Lao, bowed his head and said, Zhu Lao is all around us, but there is no shadow of Zhu Ying. I don't know where she went. We are worried that we will miss the best opportunity to find and come back. You report. Old Zhu was anxious and frustrated. No one has been found. What do you do when you come back? You usually feed you and provide you with drinks. But when it is critical, you will always fall down and it will not work. So don't hurry up and find what to do here. The bodyguard didn't dare to say much, lowered his head. The scolded dog had his head and his face was red, and then he turned and ran out to find Zhu Ying again. Liu Yu also said to Zhu Lao, I'm sorry Zhu Lao, I just chased out, but still a step slower, did not see Zhu Ying's figure. Zhu Lao did not speak, now it is this time. What else did he say? He turning his head to see that Jiang Cheng was still eating and drinking there. Indifferent, very angry. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he came directly to Jiang Cheng's side. Jiang Cheng, you are too shameless. Old Zhu's tone was heavy. Why don't I feel good but ask Mr. Zhu? Jiang Cheng directly stunned because Jiang Cheng felt that he had done nothing wrong. He did this entirely for the good of Zhu Ying, so as not to let Zhu Ying be on his own. I wasted my good youth. The grass and trees are affectionate. Don't you have blood flowing in your body? Normally Zhu Ying and I are too good for you. At this time, Zhu Ying can't find it, but you are sitting here, eating and drinking. You ask yourself, you are like this, are you worthy of your own conscience? How worthy of Zhu Ying's usual goodness to you. Just a few days ago, he was so repetitive for you, but you responded like this. This is what Zhu Lao said in a very loud voice, making Jiang Cheng very shameless. But Jiang Cheng also understands Zhu Lao. It is understandable that his daughter suddenly disappeared in front of his own eyes, and his mood lost control. Jiang Cheng did not speak or resist. He stood up and walked to the surveillance room. He wanted to find out the answer from the surveillance video. This is the special feature of Jiang Cheng. Once he entered here, he had checked everything here clearly. There was a bathroom, there was a safe passage, and there was a monitoring room. This is what Jiang Cheng needs. Such a good habit can help Jiang Cheng to get out of many crises. He knows that this kind of need can't be practiced by ordinary people, and he can't learn it, but Jiang Cheng will. The boss looked at Jiang Cheng's back as he walked towards the monitoring room. His eyes suddenly gleamed. Na Ying Guang, like seeing his own past, this is Zhu's vision, and it is also his vision. It's true that Jiang Cheng's first appearance was deeply reflected in the boss's heart. How he hoped that Jiang Cheng was his own soldier. He hopes that there will be such a sharp knife in the team, and his team also needs such people, such excellent people to drive the power of the entire team. But this invitation from a boss to Jiang Cheng was rejected by Jiang Cheng, boss. I don't understand how Jiang Cheng would refuse. Jiang Cheng couldn't be more suitable for his team. His physical condition, his profound martial arts, and his potential consciousness are the best conditions for his team. Only the melting pot of the team. Japanese letter is the best platform for Jiang Cheng to use himself to the extreme, and here can he truly reflect Jiang Cheng's value. And Jiang Cheng actually rejected the invitation of the boss, without any hesitation and categorically. But if you think that the boss just gave up on wooing Jiang Cheng, then you are completely wrong. He will not give up. He never gave up. It's like a position. You can't give up. Giving up means failure and surrender. He is a person who has experienced bullets and bullets. He has defended countless positions. Jiang Cheng came to the monitoring room, where the entire wall is a large display screen. The display screen is composed of many small displays. A monitoring watcher, sitting on a chair, is working on 37 big screens, and on the table is a notebook that records some emergencies, as well as a controller. This controller can control the rotation of the camera and can also view the recording of the camera, where the video is recorded. Jiang Cheng directly sat on the chair, then picked up the controller and said to the person, "What is the password?" The man turned his head to see that the people who came in with Jiang Cheng were all big shots. He didn't neglect to tell the password. Jiang Cheng checked it quickly, but finally found that he disappeared after going out of the door, and there was no more shadow of Zhu Ying. Zhu Lao's expression was full of distress, and Jiang Cheng's expression was almost overwhelming. Jiang Cheng also stood up helplessly. The monitoring couldn't find it out. "Jiang Cheng, I have all the monitoring of the entire city. You can find the video screens of any place in the city, so it is easy to find Zhu Ying, but you promised me one condition, that is to come to our team." The boss once again extended an invitation to Jiang Cheng. Of course, this sentence was said by the boss pulling Jiang Cheng to the side, and others could not hear it, but Jiang Cheng refused the invitation of the boss again. "I'm sorry, I won't accept your request, so don't work hard. I have made a decision and it will not change," Jiang Cheng said directly. Although the boss was very angry at Jiang Cheng's decision, he did not show it. The boss is a big man, but people who have experienced life and death, after all, have the aura of Tycoon collapse and not change their appearance. The boss took out a business card directly from his pocket, handed it to Jiang Cheng, and then said, "This is my business card. You figured it out and call me." After putting down the business card, the boss turned around and walked firmly. Standing very straight, Jiang Cheng looked at him with admiration. Jiang Cheng thought that he would not join the army, so he didn't need this business card. So he stood up and left, but was stopped by Mr. Zhu. "Jiang Cheng, you take your business card. I will not make that call, never will." Jiang Cheng feels that he has never been threatened by others, nor will he be bent over anything. "You still take it since he gave you the business card. It's definitely useful. It's not that simple." Zhu Lao's eyes projected Rong Zhai's light. This is his wealth for many years. I feel that this business card is very important. Jiang Cheng will definitely use it in the future. The question of whether Jiang Cheng wanted to use it was a compelling one. Jiang Cheng also discovered the connotation in Zhu Lao's gaze. He suddenly felt that this business card would not be that simple, so he picked up the business card and put it in his pocket. "Where are you going?" Old Zhu asked as he watched Jiang Cheng walk outside, his voice full of majesty that could not be resisted. "I went outside to find out if I could find Zhu Ying." Speaking of Jiang Cheng going out directly, she began to recall every bit of Zhu Ying's relationship with Zhu Ying, recalling Zhu Ying's hobbies. He wants to derive from these memories where Zhu Ying is going. The memory is locked by the river, where there is a park, where the environment is elegant and quiet, and the air is full of freshness. Zhu Ying told Jiang Cheng that she likes clean air, like fish, and prefers to listen to the gurgling sound of the river. Jiang Cheng beckoned a taxi and stopped in front of Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng got in the car and drove directly to the park. There were not many cars on the road, so the car reached the park very quickly. There were very few people in the park today. Jiang Cheng immediately took a quick step forward and started looking frantically in the park. Finally, he had searched every corner of the park, but there was no shadow of Zhu Ying. Jiang Cheng slipped on his ass on the stool, feeling that it would never be that simple. There was definitely a conspiracy, but he just didn't find a clue. Jiang Cheng sat on the stool, looked at the flowing river, and then fell into contemplation. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that Linda was calling. Jiang Cheng frowned. Lindai would not call Jiang Cheng if he had nothing important. "Hello, there is a problem with Jiang's head office," and Linda's anxious voice came from the opposite side. "Okay, I know, I'll come to the company right away." Jiang Cheng hung up the phone, and his brain was in pain. Jiang Cheng had all the videos of all bosses in charge and above. After Jiang Cheng asked all the reasons, he realized that it was the engineering team who was making things difficult for him. Jiang Cheng looked at the business card in his pocket and felt uneasy. He directly took out the phone and found the phone number of the boss of the engineering team, and then broadcasted it, and the phone rang several times before answering it. "Hello, old man, I am Jiang Cheng." Jiang Cheng said enthusiastically to the phone. "Oh, Mr. Jiang, I haven't seen you for a long time," the boss said on the phone unhurriedly. The tone should be in a good mood. Jiang Cheng felt happy. If you call when you are in a good mood, things will be much easier. "Boss, our company is blocked. What is going on?" Jiang Cheng directly mentioned the subject. "It is better to solve this kind of thing early, and it is good for everyone." "Oh, this is the meaning of the above. I am also very helpless. Please be smart about this matter. I really can't do it." The boss is also very embarrassed, looking at the phone and regretting answering at first. He doesn't want to offend either. It seems that both sides can't afford to offend themselves. "Okay, then you are busy." Jiang Cheng plucked his swollen temples, thinking of Jiang Cheng's words in his mind. The instructions above it stands to reason that there is usually no one against Zhu Lao Zai. Is it that person? Jiang Cheng couldn't help, but recalled which business card he had in his pocket. It took a long time before Jiang Cheng put the phone down from his ear. He put the phone on the table, leaned on the chair, closed his eyes and his temple with his hands. Jiang Cheng glanced out the window irritably and suddenly felt like being watched. This feeling is very strange, as if it is the sixth sense. There is no evidence, but I feel that way. System, right? Am I being monitored? Jiang Cheng asked something in his mind, but there was no response. Jiang Cheng reluctantly plucked his head. His headache worsened. At this moment, someone was at the office door, and Mr. Zhu, who came in by Jiang Cheng, opened it. Mr. Zhu saw Jiang Cheng's bald appearance and knew that Jiang Cheng had a hand-stabbing problem. He had just heard about Jiang Cheng's company. There seems to be a problem. What happened to Jiang Cheng, what happened to the company, was blocked by them. Zhu Lao asked. Zhu Lao came over because Jiang Cheng's company had a problem, so he came to have a look. Was blocked by the engineering team. It's not easy to find the reason for why it's blocked. Just press one of them. Mainly, I still don't understand where the main node is. Jiang Cheng is really bald. How could he let his company close like this? Old Zhu sat on the sofa, took a sip of the tea that Gang Japanese letter, Wang Nuazhao. Jiang Cheng poured gently, and then closed his eyes and meditated. I think this matter has something to do with the boss. When Jiang Cheng heard these words, his eyes rolled, and he immediately remembered the smile that Jiang Cheng left when he left that day, and the look in his eyes welcomed. So Jiang Cheng hurriedly found the business card in his clothes and dialed the phone on it. "Hello, you are the boss?" Jiang Cheng asked half decadently. "Yes, Jiang Cheng, you finally called. I have been waiting for a long time." There was a burst of joy from the voice over there. Hearing this voice, Jiang Cheng's heart gradually became clear. Pretend to ask casually, "So you are the one who blocked my company?" "Yes," is the simplest thing that makes Jiang Cheng angry. How can he watch others use his boxing profit in such a random way? It is still against his own company. Jiang Cheng's face was flushed with anger. He did not expect that the boss, such a person, could actually do such a despicable thing. "Boss, if you have any comments about me, Jiang Cheng, you can directly rush to me and don't make any tricks on my company. Although the company is owned by me, it has solved the employment of how many people and the food problem of how many people." Jiang Cheng said straightforwardly. "I like your kind, straightforward approach without turning around. I did a little bit improperly in this matter, but my starting point is also correct. It is altruistic, the soldiers and the ghosts, the sharp weapon of the district, a region. The stability of the country requires the maintenance of the army. Only with a strong army can the region not be hurt by foreign attacks, so that people can live a stable life and be happy and healthy." The boss also began to say that he understood from the heart that everything he did was for the construction of the entire army and the stability of the entire region. He didn't believe it, but since Jiang Cheng wants to play theory with him, of course he's not inferior to him. "I am an ordinary citizen. I don't understand such a big truth and cannot shoulder such important responsibilities. I only hope that you will inform the engineering team as soon as possible to let my company open. My employees are still waiting for dinner." Jiang Cheng really doesn't want to listen to his great principles. If you listen to these universal principles, your ears will have a cocoon. Jiang Cheng's temple jumped again and again, and Jiang Cheng pressed his temple tiredly. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and his heart was still beating. He didn't want others to force himself to do anything. He is like this. He will not bow his head to any forces or to any individual. After the boss put down the phone, he thought afterwards that he did a little too much this time, but Jiang Cheng is indeed a good candidate to serve as a soldier, and he doesn't want to miss it. He won't give up either. After all, for someone like Jiang Cheng, he doesn't want to be an enemy of him. He picked up the phone and dialed a call. Let Jiang Cheng's company open. Indeed, he compromised. He didn't use his fist to avenge the public. He just wanted to use this method as a bargaining chip to force Jiang Cheng. Go to the army, but Jiang Cheng doesn't want to do this, and he doesn't want to fight Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng sat on a chair and lit a cigarette, slowly began to smoke, and then gently exhaled the smoke, watching the smoke slowly spread in front of his eyes. At this moment, the phone rang suddenly, and Lindell's avatar was beating on the phone. Jiang Cheng irritably rubbed his head and waved the phone away. "Mr. Jiang from the engineering team came here, tore the seal and left, saying that we can operate normally." Inda happily closed her mouth from ear to ear, and a pleasant voice came into Jiang Cheng's ears, and Jiang Cheng's mood followed with joy. "A lot. Okay, this is the best news I have heard in the past few days. You quickly organize the company to run normally and create benefits, and then quickly clarify in major newspapers. It is a misunderstanding and cannot be brought to the company. In the event of a negative impact, we must also pay attention to the area and guide the fishing vessel to develop in a positive direction." Jiang Cheng ordered Linda cleanly. Linda didn't stay too much, so he hurried out to handle it. Jiang Cheng picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea, and then knew in his heart that this is the boss, who made the acceptance and the love agreement. Jiang Cheng looked at the boss differently. But when he returned home, Mr. Zhu found the empty room and saw the picture of Zhu Ying on the wall. His smile was so brilliant, and now he suddenly disappeared. How could he sleep at ease? Old Zhu was not reconciled, and sent a spray again to find. "I don't care what method you use, I only want my daughter. Whoever comes to my daughter first, I will give him 1 million. This is a prize." After Mr. Zhu finished speaking, he put a paper bag on the table with brand new 100 yuan bills inside. "Under the great reward, there must be a brave husband, and one of them rushed out to find Zhu Ying. Mr. Zhu leaned back on his chair, thinking that so many people should be able to be found when going out, and with this million reward, everyone will not deal with it, but will look for it with ease. But in the evening, they all came back one after another, and all of them were listless. Elder Zhu knows that he hasn't found it without asking. This makes old Zhu even more worried about his daughter's safety. He is like a mother on a hot pot. Finally, Mr. Zhu remembered what the boss said that day. Jiang Cheng, as long as you promise to come to the team, I will give you the video of Zhu Ying after he goes out. This sentence rang in Mr. Zhu's ears again. That's right, this boss definitely knows the whereabouts of Zhu Ying. He must call the boss and ask about the whereabouts of a daughter. Hello, boss, I really shouldn't call you so late, but the parents in the world, the boss, you can understand. I know you know the whereabouts of Zhu Ying. Can I beg you to tell me? Said that in the end. The voice of such an old man was a little choked, and he was worried about his daughter. I know your mood at the moment, and I understand your mood, but this can't tell you. But I can tell you that your daughter is safe and has a good life now. You don't have to worry about it. The boss directly told the current situation of Zhu's daughter, but he still didn't tell him the details. Mr. Zhu hung up the phone and he didn't ask much. He has been in his position for many years. He knows what discipline is, what should not be asked, and what should be asked. So since the boss said that Zhu Ying is safe, this shows that everything is safe. It's under the boss's control, so I can't ask any more. And Jiang Cheng suddenly received a call from the boss. Jiang Cheng took the call and thanked the boss for allowing my company to reopen. Jiang Cheng really wants to thank this public servant for serving him wholeheartedly. Jiang Cheng can walk with me to the park, right? You won't refuse. Of course, I will pick you up or go directly to the park. I'm already in the park. Come here. Jiang Cheng hung up the phone, put on his coat, picked up the car key, pushed the door directly, got in the car, and drove directly to the park. Jiang Cheng, you know my purpose of calling you and my determination will not change. I still hope that you can join the team. Your ability and awareness are very important. I need my team to learn your skills. This is also for the region is long and stable. The boss carried his hands behind his back, finished speaking seriously, and stared at him with handsome eyes. Jiang Cheng thought for a while and then said, I really admire you for your perseverance, but I really have no interest in your army. Let's do it like this. You will participate in a mission, and then I will show you Zhu Ying's video screen. I hope you can agree. Jiang Cheng looked at the boss's frowning brows and Zhu Mo's face. After years of rushing, he left a lot of marks on his face, and finally nodded and said, okay. The boss was very happy, and he held out a USB flash drive and gave it to Jiang Cheng. Zhang Zhu. There is Zhu Ying's video on it, so I don't need to say more if you see it for yourself. Jiang Cheng held the USB flash drive. Yes, if I rescue Zhu Ying, I will honor my sincerity. Please don't worry. Jiang Cheng went directly into the car and pointed to the USB flash drive. Jiang Cheng found that as soon as Zhu Ying ran out of the store, Liu Yu was in the ink behind him. The two entangled for a while. Zhu Yingxian and Liu Yu got into the car, and the two entered a house, which was an abandoned cement factory. Zhu Ying was in there. Jiang Cheng scolded casually because the person chased out that day was Liu Yu. He actually did this kind of thing, which made Jiang Cheng disgusted. Jiang Cheng started the car and drove towards the water mixing plant. Go, the water mixing plant in the district of Zhejiang Prefecture. 20 kilometers away from the prefecture, Jiang Cheng drove directly to the destination at a speed of 102 cars. At place 5 kilometers away from the car, Jiang Cheng parked the car on the side of the road and then packed his clothes. There are sportswear in the trunk. He changed into his body and flew directly to the water mixing plant. The reason he was walking was because he was afraid. Raise the grass and startle the snake. Jiang Cheng ran very fast. The cement factory was already in front of the limit, and Jiang Cheng had already remembered the cloth team inside through the USB flash drive, and the house in Zhu Yingwei was clear, unless there was a change. It's all adaptable. Jiang Cheng quickly touched the back wall. Since this wall is relatively high, there is no camera installed. There are cameras in other places. They will not find them if they enter from here. Jiang Cheng knows that the entire cement plant and office buildings are within the surveillance range of the camera, and there is a surveillance room that is guarded by Anmu's security guards. Jiang Cheng paused, and then ran directly to the wall. The room had already entered the wall and landed on the ground steadily. Then he looked around to make sure he was safe. He has determined the positions of all the cameras from the screen just now. He has decided on a route, which is a blind spot of the camera. Jiang Cheng Cat rushed forward directly, even so, but his feet still exerted very little force, so there was no sound. Jiang Cheng walked in the same direction, turning left and right, alternately advancing. Not long before he came to the door, he knew that there were 2 bodyguards at the door. He had to fight the enemy with one move, otherwise he would alarm the bodyguards upstairs. Then Zhu Ying's life would be in danger. He leaned against the wall and exhaled slowly, calming the already exhaled. The exercise was a bit intense just now. This time he was panting, and he had to take a deep breath to calm himself. Then Jiang Cheng took out a rope from his stick pocket and slowly wiped the wall towards the door. It turned out that the closer he got, he could feel the breathing of the 2 bodyguards at the door. The 2 bodyguards at the door didn't know that death was slowly trying to get closer to them. They were holding their mobile phones and looking at things with colors, saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng jumped, slapped both hands, and slashed directly into the necks of the 2 of them. The 2 of them fell into a coma and fell down, and Jiang Cheng hugged them and put them on the ground slowly, not letting them speak. The voice finally closed the door with the rope, because Jiang Cheng knew that this coma was only 5 minutes. Jiang Cheng then walked to the 2nd floor again. There was no one in the corridor. He continued to go upstairs. He knew that Zhu Ying was in the middle house on the 3rd floor. When he rushed to the entrance of the 3rd floor, he heard footsteps coming here. Jiang Cheng squatted down quickly, put his mobile phone on the ground and slowly stepped out, and he could see a bodyguard who was a burly body. Jiang Cheng put away the phone and then leaned against the wall, waiting for the arrival of the bodyguard. Footsteps getting closer and closer. Jiang Cheng tightly pressed against the wall, motionless. Just when the bodyguard first appeared in the corner, Jiang Cheng moved like a black tongue. Jiang Cheng covered the bodyguard's mouth with one hand and cut to the neck with the other. The bodyguard also fell down without a sound. On the ground, Jiang Cheng knew that he had to rush in quickly, so there was no door. The bodyguard and quickly ran to the middle room and came to the door. It was quiet and there was no sound at all. He knew that there must be 2 bodyguards inside, so he stood up, approached the garden, stood up slowly, and saw that both bodyguards were behind the door, both standing and playing with mobile phones. There was a wicked smile at the corner of Jiang Cheng's mouth. He could only scold these 2 Xinhuo, and they would not stand. As long as he opened the door with a single kick, both of them would be hit by the door. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath again, then kicked the door open and rolled in. The 2 of them were indeed overwhelmed by the door and fell to the ground. Jiang Cheng's big thoughts this time must have disturbed the bodyguards in the monitoring room, so he must teach quickly. Zhu Ying. He rolled on the spot and stopped by Zhu Ying's side. Zhu Ying was tied to a chair. The moment Jiang Cheng got up, he had an extra knife in his hand and broke the rope. How about Zhu Ying? Can you? Go. Zhu Ying was very excited when she saw her teaching herself recently. I can. She stood up as she said. With triumphant colors in his eyes, Jiang Cheng looked at Zhu Ying strangely, then opened his mouth and said nothing. Then let's go quickly. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he took Zhu Ying and rushed out of the door, and then went straight downstairs. Chinese letter COME. The 2 ran for a long time and arrived at the car. Zhu Ying got in the car, and Jiang Cheng started the car and quickly left and drove to the district. Thank you for saving me, Zhu Ying said excitedly. The moment he saw Jiang Cheng, his whole heart was shaking. Even if someone else rescued her, she might not be happy. Only he knows that he has been waiting. The man in front of me. You were missing, mister? Zhu was very worried. I went out to look for it, but I didn't find it. Then the boss told me to get you out. But the boss told me that your position is conditional. That is, I want to participate in a mission. Jiang Cheng gave Zhu Ying a brief introduction. The next day, the sun was shining and the breeze was just right, and Jiang Cheng was sitting in the airport waiting room with Zhu Ying next to him. Zhu Ying looked at Jiang Cheng affectionately. You must protect yourself when Jiang Cheng is going this time. I'm waiting for you to come back. Oh, yes, this necklace was worn since I was a child. I gave you it to bring you good luck. Zhu Ying handed the necklace she was wearing on her neck to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng held it in his hand, and the time was almost up. Jiang Cheng and Zhu Ying said goodbye to line up to enter. But before long, Jiang Cheng suddenly realized that the necklace Zhu Ying had given him just now had fallen on the stool, so he returned to get it. But before it arrived, he saw Zhu Ying and the boss talking. But Jiang Cheng took a closer look and found a clue. The two were not chatting but quarreling. Jiang Cheng wondered how the two of them quarreled. Jiang Cheng didn't want to get into such a conflict without knowing it. He suddenly remembered the headset the system gave him last time and quickly took it out and put it on his ear. "Did you mean me? Let me go with Liu Yu. The result. What's the matter with you holding me to threaten Jiang Cheng?" Jiang Cheng's brain buzzed as he listened to the sound of the headphones. Jiang Cheng is not well now. He has always hated the feeling of being persecuted. Looking at the man in front of him, Jiang Cheng's sweat ran down his forehead, ticking to the ground. Jiang Cheng couldn't find the consequences of rejection, but he didn't want to be restrained. "Boss, I refuse to go," Jiang Cheng said angrily. Seeing the boss's expression getting darker and darker, he still looked at the boss firmly. The boss looked at Jiang Cheng's eyes, and there was a trace of impatience in his eyes. He is also a stubborn person himself, for the first time to be so generous to others. The boss stroked the business card in his hand, angrily retorted with a smile. "Jiang Cheng, if you don't perform this task, how about letting Zhu Ying pass? What do you think? You can think about it." The boss sat on a chair at the airport, staring at Jiang Cheng with a smile on his face. 040, but the meaning of this laugh everyone knows. Jiang Cheng didn't hesitate to raise his head and smiled at Master Shen. "The sun is just right. It is a good day to tease girls." Jiang Cheng looked out the window and sighed, then turned his head and looked at her dumb husband, shut his mouth. Jiang Cheng lowered his head and looked at the boss in front of him, but quietly found that the business card in the boss's hand was turned into scraps. As the wind rose, the crimes in the air had a certain mood. But the head on the business card was also shattered. The boss seemed to have seen Jiang Cheng paying attention to the business card in his hand and waved his hand. "How? Are you going or Zhu Ying?" Jiang Cheng stared at the boss fiercely, tangled in his heart. "I don't want to go. Can I let Zhu Ying take risks?" The boss looked at Jiang Cheng's contradiction and smiled involuntarily. In fact, he didn't want to force Jiang Cheng. After all, it is very likely that the last two people will feel that each other is not pleasing to the eye more and more. Jiang Cheng may be malicious to himself, and he does not want Jiang Cheng to be an opponent. Only then wanted Zhu Ying to threaten him, hoping that he could change his mind. Having said this, Jiang Cheng would definitely not let Zhu Ying go because of guilt. He didn't know he would hurt his daughter. "Jiang Cheng, I have been very busy in Yemen over the years. I am just such a daughter." Hearing what the boss said, Zhu Lao immediately became nervous. He would never allow his daughter to suffer any danger. And Jiang Cheng, although he was reluctant, still had to let him go. Zhu Ying also looked at Jiang Cheng expectantly. She wanted to know whether the person she was thinking of was caring about her. "Okay, let me go." Jiang Chengfeng looked at the boss lightly and said, in a light tone, he seemed to be talking about porridge tonight. But the boss immediately became happy when he heard this, patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder and said, "Good boy, go back and prepare, waiting for the assembly." Jiang Cheng looked at the boss who was going away, but he felt relieved. Maybe he should thank the boss. After all, it is also because of this opportunity that I can let go of my guilt. His guilt towards Zhu Ying accumulated more and more, and finally released Jiang Cheng's mouth with a smug smile at this moment. Can't hide the smug smile. He looked at Zhu Ying, who was sobbing across from him. Jiang Cheng was silent. He was already sorry for Zhu Ying, but when I left, I just hoped that I won't cause trouble again. From the very beginning, when Zhu Lao introduced the relationship between the two, Jiang Cheng looked at Zhu Ying, who was sobbing, and there was a trace of helplessness in his eyes. "Jiang Cheng, thank you." Lao Zhu finally let go of his heart when Jiang Cheng nodded. It's just Jiang Cheng's attitude towards Zhu Ying. Maybe thinking of it, old Zhu was worried again. Jiang Cheng seemed to have noticed Mr. Zhu's concern and instead smiled calmly at Mr. Zhu. Old Zhu looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise. After reacting, he was truly shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Cheng to see through his thoughts. "It's okay, this is what I should do, by the way, give this back to you. I don't need it, and you will take care of yourself in the future." After that, I took out the key that Zhu Ying gave him before from his pocket and handed it to Zhu Ying. Jiang Cheng, old Zhu cried out to Jiang Cheng. I really appreciate Jiang Cheng. I also know what this necklace means to my daughter. But Jiang Cheng's repeated rejections really made old Zhu a little angry. If I go, won't you give it back to me? Jiang Cheng looked at Jiang Cheng in tears, trying to hold back the tears in his eyes, but was helpless. Beautiful women will naturally attract the attention of others. What's more, it is this kind of peerless beauty with teary eyes that attracts the attention of everyone. Silly boy, what are you talking about? Jiang Cheng looked at the tears and couldn't help touching Zhu Ying's head. Good, wait for me to come back. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhu Ying complicatedly, turned and left with the suitcase. Zhu Ying looked at Jiang Cheng's strong arms, thinking about everything about him, but he never looked back. The children will pass and will pass. As long as you are safe, you are safe. Look, Jiang Cheng doesn't hate you either. Old Zhu touched Zhu Ying's head distressedly and said with pity. He knew what the boss was thinking. He looked at Jiang Cheng's drifting back and worried for Zhu Ying. At least he knew that he couldn't force the two to be together. But Jiang Cheng's attitude just now seemed to have room for recovery. Old Zhu sighed helplessly and touched Zhu Ying's head. Zhu Ying felt completely cold when she heard that sigh. He threw himself into Zhu Lao's arms and cried, shrugging shocked passers-by. The necklace beside it was randomly discarded on the board. Without the owner, it was just a waste. Go back to your own nest. Where does it belong to you? Jiang Cheng looked at the embracing two through the mirror from a distance, comforting himself. So he closed his eyes and got ready to register. However, everything in Zhu Ying's mind is indeed lingering. Her smile, her good, everything. When the radio broadcast the flight, Jiang Cheng took his luggage and slowly prepared for security to board the plane, but there was a strange smell. This smell is very sensitive. Reminder, tobacco. When passing the security check, Jiang Cheng was startled when he heard a warning, but found that it was a system reminder. Jiang Cheng looked at several people in Zhu district and found that their expressions were not right. So he secretly watched several people and found that there seemed to be tobacco in their bags. Seeing the appearance of these people, it seemed that he wanted to escape. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes and stared at the tobacco in front of him. However, it was discovered that the few people in front of him had also passed the security check. I don't know if any measures were taken, but the expression of instant relaxation on his face caught Jiang Cheng's attention. Is there anything in there? Moreover, I still had something that I didn't change smell. Jiang Cheng grabbed a person and asked without sensuality. Jiang Cheng deliberately said to a suspicious person in front of him, "The sound is very small after all at the airport now. There are too many people. He is afraid of angering this person and hurting others. He wants these people to retreat when they are in trouble, and when they get to the empty place, he will find a way to cure them." Hearing this, the person in front of him seemed to understand something immediately. He took out a switchblade from his pocket and pointed it at Jiang Cheng's waist. "Boy, be honest. Otherwise, there will be good fruit for you." The man touched Jiang Cheng's knife-cut muscles and deliberately lowered his voice. But Jiang Cheng was indeed disgusted. Yes, brother, I won't say it." Jiang Cheng glanced at his kidnapper and said immediately. The man seemed to notice Jiang Cheng's glimpse. "I'll gouge your eyes again." Then the man ran away like a taboo. After they ran out, Jiang Cheng hurriedly said to the surrounding security officers, "Those 12 are Mo dealers, get him." After that, he rushed out to chase those people without looking back. He is unwilling to let these criminals go, and he has to pay a price after he hurts the world. Fuck, grandson tortoise, dog nose. We know everything we bring. Hurry up, brothers. We can't go down in this place. Hurry up, or we will be miserable if we are discovered by others in a while. Underground, the few people who just ran out were beside a car, preparing to escape. As they ran, they scolded Jiang Cheng a lot. It seems that only in this way can they relieve their anger. Want to run away? Did you think too much and committed a crime? Master, I tell you, you have to pay the price. Wait. Soon, the team members will come. Don't think about running away. Now take the initiative to plead guilty. You will alleviate a little sin. Jiang Cheng came out from the corner and then said to a few people in a whisper. He knew that he was going to move his muscles and bones today. He couldn't ignore such things. Tortoise son, don't worry about your things. Don't you want to live anymore? Since you don't want to live, our brothers will do you well, and dare to delay our major events. Now we will forget the old and the new hatred. Those people attacked Jiang Cheng viciously, and after they finished speaking, they attacked Jiang Cheng. Every one of them wanted Jiang Cheng to die. It seems that today, my little master, I have to take good care of my muscles and bones. Obviously, I want to go home. That's great. Let me solve you first. It's not too late for me to go home. After that, Jiang Cheng walked up without fear. He wanted to see what these people could do with him. He is Jiang Cheng, so he won't let these people threaten him. To him, they are just a few young men. There is no need to put them in his eyes. It seems that you have 2 brushes. Very good, brothers. Give me a blow to death. Look at this turtle, son. A group of people scuffled together, but after a few times, Jiang Cheng had the upper hand, but Jiang Cheng was still a little strenuous by himself. He didn't want to use his strength. Now, he can only delay time and wait for the team members to arrive. I think your kid will be upset again. Brothers, give it to me. I want this turtle son to go to heaven. Bang, bang. Before finishing speaking, the door players came and took these people to the Tuan district. Party, don't move. You all raise your hands for me. After seeing the players, those people raised their hands one after another, and Jiang Cheng heaved a sigh of relief after seeing them. I finally waited until the team members came. Can be regarded as accomplished and retired. This comrade today, it is really thanks to you. Look, there are some reporter friends over there who want to interview you. See if it is convenient for you. The reporters at the airport happen to have news. After hearing about this incident, all of them rushed to ask and interview Jiang Cheng. No, I'm in a hurry. I think anyone will do this if they encounter this situation. I'm sorry, my boarding time is up. I'm leaving. Jiang Cheng turned his head and left without thinking about it. He doesn't want to trouble himself anymore. He is now better than less. Soon, Jiang Cheng arrived home. Finally arrived, Zhang's nest is not as good as his own dog's nest. It's still comfortable at home. Lift it up, and after a comfortable sleep, everything is over and everything will be up. After speaking by myself, I started to collect my own things. He has been away for so many days, and there are always people in the house to clean up, but no one is living. Now there is a lot of dust on the table and cabinet. After Jiang Cheng personally cleaned it, it was already very late. Jiang Cheng looked at his masterpiece with joy. Soon he felt tired and fell asleep. At night, Jiang Cheng slept soundly, but the door was opened inadvertently. Jiang Cheng, it was you who broke our business and put so many of our brothers in jail. Today, I will avenge them. Go and die. In the dark, a man was holding a knife, and after he finished talking with Jiang Cheng, he stabbed Jiang Cheng. What? There was a cry from inside the room, but it was not Jiang Cheng's. As early as at the door, Jiang Cheng discovered something was wrong, so he got up hurriedly, kicked the man onto the bed with his feet while the man was stabbed, and then suppressed the man very much. Dare to steal my things and don't send you to jail. You think I'm a bully little master. Leave me. After speaking, he sent that person to the team. At first, he thought that this person was a thief, but after the team interrogated, Japanese letter knew that this person was the accomplice left by the ink dealer, because his companion was sent to prison by Jiang Cheng. So, along the way, he followed Jiang Cheng, waiting for an opportunity to kill Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng was easily subdued. Looking at the so-called thief, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he was very vigilant, otherwise he might be more ill-fortunate tonight. I really have to pay attention. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, it will be yourself who will suffer. He has no capital to be careless. Jiang Cheng stared at the members of the team in a daze, knowing that the player in front of him waved his hand and reluctantly agreed. Jiang Cheng looked at the players in front of him, and a warm smile made Jiang Cheng happy. Sitting in the team, Jiang Cheng still had lingering fears thinking of all this just happened, and his hands were slightly cold. If I didn't sleep to death, would I go to see the prince? Comrade, hello, it turns out that you are the hero who is righteous and brave. Our team has issued a notice, and we should reward you for your behavior. A team member smiled and walked to Jiang Cheng's side and said to him. Jiang Cheng was a little dumbfounded and asked, with a little effort, why bother, but why are you bringing up the old thing today? That's it, comrade. That day you left in a hurry and we don't know your news. Fortunately, we met you again today. The team members stretched out their hands and shook Jiang Cheng and said with a smile, what's wrong with the current team members? Why are they so long-winded? Re-meeting the team members is not cursing me. Jiang Cheng thought about it. suddenly laughed at his exaggerated guess and replied, "So what? Comrades, do you want to do to me when you are happy?" "Comrade, you are really joking. You are a hero. How can we do anything to you?" The team replied with a wave of hands. Jiang Cheng could turn his head and look puzzled in his dress and ask, "So you want? Ao, this is a little money, not too much, but this is an affirmation of your behavior. In the future, I hope you can make more contributions to the society. I represent the lives of people. Thank you for your behavior," the team members said, took out the envelope from the drawer and handed it to Jiang Cheng. "Well, yes, thank you, comrades. I will definitely cooperate with you actively in the future," Jiang Cheng said slowly after the envelope. They gave this to themselves, and they couldn't find any reason for rejection, and others had said so. It seemed a bit fake and innocent if they didn't hold it. After Jiang Cheng took the money, he left without saying anything. "Team, he has more important things to do. The task given to him by the boss is the most important one, and he cannot be delayed. It has not been long since the time of the mission. He must give that task." After returning home, Jiang Cheng simply took some things for himself and went to the airport. Seeing the boss, this task should be very important. Otherwise, these people would not be so caring. "I'm going to do my best. Let's go, let's go." After finishing speaking, he squinted his eyes and fell asleep. When he woke up, he had already arrived at Dragon City. This is an unknown number. He didn't know what would happen to him in the end. However, he knew that he could not be careless and took a wrong step. "I might be sent here." "Jiang Cheng, you have to be more careful about this matter. You must consider your life safety, and you must not put yourself in danger, or you will be injured in the end. Do not put yourself in danger." Before getting off the plane, he said to himself in his heart that Jiang Cheng was really uncomfortable looking at this strange city, but he had to face many things again. After picking up the luggage, Jiang Cheng took a taxi and prepared to find Mu Yu according to the path the boss told him. He will be responsible for everything he is here, and he is the main figure of his own goal. As long as he finds him, it will be much easier to act. Jiang Cheng, after you arrive in Longcheng, you must go to Mu Yu as soon as possible. I have sent someone to tell him about this. Don't worry, he will come to meet you wherever you go. Know it, don't worry, he is here. This task will not let you have anything. He will protect you. I am waiting for you to return in triumph. In his mind, the boss's words kept circling in his mind. At this time, he couldn't think too much. It was easy to find Mu Yu with his helper. "Isn't it this place? I found this small alley. If his door is busy, I will go smoothly." Jiang Cheng, finish this matter. Don't involve them anymore. He followed the address that the boss told him and came to a small alley. After getting off the car, he was going to find Mu Yu, but it didn't take a quarter of an hour to get off the car. He found something was wrong. He looked in the taxi master's mirror. Someone is tracking himself. Grandma's legs, how come these lingering things are coming again? Very good, you want to follow the young master. You are still tender. When the young master played stalking, you were not born yet. Jiang Cheng sneered and then quickly pulled his luggage, pretending that he didn't know anything, and walked forward. But when he was around the corner, it was different. Now he plans to come to an anti-tracking. When I want to see, what does this person want to do, following himself so blatantly? Damn it, why not? The one who was there just now. Why didn't you see the figure in the blink of an eye? After seeing that Jiang Cheng was gone, the person who followed was stomped with anger. Then he ran away in a hurry. Jiang Cheng, after putting his bag in a hidden place, he hurriedly followed this man. He wanted to figure out who he had provoked. Say, who are you? Why have you been following me? And I have any feasts with you? Not to mention Zaioi, I will kill you. You quickly explain why you are following me. After walking to an abandoned factory with no one, Jiang Cheng threw the follower to the ground. He wanted to know that he was Dragon City. Why do these people haunt themselves? Is it because their whereabouts have been exposed? Grandpa spares his life. The little one is really not intentional. Grandpa, the little one is from Mo Zio. Didn't he send someone to the airport? But because of you, uncle, which of our brothers just entered the team like this? Son, uncle, the little one didn't lie to you. From then on, Mo Zio always stared at you, uncle, and said to avenge our brothers. That's what allowed me to follow you, uncle. You spared me. I have the old at the top and the young at the bottom. Please don't remember the villain as an adult. I knew it was wrong. It was Mo Zio who wanted to harm the uncle. After being caught, the person who followed was all accounted for. Mo Zio wanted to let Jiang Cheng die and avenge his brother. Only then sent someone to follow Jiang Cheng and wanted to find a suitable opportunity to deal with Jiang Cheng. Haha, it's really lingering, however, since you found my whereabouts. Then it's really hard for you to stay. Brother, you told the wrong person. Jiang Cheng said gloomily. These people want their own lives, and they can only decide on their own. Others can't control their own destiny. No matter who they are, they can't want to kill oneself. Oneself can only act first. Jiang Cheng was in a hotel room, sitting on a chair, holding a teacup, drinking tea. The aroma of tea filled the cabin. News was broadcast on the TV, and the window was closed tightly. This is a habit of Jiang Cheng, because in this way the person inside cannot be seen from the outside, and it is impossible to determine the location of the person inside. Even if there is a follower, as long as he enters the house, it is safe. Suddenly the door rang, bang bang. Two fast and one slow, this was agreed in advance, it was his own. Jiang Cheng opened the door, and outside the door stood a person of his own age, with a flat head, wearing sportswear, standing straight, his eyes full of power. Please come in, Jiang Cheng invited this person into the room. Hello, you are Jiang Cheng, I am Mu Yu. The boss instructed me to be with you on the street. The person named Mu Yu said. The two people shook hands together. Hello, Mu Yu, I am Jiang Cheng, this time the boss. Let me come to participate in this mission, and hope that we Jiang Cheng will cooperate in a perfect mission as soon as possible. Jiang Cheng said straightforwardly. Jiang Cheng only agreed to the boss's second mission. He is 87 free. Jiang Cheng is used to being free, and he doesn't want to be controlled. He is very disgusted with any discipline. He likes a free and unfettered life, rather than an expensive, step-by-step life. So he wants to work as soon as possible, and he can leave this place early. Dragon City cooperation is certain, but there is a certain reason why the boss of this mission asked you to participate, and you must have a bottom in your heart. Mu Yu said with an ugly face, as if she had many secrets. Why is this mission very thorny? Jiang Cheng asked shamelessly, while drinking a sip of tea. In Jiang Cheng's view, the mission was not impossible, and he felt that the matter was man-made. Our task this time is to destroy a Yumo group, and this ink has been entrenched on the border of our district for many years, and has not had sufficient evidence. So we have not started, and this time we have a lot of evidence. So the superior decided this time to completely eliminate this Yumo group. Mu Yu gave a serious introduction to the mission. She was a little excited, but his face was still ugly. It seemed that the mission was really difficult. Mokai, that's not a matter of the Bureau. Why are these things handed over to the army now? Is the army too idle to accept this kind of task and play? Jiang Cheng wondered. The army should be fighting and doing big things. How to start this line of work? Comrade Jiang Cheng, you are not too clear about this group. I have already transmitted the information to your mobile phone. You can take a good look at it next. I can tell you that this time, the ink is not a normal ink. Our own army must be wiped out by us. Mu Yu was very excited when he said that, like an angry bird, he would shoot this Mo Kai to death at any time. Jiang Cheng picked up the phone and began to read all the information about Mo Nio seriously. There are all the information about Mo Nio, including his bodyguard and his personal relationships, and they are all rich in photos. Jiang Cheng knew that this was a lot of preliminary work, and that Mo Nang had been in Fang's sight for a long time, so there would be such a comprehensive manual. After Jiang Cheng watched it, he closed his eyes and went through the movie carefully before his eyes for all the things he had just watched. After making sure that he had remembered the contents completely, he deleted all the contents, and this process was all seen by Mu Yu. Mu Yu looked at Jiang Cheng inconceivably with her eyes wide open. You remembered everything so soon, deleted it so confidently? Only then did Mu Yu understand why the boss arranged for Jiang Cheng to participate. This time the mission, it seems that Jiang Cheng does have something extraordinary. Jiang Cheng held a finger and knocked on his head and said, Now it's all in it. This confidence is there. This is Jiang Cheng's innate condition. After special training and continuous application, the memory is really outstanding, as never forget what others have said. It's not safe to live here. I'll take you to the line. You take off your luggage and go out with me. Mu Yu said directly to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng also remembered that the person who had acted on him yesterday was followed by someone who came here. He was thinking that only a few people knew that he came here, so why he was being followed, Jiang Cheng knew without thinking. There is an inner ghost inside, and it is also an inner ghost, which may be the reason why I haven't been able to catch this ink for many years. But this also allowed Mo Nio to grow up and become stronger. There was no way to change the team members, but the army had to be eliminated. I don't need to take it away. I didn't take out my things. We can leave now. Jiang Cheng drank all the tea in the cup in one sip. He doesn't like wasting tea. This hotel should be considered a good place in this place. Tea is good. Jiang Cheng followed Mu Yu with his luggage to the front row, retired the house, and then walked out of the restaurant. Jiang Cheng looked around unnaturally and found that there was nothing unusual, and the two got into the car directly. Just a few meters before the car had gone, a figure flickered, and a person was hit by the car and flew past. Mu Yu braked sharply and got out of the car and ran towards the person. Jiang Cheng just wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. Mu Yu had already rushed out. He felt late, so he jumped out of the car and ran over. The man was lying in front of the car, with traces of being hit by the car again. Jiang Cheng clearly saw that the man was rushing towards the car. Could it be that he touched the porcelain and did not succeed? Mu Yu stood up and turned around and said to Jiang Cheng, "The man is dead." Jiang Cheng wondered how he was pretending to be dead just now because he was obviously not fast. There must be some inside information, but no problem was found. Therefore, he still waited for the team members to deal with it. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng felt a cold squall behind him, a subconscious brick, and found that the man was aiming his gun at him. Jiang Cheng pounced forward. The gun to the bottom also rang. The bullet rubbed Jiang Cheng's body and shot the big tree in front on. And another bullet hit Mu Yu's arm. Jiang Cheng jumped up with a carp and caught up with the man. The man fired 2 shots, turned around and ran, and suddenly the room disappeared in the crowd. Jiang Cheng didn't catch up and was worried about Mu Yu's injury, so he hurried back and saw Mu Yu standing there, holding his arm with one hand, and the blood had stained his arm. The team members and the ambulance have arrived. When the team members arrived, Mu Yu first took out his work permit. The team members understood that they were all their own brothers. The team members checked their bodies and said, "This man is a little brother of Mo Dealer, and he has been dead for 3 hours." Jiang Cheng continued this and said, "That means people were dead when they hit our car. This is a team set up by someone to assassinate us. That's it." After the team members finished speaking, they took the dead man away, and the ambulance bandaged Mu Yu and asked Mu Yu to be hospitalized. Mu Yu felt that Jiang Cheng had been arranged first and then hospitalized, so he thanked the nurse and then joined Jiang Cheng, walking because the car was a bit damaged just now and was towed away by a trailer. Not far away, Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Because there was a figure, he was too familiar with it. That was the person who shot Jiang Cheng just now. Jiang Cheng asked Mu Yu to stand on the side of the road to rest, and he outflanked him. The man suddenly saw Jiang Cheng coming from the front, turned his head, and ran away. Jiang Cheng had run away because he was too far away. This time, he would never be given this opportunity. Jiang Cheng chased him madly. The man was a little anxious, watching Jiang Cheng get closer and closer to him, because Jiang Cheng ran too fast, too fast. He suddenly pulled out the gun again, and this action was clearly seen by Jiang Cheng. So while he raised the gun, the phone in Jiang Cheng's hand flew past the phone and hit the person's hand directly, and the pistol fell to the ground. The man just wanted to bend over to pick it up. Jiang Cheng had already rushed to the front of the man, flew up and kicked to the waist of the man. The man hurried back. Jiang Cheng didn't have the effort to breathe. It was a series of kicks, and the body kept retreating. And his hand turned into a fist and kept hitting Jiang Cheng's leg. Jiang Cheng didn't expect that this person actually had 2 martial arts skills. Jiang Cheng accelerated his speed. That person was a bit unbearable. When he retreated, he was moved directly to the ground by a stone. Jiang Cheng was very ruthless with that person and then took that person grabbing it. "Say, who sent you here?" The voice became irritable a few times. The man did not speak, and Jiang Cheng gave another punch. It hit the man's face directly. The corner of the man's mouth had been smashed, and the blood flowed down the corner of the mouth. "Hurry up and tell me who sent you here." Jiang Cheng drank again, but the man still didn't move, closed his mouth, and said nothing. "Ha ha, I can't see it. I have trained, but it fell into my hands. I didn't stop talking. When I get back to the house, I'll tell you that you're not afraid of not recruiting. Now follow me. Jiang Cheng pressed this person and walked to the place where Mu Yu was staying. Mu Yu was sitting on a dysplasia. Gang Japanese letter had no bleeding after the wound was bandaged by the soil protector, but he was hospitalized for a serious examination because he was afraid of hidden illness. Mu Yu saw Jiang Cheng pulling the man over and stood up happily. You caught him. This is all right. We can ask about his origins when we go back. He must have been involved with Mo Nio. The mouth is very stiff. There is no trick. When we go back, I will treat him well. I don't believe that he doesn't recruit. The evil smile at the corner of Jiang Cheng's mouth is very exaggerated, and even Mu Yu is a little frightened when he sees it. The two began to go on the road again. Because of the car accident just now, they both felt that walking was relatively safe, so they didn't take a car and just walked like this. Jiang Cheng, where we live, is not far from here. We will arrive soon, and there is no need to take a car. Mu Yu said, Okay, let's go over. Jiang Cheng suppressed the man, and the man did not resist, because he knew that such resistance had no effect at all because Jiang Cheng was too powerful, and it was a heavenly difference compared to him. It didn't take long for the individual to leave, when a gunshot suddenly sounded, followed by a huge impact, and he almost didn't pull Jiang Cheng down. Jiang Cheng shot the person caught in his eyebrows and died instantly. Jiang Cheng turned his head and looked back, but he could no longer find the person who fired the gun. This shot also pulled Mu Yu to the ground, and his arm resembled his mouth. Jiang Cheng reported directly and hit the taxi directly. The hospital ran, and Mu Yu was already a little unconscious. Jiang Cheng pressed his mouth tightly. After getting off the taxi, several medical staff in the emergency room rushed over because Jiang Cheng himself called the hospital in the car. Jiang Chengmen hurriedly put Mu Yu on the bed with the nurse. The nurse rushed into the hospital while pushing the bed. A doctor briefly looked at it and then kept shouting to prepare something. Mu Yu was pushed into the operating room, where outsiders were not allowed to enter. Jiang Cheng stayed outside, sitting on a chair for a while and anxiously turning around in the corridor. Jiang Cheng suddenly discovered that this mission was indeed unusual. Once there was someone following, then there was a car accident, and then the person caught was killed by someone in front of him. This made Jiang Cheng the most angry. He didn't expect it. The opponent is so powerful and so rampant. In broad daylight, Lang Qianlong was so free from law arbitrarily, Jiang Cheng clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the wall. He must pull up the group, never tolerate or flinch. The lights in the operating room were on all the time, and Jiang Cheng sat in a chair and waited, waiting for Mu Yu to come out of it. He didn't know whether Mu Yu could escape the disaster. This is the soldier, always walking in the most dangerous place, not afraid of life and death, and always dealing with death, but they never back down, no hind legs, no timidity, but go forward courageously and kill the enemy. Suddenly, the three-character light went out during the operation, and the door opened. Jiang Cheng rushed over. The doctor came out and said to Jiang Cheng, the operation was very successful. There were bullets left in the patient's road. They were taken out and it was good to be sent. Even if it takes longer, this will lose too much blood and die. Thank you, doctor. You have worked hard. Jiang Cheng thanked the doctor. The doctor may have listened too much, or he may have been too tired from the operation and did not speak. He went straight back to the office, while the protector pushed the cart to walk to the ward. Jiang Cheng followed the back of the car and stopped at a place near the edge of green and opened the door. There was no one inside. The nurse said, "This is a single ward, so please stay here." Then he pushed the car into the car. Jiang Cheng and the nurse carried Mu Yu onto the bed. Then the story said, "The patient is still in a coma." This is a normal phenomenon because the patient is under anesthesia. You don't need to bother you to pay the fee at the front desk now. After Jiang Cheng came to the front desk to pay the surgery fee, he went through the hospitalization procedures and then came back. But the moment they pushed away, he was dumbfounded. There is no one here. The room is empty. The bed is empty. Jiang Cheng is so angry. Xing paused. Jiang Cheng hurriedly went out and just met the nurse who came in with the medicine. The patient was just pushed in by the nurse. "The patient is gone. How long will you leave here?" Jiang Cheng said without annoyance. It was true that things happened after getting off the plane. How could Jiang Cheng be in the mood to say something peaceful? The nurse looked dumbfounded. She didn't believe that the patient would be lost. This was a plot that only appeared in TV dramas or movies. How could it happen here? She didn't say anything and went straight in. He thought Jiang Cheng's tangled up. Clang. It is true that all the medicine bottles in the nurse's hand fell to the ground and broke to the ground because he did see that the bed was empty. She hurriedly reported to the head nurse and the dean, but Jiang Cheng ignored these and rushed out of the hospital, because he knew that this group of people could not run far. He rushed out of the hospital and found no suspicious person, so he felt like he was chasing in the other direction. He ran very fast, and there was wind under his feet. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng stopped because a group of people was blocking his way. These people were all big men, each with burly figures, smooth lines, and well-developed muscles. At first glance, they knew they were all practicing family. Jiang Cheng could feel that this group of people must know Mu Yu's whereabouts, so he stared at them and said, "Quickly speaking of Mu Yu's whereabouts, it is best to send him back intact, otherwise you will all die." This death character felt like it was typed from the 18th that made people tremble all over. And the biting cold instantly spread through the bodies of several big men. But the big man who took the lead said with a strong smile, "When you die, you still have a hard mouth. It is a cooked duck. You still want to leave here alive today. Ha ha ha, that's a joke." The big man finally laughed so hard that he himself felt unassuming, but he didn't know why. He had never before and felt very uncomfortable being suppressed by an invisible aura. "Ha ha, when you die, it's a good word. Unfortunately, you used the wrong person. It's not that I died, but you." Jiang Cheng just finished speaking and rushed forward. He didn't want to be in this group of gangsters, waste too much time, and today I was in a very bad mood. I felt that I was led by the nose all day. There was no freedom in life. He had to take the initiative and couldn't be passive. The saddest day in his life today is sorrow. The word is used just right now. This reminded him of Zhao Benchen and Song Danden's sketches, in which Song Danden said that Eastern football is sad. When he thought of the corners of his mouth hanging unnaturally, did he become Eastern Conference football today? When Jiang Cheng rushed over, his body rose into the air, and then he swept back, rotating 360 degrees in midair. Not only was the posture beautiful, but the effect was obvious. The two of them were swept back by this heavy sweep and lay directly on the ground, unable to get up, because the blinking had been delayed for a long time and they couldn't turn their heads. As soon as Jiang Cheng landed, the gang rushed over, and one of them flew straight up and hit Jiang Cheng's head hard. This is the housekeeping skill of this sturdy man. He is unsatisfactory after all attempts, even he doesn't remember how much. People fell under his heavy blow. Jiang Cheng squatted on the spot and then swept his legs on the ground. Because the big man used too much force, he landed on one foot after he descended and was just swept by Jiang Cheng's legs. The huge body hit the ground heavily, sending out a huge sound. When Jiang Cheng stood up, a heavy fist struck from the side. Jiang Cheng slammed his face and wiped his face with his head. Jiang Cheng's face was chilly as the cold wind blew. Jiang Cheng took the opportunity to hug the man's arm with his left hand, and his right hand hit the man's head with a heavy blow. The blood spurted out of the big man's mouth like a parabola, and then Jiang Cheng released his left hand, and the big man went straight to the bottom and could not get up again. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Cheng had already beaten 4 of the 10 people to the ground. He didn't have much physical strength at all, and the remaining 6 big guys found their companions lying on the ground in a blink of an eye, either imitation or physical injury. None of them was good. This made the 6 people a little scared, but now they have no chance to withdraw, so they must fight to the end. The area to attack Jiang Cheng is getting smaller and smaller, and the number of people who attack Jiang Cheng is getting smaller and smaller. Jiang Cheng is still righteous and proud, and there are signs of exhaustion. At this moment, suddenly, a flying foot kicked at him. Jiang Cheng saw clearly that it was a sturdy man on the opposite side. He gave himself a kick before Jiang Cheng's foot changed his pace, avoided the mountain peaks, and then hugged his calf. Jump back. Then there was a scream. A sturdy guy, he hacked and fell to the ground directly. This is the first time he hacked, but he didn't contact himself, but compared to others. This person is not a coach, nor is he the master, not even a comrade in arms, but rather an enemy, yelled in pain from the right or wrong man. At this time, there were 5 of the 10 sturdy men left, and the 5 sturdy men had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, in the distance, someone blew a whistle for a long, long time. Jiang Cheng went to the distance but didn't find it, and Jiang Cheng looked back again and found that 5 sturdy men supporting the 5 sturdy men were retreating frantically. Although the scenes were very funny, some had broken heads, some had lame legs, and some had their jaws dropped. It was truly a remnant. Defeated. Jiang Cheng was about to chase him when he suddenly discovered that there was a mobile phone on the ground, and the mobile phone was still on. The bomb was within him, so he picked up the phone and found out that a text message had been sent. Jiang Cheng clicked on the text message, and it said, "I want to save Mu Yu and drive to Mashan." Jiang Cheng directly dialed the phone, but it was an empty number. Jiang Cheng had no choice but to rent a Mercedes-Benz to the taxi house. Ma Shan was entered on the navigation. The car is driving fast on the highway. Time is life. Jiang Cheng knows that he is running against time, so the car is fast. Does the radar say, "Please pay attention to the speed of 3.9, you are speeding"? Regardless of this, Jiang Cheng directly throttled to the bottom, and the car charged forward like a rocket, and the wind on both sides changed most constantly, as fast as lightning. But suddenly, there was a heavy rain in the sky, and there was a pattern in front of the windshield. Although the rain friends kept paddling, the line of sight still looked a little fuzzy. Jiang Cheng turned on the double flash, then slowed down, and went straight off the expressway at the intersection in front of him. The rain was heavy, and there was no sign of stopping. This made Jiang Cheng very annoyed, but there was no way. The bigger nature is than the dwarf ants. So Jiang Cheng found a hotel nearby, stayed in, and waited for the rain to stop and hit the road again. The truth was that the gods were not beautiful. Jiang Cheng wondered if this trip was not a lucky day, and then he smiled helplessly. The sky gradually darkened, Jiang Cheng was turning on the lights, and the curtains were tightly drawn, but the sound of rain outside the window did not stop at all, and it was still pouring heavily. After drinking tea, Jiang Cheng took out his mobile phone to see that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Cheng planned to go to bed early so that he could raise his spirits and save Mu Yu tomorrow. In addition, he came to the bed, moved all the sheets on the bed to the window, and then arranged them. He decided where to sleep, because even if someone shot from the window, he could only shoot the bed. At this location, there is a wall blocking a safe area. Everything is properly arranged. Take off your clothes and walk into the bathroom. There is a big bathtub in the bathroom. The bathtub is very clean. Jiang Cheng filled the water and lay down by himself. He is really tired. This day is much more tired than the previous few days. Only then did he come here, one thing after another, never stopped. He feels that all things are not separate individuals, but are interlocking, just like a series of tricks by others, but they are located on your only way and have to go. This task is really not easy. Jiang Cheng knew that behind these things, there must be a pair of big hands operating all these 12 things. Jiang Cheng really needs to rest, and only after rest can he stay awake at all times. With a clear mind, you can escape from the opponent's serial tactics, or get rid of the tactics, but the premise is that you can look at the whole team and know everything well. Obviously, Jiang Cheng is not so good now, and his understanding of this group is on paper, so he must be careful. Just as Jiang Cheng was lying in the bathtub, enjoying the comfort that water brought to his body, a man in ink came to the first floor. Then he didn't know what he was holding in his hand. He just stroked the glass. It fell off, and he placed it gently on the side. Then the figure flickered, and he entered the room from this hole. Then he went straight up the stairs from the first floor to the second floor and up to the 5th floor. Then he secretly watched at the entrance of the stairs. There was no one, and then he came directly. The door of Jiang Cheng's house. He put his hand on the handle and turned it slightly. The door was locked and could not be turned. Then he took out an instrument from his pocket and put it on the lock at the door. This instrument was connected to his mobile phone, and he kept on it. The operation finally heard a ticking sound. The sound was very small, but it was very ear-piercing in the dark night. This person hurriedly put his ear to the door and listened for a while, and there was no response in the room. This person had an evil smile on his face. By the way, only he knew the smile, and others couldn't see it because he was covered in his face. Only 2 eyes were revealed. The man slowly turned the handle and the door opened slowly. He stepped on the cat and stepped forward. Then he looked to the bed. There was no one on the bed. Then he turned his head and found that the bathroom light was on and there was the sound of running water. Take a bath. He kicked the door open, facing the bath with a few rounds of bullets, then turned and left because he knew that after his shots, he would definitely die, and the Moi people came and went quickly. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng, lying on the ceiling of the bathroom, wanted to chase Moi Iron, but found that he was beautiful and had no clothes, so he didn't chase him. It turned out that Jiang Cheng was taking a bath just now, but suddenly he felt a cold shock and his whole body trembled. This was an instinctive reaction of his body before the danger came. He listened attentively and noticed an abnormal movement at the door, so he looked up and found that the bathroom ceiling was made of wood. Jiang Cheng opened the roof with both hands, then rushed directly up, and then slowly restored the plank to its original shape. Just after everything was done, someone rushed in and shot the bath. Jiang Cheng was lucky. His own premonition and his sixth sense counted his life again. Jiang Cheng got off the ceiling and then jumped into the bathroom. There was no water in the bathroom, and the water in it all flowed down the gun hole. Jiang Cheng seemed to have no chance to take a bath this time, so he put on his pajamas and went to the door to check the lock, and everything was normal. Jiang Cheng took a glass from the table, filled it with water, and put it on the doorknob. Gang Cheng didn't do that. If he did, the masked man in Gang would not come in, because the sound of the cup falling and breaking will scare away the masked man. After Jiang Cheng put everything in order, he came to the bed he arranged, then lay down and the sleep passed. It is strange to say that this night is safe. Jiang Cheng got up early and then looked out the window. It was a sunny day after the rain. Jiang Cheng came out of the hotel and found a restaurant. Breakfast here is quite rich, with rice porridge, steamed buns, tofu now, fried dough sticks, and this kind of side dishes. Jiang Cheng asked for a cup of soy milk and 4 fried dough sticks. He started to eat. Jiang Cheng knew that this was going to be dangerous, so he had to eat well so that he could have the strength to fight. He knew that sometimes it might be a few days. I can't even eat, so I have to eat well when I eat. After eating and drinking, Jiang Cheng went to the basement and took a small flashlight to check the car carefully, especially the engine and the tablets. When everything was checked, he got on the car. By the way, Jiang Cheng's inspection of the 4 corners is stricter, because he is afraid that someone will plant bombs and hack into the car, because he knows where he lives and his car must know. But in the end, there was nothing, which made Jiang Cheng smile, because he knew that they were too confident and felt that only a few shots had solved them, so they didn't do anything to the car. Jiang Cheng started the car, and the car drove out of the basement. The car drove very smoothly and then went directly onto the expressway. Jiang Cheng raised the speed of the car to a high speed, just like yesterday. Jiang Cheng was anxious in his heart, worried that Mu Yu's body would not be able to bear it. He was kidnapped just after the operation, and those enemies didn't care whether Mu Yu's body could bear it. Jiang Cheng got off the expressway after walking for a while, because the expressway could not reach that place, so he had to take the district road. This is a hillside road. This road is no longer a district road, and the road conditions are very poor. He walked slowly on the bumpy road and suddenly found a person lying on the road in front of the car, and Jiang Cheng stopped the car. He didn't get out of the car immediately, but sat in the car, lit a cigarette, and then smoked, watching the reaction of the person lying on the ground. The person lying there did not move, and there was no reaction around him. As soon as a cigarette was smoking, the man lying on the ground got up and walked towards Jiang Cheng's car. Jiang Cheng suddenly found a pair of eyes, the same person who shot in the room yesterday. Jiang Cheng pretended not to know him and watched the reaction of others. After the man got in the car, he looked at Jiang Cheng in the car. From the previous assassinations, he knew that the person in front of him was definitely not an easy person, and he had already felt his existence, or that he was going to assassinate him before he did it. Although I am not one of the world's top killers, I am not an ordinary person. I still maintain this extremely keen vigilance when he is extremely relaxed in the bath. I have to say that the person in front of me, it is already very close to the world's top skill. I am the one who assassinated you tonight. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken, the man said. He thought in his heart that according to this person's observer ability and vigilance, he had already met him tonight, even though he said he was covering his face. But for a person with very keen observer power and vigilance, he must have been recognized. Jiang Cheng did not expect that this person turned out to be the one who proactively reported his identity. Originally, Jiang Cheng thought this would come. Those who assassinated themselves will hide. Are you not afraid that I will kill you directly? You must know that you threatened my life just now, and I will not allow a bomb to follow me. As Jiang Cheng said, he was always ready. As long as the man in front of him made a move, Jiang Cheng would definitely subdue him directly. The man who assassinated Jiang Cheng looked at Jiang Cheng and said, I know you won't believe me easily, but I hope you will listen to my explanation. Jiang Cheng nodded and motioned to the man to continue. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had asked himself to explain, the man immediately said, My code name is Mole. This time I am here to assassinate you, is the order given to me. But now my mission has failed, so I must now gotta run. Run? Why are you running? Shouldn't you go back to King Reinforcements and come over to assassinate me? Jiang Cheng was a little puzzled when he heard what Mole said, and became more wary of the man calling himself Mole in front of him. Go back and ask for reinforcements. Mole said, just humming softly. It seems that the time to go back and ask for reinforcements is ridiculous. Jiang Cheng looked at the mole and didn't know what it meant to beat the rat. Then I heard Mole continue to say, Do you think I will be able to come out alive after I go back? The organization will not want a person who fails a mission. I think I am a person who fails in a mission. After I go back, I can only die. With one end now I have failed the mission, I can only choose to run, and now not only I am in danger, but also you. The mole stared at Jiang Cheng coldly. Jiang Cheng looked at what the mole said did not look like a lie, but Jiang Cheng still couldn't believe what the mole said. After all, he was still assassinating himself before, and now he is convinced by just a few words. It is absolutely impossible. I'm in danger, what should I say? Could it be that someone assassinated me? Jiang Cheng asked. I don't know about assassinating you, but it's true that someone ambushes you. Now the two of us are basically grasshoppers tied to a piece of grass. I am familiar with the terrain and you have the strength. Let's go quickly and never go. If it is too late. The mole said, his expression just started to get excited. Jiang Cheng looked at the excited expression of the mole and said in his heart, what the mouse said. You can't help but believe it, but you can't believe it all. If you run away, it's a very simple thing, but after you go away, White is here. I'm here to save Mu Yu. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng suddenly stretched out his hand to grab the mole's arm. The mole was in a state of excitement, and he didn't expect Jiang Cheng to say that he would do it. He was too late to react and was overpowered by Jiang Cheng. After Jiang Cheng subdued the mouse, he pressed the mouse with one hand and reached out to the mole's shoes with the other hand and pulled out his shoelaces. After pulling out the shoelaces, he tied the beating hand behind him. After tying the rat up, Jiang Cheng just said, You want me to take you away, yes, but you have to tell me where Mu Yu is now. After being subdued by Jiang Cheng, Mole did not resist. Bai Jing himself had assassinated Jiang Cheng's people before. Jiang Cheng was not wrong to be careful, but what Mole didn't expect was that Jiang Cheng was still there at this time. Thinking of saving people, Mole really didn't know what to say about this person. Mole looked at Jiang Cheng and was still thinking about teaching people at this time, just to persuade his eldest brother. At this time, you still have the heart to save people. Can we talk about ourselves first? Just like the two of us. Even if you can top 2 people alone, we will be 2.5 people. I am in an injured state and there is no way to fight. Abandon your partner and run by yourself. Although this kind of thing often appears on TV, it is absolutely impossible for Jiang Cheng himself to appear, and there is still this mole, a person inside the other party, which makes Jiang Cheng has confidence. Jiang Cheng said, Don't worry about how I want to imitate you. You just need to know now that if you are not worthy of me, you don't need your organization to hunt you down. I can now solve you for your organization. As Jiang Cheng said, he suddenly took out his pistol and put it on the mole's head. After Jiang Cheng's pistol was put on the mouse's head, he opened the insurance. When he first started to talk, Jiang Cheng was still amiable. Finally, he was full of murderous face, and the feeling of like heat in the car disappeared. In turn, Wang Zhao was a chill, making people feel can't help the shivering chill. Seeing Jiang Cheng's murderous intent, Mole trembled and said, I know where Mu Yu is. Can we put down the gun first? I will take you to find your partner, and then you will rescue it, but you have to promise me that after your partner is rescued, you must take me with you and run away from here. Otherwise, you will kill me now. Jiang Cheng heard what Mole said, nodded, agreed to Mole's request, and said, Okay, I promise you, but you must be sure that you can get me out of Mu Yu, otherwise I don't mind. Be a killer once and see if your assassination skills are good or mine. Okay, but I feel that if I want to assassinate someone, relying on the capabilities of your organization, there is no one who can stop me. Do you think so? Brother, you still put me as a fart, okay. How do I feel that there is a dead person on my left and right, eldest brother? Do you think this is okay? Let's leave temporarily and wait for us to make a perfect plan later. We will come to save people, and the Mole hasn't finished talking yet, and Jiang Cheng's pistol hits Mole's head here. Jiang Cheng said, Now you have only two choices. One is to be shot by me now, and the other is to fight with me. Let's save Mu Yu together. After Mu Yu is rescued, you can leave with us, and after leaving, we will ask you to solve the problems of the team members. How do you choose? Jiang Cheng said that finally, he opened the insurance of the robbery and just stared at the Mole. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Mole knew that he really had only one choice today. He could only follow Jiang Cheng to save Mu Yu, or else it would be in the next moment. When Jiang Cheng was shot down, Mole wouldn't doubt what Jiang Cheng said. After all, there was no benefit in lying to oneself. Mole nodded and said, I can follow you to rescue Mu Yu, but you have to make sure that after you rescue Mu Yu, you can promise to take me out. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, I'm sure. It seems that you have made the wisest choice in 913. Are you going to Cayenne Jiangxi now? The Mole nodded and said, Yes, but can you tie me up first? Would you let me be to save people? Jiang Cheng nodded, and then he said, Now you can tell me how you plan to save people. Jiang Cheng said while tying the Mole loose. After the Mole was loosened by Jiang Cheng, he moved a bit, some numb hands. Jiang Cheng watched the Mole's movements and did not put away the grabbing in his hand, and there was no insurance to turn off the gun. The Mole looked at Jiang Cheng but still did not put away the gun in his hand, and there was nothing he could do. Assassinated Jiang Cheng before, and it is normal for Jiang Cheng to be prepared for himself. After the rat moved for a while, he said to Jiang Cheng, Now I will take you to the underground passage of the mountain, but after reaching the underground passage, you must listen to me, otherwise we won't come out when Mu Yu little things. It is estimated that we will still be there. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, I hope you can do things well. Otherwise, the bullet from the gun will enter your head within a second, so you no longer worry about your life. The mouse was ashamed, and then the two drove to the foot of the mountain. After reaching the foot of the mountain, Jianshu took Jiang Cheng and parked the car very close to the underground passage so that they could evacuate quickly after they came out. When they stopped, they also deliberately turned the car around toward the direction they came. After getting off the bus, Mole said to Jiang Cheng, When you get inside, try not to talk, just follow me. I think I don't need to say anything if you see the opportunity. Jiang Cheng suddenly felt that this shadow mouse was really annoying like an old woman, and then he said, I see, hurry up and teach people to go, and then it will change later. We must hurry up. Then the two of them entered this underground passage. After entering the underground passage, Jiang Cheng had been looking around, checking the surrounding environment. After entering the underground passage, they walked a distance of more than 50 meters, but they magnetized two guards. Jiang Cheng looked at the guards and quickly lowered his head. He didn't want these guards to recognize that he was not here. After seeing the marrow, the guard greeted, Brother Feng, are you back? How is the mission? It goes without saying that if I go on a horse, it must be a success. If it's okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. There are still tasks for me, the Mole said, just leading Jiang Cheng inside. When Jiang Cheng walked to the two guards glanced at Jiang Cheng and said to Jiang Cheng, You are new here, why didn't I have seen you? When the mouse heard the guards, he didn't let Jiang Cheng speak, but directly said, What happened to me with someone? Do you think I can bring the team members? When Mole talked about the word team members, Jiang Cheng secretly put his hand on his pistol and did not speak. He just waited quietly for the two guards to speak. If there is really something wrong, Jiang Cheng is sure to get rid of the three people including Mole in an instant. No, I just asked casually. The people brought by Brother Mouse must have no problem. The Mole snorted slightly and walked inward with Jiang Cheng. After walking for a while, they just came to an iron gate. This iron gate is not a fence made of iron rods one by one, but made of thick steel sheets. Not only the door, but the entire wall is of this structure. It seems that this kind of door and the thickness of the wall is at least millimeters. Before the iron gate, there were 2 people guarding. After seeing the mole, these 2 people asked, "Brother Mouse, why are you here?" Mole nodded and said, "Damn, it's not the order from above. As soon as I finish the mission, let me pick someone up from you. I haven't even slept in the mission until now." Lao Tzu to mention people, as the mole said, he yawned. The 2 guards looked at the rat as if they were not sleeping enough. They flattered and said, "Brother Mouse, that's not because you are valued by the people above. Look at us, every day besides eating and sleeping, I just look at this big iron gate. How do you look like, Brother Mouse?" With that said, the guard just took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out of it, and handed it to Mole, and then handed it to Jiang Cheng. He didn't ask much about Jiang Cheng. After Yan Shu took the cigarette, the guard hurriedly lit the mole. After the mole lit the cigarette, he pretended to be angry and said to Jiang Cheng, "Why are you still stunned? Hurry up and bring someone to me. Lao Tzu has to go back to rest. I really don't know how the above will let you down without eyesight." Hearing what Mole said, the person who did not pass the cigarette to Mole just opened the door of the room hurriedly. After Jiang Cheng went in, he found Mu Yu, and Mu Yu saw that it was Jiang Cheng, and his eyes flashed to see beating rat. Seems to understand something. He opened his mouth and said nothing, but quietly followed Jiang Cheng out of the iron gate. After finding the person, the 3 evacuated from the underground passage and hurriedly drove the car down the mountain. However, waiting for people, the car punctured halfway through. Mouse and Mu Yu also got out of the car at this time. After getting out of the car, they looked at the car with a flat tire and asked Jiang Cheng, "What do we do now? Run with legs?" Jiang Cheng shrugged his shoulders and said, "What can we do? This is not on the main road. If it is on the main road, a flat tire can also drive a stretch. This is in the mountains. You can count on a flat tire. Is the car running in such a place?" Mu Yu and Mole fell silent when they heard Jiang Cheng's words. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's ear moved and said to the 2 of them, "Don't talk, be quiet." Then Jiang Cheng listened carefully. Mu Yu and Mole looked at Jiang Cheng, knowing that he must have heard something. They held their breath and quietly waited for Jiang to speak. After Jiang Cheng listened carefully, he smiled at the 2 and said that it seems we are still very lucky today. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Mole and Mu Yu were very curious. They have reached this point now, and everyone looked at each other. Immediately, Jiang Cheng said, "Now you take off your clothes, put a tree branch in the car, and hang your clothes in the car. Someone sent us the car." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he took off his coat and ran to the side of the road to fold the branches. After folding the branches, he put the branches in the car. Mole and Mu Yu are both very smart people, thinking about it. After thinking about it, I understood what Jiang Cheng meant and started to prepare according to Jiang Cheng's instructions. After the 3 of them were set up, they ran into the ravines on both sides and quietly waited for the arrival of future generations. As expected, the 3 men had just set it up, and Mole saw the car coming down from the mountain. Said to Jiang Cheng, "They should have come to kill us, but Jiang Cheng, how did you hear the sound of their cars? From the beginning to now, we have been preparing for a period of time. If you haven't stopped for a while, it means you have heard the sound of the car from a long distance." Jiang Cheng glanced at Mole and smiled at Mole and said, "As long as you exercise more, you can do the same. Besides, we are in the mountains and not in the city, so the sound of the car is not abrupt, so I am far away. I heard the sound of their car at the place." Hearing Jiang Cheng's explanation, Mole didn't ask any more questions. The 3 of them quietly waited for the car on the mountain to come. The car also found Jiang Cheng and the others' flat tire and drove to the distance. The car stopped at a distance of about 100 meters. Looking at the car that had stopped, Jiang Cheng gestured to Mu Yu and Mouse, meaning that he quietly touched the car. Then, the 3 of them quietly touched the time of the car from the ravine. There were 5 people in the car. After they got out of the car, one person was guarding the car by the side of the car, and the rest of the people walked towards Jiang Cheng's car. Seeing that there was another person guarding the car, Jiang Cheng and the 3 people came to the ravine on both sides of the car and asked them to wait here. Jiang Cheng quietly touched behind the person alone, stretched out his hand to grab the person's head, and suddenly condensed. The person's neck was broken directly by Jiang Cheng, and he fell softly into Jiang Cheng's arms. After that, Jiang Cheng made an okay gesture to Mole and Mu Yu and asked them to get on the car. Seeing Jiang Cheng's gesture, the two quickly walked towards the car without a trace of panic in their eyes. The four people who went to check Jiang Cheng's car entered Jiang Cheng's car and opened the door to check and found that there was no one in the car, except that there were 3 pieces of clothes hanging on the branches. At this time, the 4 of them also reflected and hurriedly turned their heads to check the car they were driving, but the person looking at the car was already on the ground. Needless to say, that person has been thoroughly recorded, and then the 4 I saw Jiang Cheng sitting in the driving seat and Mole in the co-pilot seat. The 4 of them hurriedly took out their pistols. They wanted to shoot Jiang Cheng, who was sitting in the driving position, and wanted to shoot Jiang Cheng. But Jiang Cheng simply wouldn't give them this opportunity. When they turned their heads, the car was already started, and it started with the sound of the car. Watching the movements of the 4, Jiang Cheng said to Mole and Mu Yu, "Keep your head down." Jiang Cheng said without looking back and slammed the accelerator to the end. The car rushed like a sword from the string. Going out, the tires of the car rubbed against the ground, and dust was raised, and it rushed toward the 4 people suddenly. Seeing the car rushing towards them, the 4 of them hurriedly hid on both sides of the road and fired twice in a hurry. But none of them hit Jiang Cheng, but hit the body of the car. The car is still speeding. After Jiang Cheng started the car, the accelerator of the car was directly stepped on by Jiang Cheng. The performance of the car was not bad. In just a few seconds, the speed had already reached 80, and it was still rising. When the 4 rushed to both sides of the road, Jiang Cheng had already drove past them. When the car passed by, there was still a lot of dust. The 4 of them looked at the car passing by and hurriedly continued to shoot at the car with their guns, but Jiang Cheng drove too fast, and the car was bumpy on the mountain road, and the 4 shots. It just couldn't hit people, even the car. Soon, the guns in the hands of the 4 had emptied their magazines, and they could only watch Jiang Cheng and they drive away. The 4 of them watched Jiang Cheng and they were already driving away from their field of vision. They hurriedly took out their walkie-talkie, said something to the walkie-talkie, and waited on the side of the road for a reply. After the car drove a certain distance, Jiang Cheng said to the Mole and Mu Yu, "Escaped." When they heard Jiang Cheng's words, they both sat upright and calmed down their beating hearts, said to Jiang Cheng, "Not bad." After that, he raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with admiration. Mole said on the side, "Yes, the car skills are okay. If there is something wrong, we really have to explain here. It's okay to be shot directly. If caught alive, the torture in the organization is not human." Speaking, patted Jiang Cheng's arm. People born to death together will always have different feelings. Jiang Cheng also smiled at Mole as if he had forgotten the assassination of the hotel. Husband Mu Yu looked at the back with a worried look, for fear that the people behind would catch up. Jiang Cheng held the steering wheel with one hand and shook the other hand towards Mu Yu and said, "Don't worry, do you know what the chosen one is? Don't worry, if I can be beaten by a few people, I didn't know how many times I died." After that, Mo Yu rolled his eyes together and looked at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng completely ignored the 2 people's eyes and then said to the 2 of them, "Look if there is anything on the car now. If you can find a phone, report it quickly and let someone come and support us." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Mole and Mu Yu began to look at the car. After searching for a while, Mu Yu found a phone in a bag behind him and immediately dialed the phone and said to the 2 of them, "I found cell phone." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "You report it quickly, and then tell the situation over here so that they can send more people." Mu Yu nodded and dialed the call. After the call was connected, Mu Yu gave her identity to the other side briefly, and the other side waited for a while. It was a different person who answered the phone, and after Mu Yu had told Jiang Cheng about the matter, he just hung up the phone. The 3 of them drove down the mountain quickly. The 3 of them had just arrived at the bottom of the mountain. They saw one car after another, followed by a special car. Jiang Cheng and the others got out of the car and reported their identities. After the team members knew Jiang Cheng and their identities, they were ready to go up the mountain and outflank. Just when the leader of the team was about to give orders, the Mole said to the side, "You don't have to go. Now, they have already left. The calm eyes are like talking about what to eat at noon, but it makes people have to believe. The team leading the team looked at Mole with a bit of surprise and asked Muyu, "This is?" When Muyu heard the question from the team members, she said, "Assault the rat, the people in the organization above." Muyu pointed to the mountain. Hearing Muyu's explanation, the team leader shook his head and didn't ask much. He still knew what happened when it was his turn to ask. The mole said to the team leader, "Want to know why? Look at the top." The mole said, pointing his finger at the top of the mountain. All the people followed the hands of their eyes and saw that in the direction of the mole's finger, a helicopter was slowly lifting into the air, leaving towards the distance. After seeing the helicopter, the team leading the team was just about to say something. They saw a sudden explosion at the top of the mountain in the distance. A small mushroom cloud spread out in everyone's field of vision. After a few seconds, Nai Longlong's blast, the voice came along, and everyone rushed. There was a shock, fearing that the ground would be blasted. The team members looked at the top of the mountain that had exploded and didn't know what to say, and then said, "Let's let people go up and check it out, and try not to let a fish slip through the net." After speaking, the team leader started arranging people to go up and search. Seeing that the team leader started to arrange, Muyu smiled wickedly at the mole at this moment and said, "You are separated from them now. Should you think about it, enter." When Mole heard Muyu's words, he thought for a while and said, "Forget it. It's okay to ask me to beat people, but let me be a team member. I will not do it. I really have no interest in this aspect." The mouse refused Muyu's invitation. Seeing that Bayan Dewey refused his invitation, Muyu didn't say much, but hit directly at the door of Rat Batter. The mole didn't say anything when he saw Wrong Yu do it directly, hurriedly hit it to the side, and said to Muyu, "What are you doing? What are you nervous about? What do you say? Just do it." Muyu simply didn't care what the rat beating said, but kept talking to the mole and had to keep beckoning. In the middle, the emperor returned to the previous imitation mouth, making it match the rat Canthus grin, but he didn't dare to fight back, for fear that Muyu was wrong, and directly combined with Jiang Cheng to kill him. Jiang Cheng looked at the sudden change in the painting style and was a little confused. However, letting the two of them fight here is not a matter of rushing forward, holding Muyu and asking, "What's wrong? Why did it suddenly?" Muyu said, "I did it. I didn't kill him to save him." Hearing Muyu's words, Jiang Cheng was even more confused. "I don't know what the situation is now," and continued to ask Muyu. Muyu gritted his teeth and said, Do you know what he did to me on the mountain? What's wrong with him on the mountain?" Mole asked, unconvinced. The whole sentence carried a sense of grandeur. Muyu bitterly looked at the mole and said, "When I was tortured on the mountain, you tortured me the most cruelly. Why did you say I beat you? When would I wait for my revenge if I didn't take revenge?" Mole looked at Muyu dumbly when she heard what Muyu said. Jiang Cheng didn't stop Muyu anymore, and then said to Muyu, "Since this is the case, then you are free to find me after you finish it. I will go to the car and wait for you to solve your own affairs." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he just walked towards the car. The mole watched Jiang Cheng just ignore him and went back to the car, and hurriedly followed Jiang Cheng and walked towards the car. Hearing what Jiang Cheng said, Muyu didn't do anything with Muyu anymore and got into the car behind Mole. After getting in the car, Jiang Cheng looked at the two who were no longer arguing and fighting and said, "You don't fight anymore." Muyu ignored Jiang Cheng. He sat in the co-pilot position, and Mole was ashamed to say something. He sat behind and smiled awkwardly. Jiang Cheng said amusedly, "Since you are not fighting, just let's go back." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he immediately started the car and set off towards the city mansion, still looking at the couple behind with a smug smile on his face. On the way, Jiang Cheng did not speak. Muyu and Su Feng did not speak. Jiang Cheng looked at the two of them and said, "Screw, you tell Muyu, after all, this matter is your fault." When the mouse heard Jiang Cheng's words, he nodded and looked at Muyu and said, "I'm sorry, I was also caused by the situation before. Forgive each other, I hope you can forgive me." When the mouse said this, his expression was very sincere, but Muyu simply ignored him. Jiang Cheng looked at Muyu and laughed suddenly. Muyu looked at Jiang Cheng suspiciously. Jiang Cheng looked at the rain and said, "You are still angry about this, and you are still a signer. I feel like a child." Muyu gave Jiang Cheng a moment, then turned his head angrily and looked out the window without speaking. Seeing this situation, Jiang Cheng knew that Muyu would not even bother to beat the rat for a while, So he smiled at the mole and then said to the rat, "Since you don't want to enter, then you follow. Let me do it." When Mole heard Jiang Cheng's words, he was very puzzled and asked, "Aren't you with her? Are you not a team member?" Mole originally thought that Jiang Cheng was also a team member, but what he meant, Jiang Cheng, it seems that Mu Yu is not in the same group. Jiang Cheng looked at Mole, who was a little puzzled, and said, "I am not a team member. I am a businessman and the boss of a technology company. This time I came out only because of form. How about you? Do you want to make money with me? Are you the boss of a company?" The mole looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise. He really did not expect that Jiang Cheng turned out to be a boss. This really surprised Mole. He also knows about Jiang Cheng's skills. According to Mole's judgment, even if Jiang Cheng is not a team member, he is also a special soldier in the barracks. He did not expect to be the boss of a company. Still a technology company. To be honest, if it weren't for Jiang Cheng to speak like a lie, and this kind of thing is not worth deceiving himself, Mole would definitely think that Jiang Cheng was talking to himself. Mole looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, "Then you are proficient in computers?" The mole was truly shocked. Jiang Cheng looked at Mole's expression, smiled and said, "I know you must find it incredible now. I am still the boss of the Huagia security team. Do you think I am proficient in computers?" Mole found himself in a state of shock since going down the mountain. Mole heard what Jiang Cheng said before and thought that Jiang Cheng was just the boss of a small company or the boss of an empty company. Did not expect that Jingren is still the leader of the security team. "If you really are the boss of the security team, then I will follow you, but I will say in advance, don't use me as a servant. If you are like this, I will definitely leave." The rat agreed to Jiang Cheng's invitation, but still offered his own terms. After the mouse finished speaking, Jiang Cheng was very happy. After all, there was an extra person in his company. This kind of thing is a big resource for his company. "Okay, I promise you. Besides, as the boss of the company, I won't abuse my people, so let's do it. When this matter is all over, you will follow me back. After I go back, I will make arrangements for you. Other things." The mouse nodded. Jiang Cheng, who was driving, noticed that raindrops began to drip gradually on the car windows, and he said, "It looks like it's going to rain heavily today." Jiang Cheng just finished speaking. The outside of the car suddenly lit up, and then there was a burst of rumbling sound. Hearing thunder, Jiang Cheng said, "It seems that my crow mouth is really right. But it's good to rain, but it's much cooler after rain." With that said, Jiang Cheng just drove to the team. After arriving at the team, Mu Yu took Mole over for interrogation. But the mole was very cooperative, basically asking what he would say. Mu Yu, who was interrogating Mole, suddenly heard her cell phone rang. Mu Yu looked at the number on the phone and said to the team around her that the interrogation should be suspended. "I went out to answer the phone." After speaking, Mu Yu left the interrogation room directly. After leaving the interrogation room, Mu Yu opened the phone and connected to the phone, only to hear the other end of the phone saying, "This matter has already been reported to me, and now I have arranged another one. People will come to you. I guess you have arrived at the airport now. You should pick up this person now." A vicissitudes of voice came from the other end of the phone. "I don't know who came here this time. Is there a picture of him? How do we find him after we get to the airport?" Mu Yu asked immediately after listening to the phone. "The information has been sent to your mobile phone. It is estimated that after you arrive, you should be able to see him directly. For other things, just look at the information. Contact me if you have any questions." "Well, yes, I will arrange for someone to pick her up now." Mu Yu hung up the phone before he finished talking. Mu Yu withdrew his mouth and opened the file. He saw the information he had just received on his phone, his eyes glared and his expression returned to normal. When Mu Yu heard that another person was arranged, he was very curious why another person was arranged from above, but since it was already arranged and the person is already here, but now he is interrogating Mole, this matter let Jiang Cheng go. It is estimated that Jiang Cheng is not knowing what he is doing there, but he can guess it with his feet. Jiang Cheng is definitely not doing business. Thinking of this, Mu Yu walked towards the room where Jiang Cheng was staying. After entering the door, Jiang Cheng was playing Minesweeper in front of the computer. Seeing Jiang Cheng's leisurely appearance, he secretly said in his heart that he was not doing it as expected. On business, Mu Yu said to Jiang Cheng, "Another person has been arranged to come over. You can pick him up at the airport now." Hearing what Mu Yu said, Jiang Cheng looked up at Mu Yu and then asked, "Ill or female?" After speaking, Jiang Cheng started playing his Minesweeper again. Mu Yu looked at Jiang 67 and said, "Don't you know when you arrive? Go and get it. He is probably at the airport now, but don't let him wait any longer. After all, he will work with us in the future." When Jiang Cheng looked at Mu Yu, he could only pat his butt, stood up and looked at the weather outside, and found that it was still raining outside, shook his head and said, "Don't go." After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, he sat down again. Looking at Jiang Cheng's appearance, Mu Yu threatened directly, "If you say that, I have to reconsider how I should deal with moles, but he seems to have agreed before. Joined your company. If I was detained in the team like this, I think you can't get him out." Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows when he heard Mu Yu's threat. Although it was easy to pull the mole out, Jiang Cheng didn't want to do that. But thinking that Mu Yu shouldn't do it, he said, "No, go with." Mu Yu looked at Jiang Cheng, who was hard and soft. She shook her head. He walked outside and said, "Since you are not going, I will go by myself. But I heard that this person is a big beauty. If some people really don't go, this kind of opportunity will never go." "Oops, she will come. Isn't she just a doorman? I don't want to go." Jiang Cheng refused to give the new doorman Mu Yu a face. Mu Yu heard Jiang Cheng's words of direct rejection without hesitation. Frowned slightly, asked, "Jiang Cheng, what do you want to do? What emotions are you making?" Hey, Jiang Cheng usually doesn't want to be a big name. What emotions did he have with himself today? He doesn't even know who the newcomer is. He shouldn't have any holidays with others. It's strange. Jiang Cheng turned his head and glanced out of the window. It was still raining heavily, and it would be a charm to hit the car window and then drip. "It's so heavy rain outside. It's strange that I don't get drenched when I go out now." Jiang Cheng, don't do such silly things." Jiang Cheng stretched out his finger and pointed at the house, looking at the rain, said impatiently. Mu Yu looked at Jiang Cheng, who was impatient, and shook his head. While pulling up Jiang Cheng, who was sitting in the chair, Mu Yu said, "We'll drive and we won't get you." "Go." Jiang Cheng was dragged to the co-pilot very reluctantly. Looking at the rain on the car window, he felt reluctant. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng was still tied to the airport by Mu Yu, waiting for the arrival of his new colleague. People coming and going in the airport. Jiang Cheng folded his shoulders and looked at the rain outside the window with an agitated face. Mu Yu looked at her phone and outside the window from time to time, but she still didn't see that person. "Huh, is the plane late? We have been waiting here for so long. Why haven't we seen the person?" the team said. Mu Yu and Jiang Cheng stood in the airport lobby. She grumbled with her forehead. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "You have to hold me to wait. You have to finish the decision you made by yourself. Come on." "Wow, I'm not very irritable anymore. I'm just a little worried. I don't know if something happened," Mu Yu said anxiously and stomped her feet on the ground. It was said that the new doorman who came this time was a girl who was pretty, and if something happened during a business trip, it would be really worrying. I really made myself anxious. Jiang Cheng lightly patted Mu Yu's shoulder like an ankle and said, "Oh, don't you worry about eating Luotaden, okay? Nothing will happen, trust me." After speaking, Jiang Cheng walked towards the other side and did not say hello to Mu Yu. Jiang Cheng knew very well in his heart that the assistant that superior could assign to him, whether it is a boy or a girl, must not be a weak person, and he will naturally have some of his own strengths. If that goalkeeper is really that weak, then I won't let him join my team. "Jiang Cheng, where are you going again? Don't run around." Mu Yu shouted at Jiang Cheng, a little annoyed. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng didn't look back at Mu Yu, but he still replied, "I'm going to buy a drink. It's so boring. I'll bring you a drink later." Jiang Cheng is now lined up at the Starbucks window, planning to buy 2 cups of Frappuccino to take home, one for Mu Yu and one for the new doorman who has never met before. Although he hates new colleagues, but at least treat others fairly. "Ah, who robbed my bag? Come here, catch the thief." Jiang Cheng heard a little panic shouting from a big sister not far away. The thieves nowadays are really courageous. There are so many surveillances in the airport who dare to steal things. I really don't take the team members seriously. Jiang Cheng looked in the direction of the eldest sister. A beautiful girl was running forward frantically. Naturally thinking that the girl was a thief, he shouted, "I'm going now. Girls are starting to be thief." After speaking, Jiang Cheng ran towards the girl. After all, he had a pair of gorgeous long legs, and in a few seconds he threw himself in front of the girl like a leopard. "What are you doing? Don't stand in front of me. You have delayed me from doing business. Can you bear the responsibility?" The girl had been chasing the bag thief in front, but was suddenly blocked by Jiang Cheng and said a little angrily. Jiang Cheng frowned and said earnestly, "Can you be a girl with a three-pointed attitude? These things are normal in the eyes of you young people. Do you know? How irresponsible is this? The young people nowadays are so amazing that they can't stop talking, and it's amazing to be able to say that stealing is a business in front of them. Who said I'm a thief? You're afraid I'm sick." The woman is also a violent temper. She couldn't help seeing the thief who had already run away without a shadow and hit Jiang Cheng's face with an uppercut. "Go with." Jiang Cheng was startled and tilted his head, stretched out his left hand to grab the woman's hand, but she avoided it. Oops, the person who can dodge his fist seems to be a practitioner. Have you practiced? Jiang Cheng was talking to the woman while he was defending against the woman's attack, with more approval in his eyes. After all, such a young woman with such a good skill, I am afraid there are not many in the world. The woman obviously didn't want to be long-winded with Jiang Cheng and shouted, "Uncle, are you sick? Have I ever practiced? Just better than you. I haven't tried my best yet, but you seem to have begun to prevail now." Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said to the woman. The woman knows she is at a loss, and her skill is indeed inferior to the man who fought with herself. She shouted, "I tell you, you are hitting me now. It is called obstructing the law enforcement of the team members. You will be punished by the law, is it? Are you a team member? Are you not a thief?" Jiang Cheng also began to feel that something was wrong and asked with some confusion. The woman sighed and slowly retracted the close attack on Jiang Cheng, saying, "So you always think I am a thief? Yeah, don't you? Then who is the elder sister who just yelled for the prestige?" Jiang Cheng also felt that he did have some impulses just now, and he asked Jun hesitantly. The woman rolled Jiang Cheng's eyes with disdain and said, "Do you have ink? Let me show you my team member's work card, and Lai Wang's has proof of an increase." The woman was still looking for her ID card and other documents in her backpack. Because Mu Yu hadn't waited for the new doorman, Jiang Cheng was gone. He hurried to look for it. When he saw Jiang Cheng, he ran over and said, "Hey Jiang Cheng, efficiency doesn't matter. Do you already know each other?" "Mu Yu, what do you mean, we already know each other? Should this woman who can beat me and I know each other?" Jiang Cheng couldn't help but twitched his eyes. Mu Yu seemed to be aware of the awkward environment between Jiang Cheng and the woman, and said to the woman, "You are Zhang Lin? I remember that the person in the photo is you." "Yes, I am Zhang Lin, are you?" Zhang Lin could only reply to Mu Yu's question for a while and completely put Jiang Cheng aside. Mu Yu smiled and replied, "My name is Mu Yu, and the man you met just now is Jiang Cheng. From now on we will be partners at work." Partners? Jiang Cheng and Zhang Lin asked in unison. Both of them seemed a little surprised. Mu Yu looked at the two people and nodded at the same time and said, "That's right, Jiang Cheng, this is the two of us who are coming to pick you up." I get it." Jiang Cheng nodded, squeezing a smile on his face awkwardly. Jiang Cheng still quickly replied calmly and smiled. He stretched out his hand to Zhang Lin, said, "Your name is Zhang Lin, right? Then we will meet again now. My name is Jiang Cheng, your new colleague in the future." Hello, Jiang Cheng. My name is Zhang Lin. I'm glad to meet you, and I hope to show you more." Zhang Lin also feels that the scene has become very embarrassing. Fortunately, she stretched out her hand and shook Jiang Cheng back, slowly, politely. Rong Yu looked at Jiang Cheng and Zhang Lin, whose relationship had eased to normal. Then, "Let's go to the parking lot together. Go back quickly." Zhang Lin had to report to the team. "This is the rule." "No." Jiang Cheng and Zhang Lin yelled again in unison. Mu Yu looked at the two people who have a tacit understanding and couldn't help laughing and asked, "What's the matter? Someone just stole a big sister's bag. We as law enforcement officers, we must find someone else's bag first." Jiang Cheng looked at Mu Yu and slowly explained. Before Mu Yu made a decision, I heard Zhang Lin's voice among the three people. "Well, I think so too, it's just. But now that people are no longer running, the airport is crowded with people. That's not it. Too easy to find, things are a bit tricky. Don't worry about this. As long as Jiang Cheng is there, nothing is a problem," Mu Yu said to Zhang Lin while giving Jiang Cheng a look of admiration. Zhang Lin paused slightly and asked, "Jiang Cheng, is he really that good? I don't think I'm too powerful, but it has always been more reliable, right?" Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and explained to Zhang Lin. Others can question me about anything, but I can't question my own strength. Jiang Cheng, don't you know how to be a low-key person? Do you know what is called mature wheat with your head down?" Zhang Lin looked at Jiang Cheng with some doubts, her face filled with hints. Before Jiang Cheng could reply, Muyu gently patted Zhang Lin on the shoulder and said, "Well, if you see Jiang Cheng's glorious and glorious history, I can guarantee that he will not praise him for being low-key." "Really? Then I'm on the team in a while. You must take it out and show it to me," Zhang Lin said to Zhang Lin with some doubt. Jiang Cheng didn't want to reply to such a nutritious conversation between Zhang Lin and Muyu, saying, "Stop talking, let's start now. Then you will assign our actions." Muyu replied when she heard Jiang Cheng's business talk and put away a sprinkle of foreign wine. Zhang Lin frowned and asked to Jiang Cheng and Muyu, Should we act alone like this? Don't call or send a report to the organization first. Ask them to allow us to move this time." Puff. "Then when you ran to chase the thief by yourself, did you report to the organization? Also, do the task with me, Jiang Cheng. Just listen to me, organize or whatever, leave it alone." "Jiang Cheng is right," Zhang Lin slowly explained. After speaking, Jiang Cheng solemnly ordered the two people, "Muyu, you and Zhang Lin will go together and ask the eldest sister whose bag was stolen first. What is in her bag? What credentials are there? Estimate the total amount of all economic assets. Then Muyu, you come to register. Zhang Lin, you go to the window to report the loss of all the ID cards and bank cards to the eldest sister, and use the rabbit thief to do something illegal with the bank card and identity information." Thing received. After all, Muyu and Zhang Lin had received professional and systematic training. Hearing Jiang Cheng's instructions, they turned around and started. Jiang Cheng didn't leave the place in a hurry. Instead, he pulled out his mobile phone from his bag, dialed the phone of assistant Lindell and said, "Linda, it's me, Jiang Zai, Big Boss Jiang. I haven't called me for a long time. I believe something must happen. Come on, what else is going to be done by my little assistant?" Linda was helpless and replied to Jiang Cheng on the other end of the phone extremely seriously. Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, "Linda, you can't PO. Now it's business, you still have to go to the door and I will adjust the monitoring." The first 2 hours, about 2:30 to 3:30 in the afternoon, the airport, yes, and the surveillance on the road at the south gate of the airport. His memory should not be bad, as if vaguely remembering that Xiao Lun ran over from the south, he must have done a guilty conscience and definitely ran out of the airport nearby. So, probably that Y went out from the south gate of the airport. "Big boss, can you keep your eyes high? Why do you ask me to adjust the monitoring every time you call me? Also, for the monitoring of the airport, you can just go to the airport directly. Why do you even call to find out I want it? Didn't I go around a circle and wasted time for nothing?" Linda asked impatiently. She was obviously a little assistant, busy dealing with documents or something. "But since I have been with Jiang Cheng." "Great God. Check the monitoring in 3 days and run the team in 5 days. Dare to ask that little assistant can stand it." Hearing the words, Jiang Cheng pursed his lips and replied to Linda, "Okay, can I give you processing funds? I asked you to adjust the monitoring because it is more convenient for you to use the company's system to call the monitoring. If I want to go, if you find the airport management staff to call for monitoring, you must also ask your superiors. Find the boss and the responsible personnel for signatures and walk down one by one. It will take a long time. Humph, Big Boss Jiang Cheng, if it wasn't for your handsome appearance, I wouldn't be able to do these coolies." Linda replied with some playfulness. Jiang Cheng smiled over the phone and said, "It's all right, the year-end bonus will be doubled and your salary will triple from this month." "Okay, hee, rich money, right? Okay, I won't talk to you, local tyrant. I'm going to the door, Jiang Pappy, to work." Assistant Lindai said to Jiang Cheng teasingly. Jiang Cheng naturally heard Linda give himself the nickname Jiang Pappy, hung up the phone disapprovingly, planning to see if there were any clues on Zhang Lin and Muyu. "Muyu, what's the situation on your side now?" Jiang Cheng walked to Muyu and Zhang Lin in 3 steps and 2 steps, and saw the 2 women walking around asking for the identity information of the eldest sister who was stolen. Asked. Yu stood up slowly and replied to Jiang Cheng, "Report, we have completed the inquiry." The stolen person's handbag contained a wallet containing 95 yuan in cash, 2 chapters from China Merchants Bank and Eastern Bank, credit cards and deposit cards, as well as a iPhone's 2 mobile phone, the stolen passport, and a visa that is still within the validity period. Oh, by the way, there is also a ticket to outside the area at 7:30 in the evening. It seems that the eldest sister I asked is a local tyrant. Tusk spray, what do you say if you are really rich? Jiang Cheng seemed to have grasped some information and suddenly asked. Mu Yu raised his eyebrows. He said to Jiang Cheng, how about are you also scared by the degree of this elder sister's local tyrant? What's the matter with what? Do you think there is a lot of work in the current Jiang? Use an iPhone's 2 mobile phone as a tyrant. Is my focus on money? Are you stupid? Jiang Cheng stretched out his right index finger and nodded Mu Yu's head with some speechlessness. Mu Yu withdrew her mouth, said, then what's wrong with you? Where is your focus? Cell phone. Jiang Cheng thought for a while, sorted out his thoughts. He replied to Mu Yu. Mu Yu smiled disdainfully, said, then you haven't focused on other people's iPhone's 2 phones? Envy. Mu Yu, don't forget I'm not just a team member. Jiang Cheng reluctantly squeezed Mu Yu, looking at Mu Yu as if the mud couldn't support the wall. Mu Yu grimly replied to Jiang Cheng, eyes. Sorry, is the boss stupid? To someone whose wealth can be on the Forbes rankings. Saying that there is an iPhone's 2 mobile phone is rich. Well, I might have lost my brain, Watts. Okay, it's business. You said that eldest sister's cell phone is still in her bag, right? Jiang Cheng paused and asked Mu Yu. Mu Yu nodded and replied to Jiang Cheng, that's right, iPhone's 2. Silly Mu Yu, what else can you see besides iPhone's 2? Jiang Cheng helplessly dropped his mouth, asked back. Mu Yu pouted and said, there's nothing left, meat. Right. Just say it straight, iPhone's 2, is it a mobile phone? What's important about a mobile phone? Now you come with me to ask the phone number and identity information of the stolen person. I used the satellite positioning of my Zunteng company to locate her mobile phone's current real-time location. Understand? Jiang Cheng sighed, he said helplessly. Chang Lin also walked over at this time and said, what are you talking about? You are not here for so long, Mu Yu, you are also true. Run over to find Jiang Cheng, but you tell me, I can't see it when I turn my head you are a human, and thought what happened to you. Bao Mu Yu said with some embarrassment. Jiang Cheng frowned and said, time is waiting for no one. Let's ask the phone number and ID information of the stolen first. What did you say, the phone number? I just asked. And I already know that the eldest sister whose bag was stolen is very cooperative with our team's law enforcement. Zhang Lin reported to Jiang Chenghui. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Lin and his eyes were full of approval and said, okay, then you can show me the list of the phone number. Just now, Zhang Lin handed Jiang Cheng the information record sheet. Jiang Cheng's cell phone rang, diddy. Jiang Cheng saw the call from assistant Linda and immediately pressed the answer button and said, Linda, come on, did the surveillance video call it out? Well, yes, I called them all out and saw them. What you are looking for is the thief who steals a big sister's handbag. I just saw you chasing him. Linda replied solemnly to Jiang Cheng on the other end of the phone. Jiang Cheng pursed his lips and said, yes, that's the man in the pure ink suit. Where is he now? I have been taking surveillance video in the direction of his escape. I just saw him walk in from an apartment on Bluetooth Road, but that was old-fashioned apartment. I'm not sure which house he is in. Linda whispered in a quick report. Jiang Cheng nodded at this end of the phone and said, it's pretty good, then I will show you a list of phone numbers. You can use the most accurate set of satellite positioning query system in the company to immediately find out the phone number used by the card. The precise location of the phone. It really deserves to be the person who personally picked out to be his assistant. Linda's work efficiency is really good. Boss Jiang, tell me. I will write down my phone number and go to the logistics department immediately to check. Linda said as she went from her desk, take out the notebook from the second drawer, and prepare to start recording the phone number that Jiang Cheng said later. Jiang Cheng said slowly, well, take your time to record. Don't make any mistakes. The situation is urgent. Okay, that boss, I'll hang up first and go to the logistics department to work. After that, Linda, I just hung up. Zhang Lin saw Jiang Cheng put down the phone and immediately asked, how is it? What is the situation now? I have asked my assistant to retrieve the surveillance video of the airport and follow the thief's escape route all the way, and now I locate him on the Bluetooth Road. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Lin and replied slowly. Zhang Lin frowned and said, did you not ask your superiors? How could you be able to retrieve surveillance video in public places like the airport so quickly? Also, you are a team member. Do you have an assistant? It's really strange. When did the treatment of a small team member become so good? It's really confusing. Zhang Lin, you don't know, Jiang Cheng is not just a team member. He or Mu Yu had not had time to explain to Zhang Lin before he was interrupted by Jiang Cheng's words. Well, anything other than work will wait until the case is finished. Jiang Cheng, Mu Yu, and Mole were also indispensable. After Zhang Lin returned to the team, suddenly many team members besieged the four directly. Just when Jiang Cheng was inexplicably or even a little bit forced, the people who besieged them directly tested the mouse. Jiang Cheng suddenly had the urge to do his hand. His palm immediately turned into a fist, and he silently calculated the time and speed of his own punching, and he had to lift it in the fastest time. This bastard, and then take away the rat. Escaped. Even the route was figured out. At this moment, one hand held Jiang Cheng's hand. Jiang Cheng turned his head and saw Mu Yu. Mu Yu kept shaking his head and told Jiang Cheng not to be impulsive. Jiang Cheng looked at Mu Yu's sincere eyes, and the anger in his heart died down. The fist also becomes the palm. Jiang Cheng thought in his heart, I'm going to see what they can do with the rats. At this time, if Jiang Cheng hits people, it is really not a sensible move. When the time comes, he will bring a series of troubles to himself. The gain is not worth the loss. Suddenly the door was pushed in. The boss came in. The boss smiled and said, Mole, you fell into our hands this time, so you can't escape. Our law will definitely make you repay this in prison. Sins made inside and out. The boss had a heavy tone, speaking righteously, full of vigor, and Mole said nothing. He didn't resist either, but looked at Jiang Cheng deeply. At this glance, it is all-encompassing. There are nostalgia, reluctance, respect, hope, expectation, and loss. Jiang Cheng looked at a glance in his heart, as if he had knocked over a 5-flavored bottle. Even he did not know the ups and downs. With this look, the mouse was suppressed by the boss and a group of people. Jiang Cheng and Mu Yu were left behind in Fang Kelly. Mu Yu wanted to talk to Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng said, You go back, I'm alone. Jiang Cheng is serious. The danger is also ugly. Mu Yu has no reason to resist, and he has no courage to resist, but he didn't go out or stood there quietly, because he was worried that Jiang Cheng would lose control and do stupid things. So he just stood there. Jiang Cheng knew what Mu Yu was thinking, so he said, Go, don't worry, I won't do stupid things. Let me think about how to save the mole through regular channels. Mu Yu heard Jiang Cheng say this, so he went out directly. Zhang Lin followed out and guarded the door. Jiang Cheng took out the phone and dialed a number. He didn't want to make this call, but he made the second call. Hello, boss. They want to sentence rat beating. I think you came forward and let him go. Jiang Cheng said in a word, but you promised me another task. I simply agreed to Jiang Cheng, but he also offered conditions. Yes, but I want to travel with Mole. Let's do this task together. Jiang Cheng blurted out without thinking. Deal. The boss hung up after finishing talking. Jiang Cheng hung up the phone and rushed to Mu Yu's side excitedly, saying, The boss is approved, rat beating can come out. Jiang Cheng cried out excitedly at Mu Yu, Really? Hear this? Mu Yu jumped off the chair and said, Although I have always acted like I hate that brat, but at least that fellow is not bad, although the previous one was positive and the crowd beat himself. Who is the mole? Zhang Lin took a sip of coffee and asked when looking at the two excited people. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Oh, a guy in the Mo Zio organization. That's the Mo Zio we are going to get rid of in this mission. Mu Yu explained on the side. Let me go. Are you crazy? Our opponents are released. I think you are very happy. Zhang Lin looked at the two of them idiotly. Then she shook her head and took a sip of coffee with a hopeless expression. He followed me, and he is now my little brother, Jiang Cheng said with a grimace. Zhang Lin raised up the information in Jiang Cheng's hand and said, You are not even a member of the team, let alone a soldier. Where's the little brother? Street gangsters cut. Go, pick up the mole. Jiang Cheng withdrew Chi's mouth and said to Mu Yu, who was on the side. Mu Yu nodded and walked ahead. Come out. Mole looked at Jiang Cheng and then at Mu Yu, obediently walked out. Mu Yu grabbed Mole's arm and waved his hand to untie the chain on Mole's hand. This world welcomes you. You are free, Mu Yu said to Mole with a smile. Mole looked at Mu Yu stupidly and then at Jiang Cheng, eyes full of doubts. Now, thank you, boss, he pleaded with the boss. Mu Yu pointed to Jiang Cheng and said, with a smile in his eyes, Thank you. The mole hugged Jiang Cheng, lowered her voice and sobbed on Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Jiang Cheng touched Mole's head and nodded. The mole was even more excited and held it tighter. Don't plan to treat, Mu Yu said to the two with an unhappy face. Every time I saw Mole, I remembered that I was being beaten by a gang, and I felt upset and wanted to fight back. But if you can't beat it yourself, you can still cheat a meal. Please, must please. Mole waved his hand with a bold face and said to the two, "Yo, is this the end of the report?" Jiang Cheng's asked rhetorically, but it was a pig's cry. "Why do you remind me?" Mu Yu said, dissatisfied with Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng shrugged helplessly, a happy laugh. In the shop, which is not too quiet, the mouse finds a quiet private room, and everyone enjoys playing in the private room. Just as everyone was clamoring, there was a bang. This is the sound of the character falling to the ground. "Go and have a look." Mu Yu rushed forward before the words fell, and Jiang Cheng reluctantly followed. "Player, don't move." Mu Yu rushed into the room and took out the team member's card. With a bang, the door was kicked open. The few people inside heard that the team members immediately stopped moving. Jiang Cheng went in and saw a man standing outside. The deaf music in the room was still thinking. Mouse covered his ears and turned off the speaker. Mu Yu glared at the two of them, but Jiang's eye stopped him when he wanted to rush up. "I'm here." Jiang Cheng turned to Mu Yu and said something. Then he rushed to the man and threw the man to the ground. "Beat a woman? Cool." Jiang Cheng glanced at the man and said to the man, "A kick in the face." After kicking, Jiang Cheng rushed over and found that the beauty was lying on the ground and fainted. A shy face was very handsome, pair of willow eyebrows, a pointed chin, and big eyes. But now the eyes are closed, the ink white that can't see the eyes is clear. Jiang Cheng couldn't stand such a beautiful woman lying here. He couldn't just sit back and watch. Jiang Cheng squatted down quickly and was about to pick up this beautiful woman. Suddenly, a burst of fragrance flashed, and just as Jiang Cheng was scenting the fragrance, he was pushed away by a force of cha. Although the force was not great, he forced his hind legs for a half step. When Jiang Cheng was about to squeeze him back, he found that Zhang Lin had stepped down and picked up the beautiful woman, looking around. The angry Jiang Cheng really wants to kick her in the legs. I really don't understand how to be her own teammate. He is not afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like others. Jiang Cheng now understands this sentence quite thoroughly. Jiang Cheng said irritably, "I'm going to save the girl and send her to the hospital." "What are you doing?" Jiang Cheng's voice was a little loud because he was angry, and Mu Yu and Mole looked over here. "Could it be that you alone will send her to the hospital? But I will not. I also want to send her to the hospital," Zhang Lin said with confidence, and was about to hug and walk downstairs. At this moment, because Rong Yu looked towards Jiang Cheng and didn't pay attention to the person who was squatting on the ground with his head in his hands, he suddenly jumped up and kicked Mu Yu's waist. Mu Yu flew over. The speed was so fast that Jiang Cheng was also taken aback. "It seems that there are such powerful people in it, so I really underestimated them." Jiang Cheng jumped up and hugged Mu Yu directly. The two landed at the same time and then rolled on the spot, releasing all gravity and then standing up again. Just as Mu Yu flew up, a person also attacked Mole. This person's luck was obviously not as good as that of the person who kicked Mu Yu. Because of Mu Yu's flying up, Mole Dun looked back and found a 4-8-year-old. The foot came straight to his own footsteps. The mouse squatted down quickly, rubbing his scalp with his big feet, and the wind could blow his hair up. It was under the mouse while holding his right hand. When the man's stall was just in front of him, he was cruel. A punch hit the man's stall. Then everyone would guess that it was a scream, no different from killing a pig. The man lying on the ground curled up and rolled, holding the stall with his hands, and the sweat on his head beckoned like a pouring rain. "Come out." After getting up, Jiang Cheng said to Mu Yu, "How are you? Can you fight?" Mu Yu patted her clothes and laughed. "Her mother's waist is every time." "Who is my waist?" "It's not my waist disc protrusion. They do not change places." Jiang Cheng must have seen Mu Yu flirting and cursing. He must be fine. For a while, the man had already put Jiang Cheng Mu Yu in the middle of the rat beating area. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhang Lin. She was holding the woman. Jiang Cheng said loudly, "Do you protect that girl? Don't get hurt." Jiang Cheng is really worried that a pig-like opponent will put to the ground and participate in the battle. There is no worries. Jiang Cheng, Mu Yu, and the mole 3 back-to-back form a stable triangle so that no matter where he attacks from anywhere, someone will respond, and he will not be hit by his opponent in the back. Why is the friendship so close? After so many years, will it fade with time? It's because they experienced life and death together. They gave their backs to their comrades in arms, and their comrades only charged during the battle, because their backs were given to their comrades. And they know that their comrades will block bullets for them with their bodies, protect their backs. So this kind of friendship is exchanged for life, so you must kiss and be deep. This was the group of people who could not wait to attack. Jiang Cheng directly rushed over, blocking the punch with one hand. Then he changed the past one moment, but this punch was Jiang Cheng's full blow. He knocked his opponent directly to the ground. Jiang Cheng didn't stop, because the enemy didn't stop either. He went to the flying kick, kicked from the side on the spot, and then swept the kicker directly to the ground. All three of them are good skills. Every punch, every kick is free and easy drifting. Zhang Lin is dazzled, and every cell in her body is about to explode. She really regrets that Gang Yu grabbed this girl by herself. Otherwise, she is one of them now, and her skill will not be worse than the one at the scene. So these gangsters must be beaten to kneel and call sister. The room suddenly became quiet, and Jiang Cheng laughed. I dare to resist even with this ability. Mu Yu took all the rats away, and the team will check it later. Mu Yu and Mole took out the cast and tortured all the gangsters, and then Jiang Cheng arranged for Zhang Lin to send the beauty to the hospital. Zhang Lin must ensure the safety of the girl. This is your first mission. Don't let me down. This was given to Zhang Lin by Jiang Cheng when Zhang Lin was leaving, and Zhang Lin rolled her eyes in anger. And Jiang Cheng, Mu Yu, and Mole immediately waited for all the gangsters in the team. Jiang Cheng felt that this person would definitely not be easy to take home for a good investigation. As soon as the team handed over the task, a few people chatted together, and a man in a suit and shoes walked into the team, and the one who was familiar with the road came to Mu Yu's side. He lowered his head and pressed his voice and said, "Is Mu Yuren?" Although the man kept his voice down as much as possible, Jiang Cheng still heard what the man said, and the mole on the side naturally heard what the man said. The two of them looked at Mu Yu at the same time. The man seemed to have noticed their gazes and continued to speak in a low tone. Is it convenient to take a step to speak? As soon as he said this, Jiang Cheng frowned. But Mu Yu said indifferently, "Okay, let's go. There is a Starbucks opposite." As soon as he arrived at the door of the team, the man stopped Mu Yu. The man turned his head and looked, stood under a tree, took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Mu Yu. Said, "Hello Mu Yu, I am Lawyer Lai. I learned that a friend of mine entered your team because of a little misunderstanding. I want to bail him." Mu Yu stared at the man in front of him with anger in his eyes. Lawyer Lai, it seemed that he had expected it a long time ago, and he said straight to the point, "I have investigated you and know your nature, but my friend is indeed misunderstood. I hope you will consider it after investigation. I don't really hope that we will have to meet in court because of a misunderstanding." After the man said these words directly, it was obvious that he had thought about it before. Mu Yu hooked up the corner of her mouth, glanced at the document, and directly passed the document to Lawyer Lai. "Don't even think about it." Mu Yu left without saying a word coldly. Lawyer Lai looked at Mu Yu's back and turned away with a smile. "Yesterday, I was so angry," Jiang Cheng said with a smile, looking at Mu Yu, who came back. "That lawyer actually wants to bail that fellow man," Mu Yu said angrily. His eyes seemed to be breathing fire. "I feel that person is familiar, like the person next to the boss of the organization. Fortunately to meet one side, it seems to be responsible for Beidao's side." At this moment, Mole threw a sentence abruptly. "What? Are you sure?" Mu Yu looked at Mouse with an incredulous look. Jiang Cheng also stared at Beating Rat with surprise on his face, but he saw that he was serious in the eyes of Mole. "Hurry up, check them carefully." Jiang Cheng stopped hesitating and immediately turned and rushed to the team members to shout. A female team member on the side came over with a file and frowned unhappy as she watched Jiang Cheng proudly. "There are people waiting to enter here. Why are you here?" The little team member said to Jiang Cheng with an impatient face. His tone was still a bit arrogant. A special investigation team sent directly by the superior. Mu Yu took out his ID and pressed it on the woman's file. Then he went directly to the side and said, "Zio Wang Xiaoli, you two follow me and first go to make a note for the person he wants to bail." He turned his head and said to a wave of players on the other side, "Go and interrogate the remaining few people." After speaking, he took the copy and left. When Jiang Cheng saw this, he turned his head and smiled at the girl and said, "I'm sorry, sister, we are not idlers." After speaking, he left with a bit of Yang Si. Mole also followed Jiang Cheng and took away Mu Yu's player card. What are we going to do now? A salt mouse asked after Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng turned his head fiercely and asked the mole for 2 seconds. Asked, "Bring me a dog." "Ah, what do you want a dog for?" Mole scratched his head and asked inexplicably. Jiang Cheng touched his head helplessly. Seeing an idiot, he had to look at Mole and said that your boss is Mo Zio. It must be Chamo what? When Mole heard this, his eyes dimmed immediately and he whispered, "He is not my boss. I just worked for him to make money. What about the money?" Jiang Cheng said, and Mole shut up immediately, looking up at Jiang Cheng in a daze with red eyes. Mine is very sensitive to tobacco, better than Gao Quanzi. Just me. Mole sniffed and looked at Jiang Cheng, said quietly. Jiang Cheng looked at such a mole, knowing that he must be poking at the mole's sore spot. With a light sigh, staying on Jiang Cheng's shoulders, he took the mouse into the laboratory. "Have you checked this?" Jiang Cheng asked as soon as he went in and saw several people's belongings pointing to the belongings. "Oh, checked it. There is tobacco content. It should be an ink absorber. An urgent matter is inserted here. I haven't come yet to report." A forensic doctor hurriedly looked at the data in his hand and said without turning his head, "It is good, then we take it away." Jiang Cheng casually waved his hand and planned to turn away. The forensic doctor raised his head and glanced at Jiang Cheng, then waved his hand in a dazed manner. But when he lowered his head to continue busy, he suddenly raised his head. "No, you are in, didn't even wear clothes." The forensic doctor is kind, and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie next to him. Jiang Cheng touched his head helplessly. Mole stretched out Muyu's team member card. "I'm going. Did you vote for the proof?" The forensic doctor shouted at the two with a face of surprise. Mole explained, "No, we are the special investigation team." Before the words were over, Mole and Jiang Cheng both jumped away. Bang! The door was kicked open from the outside. The woman was standing at the door, holding a notebook and a pen in her hand. The peek in front attracted everyone. Jiang Cheng looked at the woman straightforwardly and said, "Oh, what a coincidence." The woman looked at Jiang Cheng and immediately lowered her head to apologize. The front peak shook for a while, and everyone who was watching was startled. "What's the matter?" Muyu rushed over and looked at Jiang Cheng and the mouse, bitterly smiling. "Alas, even though it is a mission, it seems that you have to give you a team member certificate." Muyu looked at Jiang Cheng helplessly. "What about me?" The mole looked at Muyu with a dissatisfied face, and Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile with his small bitter eyes. "You, think about it, let you not follow me. Don't forget who you are now, be careful, I will shut you down in minutes." Muyu looked at Mole's eyes jokingly and looked at those majestic eyes. Inside, I was happy for a while. At that time, how many beatings did I get under those Yonk's eyes? Or where was the beating? "I can't kill you." Thinking of this, Muyu got angry. "That's all gone. Besides, this is a special person approved by the boss, my little brother." Jiang Cheng pulled the mole past the calf, and he would never allow his own people to be harmed outside. "Yes, you two have joined forces, right?" Muyu said to the two with an unhappy face, and the jealousy in his eyes was indeed beyond cover. "Are you sure you have been exposed to tobacco?" Jiang Cheng stopped joking with Muyu and asked with a serious face. "That's right." The forensic doctor nodded affirmatively and skillfully turned over the brochure from the side and handed it to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng flipped through it casually, put the brochure aside, and turned away empty-handed. "Hey, don't you take these things?" A salter asked with open mouth. "No." Jiang Cheng turned around and threw out a cold reply. Muyu followed Jiang Cheng again. Zhang Mu said worriedly, "That lawyer seems to be it's hard to wrap around." Jiang Cheng glanced at Muyu and continued walking. He asked casually, "What happened to that woman yesterday? She seems very positive. Why is she left for a small position?" "Oh, his dad is a division chief at the county level. Want to protect her." Muyu said casually. Her eyes revealed a little helplessness to continue talking about the current child. "Don't pursue any dreams, don't put a good study abroad place." The lawyer asked her to solve it. "Just talk about the task given to her." Jiang Cheng said coldly without looking back. Looking at the interrogation room, Jiang Cheng kicked open the door of the interrogation room. A woman inside gave Jiang Cheng a blank look. The clothes that had been exposed were torn apart. "When did you start to ink?" Jiang Cheng went in and asked directly. The indifference in his eyes made Muyu feel flustered. The woman tilted her head and looked at Jiang Cheng, then hooked her finger at Jiang Cheng and said, "Come here." Jiang Cheng walked straight towards the woman. But when he came to the woman, he just turned a corner and went to the other side of the interrogation platform. "I said let you come over." The woman yelled at Jiang Cheng. I wanted to stand up, but my hands were chained to a chair. Mu Yu rushed to Jiang Cheng, planning to call a psychiatrist. But Jiang Cheng stopped him. Go out, I'll settle this matter. Mu Yu glanced at Jiang Cheng dumbfounded, nodded and left, and closed the door with his own hands. Oh, by the way, cut off the monitoring when I went out. Jiang Chengchong waved Mu Yu, who was about to close the door, and the woman in front of her still looks hideous. Suddenly, there was a bit of fanaticism in his eyes. Stop pretending, just the two of us. Let's talk about why you are pretending to be crazy. Jiang Cheng put his hand in his pants pocket and opened the recorder in his pants pocket. The woman was stunned for a moment and stopped talking. After a few seconds, suddenly she cried. Suddenly Jiang Cheng was a little panicked, but it was okay. Her actions proved that Jiang Cheng's guess was right. The woman started crying there. Jiang Cheng helplessly rubbed her head and comforted her. He said to her, tell her what you know. The sooner you say it, the better it will be for you. If you cooperate with us, I will try my best to arrange a commutation for you. Jiang Cheng glanced at the recorder in his hand and continued. He knew that she wanted to talk about people like this, but she didn't dare to talk too much. If she is not forced to do it, I am afraid she will not be able to speak. Jiang Cheng glanced at the woman and asked her, where did you buy the tobacco? I am afraid that you know very well. Once you are contaminated with tobacco, you are in danger of ruining your family. I think you should feel it, and you should not let more people be like you. So please cooperate with the investigation and tell us where you bought your tobacco. The woman seemed a little hesitant emotionally just now and wanted to say it. But looking at her appearance, she was eager to speak, but she didn't know if it was the fear in her heart that made her afraid to say it, or what she would do to her and her family after someone threatened her to say it. Jiang Cheng looked at the expression of this woman and guessed the thoughts of the woman in front of him, and then said, you can speak it out with us. They dare not do anything to you, and your family will be fine. Only if you speak out, we can solve it. If you keep silent, then we can only do so. The criminals are still out of the way, but you endure the pain that life is better than death every day. Jiang Cheng was stunned and continued to say, trying to open the woman's psychological defense little by little. The surrounding atmosphere became tense, and every word of Jiang Cheng pierced the woman's heart like a needle, causing a burst of pain. The air became quiet. Jiang Cheng was not talking. The woman still didn't say anything. He wanted this woman to think about it, just said so much to her. Looking at her expression just now, in fact, it's not that she doesn't want to say that maybe she is still, it will take time. Jiang Cheng watched the woman cover her face, sobbed, and the corners of her mouth curled up. He took a sip of the water on the table. He was able to guess what other people were thinking. Through his actions or expressions, he could always bring the prisoner's heart. The activist felt it out. It was also because of this that he had a lot of trouble in the process of establishing the company. After the woman cried bitterly, her eyes still had tears, and she looked very pitiful. But Jiang Cheng knew that the more such a time, the less she could feel relieved, and taking advantage of her current entanglement in her heart, could she force her to tell her what she really wanted. I have a 2-year-old child. After I go to jail, can I trouble you to send her to the orphanage? This is the first sentence a woman has said so far. Jiang Cheng understands that there will be results soon. He hurriedly said, don't worry, your child will be arranged by you and sent to the orphanage. Although you are guilty, but the child does not have, so you can rest assured that we will definitely deal with you. And really want to tell us. Every sentence of Jiang Cheng became firmer and firmer. He just wanted to make women believe him and then tell him the facts. Okay, let me say. The woman let out a long breath as if she had made up her mind. Tobacco was given to me by the person who beat me just now. I used to work in a nightclub. That night, the boss said how many big people, rich people, look for girls who are good at drinking. Then the boss asked me to accompany them. A few more tears left the corner of the woman's mouth. It seems to say that my name was specially named. Then I went to drink with them. I felt they were a little crazy at the time. I didn't care too much. Our rules are very strict, so we can't ask customers more. What then? Continue on. Jiang Cheng looked down at the thin and exhausted woman in front of him and said something softly. Afterwards, the more I drank, I felt dizzy. Those few people kept saying, drink quickly, today the uncle is happy, and you too happy to accompany the uncle, the money is more. The woman stretched out her hand and wiped a tear and continued. Then I continued to endure drinking with them. but after a while, I felt an uncomfortable feeling in my body. The whole body was comfortable and uncomfortable. Then I fell asleep for a while, and then those few people left. After about 2 days, I started to feel uncomfortable, but I didn't know what was going on. I feel almost broken. Then those few people came to me again. On my way from get off work, they gave me a bag of white powder. I smelled a familiar smell and used it. After that, I couldn't help but they bought tobacco. Just 2 days ago, I really didn't have any money. I owed them a lot of money. Then they beat me, and you all know the rest. After the woman finished speaking, she glanced at Jiang Cheng with a guilty conscience. Is there anything else? Jiang Cheng reached into his pocket and asked when he played with the recorder in his pocket. No more, man. I know everything about this, and I have said everything. Please, please, I must send the child to the orphanage. She is so young. She can't be taken care of by no one, please, man. The woman said with tears, Don't worry, we will do what we promised you, so you should stop inkling first. Jiang Cheng went out when he finished speaking and let the team members put the woman into custody. After Jiang Cheng went out, he gave the recorder to Mu Yu and said coldly. Mu Yu turned on the recorder with a look of confusion. After listening to it, he looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise and said, It turns out that this is the case. Mu Yu glanced around and said, Since this woman has already recruited, let's hurry over. I always feel that this is not a simple thing and there is a bigger behind-the-scenes hand. Eyes. You go to the place that the woman said first, send her child to the orphanage, and then talk about it. After all, the child is innocent anyway. He is only 2 years old. You go first. The rest is let's discuss it from the beginning. Mu Yu planned to leave with her child after talking to her Buju, but this also made him quite helpless. It is true that this woman Inc. and may have something to do with tobacco people, but no one would want to involve this matter on him. Body, what if the tobacco activists come back to retaliate and find themselves? Mu Yu actually understands his neighbors, but even though he said that he put the child in an orphanage, there are still many things that are still unclear. Mu Yu finally hesitated and took the child back to the department. Back at the office, Jiang Cheng glanced at the child in Mu Yu's arms and asked, Why did you bring the child back again? No way. His identity is still unknown at the orphanage, and there is still a lot of information that needs to be provided, and he will not be able to go to the orphanage for a while. Mu Yu sighed and asked, This child has no father. This woman sucked ink and lost her life. When his father was going out to make money, she was killed on the construction site. This woman asked the foreman for money at the beginning and finally gave some money. It is estimated that the ink sucking was finished. Jiang Chengyao speaking helplessly after shaking his head. Then, what should I do with this child now? I don't have a big man or even a wife, so I have a child. As he was talking, I saw Zhang Lin opening the door and coming in. She had just returned from an outside investigation with a large stack of documents in her hand. Mu Yu glanced at Zhang Lin and said, Zhang Lin, does your family have a child? Well, what's wrong? The child is more than 1 year old now. Zhang Lin put down a stack of documents and took a sip of coffee without raising her head. Hey, how about you bring this child back to your house? He is only over 2 years old. Now, because of various unknown identities, he cannot be sent to the orphanage. You see, we are all big lords. I don't know how to take care of the children. Mu Yu said to Zhang Lin with a pleased look. After listening, Zhang Lin looked up at the child and stunned, shook her head and said, Well, let's put it in our house. Anyway, a child of this age won't do anything, and she should be honest. Our child is more than 1 year old and has a companion, so it will be placed in our house first. I will take care of it first. After the investigation is clear, he can be sent to the orphanage before sending him. Okay, I have worked hard for you recently. Mu Yu immediately threw the child to Zhang Lin like a hot potato. This way the child's problem is solved. After all, he agreed to the woman. Although this woman is guilty, she still can't watch that her child is left unattended. When it was almost time to get off work, Mu Yu suggested to send the child to her home with Zhang Lin. Beijing is not in a city, and he is still far away. Mu Yu asked Jiang Cheng to send it to her together. The sky is almost gone, and she is not safe as a woman. A few people went as soon as they said to go, and it was quite smooth just after the car. Later, it was easy to be congested because of get-off-work hours. Zhang Qiu was holding the child. The child fell asleep while squinting the glasses. It was cute. Zhang Lin smiled and said, This child is very cute, but it should look more like his father. but it doesn't look like that woman. Well, maybe it is. You went out today very hard. At this moment, Mu Yu's cell phone rang. A shocking sound made the originally warm atmosphere suddenly tense. Hey, Mu Yu Jingyuan. The network in the team was hacked and is now paralyzed. What to do? An anxious voice passed through the phone and Mu Yu was panicked. What are you talking about? Mu Yu's voice sharply increased a few degrees and asked in surprise. The safety net was destroyed. Repeated over there. Mu Yu's heart suddenly became uncomfortable. One foot stepped on the brake, everyone fell forward and gave Mu Yu a dissatisfied look. There must be no loopholes in places like the medical department, for fear that someone is deliberately destroying it. Yesterday, Zhang Lin looked at Yan Mu Yu with confusion. The safety net in the team was broken. Mu Yu said with an unbelievable expression, and the rest of the people were also unbelievable. Zhang Lin was stunned and said, "Why don't you go back to the Yizhao team now? It's not a trivial matter that the security system has a problem." Mu Yu slammed the steering wheel violently, and the car began to gallop on the highway. Jiang Cheng collapsed on the car, his eyes closed tightly. He didn't want to go, so he left sleepy when he got in the car. After getting in the car, I wore a seat belt and fell asleep. After arriving at the office, Mu Yu rushed into the lobby and asked how the situation is now. Seeing that they were all busy, Mu Yu anxiously said that no matter whether the system can be repaired or not, he should do all of our important files first. Backup, see if it can be transferred to a computer. Our important documents must not be leaked. Mu Yu hurriedly ordered. What is going on? How could it suddenly stop working? In the morning, the security system was okay. It's almost off work and it's almost off work. How come there is such a big problem? Isn't it okay when I use it in the afternoon? 2. There was no problem when I used it in the afternoon, but just when everyone was about to get off work, turned off the computer, it turned out that everyone's computer was not working. The mole explained to Mu Yu, "No, I tried many times, but I still can't crack it. Now there is a big loophole in the system, and it must be restored immediately, but our current technicians say they can't fix it." A technician yelled in collapse. What to do then? Now that the situation is so urgent, no one will fix it, Mu Yu asked helplessly. Mole took a look at Mu Yu and said, "Don't worry, Jiang Cheng is a computer operator. Call him over to see if the problem can be fixed." Mu Yu looked around and asked, "Where is Jiang Cheng?" Mu Yu made an anxious call to Jiang Cheng. After calling him several calls, they were temporarily unable to connect. Is Mu Yu really anxious now? Originally, he said that Jiang Cheng could be busy and his computer is better. But now I can't even see a figure. Where can I find him? Didn't he go with us to send the baby? Zhang Lin asked abruptly. Mu Yu hurriedly asked, "What about others? In the car?" Zhang Lin and Mole shouted in unison. A crowd rushed to the car. But Jiang Cheng was sleeping in the car. Just now everyone was busy ignoring Jiang Cheng. "Oh, wake up." Zhang Lin pushed Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng waved and patted Zhang Lin and turned to fall asleep. Mu Yu looked at Jiang Cheng like this, feeling sad. Before a busy period, Jiang Cheng was so busy. Mole pushed Jiang Cheng again. Jiang Cheng looked at everyone in front of him, and Masong opened his eyes in a daze. As soon as Jiang Cheng's voice fell, Rong Yu went out. But when he arrived at the place he was talking, he saw the child at the neighbor's house. After Mu Yu talked to her neighbor about the situation, her neighbor started to feel a little disgusted when she heard that she was sucking ink, and asked, "If she goes to jail, what will this kid do? We don't have so much money to pay her back." Raise a child. Mu Yu explained clearly to his neighbor, "Don't worry about it. I came here to talk to you about the situation and make things clear. Then the child can't be raised by you. I just took her to the orphanage. The network in the team is paralyzed. Go back with us." Jiang Cheng looked at the few people in front of him and was shocked when he heard this. Jiang Cheng hurriedly returned to the team, turned on the computer, and found that almost all of the team's computers were now infected with disease ink. Jiang Cheng simply used his own computer to connect with the team's computer to see where the problem was, and why the security system suddenly collapsed. Just looking at it, seeing Jiang Cheng's frown, he immediately relaxed and smiled. "Isn't this the cyber-nuclear weapon I developed? I thought it was such a powerful thing. The invasion was developed by me. This group of people wouldn't be stupid." Jiang Cheng said with a sneer and disdain, "This was developed by you, and it will definitely be cracked quickly." Jiang Cheng will say something else first, so let's crack the 303 quickly, otherwise the system of the team may crash in a while. Mu Yu looked at Jiang Cheng in surprise and shouted, It's okay, this is easy to say, he won't get anything for a while. Speaking of Jiang Cheng, he cracked the other side's illness and cracked it. Jiang Cheng couldn't figure out the origin of this person, and he would know the cyber-nuclear weapons he designed. He didn't remember how he had told anyone how he got it. He thought, since you used the cyber-nuclear weapons I designed to destroy our things in our system, then I will give you a gift. By the way, he wants to see who is so capable. Since he wanted cyber-nuclear weapons to destroy the team system, he added an intrusion seed to the opponent's network system and let his system crash in minutes. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng felt proud. After finishing it, Jiang Cheng said, "Okay, the problem is solved, but I don't know who this person is. How can I have my cyber-nuclear weapons? I planted intrusion seeds in their systems, by the way. So I can take care, just see who it is." Yu smiled and said, "Okay, the problem is solved. I'm really worried. Otherwise, if the secrets of the whole team are accidentally revealed, then we will be guilty." Jiang Cheng, you are really amazing. You won't be a computer expert. Now Jingren has also invaded their system. Now it depends on what they do. It's amazing. After speaking, Mu Yu looked at Jiang in admiration. Sincere. Even though he did this, Jiang Cheng still murmured in his heart. How could others know his own design? Could it be that he also designed something like this? I don't think it's possible. I have to say something else, but in terms of technology, I don't think anyone can design like this. So no one can design it right now. How could it be on the team system? Is it because someone deliberately picks new ones? But who is so bold? This is the team of players. She wants something. This possibility is the greatest. I am afraid there is something in this team that she wants. Jiang Cheng was thinking wildly there alone, and it was not considered wild thinking. He was more suspicious, but this was not a shortcoming. Instead, he cracked a lot of doubts and solved a lot of big problems. Seeing Jiang Cheng was a little stunned, Mu Yu called him but didn't respond. Mu Yu pushed him a bit and said, "What do you think?" "Oh, it's okay. I'm just thinking about how it got the nuclear weapon I developed. I'm afraid there is no second person who can develop it, so it must be a plagiarism from me. Then how did he get it? I still don't understand." Jiang Cheng mumbled, "Hey, that's okay. Fortunately, the problem is solved now, otherwise we will all be in a big trouble. As for how you said you were obtained by others, let's check it tomorrow. It's too late today." Just after Mu Yu finished speaking, I said everyone should go back. But when he saw that the mole on the side began to lose his mind again, he casually asked him, "No, what are you thinking about? What happened to you today?" Mole looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "In fact, I'm also thinking about this issue. Everyone knows that the organization has always been in collusion with the Western Mansion. Although we don't say it, we all know. But here is the problem. First of all, Jiang Cheng's nuclear weapons technology. I am afraid that it is impossible for us to obtain it in the organization, right? If this is the case, now it appears on our team system. I'm afraid the problem is not that simple. The reason why our organization has always had problems with the Western Mansion, they had collusion. There should be an intention to cooperate, but after all, it is a matter of interest and no one is willing to give in. So it has been dragging on, whether the relationship between the two is good or not. It is not bad to say that, but this is the way to continue this relationship. In the final analysis, it is still a conflict of interest. No, what do you want to explain? You told us this. I don't quite understand. What exactly are you trying to express? Mu Yu said impatiently. In fact, when I say this, I just want to say that this technology is definitely not available to our organization. If this is the case, then it is supported. Apart from the Western Mansion, I don't think there will be a second one to do this kind of thing. Mole said so much, but Jiang Cheng played by himself as if it had nothing to do with him. But he knew that what Mole said was closely related to him, because after all, he developed this technology. The mouse glanced at Jiang Cheng. The two of them happened to meet each other. Jiang Cheng dodged his eyes. He said, "It's okay. What's the matter? Even if they colluded or supported this matter by the mansion in the Western District, so what? I have also installed the sick ink seed in her system. If he can crack it, he is considered powerful." In fact, Jiang Cheng knew very well in his heart that he couldn't crack it, and he still had this confidence in himself. Bai Jing himself has made many new cyber weapons, just to not show arrogance. I am afraid they will use nuclear weapons. Mouse said with worry. Jiang Cheng said with a sneer, "It's okay, even if he wants to use it, it doesn't matter. I have installed a micro anti-nuclear system on my computer. Don't worry even if you use it in the West End. After finishing talking, Jiang Cheng took a sip of coffee, but still couldn't stop yawning. As if everything had nothing to do with him, he said lazily, "It's getting late. Let's go away, go back to sleep." It's just that when these words were said, everyone was surprised, and then said that looking at Jiang Cheng with admiration, the boss sent over was indeed a right-hand man. After the department's security system was resolved, Jiang Cheng was tired for a day, and everyone went home from get-off work. Mu Yu looked at Mu Yu and didn't know how to arrange it. Jiang Cheng saw Mu Yu's embarrassment on the side and told him to follow him. Back to the hotel. Jiang Cheng was also tired for a day. When he was in the car, he was a little confused and fell asleep. He drove the car. Jiang Cheng looked at the night view out of the window and sighed. This world respected by technology. Finally, it still makes people look different. The car is coming so fast. It seems that I don't want people to stay one more minute and waste more minutes. Mu Yu called Mole and asked where they were now, saying that he had already sent Zhang Lin and the others home, and asked him to be more careful when driving now. Jiang Cheng sometimes thinks that there are so many advanced technologies in the world now, but why people still can't control their greed. People who sell tobacco are still for money and technological advancement. But when people's thoughts were still stuck in the old days, this woman was really pitiful when she thought of it. She was inexplicably dropped the tobacco. She couldn't take it away and could no longer control herself. When Jiang Cheng was sleeping, he heard someone talking to him. He didn't pay attention, so he went to sleep in a daze. Later, the voice kept reminding him, "Be careful, wake up, someone is following you, please stay awake." There was this voice, and then the voice became louder and louder, and suddenly Jiang Cheng woke up. "What's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly wake up and have nightmares? See how you are frightened." Mole asked him, "No, someone is chasing me." "What are you talking about? Are you sure? This is not a joke, but how do you know if you just dreamed? Don't think about it, even if some of them want to chase you down. You are so powerful, absolutely don't be afraid of them." Jiang Cheng didn't answer Mole's question. He was wondering what happened. If the system tells himself that someone is chasing him down, it is 99% likely to be like this. But who would this person be? It's absolutely impossible, as Mole said, just because they invented a few more things. As for someone who will hunt down themselves, it must be because the invention has harmed their interests. "Read, Jiang Cheng, what's wrong with you? Talk. Let me ask you something. How do you know that someone is chasing you? You won't be still dreaming." The mouse kept asking him like this. How did he know? Jiang Cheng still did not answer him, and now he didn't know how to answer, so he thought he was talking in a dream, so he didn't need to explain to him, not to mention this. Then Jiang Cheng silently closed his eyes again, but within a few minutes of closing his eyes, Jiang Cheng was awakened by the sound of a phone call. It turned out that someone called, "Hey, what's wrong? This is not right after get off work." In a few minutes, what happened again? "Brother Mouse, there was a murder case in Kyoxi just now. That person happened to be killed after smoking the grass. We have caught a suspect and wait for you to come here early tomorrow." "Okay, thanks for your hard work. Put him in custody first. I'll be there early tomorrow. Now I have to accompany Jiang Cheng back to the hotel. It's too late. You should also go back early." Jiang Cheng probably heard what they were saying and then asked him, "What's wrong? Another suspect was caught." "Well, they called me just now and said that a woman was caught by the river on the west side of the bridge. The inspection found that she was also sucking ink, and then they caught a suspect. It's too late now. Go to the interrogation tomorrow morning. I'd better tell Mu Yu first so that he can prepare too." Assaulting Rat said. He called Mu Yu and told Mu Yu what happened just now. Jiang Cheng returned to his thoughts just now, remembering the last time. The system can remind him before particularly important things happen, and also allow him to prepare in advance. This was the situation anyway, and Jiang Cheng wondered how to solve it. But what he couldn't guess was who wanted to assassinate him. Suddenly, the security system of the agency was violated. The nuclear weapons he developed were used. It is not difficult to figure out that this is aimed at him because the other party must know only Jiang Cheng can crack him, so they may be step by step to lure Jiang Cheng to the final big conspiracy, thinking that it was a bit creepy. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but suffocate. "What's the situation? Jiang Cheng, what's the matter with you? How come you suddenly wake up on this road and say that someone assassinated you, and I asked you that you were not talking? I thought you were talking in a dream. What happened to you just now? Suddenly shivering, what frightened you? Beating Rat looked at Jiang Cheng strangely and asked, "Am I really okay? I just felt a little bit cold just now, so I shuddered." Jiang Cheng didn't want to worry Mole. "How about letting go? If you say you are cold on such a hot day, you won't be sleeping stupid." The mole felt even more strange looking at Jiang Cheng like this. "No, really okay? You think too much. What can I do if I am so powerful?" Jiang Cheng said haha and planned to get there. "No, things are not that simple. I still know you well. Why does gang Japanese letter say that someone wants to hunt you down?" Battering Rat does not follow 283 questioning. I told you everything. It's really nothing. I just said casually and had a nightmare." Jiang Cheng looked out the window worriedly and said, "Don't try to lie to me." The rat took a look at Jiang Cheng and asked stubbornly. Jiang Cheng looked at beating Rat helplessly. "Okay, if you're good." I said, "It's not okay. I just have an instinct. When I slept just now, I always felt very uneasy. Knowing it now, I just feel that someone is going to assassinate me." A long time. Only then said quietly, "Mouse, do you have a gun in your hand? I always feel unsafe. I'm worried that something will happen." Jiang Cheng wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he still asked, "Gun, no. When I came out of the team just now, I didn't take me to think that it should be okay, so I put the gun down," Jiang Cheng said as he beat the mouse. Jiang Cheng stunned and turned his head and said to himself, "There is no gun? Okay, that can only be counted as one step. Soldiers will come to cover the water." Jiang Cheng secretly asked the system again, "Is the person the other party wants to assassinate me does have a particularly large one with him?" The system said, "Yes, the other party has it now. Very large weapons. Please prepare as soon as possible." After listening to the system's prompts, Jiang Cheng quickly turned on the computer, trying to find and intercept. He first searched for the location of the weapon and wanted to intercept it on his computer, but at first he was attacked by the opponent and increased the search. Difficulty. For Jiang Cheng, this kind of technical level is not at his words, but finding the location of the weapon this time made him a little troublesome. He has been disturbed during the search. Jiang Cheng thinks it must be a deliberate obstacle set by the other party. However, the more complicated and difficult the situation is, Jiang Cheng has more energy and he must be killed. Finally, it took a while to find the location of the weapon. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the other party was not easy, so although he pretended to be simple on the surface, he was not very sure in his heart. But fortunately, I finally found the position. As long as I find the position, Japanese letter can judge correctly. Jiang Cheng connected the interception to his computer and judged that the car was not far behind his vehicle. He was a little surprised. He must have wasted too much time just now. This is the other party's goal. So now I have to hurry up. The system reminds me that I can never be assassinated by them again. Jiang Cheng glanced at the mole and said that the car behind was not far from them. Mole very surprised. He quickly asked Jiang Cheng, "What should we do? We won't be attacked soon, are we?" While staring at the computer, Jiang Cheng replied to the mole, "Don't panic, it's not that fast, but we have to hurry up to determine the strategy and how to solve them." The rat was so anxious that he didn't know what to do, so he continued to ask Jiang Cheng and said, "But why are you so powerful? How do you know that they are very close to us? I found you really mysterious, Jiang Cheng." "No, I used the computer to locate it all the time. You forgot that I installed an intrusion seed in the other party's system yesterday. I just found his location using the location." Jiang Cheng didn't feel impatient, but explained slowly. "Oh, it turned out to be like this. It was the one who invaded the agency's security system yesterday, and they even assassinated you." The mole was a little surprised and didn't know what to do. Jiang Cheng was not sure if it was from yesterday's group, but he could only explain it to Mole. The mole looked at Jiang Cheng with some admiration, and his eyes were full of admiration for Dao Jiang Cheng. "You are so powerful, and those particularly powerful weapons you invented." The mole looked at Jiang Cheng with a bit of appreciation in his eyes. "I have time to teach you later." Jiang Cheng stared at the computer absent-mindedly and said that as soon as he visualizes the dynamics on the side of the staff, he will immediately take measures when he moves. "You remember that you must teach me in the future." Mole realized that he was a bit too radical, but when he thought that he could follow Jiang Cheng, he was a little bit happy and couldn't be himself, and his tone was full of excitement. This era is dominated by science and technology, and people who understand science and technology will respect it. However, the true knowledge of scientists is generally only passed on to their own disciples and will not be passed on, and it is really my honor to be able to learn from scientific and technological geniuses. In fact, Jiang Chenggang didn't know what he said. He had been anxiously trying to find a way, so these words were said casually. But Temple Mouse remembered it in his heart and was very happy, feeling that he had become the first person to learn Jiang Cheng's skills. Mole has been immersed in joy, but Jiang Cheng's side is very troubled. Bai Jing and the others don't even have a gun, but the other party has a large weapon. Now they are at a disadvantage in weapons. Jiang Cheng is thinking about how to avoid it. They confronted each other head-on. When I was thinking about being fascinated, suddenly the cold voice of the system came out again. Be careful, the other party may use the mountain terrain to collide with you. As soon as the system's voice fell, Jiang Chengting's reaction came over. If the mountain terrain is used well, it may be an advantage instead of a disadvantage for them. Although it seems that you are at a disadvantage now, it still depends on how you use it. The position where I am now is equivalent to being in a roundabout, because there are vehicles everywhere, and there is a place further outside, and the mountains are outside. Now it depends on how to judge, and the other is to grasp the terrain. Jiang Cheng stretched out the window and calculated the current air humidity and demeanor. Want to find a good way. Jiang Cheng sorted out the current situation. First of all, he found that he was originally at a disadvantage in terms of weapons. Now, if he does not use the only available terrain, then he will undoubtedly die. You must never let yourself fall into this situation, and you will definitely figure out a solution and a way out in advance. Jiang Cheng looked at the terrain, and there was a lot of traffic around us. If he wants to use heavy weapons, there may be many innocent people followed by imitation. But people like them generally don't care about other people's lives, so he couldn't take this aspect into consideration. Jiang Cheng tried his best to analyze the situation, but he always felt that things were far from being as simple as he thought. I feel like I have neglected something. He can definitely be regarded as a thoughtful and foresighted person, but the more this is the time when he feels that he can control the team, the more likely it is to have problems. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Jiang Cheng's mind. He was a businessman. The role of a businessman was quite different. The interests were involved everywhere, and the businessman first considered the interests. Benefits, the shortest displacement. Jiang Cheng patted his head to think of this. Kayan Zhao, he hurriedly reminded the mouse. I just discovered that by tracking their location, they might use the mountain terrain and our vehicles to crash the car. See if you can adjust the direction and we can avoid it. Yes, take the viaduct. This happens to avoid them. I can go, President Jiang. The mole gave Jiang Cheng a glance of approval again. Jiang Cheng looked at the rat-beating approving eyes, feeling even more proud and confident in his feelings. Okay, just get on the elevated road, Jiang Cheng said triumphantly with a snap of his fingers. As a result, Jiang Cheng really just said what he said, and they had already passed an exit, and now they could only rush to the viaduct ahead. Once you have passed the exit, you must not stop or reverse temporarily on such a complicated road. Once the vehicle is reversed, it is extremely easy to cause a car accident. Seeing that they were about to get on the viaduct, Mole said to Jiang Cheng in a little panic, if they really want to collide with us, then we get on the viaduct, which will undoubtedly put ourselves at a disadvantage. Because once we go up, two cars collide, then there must be a car flying out. It is a car accident. Jiang Cheng smiled at the mole. He said comfortingly, don't be so nervous. It's okay. You can go forward without worry. I know it. The opponent's strength is still below that of me, and Mole, defeat them. There must be no problem. Although Mole knows that Jiang Cheng is very powerful, he also believes him. But in this situation, beating the rat still makes a whisper in his heart. I would never guess wrong, because as long as they got on the viaduct, the collision would definitely be an inevitable, horrible car accident, and both myself and Jiang Cheng would die very miserably. Mole held the steering wheel tightly. He drove forward while listening to Jiang Cheng's words. But the closer you are to the viaduct, the faster his heartbeat always feels like something is going to happen. But Jiang Cheng was different. He was alone, shaking his legs and looking outside the window with a look of disdain and carefreeness. Mole looked at Jiang Cheng and his heart was up and down. He was worried that Jiang Cheng would make a little mistake. It would cause something big trouble. He was a little entangled and finally asked Jiang Cheng anxiously, "Are you sure? Will we be okay after we go up? If the two cars really crash together, we will definitely be knocked into flight." Jiang Cheng looked at the rat-sucking faces almost embarrassed, couldn't help but chuckle. He said, "Hey, don't worry. Don't you believe me? What I have planned. Even if they collide with us, they will fly out, not ours. Don't worry." The mouse couldn't help but let out a throat alone and then let out a sigh of relief. Now there is nothing else to do. It was impossible for him to reverse the car, and he could only listen to Jiang Cheng, choose to trust his judgment, and bite the bullet and drove forward. However, Mole was still a bit panicked. Jiang Cheng looked at his face, and expressions were also a little bit emotional. He wanted to comfort Nen and said, "Don't worry, it's really fine. All of this is in my plan. I thought of a way before. If they want to fire over, we can use the power of the reaction force to beat them, and in the end we will be safe. And even if we take another 10,000 steps, we are already on the viaduct, and there is no way to go down. We can only do this. You should believe me now, and you can only believe me." Jiang Cheng paused and continued. Hearing what Jiang Cheng said, Mole breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, there is no other way now. Other than going forward like this, he can't go back, so be it. Hey, I hope God can bless myself and Jiang Cheng to spend today in peace. The vehicle continued to drive forward, and then slowly drove to the front of the protective fence. Jiang Cheng saw this and immediately said, "Go straight out of the protective fence." After that, they rushed straight out, with a lot of inertia during the period, which scared the mole. At the same time, Jiang Cheng controlled the vehicle's anti-aircraft guns. He let the anti-aircraft guns shoot in his direction. When the mole saw it, he immediately shouted, "Are you crazy? Don't you kill me. Did you shoot it upside down?" Jiang Cheng paused calmly and then slowly said to the mole, "Don't worry, it's okay. Now you just need to speed up and rush forward." In the words of the mouse, he can only choose to believe in Jiang Cheng and can only drive forward faster and faster. The night was getting deeper, and there was a lot of ink all around, and all you could see was the flashing lights of the car. Jiang Cheng recalled his first day in business in his previous life. After graduation, he didn't know where to go. Fortunately, in this era of respect for science and technology, he has the technology and ability, and he can get a lot of resources. But he was unwilling to be just a scientist. He chose to be a businessman at the same time. But his interest in technology is not diminished by these. Jiang Cheng thought about what he had experienced and looked out the window and sighed. In fact, no matter how ambitious I am, I can use my computer expertise to develop many nuclear weapons and contribute to the region. This is his noble place. Few scientists can catch up. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng felt relieved. He slowly recovered and chose the right time to release the anti-aircraft gun. In about 3 seconds, the anti-aircraft gun exploded behind their car. Because the tracker was behind them, the powerful impact of the anti-aircraft gun exploded and hit the tracker heavily. The tracker happened to hit the opposite direction because of the huge impact, which was the direction of the barrier. Therefore, he crashed into the protective fence, and the tracker's car flew out easily. Sure enough, as Jiang Cheng said, the tracker flew out, not Jiang Cheng and the others. When Mole saw this, he was very surprised and said, "Jiang Cheng, amazing. As you said, I was really worried at the beginning. Although I believe in you, I don't believe in myself. I just have to be afraid of showing up. Problem. The problem was finally solved. Jiang Cheng and Kimono didn't have to worry about it." Mole then drove to the hotel, and the clouds of birds on his face turned into sunny. After they drove back to the hotel, Mole chatted with Jiang Cheng for a while in Jiang Cheng's room and said, "Jiang Cheng, you are really good. You can solve such an emergency so quickly. And the last time you encountered an emergency, these problems you encountered seem to be very imminent. It seems that there is an early prediction function, and you can be particularly clever to avoid those troubles." Mole, it seemed to say something unintentionally. "No, how can I have an early prediction function? It's just that my intuition is more accurate. That is, I feel that there is danger, and then check the surrounding situation to know that you will be so good in the future. You must be confident." Jiang Cheng laughed. He patted Mole on the shoulder and said, "Alas, I didn't expect to be as powerful as you. As long as I can protect myself, you will invent so many powerful things and always help us in times of danger." While flipping the phone, Mole replied Jiang Cheng's words. His tone was admiration and admiration. Huh, these are all trivial things, why bother? It's not too early now, go back to sleep. Assault the mouse. He also felt that Jiang Cheng might be tired, so he went back to his room on his own. He also fell asleep early. The sunlight came in from the window. Jiang Cheng looked up at the phone next to him. Get up slowly from the bed. Strong muscles look more visible in the sun. Huh, beat the rat, haven't gotten up yet. Jiang Cheng yawned and knocked on Mole's door, but there was no reply inside. Mole. Jiang Cheng raised his voice a few times and shouted, but there was still no one inside. Jiang Cheng dubiously took out his mobile phone and directly hit Mole. The phone got through, but no one answered it. I opened the door directly. Jiang Cheng took out the key directly. This room was opened by himself, and there were 2 keys. At that time, I exchanged a spare with Mole. Chu Ji opened the door. The inside was clean and tidy, but there was no shadow of beating a rat. Chu Ji took out his phone again and called. Mole got his cell phone ringing in the bathroom. Jiang Cheng walked to the bedroom door. There are no figures in the frosted glass. Jiang Cheng opened the door directly, and all the Mole's clothes were there. An uneasy feeling arose in Jiang Cheng's heart. While calling Mu Yu, he went downstairs and ran directly to the front desk. Hello, do you remember me? I came here with my husband yesterday. Now he seems to be gone. I want to adjust the monitoring. Jiang Cheng said anxiously to the front desk. Wait a minute. The front desk threw a cold sentence. After checking Zia Jiang Cheng's documents and records, it was found that Jiang Cheng and Mole really knew each other. The monitoring was brought out directly. Stop, let it go for 2 seconds. Jiang Cheng looked at the monitor and said, his eyes did not leave the monitor from beginning to end. Zoom in here. Jiang Cheng pointed to the monitor and said, in the surveillance. Ratusk walked out with a man in a suit. The Mole's pajamas contrasted sharply with the man's suit. After the front desk enlarged the place Jiang Cheng was referring to, a protruding shape appeared. Maybe others didn't know it, but Jiang Cheng was very clear. This is a gun. Can I torture this monitor? Jiang Cheng asked while taking out his notebook. The front desk immediately said with an embarrassed expression, Sorry, sir. This involves other people's privacy. We have no fist to let you take you away. Jiang Cheng stared at the lady at the front desk, pursing his lips and not speaking. The lady at the front desk looked at Jiang Cheng's eyes and squeezed the corner of her clothes unnaturally. After Jiang Cheng said helplessly with his eyes, That's all right, you wait. I'll call the lobby manager for instructions. Thanks a lot. Jiang Cheng looked at the lady at the front desk and smiled. Jiang Cheng turned on the computer on the table next to him. In fact, Jiang Cheng wanted to directly hack the hotel's security network control video, which is not a big deal for him. It's just that he doesn't want to ask for trouble. Hug, sir, our lobby manager recommends that you report it. The lady at the front desk bent over to Jiang Cheng and said with embarrassment, I am a team member. Jiang Cheng looked at the lady at the front desk and said. The lady at the front desk looked at Jiang Cheng and shook the intercom in her hand. Jiang Cheng saw this tiny movement, and it was estimated that the young lady was afraid of making trouble. Jiang Cheng waved his hand irritably and said, Forget it. It's okay. The lady at the front desk said something and left. Jiang Cheng began to forcibly invade the hotel's network and call it out for surveillance. I knew it was so troublesome, so I forcibly invaded it from the beginning. Jiang Cheng muttered in his heart. Yesterday, that little was yesterday. Mu Yu arrived at exactly this time and said, looking at Jiang Cheng sitting in front of the computer in the lobby. Jiang Cheng glanced at Mu Yu and asked Mu Yu to look at the hotel monitor on his computer. The lady at the front desk was shocked when she looked at the monitor on Jiang Cheng's computer and quickly dialed a call. Jiang Cheng waved to the lady at the front desk, and then he didn't talk to the lady in front of him. I'm going, Mu Yu exclaimed. Bai is also a member of the team, and at a glance he could tell that Mole had been pushed out by a gun. The rat's strength is not low, and the person is afraid that he has subdued the rat by a sneak attack. Jiang Cheng analyzed that there was a kind of stability in the rush, which made people feel at ease. Can you give me a search warrant? Jiang Cheng pointedly looked at Mu Yu and said that Xubin was from that organization. At present, it is best to check based on monitoring. Wait, I'll go back and do it for you. Mu Yu said that he planned to return to the team but was held back by Jiang Cheng. No need, it's too slow to go back. Jiang Cheng grabbed Mu Yu and said, Jiang Cheng pulled out a number while talking, and the phone was quickly connected. "Hello, boss," I applied to search the public network. As soon as the phone was connected, Jiang Cheng went straight to the subject and said. There came the boss's voice, and the boss said indifferently, "This, Muyu can't finish searching for you directly." The words are still somewhat leisurely. "Time is too late," Jiang Chengyan said concisely. There seemed to have heard Jiang Cheng's anxiety, and he threw a word directly. As soon as the boss spoke, Jiang Cheng hung up the phone, and the boss smiled helplessly at the phone. If it were not for multiple requests, the military boss would not make this condition to Jiang Cheng and let his own people search for ink. What a joke. The main reason for letting Jiang Cheng go is to deal with the people. The other is to take this opportunity to see Jiang Qingli. If this person is really good, then he will definitely pull this person into his team. A scientist businessman can catch ink. Think about how powerful this businessman is. Here, Jiang Cheng directly used his portable laptop in the lobby of the hotel to crack the public network, and soon called out the nearby surveillance. Following the surveillance, Jiang Cheng figured out the direction where the rat was taken away. "This is the abandoned arsenal," Muyu exclaimed, staring at Jiang Cheng's notebook. "The arsenal?" Jiang Cheng asked suspiciously. "Well, in the suburbs, it has been abandoned for a long time. Order over there has been chaotic," Muyu said with a headache. But Jiang Cheng directly closed his laptop and went out, dragging a motorcycle and dragging him to the arsenal. Reminder, it is recommended to stop and check the internal form of the building ahead. The system suddenly reminded. Jiang Cheng jumped off the motorcycle and put the motorcycle in one of the two cars. There is no sense of disobedience to the motorcycle that is a bit worn out here. Jiang Cheng lay down in the grass and took out his notebook, searched the network system above the arsenal in front of him, and accidentally found the abandoned monitoring system of the arsenal. Jiang Cheng directly used the network checker he invented to invade the surveillance system of the military factory in front of him. And based on the surveillance system, he mapped out an internal image of the monitored area. But with so many people in front, they are afraid to wait for me to go in from the front and fight, Jiang Cheng muttered in his heart, analyzing the data in the arsenal. Looking at the surveillance data in front of me, the people inside can know all the materials inside. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng felt excited as if he had discovered something. Seeing the sign of successful invasion in front of me, I felt proud. At this moment, Muyu's car rushed from behind. Jiang Cheng looked at the team members behind, took out his mobile phone and sent a message. Ding dong, Muyu was looking at the situation in the front arsenal when a message came from the phone. "Stop, don't be alarmed." Muyu looked at the phone and waved. The players behind all stopped. Muyu searcher Jiang Cheng's traces were not found. Jiang Cheng looked at Muyu, who was searching for him, and sent a coordinate. Muyu sneaked up to Jiang Cheng and watched Jiang Cheng analyze the situation in the arsenal, and was shocked. "So I will use the 860 small explosive bomb to explode this piece, and then we will work with the mouse to destroy the team behind. Then you go to attack the front, and we will copy from the back. We will kill them all." Jiang Cheng calmly analyzed the current team momentum, and the sweat on his head kept flowing down. It is impossible to say that you are not nervous, and you can remain calm when you are nervous. This is what excels. "Okay, this plan is really seamless," Muyu said excitedly, looking at Jiang Cheng's analytical face. "This plan not only ensures the safety of the mole, but also outflanks the robbers. It can be described as killing two with one stone. Report. There are bombs hidden under the arsenal. Please pay attention." A cold voice rang in Jiang Cheng's mind. Jiang Cheng's heart was immediately chilled. "Confirm again whether there is a bomb buried under the arsenal." Jiang Cheng repeated it in his heart. "At present, everything is strung together. If the joints are wrong, there will be mistakes in the ring. Determine." The cold voice of the system made Jiang Cheng's head a little dizzy. Looking at the arsenal in front of him, Jiang Cheng felt a little panic rising from the bottom of his heart. Second team, ambush from the left and prepare to outflank. Listen to my orders. The fourth team, you are responsible for attracting attention in front, and remember not to head on. Just attract their attention. Muyu took the walkie-talkie and explained in detail. Her eyes were serious. Jiang Cheng grabbed Muyu. Unwillingly, he said, cancel the plan and leave them still. What? Muyu asked in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. But looking at the sweat beads on Jiang Cheng's head, he still imitated what Jiang Cheng said. Listen to my orders. All stay still. All stay in place. Muyu announced to the walkie-talkie and then weakly asked Jiang Cheng the reason. There are explosives under the arsenal, Jiang Cheng said while looking at the analysis chart on the computer. He said that his fingers started to move quickly on the computer. A bunch of data is beating rapidly on the computer. Muyu looked a little dizzy. Muyu stared at Jiang Cheng, lowered her voice and asked, how many? How dumb there was in the voice. I was afraid it was to teach the mouse and did not worry less. Jiang Cheng glanced at Muyu gratefully. Is Bai Jing Mole his own little brother? He beat others before. But people still hold no grudges like this. Jiang Cheng looked at Muyu with some appreciation. Why are you looking at me like this? I asked how many explosives you have. Muyu gave Jiang Cheng a helpless look. Jiang Cheng glanced at the data on the computer. He hurriedly said, it's quite a lot. It can blow up the entire arsenal. Once the bomb is detonated, it will die if it can't be released within 30 seconds. Jiang Cheng said, looking at Muyu. Later, he said quietly, thank you. When Muyu heard this, she looked at Yan Jiangcheng strangely. He asked, thank you, the door mole? The mole is not just yours, it's my brother. Besides, I'm still waiting for him to find me. Muyu said and looked away. Jiang Cheng looked at the embarrassment in Muyu's eyes and turned his head back amused. In other words, the mole will be fine in it, right? Muyu glanced at the arsenal, asked quietly, no, they should not dare to kill the mole. Did you forget? Mole was the boss of them before. Jiang Cheng said comfortingly. Muyu glanced at Jiang Cheng blankly. He sighed and said, you don't understand that Mo Zio, he must have directly ordered to kill him. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Cheng also panicked. Let's use this to talk about the situation first. Jiang Cheng said and took out a small ball in his hand. Muyu looked at the silver-white small ball and asked, what's this? After asking, stretch out your hand and prepare to pick up the small ball. But he flew out directly. The miniature detector I developed, speaking of Jiang Cheng pressing a key on the computer, the ball flew in the direction of the arsenal. Is he flying according to the route you control, or is he flying by himself? Muyu looked at the flying ball and was shocked again. Does Jiang Cheng know that he is a scientist? It's just that he has developed so many things. The key is still very useful. Muyu looked at Jiang Cheng with some appreciation. In this technology-based world, people like Jiang Cheng are admired wherever they go. I really didn't expect to come to this place. It's called Kangsheng? Nah, I control it with a computer. Jiang Cheng glanced at Muyu contemptuously, then looked at his computer. All the things in front of the little ball were displayed in front of Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked at the direction in front of him and flew directly over the head of a guard. The person behind saw the ball, but waved his hand to shoot the ball. Oh! Upon seeing this, Jiang Cheng immediately controlled the ball to change lanes and fly away. Instead of shooting the small ball, the person shot the person in front of him. What are you doing? The man turned his head and said, dissatisfied. The anger in his eyes seemed to come out. No, there is a blue rope here. The person said innocently. I am embarrassed to trim the clothes for the person in front, and the person turned his head in disgust and continued to stare at the front. Jiang Cheng looked at the people in the arsenal and slowly flew over their heads, causing waves of boredom. It's just that no one will shoot him 2 anymore. This dead Kang rope is really annoying. It has been left unused for so long, and there is still a Kang rope. The man glanced at the ball and said irritably. He raised his head and looked at the ball. Just in time, Jiang Cheng saw his face. Jiang Cheng was worried that the person found an abnormality and hurriedly followed the route he had prepared to the place where the mouse was. Jiang Cheng controlled the ball to fly between the guards and slowly flew in front of Mole. When Jiang Cheng saw the rat beating his head down, he flew in front of the mole, but Mole seemed to be thinking about his own business. Looking at the flying ball, the mole tried to reach out and pat the ball irritably, but found that it could not move. There are flies. The mole raised his head and said coldly. The guard on the side looked at the mole with 2 eyes, cursing and waving his hand at the ball. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng had no choice but to control the ball and flew directly into Mumo's ears, and the rat heard a sound in his ears. Don't think it is your own auditory hallucinations at first. Later, the sound from the ball became clearer and clearer. The clarity gradually came so that the mouse could clearly hear every word coming out of the ball. I'm Jiang Cheng, and I'll crack your system in a while. When I get in, you and I should come out first. Don't stay, there are explosives in it. As the mouse listened to the little ball in his ears, his eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing? The guard on the side said with a familiar expression. There was a little fear in his eyes. After all, this man was his boss before. What are you doing? Lao Tzu is sour. The mole replied roughly, and the guards didn't dare to do it again. He looked at the mouse and no longer remembered his luck. Xing Ran is looking at him now, but the man in front of him knows his methods. Yin is very handy. The mouse originally thought it was a little weird, but after thinking about the things Jiang Cheng had invented before, he didn't think much about it. At this time, outside the arsenal, Jiang Cheng, Mu Yu and their people were all ready. Jiang Cheng used his laptop to control the ball in the car. He was cracking the ball and was planning to destroy the controller first, but Mu Yu, who was anxious beside Jiang Cheng, suddenly intervened and kept asking about the current situation of Ruimo, although Mu Yu had a bad view of Mole before. However, after such a long period of time getting along, Mu Yu's view of Ruimo changed. The rat quilt is now in the arsenal. Mu Yu was also very worried. Mu Yu hoped that the mole could get out of the arsenal safely. Jiang Cheng smiled lightly. Mu Yu joked, "Don't you hate him? Why are you worried about him?" Hearing what Jiang Cheng said, Mu Yu was speechless for a moment. Jiang Cheng saw Mu Yu's speechless look. He laughed. "I'm just teasing you. Look, you look like that." When Mu Yu saw Jiang Cheng's reaction, he knew that he was being ordered. Angrily said, "Jiang Cheng, you are like this every time. Can you still speak well? This is not the time to make a joke. You should think hard about how to rescue the mole from the arsenal now." Seeing Mu Yu's little angry expression, Jiang Cheng said quickly, "It's just a joke. As for teaching mole, it is something that is inevitable for me." Jiang Cheng said with disdain. Mu Yu took a look. Mu Yu looked at Jiang Cheng's swearing expression. "There is nothing more to say. By the way, I didn't turn on this communication system. He couldn't hear what you said to make him be careful." Jiang Cheng added a sentence pretending to be indifferent after saying, but Mu Yu blushed. Mu Yu gave Jiang Cheng a speechless look, then turned around and crawled back into the car quietly. After leaving, Jiang Cheng again used the ball to contact the mole. Jiang Cheng used the ball to tell the mole that all the people outside were his own, and he would attack from behind. After receiving the news, the mouse's heart was shocked, and the people outside were afraid that they were all signed. There should be a lot of Mu Yus. Thinking of this, Mu Yu was shocked. Beating Rat looked at the system that trapped him next to him. Mole believed that Jiang Cheng's ability would surely save him. I also trust people outside. At this time, Jiang Cheng used his laptop to successfully destroy the system trapping the mole. Jiang Cheng felt proud when he watched the successful invasion on his laptop. Jiang Cheng directly activated the diseased ink seeds, and the system was quickly paralyzed as Jiang Cheng expected. "Mole, are you there? I have paralyzed your system. You should be able to do whatever you like now. You can try." Mole was ecstatic when he heard Jiang Cheng's words. He knocked out the guardian in 2 or 2, prepare to follow Jiang Cheng's command to flee from behind. Seeing that the system had been completely invaded by the sick ink, Jiang Cheng was ready to meet the moles alone. Seeing Jiang Cheng get up, Mu Yu immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and asked Jiang Cheng, "What are you going to do?" "I will blast the wall and bring the mole out." Jiang Chengyan said concisely, and at the same time had something in hand. "I'm with you so I can take care of it. Besides, one more person has more strength." Mu Yu paused and said after hearing the voice prepared there, "No need, I can rescue Mole by myself, don't be frank, and you must stay outside to meet us. If something happens outside, you can handle it. I don't worry about giving it to others." Jiang Cheng briefly explained and started to move slowly. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Mu Yu had no choice but to stay outside. Let Jiang Cheng go into the military factory alone. "Hey, why haven't people come yet?" said a guard in front with impatient eyes. A person next to him slapped him vigorously and said angrily, "You can't be patient. Wait." After finishing speaking, he gave the man a glance. The rat-beating mind was very strong. Maybe Mu Yu would use him over there. Think about what he did before. How could someone teach him? It's better to kill the boss directly. You know what a shit. Mu Yu will definitely come to rescue him. Besides, if Mu Yu and the others are not coming, how do you kill Jiang Cheng? Go to the team, then you still have to be scolded. The guard glanced dissatisfiedly at the 76 ers next to him and stopped talking, staring attentively at the spot in front of him. Jiang Cheng also started blasting from behind, as he had said before. Jiang Cheng quietly installed the small blasting bomb on the wall behind. The blast bomb exploded, and a mushroom cloud rose to the sky. There was a lot of movement, and the guard in front was immediately stunned. What's next? A guard roared impatiently. The madness in the eyes is scary. Another technician shook his hand over the electronic board and said, "Boss, someone has been invaded from behind." The man picked up the electronic board in surprise and saw that Jiang Cheng had broken through the system and entered the arsenal. And the wall behind had been exploded with a bomb by him, and he was immediately shocked. There was an expression that couldn't believe it. At this time, the mole also successfully carried out an assault from the front after getting a small number of guards. Mu Yu immediately retreated with the brigade, and Jiang Cheng was ready to go with the mole to fix the internal guards. The two successfully entered the enemy's interior, and the internal staff were easily dealt with in a few strokes. After pressing down the bomb to activate the device, he escaped with the kidnappers. Mu Yu was very pleased to see that the two who had escaped from the arsenal were all in peace. Immediately took his own person to bring the kidnapper back to the team. After such a thrilling incident, the rat beating was also physically and mentally exhausted. After the matter had settled and stabilized, Jiang Cheng arranged for the mole to go back to rest. After Mu Yu asked the kidnapper to be brought to the team, it was not too late to interrogate him. When he came to the interrogation room, Mu Yu asked Jiang Cheng, "Are you going to interrogate together?" After all, Jiang Cheng is very capable. Maybe he has a solution to any problems encountered during the interrogation. "No, you can try it. I have other things to deal with." After all, Jiang Cheng walked outside the interrogation room alone. Mu Yu looked at Jiang Cheng, who was leaving, and shook his head helplessly. When the interrogation began, Mu Yu looked at the kidnapper on the opposite side. Looking at the bald head, the bushy beard, and the unkind face sitting in front of him, he is also a kidnapper. "What's your name? Where are you from?" Mu Yu asked the kidnapper sitting opposite. The kidnapper ignored Mu Yu's steps, hanging Erlang's legs on his own, looking at the ceiling and the window from time to time with a look of indifference. It may also be that the presiding judge is always gentle, so the kidnapping seems so indifferent. Mu Yu looked at the self-conceited kidnapper in front of him, and he was so angry that Kai died until he was caught near the end. He was still so arrogant. Seeing that Mu Yu couldn't do anything about herself, the kidnappers got even worse and even whistled. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear the question?" Aside, the colleague next to Mu Yu shouted at the kidnapper. He had never seen such a shameless prisoner. Seeing that the person sitting opposite is not doing well, the kidnapper smiled slightly. "Man, don't bother, I don't know anything. You can't tell me when you ask me. The kidnapper is playing tricks. Don't know, just hit it." Zhang Lin looked at the man in front of her. She couldn't help but stepped on the chair and stared at the man. "Zhang Lin," Mu Yu yelled to Zhang Lin. He signaled Zhang Lin to stay safe. Zhang Lin glanced at Mu Yu. He let go of the man. "Who instigated you to kidnap? People got stolen. Don't you still admit the fact of your kidnapping?" Mu Yu was also a little angry, said to the kidnapper. "I wanted to tie it myself, so I tied it up. No one instructed me. I did it all by myself. Anyway, the kidnappers have been caught, and the kidnapper looks like a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water." No matter how Mu Yu and his colleagues are mad, they won't say a word. Mu Yu was speechless. They both knew each other very well. There were other forces behind the kidnapper, but there was no way. With such an attitude of kidnapping, there was no way to convict him. Seeing that Mu Yu was already a little angry, the kidnappers had more fun. "Oh man, I really don't know anything. I pleaded guilty if you caught me. What else do you want?" the kidnapper said. Mu Yu looked at the kidnapper angrily and vaguely found his smirk. "Isn't it angry? But it can't do anything. It can only do this first." Jiang Cheng returned to the intelligence room. He brought the computer. Jiang Cheng always felt that there must be some connection between Mo Zio's actions and the Western Mansion. So, he used the invasion seed to see what kind of connection is between Mo Zio and the Western Mansion. Jiang Cheng operated the computer proficiently, and after a few minutes, he successfully invaded the network system of the mansion in the west area using the invasion seed. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng was stunned. He found that he had intercepted a piece of secret information about the mansion in the Western District. Faintly, Jiang Cheng felt that there must be something strange, so he opened the information without hesitation. After opening the information for a few minutes, Jiang Cheng was overjoyed. There was no problem with his own guess. This information was about tobacco sales and arms trade between the mansion and the organization in the West District. Details including price, quantity, and so on are vividly visible. No wonder I always vaguely feel that there must be some kind of connection between the Western Mansion and the organization, and indeed Mole's guess is correct. Jiang Cheng smiled smugly. Without further ado, you have to report the matter to your superiors. After finishing talking, Jiang Cheng compiled the information into files. He dialed up the phone. Boss, this is Jiang Cheng. I just intercepted one of the mansions in the Western District through the invasion seed, a secret document which has been sent to you. The content of the document is about the criminal cooperation with the Moxiao organization. Jiang Cheng's words carry a hint of pride. What? There is such a thing? It seems that the truth behind the matter is similar to what I thought. The boss's voice came on the phone. Yes, I also vaguely felt that the back of this organization must be inextricably linked to the mansions in the Western District. I didn't expect it to be so. Jiang Cheng didn't expect the boss to go with him. Bai Jing is the boss, no point. How is it possible? Well done, but don't act rashly. The strength of the Western District mansion is not to be booed. Don't be frightened. You should watch them slowly. If they have any new actions or transactions, you should report to me immediately. The boss said triumphantly, and the joy in his tone was easily heard. Yes, but I guess the network system of the Western Mansion should find out soon that I have hacked their system. Bai Jing's network system is also very powerful. Jiang Cheng said with some worry, it doesn't matter. Knowing this news is already a good result for us, and then you can try to keep it secret and monitor them. The boss also understood Jiang Cheng's meaning, and he didn't put too much pressure on him. Bai Jing is a network power in a region. Roger that. At this time, the West District Intelligence Department. In the intelligence room, each staff member performs their duties and is busy working. On the podium, a strong man with dark skin stood in front of the commander and watched. At this time, a Western intelligence officer in a green military uniform came. Reporter, our intelligence personnel just discovered that our network system seems to be hacked, but the source of the intrusion cannot be found. The technician's tone was a little eager and seemed very anxious. What does it mean? Go and check it out for me and then report, Zhao of Cayenne to me. West District Intelligence Minister said, in his eyes, he has the most powerful network security system in the world. How could he be hacked into the network without even knowing the source of the intrusion? After a while, the technician who had just arrived rushed over again, said it with a salute to the elder on the console. Sir, I'm sure. Our network was invaded by an unknown user. Now network security personnel are investigating and repairing it. What? As he was talking, the elder man walked towards the network security officer. What is it sacred that he can invade our network system? What's the matter? The chief intelligence officer came to the security personnel and asked, Reporter, according to our investigation just now, a network source invaded our network system earlier and checked our database. We are now doing our best to repair. After hearing the words of the network security personnel, the long man's face was covered with dark clouds. After hearing the words of the network security personnel, the long man's face was covered with dark clouds. He did not expect that the network security department he was in charge would be hacked. Immediately notify the technical department and give me the fastest possible speed to remove the hidden security hazards. This is related to regional secrets, the head of the intelligence department of the West District said sternly. Yes, act now. The people under his staff saw that they were so angry, and they didn't dare to slow down, so they quickly started work. Immediately, a group of technical security personnel came to the control desk and quickly operated on the computer. Time is everything, and the hidden dangers must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer it is, the greater the threat to regional secrets and security, but every technician's face was full of sadness. After almost 10 minutes, a technician walked up to the elder man. Tremblingly, he said, We just tried the eldest man. It is difficult to eliminate this hidden danger. Everyone is still trying to find a way. He looked very majestic. What do you guys eat? Hurry up and fix it for me." Hearing the words of his subordinates, the senior man became furious. Yes, the technician hurried away for fear of offending the elderly again. On Jiang Cheng's side, through the computer, he played 77 games with the technicians in the West area on the internet. Looking at the computer, Jiang Cheng showed a weird smile. "Hey, you still want to find me dreaming?" Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. Fingers moved flexibly. The network technicians in the West District are also very busy here. A dozen people have been intently looking at the computer screens. What they have received is the death order of the elder, and the danger must be eliminated. Otherwise, the consequence must be military law. As time is getting longer and longer, Jiang Cheng and the network technicians in the West area are playing games. But how long? Jiang Cheng doesn't want to waste time anymore. It doesn't make much sense to continue like this. Jiang Cheng directly detonated the seeds of his intrusion into the network system of the West District. Then, the network technicians in the West area, everyone was shocked in cold sweat. Long man. Just now, the Moker detonated the intrusion seed, and all the important data and files in our network system were destroyed. A technician came in front of the eldest man. He hesitated. What do you do for food?" A group of rice buckets. The elder man couldn't help but furious when he heard the bad news. The secret file had been intercepted, but now the entire network system has been destroyed by others. More data? How precious is this to be destroyed directly? The longer they think about it, the more angry they become. "You all take action for me. I have to find out what I said today." The senior man shouted loudly. After being attacked like this, the face of the long-term popularity is blushing, and I cannot make the other person feel better when I am sorry. "Yes, let's check the person's IP address right away." The technician hurriedly returned sonorously. Jiang Cheng is of course aware of the danger, seeing that the technicians in the West area have already started to check their own IP address. Of course, you can't neglect. If your IP address is found by the mansion in the West End, it will inevitably cause a lot of trouble. In this way, Jiang Cheng had an idea. If he kept playing games with the technicians in the West area so that they could not find out their IP, they would not give up. It would waste their time too much. Otherwise, create a fake IP address. Let them look it up slowly. Jiang Cheng smiled proudly and did what he said. Jiang Cheng quickly typed out a piece of code on the computer, changed his correct 1P address to an IP address elsewhere. "Hey, you can check it slowly, ha. Jiang Cheng smiled triumphantly. He turned off the computer. "Hey, this time is also busy enough. I have never had time to rest for a series of things. Take a good rest. Maybe there will be something urgent in these 2 days, waiting to deal with it myself." After that, Jiang Cheng was ready to take a bath and rest well. On the side of the mansion in the West District, the network technicians are also working desperately, looking like they must find out Jiang Cheng's IP address. But they don't know that Jiang Cheng has changed his IP address to a fake one. After hurriedly operating for more than 10 minutes, a technician stood up and said to the elderly not far away, "Report the elderly. I found the IP address of the intruder." Filled with joy. Tone, the technical staff reported happily. "Okay, the elder of the mansion in the West Side is also very happy. This intruder has suffered such a severe blow to their network system, and he must not be spared." After all, there was a hint of coldness in the eyes of the senior man. "Check the exact address of the intruder for me and tell me when I find it. I must pay the price." The elder said loudly to the person next to him. "Yes, the exact location can be found immediately." The technicians listened to the senior man's words and hurriedly acted. After the elder had finished speaking, he took the radio from his side. "Call the special operations team. The IP address of the intruder who invaded the network system has been found. I will arrange related operations later." Everyone is on standby, and the elders gritted their teeth. HMPH, wait. The cold eyes of the long man have said everything. But how do they know that the so-called exact IP address they found is just a fake address set by Jiang Cheng? Soon you will find that the IP address is the address of the organization that you have been cooperating with. The happy time is always so short, but after a while, Jiang Cheng has rested for almost 3 hours. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Jiang Cheng was startled by the ringing. "Hello, who?" Jiang Cheng asked in a daze when he woke up from his sleep just now. Jiang Cheng, I'm Mu Yu, it's not good. All of the people we captured related to the Mo Zio case suddenly exploded and died today. On the other side of the phone, Mu Yu's hasty voice came. What? Blast to death. Jiang Cheng was also shocked by the news in cold sweat. On the one hand, he was surprised by the horror of so many people exploding and dying in an instant. On the other hand, he was also horrified by Mo Zio's side. These people leaked their secrets and did not hesitate to kill them all. Don't worry, this must be the ghost of the Mo Zios. They are afraid that these people will confess to them, so they want to kill people and destroy the corpses. Jiang Cheng calmly said to Mu Yu, "Then, what should we do now? This place is all messed up because of this incident." Mu Yu asked Jiang Cheng eagerly, "Don't worry, wait until I get over." Jiang Cheng hung up the phone, hurriedly cleaned up, put on his clothes, and went out. After Jiang Cheng left the house, he hurried to the detention center. Listening to Mu Yu's tone, this matter was extremely urgent and sloppy. Before long, Jiang Cheng hurriedly felt the detention center. In the detention center, Mu Yu and a group of members stood there, watching the blood stains all over the floor. The scene was very terrifying. Because of the need to protect the site, no one has yet come to clean it up. Seeing Jiang Cheng felt that Mu Yu strode over to talk to Jiang Cheng. Well, yes, if the scene is destroyed, there will be no clues to find. Jiang Cheng praised Mu Yu and came to the scene of the incident, seeing the bloodstains all over the ground. Even the well-informed people like Jiang Cheng couldn't help being terrified. Tusk, it's terrible. Jiang Cheng couldn't help sighing too. Mu Yu put on a mask and walked to Jiang Cheng's side and said, "Except for the child's mother, all Mo Zio's people involved in the case suddenly exploded. It was about an hour ago." Mu Yu couldn't help but wrinkle after reporting the situation to Jiang Cheng. Frowning, covering his mouth tightly, Jiang Cheng put on his gloves, squatted down slowly, and looked at the ground carefully to see if he could find any clues. Suddenly, in a pool of blood, he suddenly saw an inconspicuous object. He picked it up and wiped off the blood on it. Jiang Cheng discovered that it was a ball of Zhang's, like on explosives. As expected, the people of the Mo Zio organization saw that these people had no use value. They were afraid that they would confess what important information, so they killed them. Jiang Cheng quickly analyzed it and asked Mu Yu not far away. Explained, "It's cruel." Mu Yu said, "Isn't it cruel or cruel? Isn't the Mo Zio organization like that? It has no use value. It is a curse to keep, a group of inhuman scum," Jiang Cheng said secretly. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng asked Mu Yu to inform people to clean up the scene. Now that the clues have been found, there is no other role to protect the scene. "Let me meet this Mo Zio organization," Jiang Cheng said. Came to the computer. Jiang Cheng quickly turned on the computer. He wanted to try to contact the Mo Zio organization. I saw Jiang Cheng input a series of codes quickly. Before long, Jiang Cheng suddenly stopped the rapid operation in his hand. "Ah, finally invaded, huh? Let me see how powerful this organization is," Jiang Cheng said. Jiang Cheng invaded the organization's network and started trying to get in touch with the Mo Zios. Before long, Jiang Cheng Mo entered the organization's network and then also contacted Mo Zio. Jiang Cheng Jiao smiled slightly. The network security system of this organization is the same as the network security system of the West District. It is really vulnerable. A little bit of operation has entered. After a few minutes, Jiang Cheng was startled suddenly. "I'm in touch." After speaking, I put on the headphones and heard the movement from the headphones. "Coco, boy, if I'm not wrong, you also invaded the network system of the West End. Let me tell you, we have already begun to move. You are ready to die." There was a strong voice on the other end of the phone. "Young man, it's pretty smart." "Yes, it's me. Your network system security is about the same as theirs. It's so weak," Jiang Cheng said without paying attention. "Death. I don't know how many people in this world want him Jiang Cheng to die. How old is he? Don't be too arrogant. We have found your location. You won't be stubborn when you find you." The person on the other side of the voice is probably also a little frustrated, and the volume of speech has become louder. "Okay, well, then you can kill me and see if you have that ability," Jiang Cheng said to the other side, with a hint of irony that he wanted to deliberately irritate Mo Zio. The contact was terminated. Haha, I still want to kill me, so let's find my position first. Jiang Cheng felt funny when he thought that the Mo Zios found the address they set up. On the Mo Zio organization's side, after the middle-aged man and Jiang Cheng terminated the contact, he walked slowly to the phone. Hello, come in. I have important assignments. After that, the middle-aged man snapped the phone angrily. Soon, a tall man wearing black tights, a pair of leather pants and leather shoes walked in. Boss, are you looking for me for something? The tall man said. This man, I don't want him to live. Find someone to kill him at all costs. The middle-aged man handed over a paper bag and said, Boss, what do you mean? The tall man said hesitantly after hearing what he said. Just look for K, said the middle-aged man, clenching his fists. The tall man heard what the middle-aged man said, and he was startled. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. After that, he left the room. Humph, I want to see how capable you are, Boss Mo Zio said secretly. Jiang Cheng also mostly guessed the situation on Mo Zio's side. Since they thought they already knew their correct position, they would definitely find a killer to assassinate him, but but you must be able to find me. Jiang Cheng couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. Mu Yu, who looked at him on the side, also found it weird and couldn't understand. What are you laughing at, neurotic? Mu Yu asked Jiang Cheng strangely. Nothing. Jiang Cheng is not good to tell him and walk out alone. In the office of Mo Zio's boss, the boss picked up the phone and dialed a number on the phone. Hello, the person who hacked into your network system also hacked into our network system today, and he also contacted me. I have arranged the action. Leave the rest to me. I will let this person disappear from the world. After all, Mo Zio's boss was about to hang up. Don't worry, we have fought against this person before. This person is not an ordinary person. I advise you not to do it lightly. When we are fully prepared, we can act steadily. I said on the other end of the phone. But what's unsafe? Can't I still solve a hairy boy? Don't say it, I have arranged the task. You just wait for my good news. Mo Zio, the boss said with contempt. This time, he invited the K from the killer world to perform the task. The killer was frightening. He didn't believe that Jiang Cheng could not be killed. Wow. With a violent noise, an overseas passenger plane landed in the Imperial Capital Airport in Huaijia District. The tourists took their luggage and walked out of the cabin door. In the cabin, a tall and thin man with a scorpion tattoo on his left wrist made people creepy. He was wearing an ink-lacquered suit and his shoes were polished brightly. A pair of mirrors is very mysterious. The black man walked out of the machine, looked at this strange place, and walked slowly towards the exit. Can ring, key ling ding ling. Suddenly the Moi man's phone rang. Hello, the Moi man picked up the phone with a calm tone. K, you should have arrived, right? A thick voice asked on the other end of the phone. I just got off the plane and everything went well. K replied, okay, I will send you the details of the assassination target later, and I have arranged for someone to put it in your hotel room 030. I will also play it within today. Enter your account and wish you a happy cooperation, said the person on the other end with a hint of joy. Happy cooperation. K also didn't say much to that side. For a high-level killer like them, talking too much is not good. Cold-blooded is correct. Out of the airport, K stopped a taxi and drove in the direction of the hotel. On the way, K received the assassination target's message from the organization. Jiang Cheng, the leader of the Huaijia security team, proficient in network technology. Looking at the series of materials sent by the organization, K smiled strangely. It's been a long time since I took a case that excites me. K was very excited about the assassination of Jiang Cheng. Sir, here it is, the taxi driver said politely. K opened the door and gave the driver a whole bill. No need to find it. Then he walked towards the hotel. Click. Open the door, the room is quite big. The organization has already prepared computers and monitors in the room. K came to the cabinet, opened the cabinet, found the dark layer inside, and took out one from the dark layer. Big box. Opening the box, 2 Desert Eagle pistols and UMP-9 submachine guns came into view. Grenades, all bullets. K habitually took out the weapon, pulled the bolt and tried it, nodded, and put the gun back in the box. Put the box. K took out his computer, entered a string of codes in the computer. Immediately, I saw the screen display. Huaijia District Imperial Capital Team XXXX Year Internship List. K looked at the name and photo displayed on the screen. Suddenly saw a person's profile, squinted his eyes. There was a terrible smile at the corner of his mouth. After tidying it up, Kay took out a pistol from the box, put it in his backpack, and went out. On the computer screen, the address of an intern was displayed impressively on the screen. Moon and wind, high night. At noon the next day, when the murderer killed, he was in the Huagia district team. Students who are scheduled to come to the internship this year, please line up and register to report. A member of the team shouted to the interns at the door. After listening to the team members, the interns all sorted their outfits and then lined up neatly. In the queue, a man in black clothes, his expression was so indifferent, his eyes were full of icy chill. On the left wrist, a horrible exhaustion tattoo is chilling after several hours of interrogation. Jiang Cheng was finally over. Bored, Jiang Cheng came to his office. Leaning on the soft seat, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but think of the words of Mo Zio's boss and laughed out loud. I don't know if these guys have started to act now. Jiang Cheng thought secretly. After what happened last time, Ren became stupid to organize it. Without confirming the exact location of the target, he threatened to act. In vain. Not only Jiang Cheng felt that way. The mansion in the West District, after the last negotiation with the Mo Zio organization, and the persuasion on them was useless. The mansion in the West District also began to doubt the ability of the Mo Zio organization. After internal discussions, the West Side Mansion also decided unanimously that it would undoubtedly do more harm than good for them to cut off cooperation with the Moxiao organization. Jiang Cheng was lying on the sofa in the office leisurely. He wanted to squint his eyes and take a rest. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Team Jiang, someone is looking for you, saying that it is a diplomat from the Western District. One of his staff came in and said. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but flash in his heart. What is the West Side Mansion looking for at this time? Is it because of the attack on their website last time? Jiang Cheng was really skeptical in his heart, and he hesitated to let his subordinates bring in the Western diplomats. After a while, a man in a suit and leather collar came in and bowed politely to Jiang Cheng. Mr. Jiang Cheng, hello, said the diplomat. The attitude of the mansion in the West Side also surprised Jiang Cheng. Just like the last time Jiang Cheng destroyed their network system, that never happened. Similarly, the attitude of diplomats is very polite. This makes Jiang Cheng very inexplicable. No, there must be some conspiracy in this. Jiang Cheng thought to himself. If you have anything, just talk about it. Don't be inconspicuous. Jiang Cheng is also straightforward. This kind of inexplicable conversation is better to be direct, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble. That's the case. After a meeting inside our Western Mansion, we unanimously decided to suspend cooperation with the organization, and we agreed on our opinions. We hope that you can resign from the position of the leader of the Huagia security team and become the leader of our My Security team. Well, it will make you unable to refuse any request you have, said the diplomat of the Western Mansion. Jiang Cheng listened to the words of the diplomat in the Western Mansion and couldn't help but ask for it. Let me consider it. Jiang Cheng was lost in thought. Looking at the polite smile of the diplomat sitting opposite, Jiang Cheng thought. Jiang Cheng suddenly had an idea. He hesitated and said to the diplomat, Mr. Diplomat, you are asking me to betray my region. The diplomat smiled. Ha, Mr. Jiang, this world, money and power, it's everything. People don't die for themselves. Our mansion in the Western District, I am very pleased with Mr. Jiang's ability, and of course the reward and treatment given to you is very generous. Moreover, the task given to me by the superior this time is to win you at all costs. If you have any requirements, you can just mention it. People said, Ha, Mr. Diplomat must be right. Who would dismiss his own money? Since the mansion in your district is so sincere, I agree. Jiang Cheng looked at the diplomat in the Western District and said with a smile, That's great, ha. The diplomat saw that Jiang Cheng actually agreed, and he was very happy. He didn't have much hope, but he didn't expect Jiang Cheng to agree. But I have a request. Jiang Cheng said, Just say it. The diplomat answered readily, I want to take my assistant Mole. He has a tacit understanding with me and I can't cooperate with someone else. Jiang Cheng said, No problem at all, a trivial matter. Diplomats listened and quickly agreed. This request is easy to solve and it is not enough. Okay, then I'll go back and prepare later. Today we will go to the West End. Jiang Cheng said, seeing that the matter has been negotiated. Goodbye, then we will see you at the airport. The diplomat from the Western District said happily, and then left Jiang Cheng's office. After the diplomat left, Jiang Cheng sat on the seat, thinking about it, showing a weird smile. Humph, the mansion in the West End. After talking to the diplomats in the Western District, Jiang Cheng hurriedly called and informed the rat. After Mole learned of Jiang Cheng's decision, he was also at a loss. I have my own plans for everything. You have to follow my arrangements. I won't do bad things. Jiang Cheng finished comforting Mole. Mole heard Jiang Cheng say this but did not continue to question, but told Mu Yu and Zhang Lin about it. After Mu Yu and Zhang Lin learned of this, they were very surprised. Is Jiang Cheng crazy? He has betrayed his own area. Mu Yu said in surprise. He did not expect Jiang Cheng to make such a decision. Zhang Lin was also at a loss. Such news was no less than a magnitude 8 earthquake to him. She was shocked instantly. The two didn't know what medicine Jiang Cheng was selling in the gourd. Shouldn't it be true? How could Jiang Cheng betray his own area and become the leader of my securities team? Mu Yu said, if this matter is true, it means that the mansion in the West District must have given Jiang Cheng a condition that cannot be refused. Zhang Lin analyzed. Unable to refuse, then he can betray his own area. Mu Yu scolded. Then he dialed Jiang Cheng's phone. Du Jujun. After a while, Jiang Cheng answered the phone. Hello. Jiang Cheng's voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Cheng, you bastard, you betrayed your own area for profit, you said. How much benefit did the mansion in the Western District give you such a ridiculous and embarrassing thing? Mu Yu was very angry and scolded loudly. Jiang Cheng listened to Mu Yu's words and did not refute, listening quietly. Talk to you. What kind of benefits have you received from the mansion in the West End? Let you do such a sacred thing? You bastard, you waited until the rain was over before Jiang Cheng hung up. Ugh. After hearing Mu Yu's abuse, Jiang Cheng's face was full of sadness. Seeing Jiang Cheng hung up his phone, Mu Yu was also angry. No, this matter is of great importance. I want to report to the boss. After that, Mu Yu dialed the boss's phone. Hastily reported the situation to the boss. The boss was also very surprised. He didn't expect Jiang Cheng to make such a decision. The boss patted the table angrily. He planned to call Jiang Cheng to ask. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Jiang Cheng's phone rang, and Jiang Cheng didn't have to guess that it was the boss. I don't know how to answer. Jiang Cheng had to hand the phone to the diplomat next to him and let him answer. Hey, Jiang Cheng, what do you mean? On the other side of the phone, the boss's angry voice came. Hey, hello, is it Mr. Jiang's superior? I am a diplomat at the mansion in the Western District. What can you do with Mr. Jiang? The diplomat said. Was the diplomat from the West End over there when I heard the call? The boss was more angry. You give Jiang Cheng the phone. I want to talk to him. The boss said, Mr. Jiang is inconvenient now. He is going through the formalities. He is ready to be the boss of the security team of our Western District mansion. Now he is going back to the Western District with me, sorry. The diplomat said proudly, don't tell me if there are any of these. Let Jiang Cheng answer the phone. I want to ask him clearly. The boss was furious and shouted at the phone. The other men next to him heard it, but they were also shocked. Never seen the boss has such a big temper. Oh, sir, is it really inconvenient for Mr. Jiang now? We are in a hurry to rush back to the West End. Tomorrow Mr. Jiang will be ready to take office. When we get to the West End, let him call you back, speaking to the boss in a very proud tone. After listening to the diplomat's words, the boss also hung up the phone very badly. Good job, Jiang Cheng. After finishing talking, the boss immediately ordered, seal Jiang Cheng's company to me. The people present were shocked and hurried to execute. On Jiang Cheng's side, hearing the boss finish the phone call with the diplomat, he also shook his head helplessly. When we arrived at the airport, Mole was also waiting here early. The three went through security checks together. In the waiting room, Jiang Cheng received a call from the company. Sure enough, after only such a short time, boss had already sealed Jiang Cheng's company to death. After learning about the situation, Jiang Cheng turned to look at the diplomat in the Western District and said, the diplomat is now that I am going to be the leader of your My Security team, the company has been blocked. This is not a small amount. Loss. Jiang Cheng pretended to be pitiful. You see, this loss, should the mansion in your district deserve it? Jiang Cheng wanted to say 313 and stopped, wanting to wait for the diplomat to experience it. Of course, this loss I will apply to my superiors now. Immediately, the diplomat took out the phone and asked his superiors for instructions. Jiang Cheng sat aside and waited. Within a few minutes, the diplomat hung up the phone. Mr. Jiang, my superior has agreed to compensate you. He has already drawn $50,000 to your account and will continue to do so in the future. Don't you know whether you are satisfied or not? Said the diplomat. Ha ha ha, good, of course satisfied, so I can take office with peace of mind. Jiang Cheng looked at the mole on the side, then looked at the diplomat and said with a smile, as long as Mr. Jiang can do his best for our Western mansion, please believe me, these $50,000 are only a small amount, and we really appreciate Mr. Jiang's ability. The diplomat slapped Jiang Cheng's flattery. Of course, since I have agreed to be the leader of the security team in your district, I will definitely do my best, Jiang Cheng said. In this way, Jiang Cheng received a large sum of compensation from the mansion in the West District. The three got up and boarded the plane to the west. Wow! With the huge roar of the plane stopping, the three people came to the west side. Stepping off the plane, Jiang Cheng stood on the ground, breathing the air in this different area. Let's go, Mr. Jiang. The mansion has arranged a hotel. You should be tired after flying for so long. Go back to the hotel and rest for a day. Tomorrow, the Western Mansion will hold a banquet for you. The diplomat said with a smile, ha ha ha, too polite, I am indeed a little tired. Then let's go to rest first. After all, the three got into the mansion's special car and drove to the hotel. But after a while, the three of them arrived at the 5-star hotel in the Western capital. Jiang Cheng was unmoved, got out of the car with his salute, and exchanged a few simple greetings at the door of the hotel, and the diplomat drove to the mansion. He still has work to report, and Jiang Cheng did not keep him. Jiang Cheng and Mole sent away the diplomat and went to the hotel room. When I came to the room, the layout of the room was very luxurious, and it was indeed the best hotel in the Western capital. In the room, Mole looked at Jiang Cheng blankly. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like this? Jiang Cheng asked curiously. Nothing, it just feels like a dream. A few days ago, he even entered the network system of the mansion in the West and paralyzed their network system. The leader of the regional security team at the Western Mansion. It's incredible. Mole said slowly, Coco. Jiang Cheng didn't say anything after listening to Mole's words and smiled defeatedly. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. Both of them were sitting silently, and no one spoke first. Assault rat. This is the 50 million compensation sheet given to me by the mansion in the Western District just now. I will transfer all the money to your name later. You find an opportunity to transfer this huge sum of money to the district. This is me. Task for you. Jiang Cheng broke the silence and said to Mole, why? The mole was also taken aback. $50,000. He has never seen so much money in his entire life. It is quite stressful to let him take charge of the transfer. Don't ask why, I won't hurt you. This is the task I gave you, can you? Jiang Cheng stared at the mole, looking at him seriously. Jiang Cheng stared cautiously at the rat, beating rat. Okay, a certain task. Rat said firmly and stared at Jiang Cheng intently. That's good, do it as soon as possible. After Jiang Cheng said this, he turned his head and looked out the window. The two were silent again. The room fell into endless silence. Brother Jiang, why did you agree to resign as the boss of the Huagia security team and come to the Western District Regional Security Team as the boss? Do you really want to work at the Mengxi District Mansion? The mole hesitated for a while, hesitating asked. He really didn't understand why Jiang Cheng did this. However, he still understands Jiang Cheng's personality. Knowing that Jiang Cheng's actions are definitely not for profit or for money, there must be other reasons. After hearing what the mole said, Jiang Cheng did not answer, but just smiled at the mole, then lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Mole looked at Jiang Cheng without answering, so he couldn't keep asking. Brother Jiang, I know what you are. You will definitely not do things that hurt the world, no matter what decision you make. My mole will follow you. I will help you by your side and never give up. Suddenly, Mole looking at Jiang Cheng, speaking solemnly. Jiang Cheng was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. He listened to the rat beating. He opened his eyes and sat on the bed. He looked at a serious Mole. Jiang Cheng stood up. He patted the mouse on the shoulder. It's good if you understand me, good brother. The friendship between the two men does not need to be described more than words. Only the two of them can understand this feeling in their hearts. Tin Hao, the Western District Regional Security Team. After 2 days of receiving the Wind and the Meal Team, Jiang Cheng and the Mouse have gradually become familiar with the layout of the security system in the Western District. Although everyone knows well, each has some precautions. But how to say Jiang Cheng is now here? The boss of the regional security team, the number one, to Jiang Cheng. The people under him still respect him very much. After all, his glorious deeds have been spread once in the team. Because it is the boss of the security team, Jiang Cheng has some special punches. One day and the next year, Jiang Cheng came to work as an inspector in the intelligence department of the security team. They were also very respectful when they saw him. After visiting the intelligence team, everyone came to the lobby, prepared to have a dinner together and welcome the new head of the security team. You go first. I suddenly forgot something in the team. I'll go back to take it. You go first, and I will go by myself later. Jiang Cheng said to the head of the department here. Although he is the boss of the intelligence department, he is still a villain to the boss of Jiang Cheng's regional security team. The boss of the sentimental team was not good to say anything, so he followed the crowd first. Coming to the intelligence team, Jiang Cheng took out his own intrusion seeds and directly invaded the intelligence system of the intelligence team through the physical host. Because it was a physical invasion, it was not discovered. After almost half an hour, Jiang Cheng called out a lot of confidential information from the Western intelligence team, stored in its own memory. Then he quickly destroyed the traces of the intrusion and left the intelligence department. When I came to the restaurant team, although I had just stealthily stolen the confidential information of the Western intelligence system, Jiang Cheng did not show any anxiety. The whole restaurant team seemed very natural, as if nothing had happened. The dinner team went on to 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, and everyone had eaten and drank, and they dispersed. Jiang Cheng was also a little bit drunk, and with the support of everyone, he walked into his car. The rat is responsible for driving. After the car drove far, Jiang Cheng, who was still drunk, sat up. He took out his phone and quickly dialed the code. "Hello, is it the chairman? I'm the leader of the security team, Jiang Cheng. This is the case. I just remembered that I still have a lot of important documents in Huajia district. They are stored there. I want to return to District Yizhao tomorrow to bring those important documents. Those documents are very important to me, so I must go back and make arrangements," Jiang Cheng said to the president of the Western District Conference on the other end of the phone. After speaking, Jiang Cheng added a few more words before the phone made a sound. "Moreover, I personally set up the mansion safety net in Huajia district at the time, and this time I am planning to destroy the mansion safety net I personally set up. Avoid trouble afterwards." After speaking, Jiang Cheng smiled a little. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, the tone of the people on the other end of the phone became happy. "Ha ha ha ha, good. This fake approval, you can rest assured to go back and take care of your own affairs. If you have any difficulties, you can mention it to the mansion and pay attention to safety on the road. Come back as soon as it's done," said the president on the other end of the phone. After hearing the words of the chairman of the Western District Conference, Jiang Cheng smiled weirdly. "Then thank you, Minister. I must be back soon." After speaking, Jiang Cheng hung up the phone. With approval, Jiang Cheng quickly booked a flight ticket back to Huajia district on the second day, preparing to set off back to Huajia district early the next morning. Jiang Cheng began to pick up things, preparing to set off for Huajia district. I was packing things and suddenly the phone rang. Jiang Cheng looked at the phone number and it turned out to be the head of the security department. "Hello, Chairman, what's the matter?" Jiang Cheng asked. He was hanging in his heart. Could it be that the Ministry of Security found out some clues that temporarily did not allow me to return to the district? "Xiao Jiang, this is the case. You came to our West District as the leader of the security team. There are many fishing boats in the society. To protect your safety, I have arranged someone to you back to ensure that you can come back safely," the Minister of Security said. After listening to the Minister of Security, Jiang Cheng also smiled slightly. "It's dangerous. I thought he had found out something and would not let me go back to the district." Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, it's hard to refuse. Otherwise, it will make the other party more suspicious. Thank you, Minister, for the arrangement. Jiang Cheng said politely. Don't be polite, I have already arranged it, and they will you throughout the journey. After that, the Minister of Security seemed to have something to go there and hung up the phone. When he hung up, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. I said it was to protect me, but I was actually trying to monitor and track me. I was afraid that I might not come back. Everyone understands it, but I still want to say it so nicely. Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly and continued to pack things. Immediately, Jiang Cheng called Mole and whispered a few words to Beat Rat. After hearing this, Mole nodded, took out his cell phone, and dialed a call to Huaijia District. After taking it up and saluting, Jiang Cheng walked out the door. The person arranged by the president of the West District Conference was already waiting for Jiang Cheng at the door. Jiang Cheng got into the car and drove towards the airport. Wow! With the roar of the plane melting, Jiang Cheng's plane from the West District to the imperial capital of Huaijia District landed steadily. Jiang Cheng walked out of the cabin and breathed the breath of the ancestral district. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng walked slowly towards the exit, followed by Mole and a group of escorts carrying luggage. Jiang Cheng, you rebel who went to hell. As soon as he walked outside the airport, he heard a curse from nowhere. Jiang Cheng was stunned when he heard it. I didn't even look at it, don't think about it, it must be Mu Yu. With an awkward expression, Jiang Cheng looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Mu Yu rushing to the forefront, followed by a group of team members. Mu Yu came to Jiang Cheng and pointed at Jiang Cheng's nose and cursed. You are a traitor. You betrayed your own ancestral region for your own benefit. What a man. You can do such a brutal thing, but I used to think you were a good person, Aiba. You just cursed Mu Yu loudly. How do you know that I am coming back today? Jiang Cheng looked at Mu Yu coldly and said in his mouth. Mu Yu looked at the mole behind him. You don't care how I know, you traitor. Obviously, it was Mole who gave a small report in advance. Upon seeing this, the escorts in the West District immediately surrounded Mu Yu for fear that Jiang Cheng would be copied. Mu Yu continued to curse Jiang Cheng. The words were very ugly. A coldness flashed in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng stretched out his hands and rushed towards Mu Yu, who was not far away. Mu Yu was also taken aback. Unexpectedly, Jiang Cheng actually wanted to shoot himself. Because Jiang Cheng's movements were sudden and very fast, everyone didn't react too. When they reacted, Jiang Cheng was already close to Mu Yu's side. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Cheng was going to attack Mu Yu, Jiang Cheng took the opportunity to push Mu Yu aside, was protected by the team members. He rushed towards the western behind Mu Yu. The mole stood behind Jiang Cheng with quick eyesight and quick hands. Following Jiang Cheng's actions, he attacked the escorts in the western area together. The escorts also expected this. They responded quickly and were ready for battle. In an instant, Jiang Cheng, Mole, and a group of escorts from the West District fought in a chaotic battle. Seeing this situation, Mu Yu and Zhang Lin reacted extremely quickly and led the team behind them to join the melee. There were so many people, but after a while, the escorts in the West District were overpowered by Jiang Cheng. Several Western escorts were firmly pressed to the ground. Humph, Jiang Cheng, you sly fellow. A Western was crushed on the ground and saw the team in front of him, angrily said, Hee, I promised that your appointment was just for you to show you a play. What do you think? After all, Jiang Cheng didn't want to bother with the Western escorts. HMPH, do you think you tied us like this? The president doesn't know that you have defected. The saw that Jiang Cheng didn't want to talk to him anymore, he said. What if I know it? What can I do if I don't know it? I didn't plan to go back this time when I came back. Even if he knew it, could he still come to Huaijia District and catch me back? It depends on whether he has that skilled. Jiang Cheng's tone was full of mockery. The in the west area was so angry that Jiang Cheng couldn't speak, so he could only stare at Jiang Cheng with fierce eyes. Bring these people back to the team and keep them closed before speaking, Jiang Cheng said to the players in front of him. In this way, several escorts from the Western District were taken away by the team members. Jiang Cheng turned his head and looked at Mu Yu in front of him, showing a weird expression. Well, now I am still a traitor. Do I still go to hell? Jiang Cheng said to Mu Yu. Your counterintuitive trick is pretty good. Even we were fooled by you. Mu Yu's tone was a little angry, but she was still very happy. From the very beginning, he couldn't believe that Jiang Cheng would betray his own region. There must be something greasy about it, but he didn't dare to decide and was in a dilemma. Chang Lin also stepped forward and looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Yeah, your trick is really wonderful. We are all already you are really betrayed." Zhang Lin said jokingly. Jiang Cheng also smiled and looked at the rat attack behind him, and the two smiled at each other. It turned out that when he was still in the West District, Jiang Cheng deliberately arranged Mole to call Mu Yu. The purpose is to capture these escorts at the airport. Jiang Cheng didn't plan to go back when he came back this time. The news of Jiang Cheng's return quickly reached the boss's ears, and the boss seemed particularly happy after hearing Mu Yu's report on the incident. It turns out that Jiang Cheng, this kid, played a counterintuitive trick. The boss couldn't help but hurry. Jiang Cheng and his party brought the escorts from the Western District to the team and detained them here first, and we will talk about how to deal with them later. Jiang Cheng said that after speaking, he wanted to go back to his apartment in Huajia District to rest. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter outside the door. "Ha ha 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 ha, Jiang Cheng, your trick is really wonderful, but it fooled us all." The boss laughed outside the door. Jiang Cheng also heard the boss's voice, but his expression looked very cold. The boss came to Jiang Cheng and patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder. "Jiang Cheng, I thought you really betrayed the district." I also said, "How could you be such a person? This time you did a great job." The boss praised Jiang Cheng, but he didn't mention walking in Jiang Cheng. After that, the Jiang Cheng company's affairs were sealed off. Jiang Cheng looked at the boss coldly and winked at Beating Rat. Beating Rat came over and gave Jiang Cheng the briefcase in his hand. Jiang Cheng took the briefcase and took out a piece of unseasonable information from the briefcase and threw it to the boss. When Mu Yu saw Jiang Cheng doing this, he couldn't help but yell. "Jiang Cheng!" What he got was Jiang Cheng's cold eyes. The boss didn't care about it either. He read the documents from Jiang Cheng carefully. "Here, this is a confidential document of the intelligence team in the Western District." "Jiang Cheng, where did you get it?" The boss couldn't help being surprised and asked Jiang Cheng. "I just got it by hand. If there is nothing wrong, I will leave first." Jiang Zai said coldly, "Ha ha ha ha, Jiang Cheng, you are so goddamned. In such a short period of time, you have obtained such a confidential document from the Western District intelligence team. I really don't know how you did it. This one is fine." The boss praised Jiang Cheng and gave Jiang Cheng a thumbs up. Jiang Cheng looked at the boss with disdain. "Boss, isn't this confidential file what you want most? Are you happy now?" After asking this sentence, Jiang Cheng turned around. "I don't know if I can visit my company now." Jiang Cheng deliberately increased his voice and asked, "Of course, I will call the relevant department immediately and lift the blockade on your company." The boss answered Jiang Cheng slowly after hearing what Jiang Cheng said. "Jiang Cheng has done such a great contribution. It should be even more praise." Jiang Cheng ignored the boss anymore and walked straight out of the office. He just wanted to go back and see what the company he had created now looks like. Seeing Jiang Cheng swiftly walking out of the door, the boss also looked back at Mu Yu. Winking at Mu Yu understood and took the two team members following Jiang Cheng and went out together. Of course, the mole also followed Jiang Cheng closely. Jiang Cheng came to the downstairs of his company. Sure enough, the boss gave the order, and the efficiency of these people's work quickly improved. Just the time from the office to the company downstairs, the seal on the company's door has been removed. Up, Jiang Cheng walked into the company and looked at the empty company, helpless. "Hey, I haven't come back for a few days. It's like this. My boss is too incompetent." Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly. At this time, LNDA walked to Jiang Cheng's side and said, "Mr. Jiang, are you finally back? When you were away, the team members rushed to our company and blocked the company." After listening to Linda, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Such a big company suddenly left him alone. It's a bit embarrassing for these hands. "I'm sorry because of some things before. It's okay now, starting tomorrow. The company will start to work normally." After all, Jiang Cheng looked at Linda. LNDA was also very happy after hearing Jiang Cheng's words. Jiang Cheng began to walk into the company and looked around every corner and place for more than an hour. Jiang Cheng came to the door of the company, explained something to LNDA. After letting Linda take care of the company's affairs, I was ready to go back to the hotel to rest. Seeing this, Mu Yu hurriedly followed. "You just came back, and the team is not stable right now. Maybe the West Side Mansion has arranged a killer to kill you. "This is our new team member Wang Hua. We are very skilled. Let's protect you back to the hotel," Mu Yu said seriously. Jiang Cheng didn't decline either, so he let Mu Yu and Wang Hua follow behind him. At this time, Wang Hua looked at Jiang Cheng with cold eyes and quickly moved away when his eyes were about to meet Jiang Cheng. On his left, a cold-blooded dragonfly tattoo can be seen vaguely. In this way, Jiang Cheng, accompanied by Mole, Wang Hua, Mu Yu, returned to the hotel. Seeing that Mole and Mu Yu were acquaintances here, they did not hesitate to speak. "Yes, Jiang Cheng, this trick made it so wonderful, but it deceived all of us," Mu Yu said jokingly with Jiang Cheng. Hearing Mu Yu's praise of Jiang Cheng, Mole also spoke with Mu Yu. "Don't talk about you. Even I have been by his side, and I didn't guess his thoughts. At the beginning, I was confused. Brother Jiang, amazing." The Mole was also famous for Jiang Cheng. When Jiang Cheng saw the two men sing a harmony, it was obvious that he had just shown unhappiness in front of the boss, and the two of them had spoken nicely to himself for the boss. It's okay. It's enough for the two of you to shoot me up to the sky, that's enough." Jiang Cheng couldn't help being funny, and said to them both jokingly, "Three people, you look at me and I look at you, can't help but laugh together." In the hotel, the three chatted, and after recounting the past, it was late at night. "Okay, I'm back to the hotel safely. You two will go back to rest quickly. You were tossing hard enough at the airport today. You should be tired too. Go back and rest." Jiang Chengchong said, "If you continue to let the two of them flatter themselves, you won't be able to rest." Mole and Mu Yu saw that it was too late, and they really should rest. They said goodbye to Jiang Cheng and were ready to go back to rest. When he came to the door, Wang Hua said to Mu Yu, "Mr. Jiang just returned to the district, and the team is not stable now. For his safety, it is better for me to temporarily protect him here today." Mu Yu listened to Wang Hua's words, thought about it, and said it was right, so he agreed with Wang Hua's opinion. "Then Wang Hua, I will trouble you," Mu Yu said. Jiang Cheng, lying on the bed, the soft big bed, instantly relaxed his body a lot. His mood also calmed down and his breathing was very stable. After lying for 10 minutes, Jiang Cheng got up from the bed, went to the bathroom, and prepared to take a shower. At this moment, Wang Hua in another place was planning this matter. Kay took out a tights from the closet. "This is Wang Hua. Oh, no. It should be that the clothes Kay wear when doing special tasks are tighter. It is more convenient to do anything, and it is not easy to leave clues." Then I put on my gloves and went to the bedside table. There was a small bulge in it. I placed my hand on it lightly, and there was a click. This dark room is not big, but there is a gun inside, a small pistol. Kay takes it out, and then checks that the magazine is full and goes to the hall and retreats freely. Kay put the pistol to his waist, and then restored the bedside table to the original. After everything was cleaned up, Kay went to the front of the mirror again and watched earnestly. After finding that there were no flaws, he came to the front of the window and turned on all the lights, and then closed the curtains. Kay will create an imaginary, that is, Kay is in his room, nothing happens tonight, and he stays quietly in the room. Then Kay opened the window and walked directly out of the window, then several ups and downs came to a window door and gently pushed the window open. Kay fell safely in the bathroom, which is the shared bathroom on this floor, and the window was left for himself when Kay was in the bathroom during the day. Kay is a professional killer. He is a killer for the enemy to break into the team. He has been secretly lurking for so many years, working hard, and behaved so as to be able to be trusted by this group. Even if you are the best, it is difficult to be trusted by a team. Kay has always been silent, and the enemy has never noticed him, but today he must assassinate Jiang Cheng, only to succeed, not to fail. This is the best opportunity. He already knows everything here. He knows that the fifth door on the right when he goes out is Jiang Cheng's room, but after writing, he passes a camera and there is no blind spot in this area. He must power off the camera, otherwise he will be there. It will be recorded, and it will no longer be possible to lurch in the future. Kay took out his mobile phone and dialed a call, then put the mobile phone away, and a wicked smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. It turned out that Kay had tampered with the line of this camera during the day and made a careful circuit breaker with his mobile phone. This camera has been paralyzed. Kay poked his head out slowly. There was already a very thin wire in his hand, and found that there was no one in the corridor. Kay rushed to the door of Jiang Cheng's room lightly and gently, then inserted the wire into the keyhole and turned it slightly. The lock was opened, and then Kay slowly opened the door and found that there was no movement, so he quickly flashed into the room and closed the door. At this time, Kay discovered that Jiang Cheng was taking a bath about the same amount as his budget. Because the light was on in the bathroom, Ying Ying saw a naked man shaking and singing. Kay thought in his heart, death is coming, and even singing this song, Then Let You Die Happily, it is also a joy in life. Kay drew out the pistol, held it tightly in his hand, and slowly approached. The distance with Jiang Cheng was getting closer and closer, and his heartbeat was getting faster and faster while Jiang Cheng was still singing, 2 meters more to the bathroom. When the time comes, as long as one hand opens the door and only shoots, Jiang Cheng must die. Victory is in sight, and the corners of his mouth rise again. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Kay did not have time to test his loyalty, turned his head and saw a closet, quickly passed, and went in. It was full of clothes. Kay was hiding in the clothes. In the back, try to breathe flatly and calm yourself down, because in this way you can hide yourself well. Be one with the environmental monitoring in the surrounding area, so that you will not be discovered by others. This is a kind of unbearable. The highest state is to integrate with nature. Even if others pass by, they will not feel their own existence. Jiang Cheng was bathing and hearing the knock on the door and shouted impatiently. Who is it? When is it bad? I am taking a shower. Put on your clothes and open the door. I have important things to tell you. Jiang Cheng heard the voice of the mole, and it should be a serious matter to hear the voice very anxiously. Otherwise, the mole wouldn't be sighing, so nervous. Jiang Cheng quickly picked up the water on his body and head, then put on the bath foam and walked out of the bathroom, and then went straight to the door to open the door. The mouse came in and sat on the sofa and said, "It's not good. The kid who sucked the inscription is dead." The mouse looked very serious. What? How could it? Whoever found them, Jiang Cheng was very surprised because the child was kept by Zhang Lin in her house. I don't know about this. The investigation of the specific situation is still in line. The mouse answered. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's phone rang. He picked it up and took a look at Zhang Lin's. Zhang Lin, I was about to call you. Jiang Cheng, listen to me. The child is with my mother. My mother was doing housework at the time, and when she looked back, she found that the child was dead. My mother was also scared. Zhang Lin's trembling voice was a little choked. Are the other people okay? How about your child? Jiang Cheng hurriedly asked if he would be wrong because Jiang Cheng knew that Zhang Lin also had a child. My child was taken out of the district by my husband the other day. Okay, I know. I'll take someone to investigate this incident. Jiang Cheng directly hung up the phone. Mouse, go ahead and do your job. I will ask someone to check this matter with me later, so you don't have to worry about it. Jiang Cheng ordered the mouse. Okay, then I'm leaving, so be careful. Mouse turned and left Jiang Cheng's room and closed the door. Jiang Cheng came to the front of the closet, took some clothes, and then closed the door again, while Kay closed his eyes behind the clothes, holding his breath and stood quietly, but the muzzle in his hand was facing the door of the cabinet. If Jiang Cheng finds him, he will also shoot, and he will be exposed at that time to protect himself. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng didn't find Kay, and Kay stayed in the closet safe and sound. Kay felt that his ninjutsu had been greatly improved. Jiang Cheng put on his clothes and took things, walked out, locked the door, and came to Wang Hua's room. After knocking on the door for a long time, he shut down the phone without entering the door. Jiang Cheng wondered where Wang Hua had gone. Why was there no one in the room when the lights were on? Actually, Jiang Cheng didn't know that he almost died under this Wang Hua's gun just now. This Wang Hua was Kay at the enemy, and the identity of Wang Hua. On the highway, an off-road vehicle has smooth body lines. The thin lips of the people in the fast car are tightly pressed into a line, watching the road conditions, constantly overtaking, and the tires of the car rubbing against the ground because of sharp turns. At this moment, the cell phone in the car cabinet rang without warning. Not many people know his phone number. Kay frowned, opened the cabinet with a hand free, and took out the phone from the inside. Without reading the remarks, he connected directly. The speed of the car did not decrease, and it galloped on the road. Hey, Wang Hua, where are you now? On the other end of the phone came Jiang Cheng's slightly low voice, with a sound of electric current, with an indescribable texture. Kay stepped on the accelerator's foot suddenly, and when he raised his head, his eyes were a little inked. I'm in the circle, what's the matter? But you are more like on the highway. I heard the whistle of a car. Jiang Cheng doubted, not believing it. Kay chuckled twice, but there was no temperature in his eyes. This place is very close to the road, so the whistle sounds normal. Even if Jiang Cheng didn't believe in Wang Hua, he couldn't question anything after hearing him say this. I'm fine, I'm hanging up. Then there was a busy tone. Kay pushed the phone into the passenger seat very hard, full of hostility between his eyes. Jiang Cheng has now begun to doubt him unscrupulously. This call just now is the best proof. He knew that Jiang Cheng just didn't believe him. Thinking of this, Kay couldn't restrain Cheng's irritability and pulled on the ink-colored tie. Drive to Jiang Cheng's place. Jiang Cheng and Mu Yu were at the scene of the crime, and there were outlines of corpses drawn in chalk on the ground. Everything on the scene remained unchanged without any change. The department has sent a survey officer over there, but nothing was found. The location of the deceased's death happens to be in the True Federation. Mu Yu, you lie down following the drawn outline. Jiang Cheng said nonchalantly, his tone indifferent, as if he was explaining the weather forecast for the day. Mu Yu Zengsun waved his hand, 100 unwillingness in his heart. I will destroy the scene of the crime if I go on like this. Besides, the deceased was a 2-year-old child. The difference between Jiang Cheng and Jiang Cheng is good. The person from the agency has already been here, and they told you to lie down without telling you what to do. At most, the chalk dust was wiped off. What damage can there be? Besides, isn't it all human? This ironic tone. Mu Yu glanced at Jiang Cheng, then looked at the ground and drowned once. Slowly following the outline drawn in chalk, his eyes couldn't control the random aim. From this line of sight, just to be able to see the back of each taller table, the line of sight is opened up again. Jiang Cheng stood by, looking at Mu Yu, who was lying on the ground, raising his brows and asking, "Did you see anything?" Mu Yu shook his head. Everything here is normal, and there is no clue. Paused when he said that. Why tell me to come down and just bend over and look at it? It must have made him dusty. Under Jiang Cheng's short hair, those eyes were like colored glaze. Mo King, thin lips opened slightly. If you want to find clues, you should put yourself in everything at the crime scene. Mu Yu was stunned, and then patted the gray on his body and stood up, muttering, "You are not a team member. The ministry is here, and we have not found any clues. We also came again, and we found nothing, a little murderer." There was no clue left to me, which shows how cautious and abnormal it is. No clues about the crime were left. Jiang Cheng, Mu Yu pulled Jiang Cheng's Yu and slowly spit out a few words. Do you think it was the assassination of the King Xiao organization? Bai Ju boldly and arrogantly murdered in such a short period of time, and there was no trace of it left. Except for the assassination of the Mo Xiao organization, he could not think of anything else. For a long time, the Mo Xiao organization has been a difficult thorn in their eyes. If they are not found for a day and sent to prison with their own hands, it will definitely pose a big threat to the people. Jiang Cheng thought about Mu Yu's words, did not deny, lowered his eyes, really wanted to think about something. Mu Yu went elsewhere to find clues. Taking advantage of this gap, no one was there. Jiang Cheng quietly asked the system, and told me who killed the child, and the methods were so harsh and cautious. Are they from the Mo Xiao organization? The system creaked in Jiang Cheng's mind with electric currents and mechanical sounds. He said slowly, "It's a bar owner." Jiang Cheng's eyes tightened. So, is the owner of the bar someone from the Mo Xiao organization? What is his motive for the murder? Also, there are so many bars around here. Which bar are you referring to? The bar owner there are males and females. Would you please be more detailed? Die. After a short sound, Jiang Cheng could feel it, and the system seemed to disappear again. Although I knew it was the bar owner who killed the child, but the information provided to her by the system is still too one-sided. It makes it difficult for him to find the murderer. There is no substantial difference between finding a needle in a haystack. You know what he is doing somewhere, but you can't determine which one is the murderer. At this moment, Mu Yu walked out of the bedroom. Jiang Cheng accepted his love. Looking at him, he asked indifferently, "After so long, have you found any other clues?" Mu 16 Yu suffered a handsome face, smashed her mouth. Is it really weird? This murderer is too powerful, killing people invisible. Maybe you can't find any clues here. Did you bring my computer? Jiang Cheng asked him. Rong Yu squinted. Jiang Cheng, how dare I touch your computer? But I brought my computer. Bring it. Jiang Cheng said coldly and glanced at the man in front of him speechlessly. There was helplessness in his eyes. "Oh," Mu Yu said and gave her computer to Jiang Cheng. 10 white fingers leaped quickly on the keyboard. Various codes that Mu Yu could not understand were displayed on the computer. Mu Yu asked in a daze, "What are you doing?" "I am using the network technology I developed to steal upper-level satellites and call up the situation that day." With a pop, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Found it." Mu Yu asked, "Find it? What did you find?" "Take this computer back to the person from the department. The contents inside are not allowed to move." Later, the staff of the agency passed the door of the satellite and used 3D printing technology to paint the portrait completely through the computer. "Hey, how did you do it?" Mu Yu was already watching by the side. Jiang Cheng hooked his lips and his amorous peach eyes narrowed slightly. "Even your IQ, I told you didn't understand." At this time, a little girl in the uniform spoke. "It seems something is wrong here." Jiang Cheng felt very strange and didn't know what was wrong. "What's wrong?" with a detailed explanation. Jiang Cheng simply ordered. At this moment, Captain Wang came forward. Captain Wang is the person in charge of finding criminals in 3D images. He began to explain to Jiang Cheng in detail. "There are some things I don't know if I should tell you, but I decided that I should still tell you the process of identifying suspects with this 3D synthesis technology, so that you can better understand how we use this technology to catch of the suspect." When Jiang Cheng heard what Captain Wang said, he nodded softly. He knew that Captain Wang's words were absolutely powerful. "Captain Wang, please explain to me in detail so that I can understand what it means. In this way, I can accurately fail to catch the suspect. This is also beneficial to both of us." "I killed it." Captain Wang nodded and then began to explain all this to Jiang Cheng in great detail. "In fact, I just want to tell you that although our 3D technology for hunting down criminal suspects has matured to a certain level, you have to know that the suspects we are tracking are not necessarily true criminal suspects. It can only be said that the accuracy of this suspect will be greatly improved." What Captain Wang said was actually very clear in Jiang Cheng's heart. However, he didn't know what Captain Wang wanted to explain to him, so Jiang Cheng interrupted Captain Wang directly and spoke to him very softly. "We just got the profile picture of this criminal suspect." Mo Zio's internal staff began to investigate one by one, but it seemed that he was not an internal member of Mo Zio. It just made us feel very strange, and I didn't know how to use it. What kind of reason to explain it? Jiang Cheng understood very well what Captain Wang said, but it actually gave him an enlightenment, which also explained 2 problems. The first question is very likely. Jiang Cheng and the others did not fully grasp the list of all criminal gangs of Mo Zio's internal personnel, and there may be a few missing fish. The second problem is that Jiang Cheng's work efficiency is still very low. After all, it has been so long, and Jiang Cheng still hasn't gained anything. Jiang Cheng thought of this and scratched his head gently. He felt that he had indeed failed somewhat, but he could not express this emotion because he knew that he would often encounter such setbacks when handling cases. Jiang Cheng just said to Captain Wang calmly, "If this is the case, we should continue to investigate all situations. Only in this way can we thoroughly apprehend the suspect." At this moment, Wang Hua seemed to have heard the conversation between Jiang Cheng and Captain Wang. He felt very puzzled. Why is this suspect not among Mo Zio's personnel? It stands to reason that Mo Zio should be the best able to prevent this from happening. Yes, did anyone else intervene in this case? Wang Hua inspected the Zhu district at this moment and found that no one around him noticed him, so he sneaked into the toilet. Mo Zio made a report this afternoon. Give him the information, saying that he will meet in the reading room and straighten out the whole thing. Wang Hua didn't think it was so complicated at the time, but now he must figure out the whole thing in this situation. Otherwise, he won't be able to control the team. The informant in the toilet was waiting. Seeing Wang Hua came, he went up and handed him a cigarette. This was the signal for the joint between the two of them. Wang Huashan took the cigarette down logically. "What is going on? The 3D printed head just came out. I heard from Captain Wang that this is not a person in the organization. What is the situation? Is it possible that it is not yours at all?" Mo Zio shook his head. In fact, he didn't know what was going on, but when he came this time, he actually had an important message to convey to Wang Hua. Actually, I don't know what the situation is, but we have all discovered that the hottest person in this case is Jiang Cheng. The man named Jiang Cheng is obstructing us from handling things cleanly, so now your only task is to kill Jiang. Sincere. Then tell your boss, I will do what he wants, but after the matter is done, you must give me some more reports. Jiang Cheng is not a good person to deal with. The informant nodded lightly, then put his hand on Wang Hua's shoulder and said to him very confidently, "Don't worry about this. When did our boss treat you badly?" Jiang Cheng felt that things weren't that simple. Just as Jiang Cheng was thinking about the problem, he suddenly felt anxious, so he quickly said to Captain Wang next to him, "Captain Wang, wait here for a while. I'm going to make it easier." When Jiang Cheng came to the reading room, he found that it seemed that someone was talking in the toilet. He touched it quietly and heard Wang Hua's voice. What is the situation? Is it possible that Wang Hua has a ghost in his heart? What Jiang Cheng thought was sensed by the system, so the system said to Jiang Cheng, "I want to ask, do I need my door to be busy now?" Jiang Cheng is a little bit angry. After all, he asked the real reason for the system before. The system disappeared inexplicably. Now it has come out so inexplicably. Although he is a little angry, he knows that systematic doors are busy. He will definitely figure this out. I don't know the specific situation very well now. First listen to their conversation. After Jiang Cheng finished speaking, the system said in his ear. How Jiang Cheng heard the conversation between Wang Hua and Mo Zio clearly. He was taken aback, but he didn't expect that Wang Hua was actually a spy in their team. He was very surprised, but he knew that Wang Hua had to be suppressed at this moment. At the same time, he could also use Wang Hua to catch all those Mo Zio Xiao. After Wang Hua went to the office, he went back. Jiang Cheng followed him closely and looked at Wang Hua's back. He was even more assured that Wang Hua is a spy. Attention, Wang Hua has large weapons. Please break the conversation as soon as possible. The system prompt said. Jiang Cheng actually thought about it. How can he kill himself without a weapon? But what he is most worried about now is how to bring Wang Hua's weapon over. Jiang Cheng was actually very clear in his heart. As long as he was determined to kill himself, he would definitely act as soon as possible. What should I do now? If Wang Hua really wants to kill me, he will definitely protect his weapons tightly. Jiang Cheng was very entangled in his heart, or decided to give Wang Hua's weapon no matter what way. Bai Quan was about his life. Jiang Cheng thought of this and walked forward. Then he patted Wang Hua on the shoulder. Wang Hua felt very strange. He turned his head to look at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng said to him with a smile, "Wang Hua, I think your abdominal muscles seem to be very obvious recently. I can see you clearly in your clothes." Wang Hua was a little awkward by Jiang Cheng, but he scratched his head gently and did not answer Jiang Cheng. At this moment, Jiang Cheng had already started to touch it. Wang Hua was taken aback by Jiang Cheng and only flickered left and right, but Jiang Cheng dropped a small ball on Wang Hua's body. Jiang Cheng quietly recorded the structure of the weapon based on the location of the weapon that he stole. However, Wang Hua didn't notice it at all. Jiang Cheng raised his mouth gently and said to Wang Hua, "Wang Hua, you must think clearly about some things before you do it." What I was saying was actually told to Wang Hua on purpose, but Jiang Cheng didn't know how to make Wang Hua wake up completely. Although I don't know why Wang Hua wants to help those Mo Zio Xiao to deal with them. But he knows that Mo Ran must feel very much about him.